Neil's joined us. What's up, Neil? How you doing, mate? I haven't seen you for a few weeks. Hope your health's doing well.
Hey man,
What's up?
you missed a riveting conversation today.
Hey, Neil. How are you? Who did I miss a riveting
Uh,
conversation with?
Hold on, let me just go ahead and mute Brenda.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, no, shut up. Sorry. Yeah, anyway, hey man, I must not. I see. This is why I don't play Jenga because I don't know how the fuck to turn my bed in my room. How the fuck did I get it this way in the first place?
Hey, Elijah, when you muted and left, did you not hear what I asked you?
What'd you ask?
I was saying, remember back when we were arguing with the Glovers about that report that I said, like, I couldn't find it no more? It must have been scrubbed offline. And it was like 75 miles was like where they picked the drone up 10 feet up. And then you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You like slowed me down. You're like, dude, you're like, we don't even have to go there. Like on the Wikipedia, it says 45 miles. And given the values, like that would be impossible. Do you remember that?
You gotta be a little more clear.
It's talking about the USS Truman was in the Mediterranean, and the USS Carney, the destroyer, picked up the Houthis.
Oh, we were talking about the radars array and all of that, right?
Yeah, yeah, the AN Spy One radar. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, right.
I was wondering, have you like brought that up again to some of these morons?
I haven't.
Okay, I just
Well,
did last night.
they've been moving information around, so I kind of just dropped it because I was tired of it. And then
Eli,
the distances I was getting was limited. Hey, what's up?
you still what I spoke to you about? It's still with you, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, everybody better hold on to their fucking pants because you know it's gonna rock the whole fucking flat Earth, right?
This sounds fun. What's this?
I can't. It's gonna come out. Nothing to do with flat Earth. Flat Earth is flat. I mean, it has to do with flat Earth, but nothing to do with like all of a sudden the ball is real. No, this is going to
Well,
fucking rock the very core of flat Earth, and it's a fucking line is drawn, and
well,
it's a sad day too. It really is. But I can no longer say anything else.
Oh wow,
well,
this is
Neil,
gonna be. What's this? This.
well, Neil, if you, I mean, I've said it the whole time that if the line is drawn between God and everything else, and you're on God's side, you kind of be ready for everything else. So, like,
Not this though.
I had friends, for 5 years, and then I had to graduate. As we go on to remember, and then I graduated, and I never saw most of them again. Like, but life went on.
Okay, I
So
understand that. Hold on, but when you were graduating, did one of those people from nowhere pull out a fucking 8-foot knife and stick it through your back? No.
yeah, I probably wouldn't be here as a young kid with an 8 foot knife.
Well, I'm trying to make it. This is how
I get what
grand it
you're saying.
is. This is
I
how
get what
big it is. I mean, if you think now, I know how a lot of people feel about
well,
Nathan, right? There's a lot of people that either like him or hate him, but we all can agree with one thing: people have fucking knifed him in the back before. I can name three right off the top. All
mhm.
right, and now this is fucking even worse. So I'm sick to my stomach.
Well,
I'm waiting for him to reveal it. I guess within the next couple of days, just
well,
just to protect himself.
my whole thing is, um, if the thing that was missing weren't missing, And I've said it's the ability to communicate. Because just because you're right doesn't mean there isn't a problem. So now you have a communication issue, right? And with that being said, it can't be hashed out because the communication is poor.
No, I
Because
thought it was that
transparency
too.
is
Hold on, I thought it was that
transparency.
too. Yeah, hold on. I thought it was that too. And it wasn't. Certain party came very clear with what they expected, and a certain party said, "No fucking way, that's not the agreement." And then you ain't getting it. And it gone from there off the rails. There's no communicating. They're stonewalling him. 50 messages, and they would not answer one of them. But they found it okay to call me and a couple other people and try to fucking poison me with their fucking treacherous. What do you call that? They're trying to justify their treachery.
Well,
Fuck you.
Neil, that's why I've been on every side that I've been on since every beef. And notice it's been on different sides because people are hypocrites.
Yeah.
So when right is right, I find myself on different sides. You are so loyal that you'll stay on one side almost regardless of what.
Not if no, but
If
not if it was just
if the means justify the ends, and in this case for you it doesn't,
no. This is what
right?
I'm saying. I'll be loyal to a point. Now, and I said this to them when they had me on the call. I was there for 1 minute, and I told them to go fuck themselves. I told them this is in my exact words. If the tables were turned, and it was vice versa, I'd be fucking right behind you and backing you. But in this case, you don't have a standing here.
Hmm.
So I'll be loyal to a point. But I'm not going to be loyal to a point where if somebody's wrong, I'm going to continue following them. I gotta tell them, listen, you're wrong here.
That's why I've said, during the
The AI files.
uh nope, the Witsit files was first, and during those I said, hey guys, now while I understand what you guys are focused on, this is how the beef started, and therefore if you were to engage on this point, there would be no beef. However, the party said, fuck that. So that's what happened. Now, with the AI situation, um, it was pointed out he's an asshole, therefore he's a show. I said, hey now there, he's an asshole, not a show. Because, first of all, you have to have enough information to make that case. If you don't hang out, and if you don't frequent Discord servers, therefore you don't have any information on the guy other than when you look, then you're going to come to the wrong conclusion. You think anybody gave a fuck about that? No. So now
I got
moving
you.
on, now we got this situation. And who am I going to ride with? I'm going to ride with my boy. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because
Um,
they're right, and everything was asked. Remember, there's tapes of it and everything. I mean, it's so silly to me. What I think is happening here, two of the fucking smartest guys that I know and I hold in high esteem are being stupid. Like, I mean, there's no standing here because everything is recorded and everything was said that was said, and there was an agreement, and fucking now you're changing it at the end. It don't work, you know?
you change your
As far
mind
as
on me.
AI, what's his
You
name
change your
came in
mind.
today? Hold on. What's his name came in today? Jin. And Jin
Oh, that's
was
what that
saying,
was about. Okay.
Jin came in and said that he wanted that he came here and AI was giving him a hard time with the pitch data and tell him the problem is you're misreading the pitch data. So, what the hell is that? I mean, come on, AI. There's no misreading. It's pitch data. That's what it is. That's it.
Have you heard
It's
that,
not
Isaac?
like fighting about observations.
Sorry, hold. Sorry. I know you're getting that second hand from Jin coming in and telling you. I'm not saying that his recollection of the incident is not true, because it probably is. I was there for most of it. Yeah, he got to hide him from AI. But have you heard AI's argument about, let's use the title of misreading the pitch data? Have you heard his argument?
No, because what do you mean misread? Who's misreading what? It's pitch data.
Yeah. So there's a reason why he's making that claim, using air quotes and underlining that misrepresentation or misreading of the pitch data. There's an argument that goes along with it. So it'd be interesting to know if you'd heard it. If you haven't, then maybe you should before you make judgment.
Is he saying the ball is? What do you mean that flat Earth is? Well, what's that? Just tell me, Jedi.
Yeah, sorry, dude. I mean, I'd prefer people to speak for themselves, especially when they're not here. But
Oh, fine. Then
ultimately,
don't tell me. I'll reach out to AI and I'll
yeah.
ask him. But I can tell you this: AI has had a fucking issue with Brian for the longest time, and he's told me personally. Who the fuck
Yeah.
is Brian and pitch data? Come on, I was talking
Yeah.
about that way before Brian. I was talking about flight. So
Yeah.
I don't know which way we go. I don't even want to talk about that shit. All I know is one thing: what pitch data shows you, and it shows you the measurements of what the plane is doing. There's no private interpretation, just like scripture.
Yeah,
Well,
again, I just
well,
prefer it if you heard it out of AI's mouth. I'm not going to try and say his argument for him. I've only heard it a few times. I'm still getting my head around it. But personally, mate, it's made me step back a little bit from this whole argument, just understanding it a little bit more. So maybe
He
just
can
giving
explain it right now.
Okay, cool.
me too, Neil. So me too. But what I've argued all this
AI's here
time,
now.
Yeah, he can explain it.
I get it, but I'm going to say this first. So all this time, I've said the means to AI's end is flat earthers who can't argue the points properly with the information that they have. So whereas everyone else, as far as pitch data is concerned, that challenged, that he's challenged me too. And my conclusion is to ask the Glover, well, prove that horizontal is changing. He's like, exactly. And I'm like, but I would
Oh,
always
I
say,
understand now. I got you. He's talking about the people that don't, that just say it and can't back it. I agree 100% with that. No problem.
mhm.
Yeah, I don't got a problem with that. He's right. Don't just say something if you can't freaking back it up.
But there's probably a little
Right.
more
So
to it. Like, go ahead. Now it's your chance.
here's a homework assignment, Neil. Go
Oh,
listen to the
shit. Here we
conversation with
go.
Jin. Go listen to the conversation with Jin, and then decide if Jin's representation of the events was correct. It's very simple.
Where is it? If you send it to me, I'll listen to it. I don't know how to find that shit. I can't find that.
Well,
I couldn't even
I'll
find
find
my.
it later. I have a clip in the middle of it, but I'll find the beginning of it. Yeah, Jin was train wrecking himself left and right.
I will say that about AI. He will call you out when you're not representing properly, and I know he's done that to me several times, especially when I jump on here tipsy and I'm talking. And I know what I'm saying, but I know what I'm saying, but it just ain't coming out right, and I feel stupid later. But AI's checked me too. I mean, I give it to him.
I'll listen to it. I got no
I,
problem with that.
I think that's a good. What's up, APOC? By the way, it's good to see you. I
What's
think
up,
that's a
Jedi?
good. Yeah, good man. I think that's a good word to use, but using a different sense to check. Elijah and I were talking about this earlier. To check what the text actually says. To actually go and check for yourself. Maybe don't just listen to what somebody says. Maybe go and check what they says. And it's weird, right? I'm talking to a load of flat earthers. I thought we would have learnt this by now. So the thing
Right,
is,
right.
when we check, we come back with some questions that whether there's an answer there or not, we need to be able to ask the question to get the answer.
Yeah.
I always come over here. Hold on. I'm here. That's why I'm here. I came for another reason, but I was going to bring that up because
For
I need to check what happened.
for example, let let's go on with this one. There's been a citation shared out. So first of all, let me give it the context. We're talking about the rotation of the stars. And whenever a glober said, well, in the south there's a counterclockwise rotation. They've been met with all of the stars rotate, rise from the east, and they set in the west. Now, saying that there's a opposite rotation doesn't actually address this point because in the south, everyone knows that the stars rise from the east and set from the west, regardless of whatever they're saying. They rise from the east and they set in the west. So the real problem comes with this claim that all of the stars rotate east to west around Polaris. That's that's a claim, that's a mouthful. Here's the thing. That can't be true.
Even the ones in
However,
the south.
even the ones in the south. Yeah. So that can't be true. However, one of FED's panel members, one of the highest and most brightest, has shared that as a rebuttal to people saying that the stars rotate counterclockwise. Now, that was an improper rebuttal. But I know for a fact that I have been arguing that point up until I got my ass handed to me. And I had to realize, hey, wait a minute. I'm not actually addressing what's being said.
Yeah, that's why I
Yep.
hate the fucking slide away.
But it's really more so, it's, it's really more about us accepting something that wasn't true because somebody who was smart said it. And we just never thought about it. That's the problem.
Well, I couldn't give a fuck about that piece of shit now anyway. Anyway, let's change the subject. I'm gonna fucking I can't. I just this just has to let's just put it this way. Fucking hold on to your pants because this is fucking high
Neil,
order.
Neil, what you talking about? What's happened? Just spill the beans, man. What's happened?
He doesn't want to talk
Yeah,
about it, but
can't do it,
he's
my
got us
friend.
all in the gonads, though. He
Okay,
got us
now
Can't
all in
what's
do
the
it, my
going on?
gonads.
friend. What you can do is this is what I was told to tell people. If you want to know what's going on with my book, this is Nathan Oakley. Send me a private message and I'll send you a short tape. A short tape. I'm an old man. A short video about what's going on. Just put on your fucking pants, put on your big boy pants, and get ready
You
because
know, Neil, just real quick, what was interesting is when you first started talking about this and saying that you was going to shake up Flat Earth, for whatever reason, I actually was going to jump in like way earlier and be like, hey, speaking about Nathan Oakley, like, what's up with this book? But then the more you talk, I realized this might be because of the book. So I just stood quiet.
Fair enough. So I just got one
Oh,
small request.
yeah.
I got one
So,
small request. So I purchased a very expensive wood lathe, rare wood, red pen, and I would like for the book to come out before that dries up. Thank you.
well, in order for that to happen, oh boy, he's really got me in a fucking spot
yo,
here.
Neil, if you can't handle it, you want to call me on the phone? Anything to distract you? Something other than this, man. You said you was going to keep it low, but it's like it's hard. It's hard to hold it in and contain it. But
Dude, we could go to
Because I know it's
24/7
gonna. I know it's.
powwow.
I put it this way.
We could go
I
to
know it's gonna drop.
24/7 powwow channel and have a scream fest if you want. I'm down.
I know it's gonna drop tomorrow. Put it that way.
Ooh,
no,
not
okay.
long to wait
Well,
then.
Just
all right
hang
then.
in there. But I'm gonna tell you right now. No matter what's going on with UAI and other people, it's a fucking sad day, man. It really is. It's fucking sad.
Well,
Fucking really sad.
you know why? Okay, it is sad, but it's sad for the ideal version of what I wished were the case, and that's not reality anyway. Like, so I will say this. Obviously, the show Flat Earth Debate is forever changed. It can't go back to the way it was. Not only that, it wasn't the way it was for over 2 years. So I've been telling Nathan what he could do to reinvigorate what he's got going on, and it's up to Nathan to figure out if he can do that or not, or if he's willing to do that or not, or if it's worth it or not. Because there are still people out here. There's still a business. Because ultimately, that's his concern. I'm a businessman. I fucks with the business before anything else. That's what's up. So I would say, okay, if that's the case, don't waste everything you've done, man. Don't watch it all go up in smoke.
Don't hold on. Don't get me wrong. Flat Earth Debate is going to continue. That's never going to stop until he decides that I've done all I could do and that's it. That's the show is not in any jeopardy. But
Hey,
it's
hey
just
Neil.
the book is.
Hey Neil, is this gonna be like a 9/11 event where the people in the Middle East were celebrating the streets, and that's gonna be the Globers? They're gonna be celebrating of what's
But
going
they're
on
going
the
to have.
flatter side.
This is the problem.
All
They're
right,
going to
I
have
made my
fucking field day
prediction.
with it. You could
I've
give
made
a
my
prediction.
prediction. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm just going to make it in my mind, and then I'm going to see tomorrow if it comes true.
In my mind, I'm kind of predicting it too, but I just want to say it out loud. But I just feel like once we hear this news that you're saying that's going to come out tomorrow, I feel like the Globers are going to be jumping in the street celebrating
Of
because
course they are.
yeah. I can already
And when
see
it was, and then when it
dumb
was,
shit
and
McToon
when it
making
was,
videos about it. Go ahead.
absolutely, they're going to be all over it. They're going to have a happy, happy, happy dance. And
Yeah,
when it was told to them, they don't give a fuck.
9/11 all over.
They don't care. That's going to be the worst. But you know what? It doesn't matter because we
It
know
doesn't
what
matter
Earth
because the
is.
Earth's not a globe anyway. So it don't matter, does it?
Exactly.
It's a
No, no.
fucking
So
waste of time dancing.
they'll have their little victory. They'll have
Correct.
their little
It's not
dance.
a victory, is it?
And
It's not
that's
a
it.
victory.
It's not
Well,
Oh
Well,
even.
yeah,
to them, it
yeah.
is.
well, they
Because
will count it as. Yeah, they will count it as. If it is what I think it is, I mean, I think I'm really
Well,
close. I can probably try it.
there's shallow
I should
human
write it
beings,
down
aren't
and
there?
do a video so that way my prediction is like legit. Like you'll see me videotaping it with the date and everything.
What victory? Yeah, they're only showing how much of a scumbag they are. So if something negative has happened to Nathan Oakley's book because of the scumbag publication
But
or
that's
whatever, you know,
Jen, you have to realize McToon literally advocates for people going out and voting against or trying to expose somebody
yeah,
that
Yeah.
has said that they believe the earth is flat and they're running for office. McToon has literally gathered he's drummed the war drums and said we
mm,
have to not let this guy get into office just
yeah,
because he
yeah.
believes that the earth is flat. Dude, that's the people we're dealing with, bro. So they
I
will
know.
definitely be salivating at whatever the news is. I have a pretty good idea, but whatever it is, it sounds like they're going to be jumping for
Uh,
joy.
but that's
I can
only
understand the
because
one reason
that's
why they'd be
only
doing that.
because that's only because the business side of it was never as good as you see. Nobody even has an idea of what the business side should look like, except for Nathan. And I've always thought, okay, dude, you could do way fucking better. So whatever loss
Yeah, but
they,
Eli, the book was going to be when he was going to, that's when he was going to do the thing with you. That's when he was going to start because he feels like I need something to promote. And the book was the perfect thing that would have got him out and about and
so,
around.
so business wise, he has to take a loss.
No,
If for
because
that
this
for
fucking
that
book
to
is
happen,
coming out.
for that to happen,
hey,
he has to take a loss or start over.
No, he's going to put the fucking book out, but now it's going to take a little more time because we got to go through everything. We got to go That's one thing I give Nathan credit for. That motherfucker, he records every fucking thing. So it don't matter. He's got everything recorded, but now he's got to sift through it all, and him and his wife got to sit down and put it into form. and put it out. But the book will come out.
If they want us to help with that, I'll help with that.
Yeah, I told him his real friends will help with that. If you reach out to the people, real people, but this is gonna be hard, man. How's he gonna? I gotta trust other people now. I got fucked over by the closest ones to me. My own familiar friend has lifted up his heel against me. I mean, how? So, but
Man, yeah, yeah.
Hey,
It's bad.
so
I don't know.
I just like remember what we were talking about earlier. Is that what you're talking about in here?
Is this fucking
yeah, but
backflight, man?
I didn't
Not
tell
right
anybody
now.
nothing.
Not
Nobody
right
knows.
now,
But
man.
they listen. They're like you. They're putting two and two together, so everybody can realize what's happening. Just you know what? Just
No.
wait. It's gonna be fucking devastating, and the ball is gonna have their little victory. They're gonna cheer and dance.
I
You
don't
know.
think it has to be like that. I mean, I'm willing to bet a small amount of money that I already predicted 2.5 years ago.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
We didn't
Or
hear you,
somebody
AI.
tell me what's fucking going on.
Your mic was
I thought
low.
I said I'm willing to bet a small amount of money. I already predicted this would happen about 2.5 years ago.
God.
Well, I mean, there's no chance for any kind of reconciliation. Like, I mean, I don't know.
Well, it
Well,
sounds
Reconciliation
like
about what?
the conversation doesn't even want to be
Right,
had because
sorry,
there's unanswered messages. My bad. Go ahead.
sorry. I'm fed up with like code talk. Reconciliation of what?
no, that's wrong words. There is no reconciliation because
Right.
there's nothing that actually happened. There's a request. Request is denied. So service is not rendered. So think of it like that.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh man.
I think your pen might dry up. I'm just kidding, AI. I'm just playing. This might take a little longer.
Yeah, but at this point, is the book stronger with FED as it was, or is the book stronger with FED as it will be?
Mm.
No, the book is stronger. The book still has its strength. I mean, it's 10 years of flat Earth debate. I mean, AI, you're part of it. The book was always supposed to be the journey of FED. So whoever was there, they added into that. You have come in. Everybody has added into that. So technically, it's a book about the show Flat Earth Debate, the housekeeping questions, how we respond to things, how the arguments came about, how they were formed. And that's everybody that ever came in there, even ballers.
true.
I
But I
mean,
think we all need to pause for a minute and just recognize the simple fact that the flat Earth zeitgeist, the flat Earth proposition, doesn't rest or gain solely on whether this book is good or not. This book could come out and be a pile of hot garbage. That wouldn't change anything. It would just mean we'd have to react differently. And it's not going
right,
to end flat Earth, nor is it going to establish flat Earth as the new truth that everyone accepts, right? It's
right.
always going to be an uphill battle every day, all the way. So we all have
Yeah,
to put in our chips and do what we do as we do it, right?
Yeah.
yeah, but it's never going to not be flat, though. So,
It's
don't
it's
get
a
confused.
it's a documentary, if you will, of just documenting a little Discord server with a guy that's a YouTuber creating content, and it's just like a bio documentary at this point, just explaining the journey. Now, the important part of that whole entire thing, though, is that the globe has been debunked. I think that's the
I'm
main
just
point.
I'm I'm talking about the difference between the information going viral and the information just staying where it is.
Well, I
So
know this for a fact. I've had people
The information
from
of
that
God.
panel say that they wouldn't take certain opportunities intentionally, even though those opportunities would have provided publicity or new avenues, et cetera, et cetera. So, whatever happens, maybe that'll make people rethink what types of things they're willing to do or willing to try.
you know, I agree. I just don't want people to feel burnt out because of what they've already contributed. Um, because sometimes you think something doesn't work because you've tried it when actually you've just, did the wrong thing the same way every year or two versus doing something different, trying different things and it not working. Like
Well, the
sometimes you
wrong
do
thing
the
was
same
trusting.
shit.
The wrong thing was trusting people, and nobody could see us coming. Nobody.
Well, that's
Nobody.
not the wrong
You
thing
would
to do.
trust.
Wrong, like you have
Maybe
to
it is though.
offload. You have to offload the work, whether people are evil, good, whatever. You have to let people do what they do. Like, because at the end of the day, it's not up to us, is it? Ultimately,
Yeah, that's true.
like if everything went the way I wanted it to go, like it doesn't. That doesn't. You got to think about it. That things going the way you want it to go is never really about the thing. It's more about people falling in line with letting that happen. So it's really about people, which you can't control.
That's true. In this case, it is. It's about people. It's about people's pride, people's egos, and people's fucking greed.
Yeah,
That's the
that's
bottom
I saw
line.
that
That's what it's
coming a
about.
long time ago. To be honest, hey, so Brenda did want to ask a question, but you muted her, and that's okay. But
Oh man.
Brenda's not allowed to talk in the same room
Brenda
as
did
me.
want to
That's not
ask.
Brenda said that.
No.
Oh shit! But she's
Bre-
hearing this. Oh
Bre-
fuck's sake! Guys, just put a lid on it, please.
oh, there
No
you
more
go.
questions.
You're unmuted.
It'll.
You're unmuted, Brenda. Go ahead. You can ask it. I was gonna ask for you, but you
Fuck
can ask now.
him.
Go ahead.
Oh God.
Why don't you invite Globers to give you input and ask about your globe proofs? Wouldn't it be a good idea to have the other side represented in your book?
They are
No,
the arguments over 10 years. They are all Rumpus's
Irregardless,
arguments are there. It's the journey of flat Earth debate, not Glober's debate. It's a journey 10 years of how we hammered your dumbasses.
Nice. I love that.
But Neil, you don't have a single good argument, not one.
What are you talking about?
Really?
Every single argument is good.
Really?
That's
Every single
delusional.
argument I have is good.
What a madman.
What are you talking about?
You sound
What a
delusional,
madman.
Brenda.
The
Okay,
Black
okay,
Swan's a
Neil.
great argument.
we
Okay,
never, we
Neil.
never look. We never look. I always bring it on point. I know y'all always feel like I'm talking about meta shit, but I really be on point. Okay. Now
Yeah,
here we
I've
are.
destroyed you every time,
I
Elijah.
done muted Brenda for a purpose. She's asking us, why don't we allow them to give us what's littered up and in through the book already? Like unless
Yeah,
Exactly.
unless unless
but
unless they're
Elijah,
strawmen, which I
Elijah,
think.
Shave.
it's you should it's just a natural thing that if you're in a controversy, you should present both sides. What's wrong with presenting both
But
sides?
there is no controversy.
Yeah,
Where is
this
the
blood is
point of debate? Where is the point of contention? There is no
Oh,
point of contention.
look, she said both sides. So,
blah blah blah.
again, does the book have gravity? And
Oh, it has gravity. Yes, it has.
mhm.
It has what do you call it? Refraction. It has everything. Just think of all the shows. I watch a show, and it has it. It's the journey of Nathan Oakley and Flat Earth debate. How
That
the
part
housekeeping
is
questions came about, and
yeah,
that's it.
There you go. I mean, because the only thing else
might
I could think of is,
do
what do you want, like
some
a globe Earth writer to also be a part of the book? Like, what is this? Is not a. This is you against us. I keep telling y'all, this isn't a us against. You let them turn this shit that's really just the pool in your backyard into you versus them. You're a retard. It ain't us against them. It's truth against bullshit.
Yep.
We. That's it.
Yeah.
It's
There is no.
this
It's not.
is
We're not
this
fighting. We're
is
not
what
fighting.
it is. It's this is what it is versus this is what other people say it is. There- there's no this my side, your side shit. No, there isn't. Let's hear my side. Let's hear. I don't have a side. My side is telling people what planes do when they take off and they land.
There you go. We don't have a side. We just have, reality. And all we could do is describe reality. I mean, I can't describe reality as being anything other than flat. I'm sorry, but neither can you. You have never been on a sphere to promote the reality of a sphere. You never been on one. It's my argument. Tell me that sucks.
Well, I mean, Neil, the globe only exists because we measured the Earth flat first, and then they extrapolate a globe from that. They have nothing.
Hey guys, here's what I really came on to ask. All right? This is what I asked, and then I gotta go.
What's up, man?
Whatever differences anybody had with Nathan in the past, to just freaking be there to support the guy. That's all I'm asking. Because what's being done is so fucking treacherous, and he's gonna need people around him. It brought me to fucking tears the other night.
Right. Now, without you saying too much, mate, that sounds actually quite concerning the way that you put that. I've never had a problem with Nathan Oakley. I enjoy his show, FED. He's brought me to know a lot of people like yourself, like Eli, Chocolate, and a few others, right? Loads of respect for him. If he's going through something that is literally going to cause him stress at night, cause distress to his family financially or something like that, then he'd have my support just as a bloody human being.
Nah, good. So, but just when this ain't gonna make any sense now, but you'll hear about it soon, and then you'll understand why I was being vague, because I had to be. But
Yeah,
if anybody in
You
their
know,
right mind can put two and two together, treacherous acts, scumbag motherfuckers trying to steal something that ain't theirs, causing a delay for him to put out the book on his fucking life and journey to flatter debate. That's the end of the fucking thing, all right? And nobody gives a fuck about friendships, about anybody else. They don't fucking care. They want to leave their fucking legacy behind, and it's not theirs. And that's a fucking sad day.
and that's the thing, because one of them has their own legacy. Um,
Yeah.
the reason that I didn't feel like what I felt like. Remember, I said something about the book, and Nathan said plain as day what he said, and I was like, eh. Now, did I feel a way about it? Hell yeah, because I feel like I'm a part of FED. But what have
You
I
are.
actually done? But what
Hold
have I
on.
actually done other than log on?
Right,
Nothing
right.
really.
So
But
here's the
that's it.
thing. He used that. And do you realize who he was talking to on that when he was saying that? Because he was
Well,
sensing
well, he
something.
well
He was
he can't
talking
say
not to
it.
you. He was letting everybody know, even the ones doing all the work, because they want to help, because you're our friend and we want you to have the best flat earth book out there, because we're honored to do it. Those are the ones he was talking to when he said, you could think you have a mention in the book, but that's about it. Now, he did say he was going to, the only two that would be mentioned, and that would be on the insert, in the notes, or whatever, that this would not have been accomplished without
Yeah.
certain individuals. So, they were going to get, but they wanted more.
Here's a theory. Why doesn't that other person, who I think I know you're talking about, but let's just say this X value here, why don't they write a book?
Well, that's the whole thing. Write your own book. You'll hear the videos will
Right.
come out. There's one called "Write Your Own Book," and it's the person saying, not Nathan, saying exactly what I just told you. How they are honored, and all of us are part of it. But it's Nathan's book, and we're
Right. Right.
just
Right.
happy to help him.
Is pride
And when
getting in
the
the way?
book is complete, you
It
can't change your mind.
kind of sounds
But
like
that's why.
pride's getting in the way.
But no. It sounds like lazy bum shit is getting in the way. Because I keep
Mm.
saying, if you want something more than an argument, build it yourself. Don't turn around and look at Dave Weiss, who you don't respect as a debater, who's made it onto platforms in the way that he did, and say you deserve it. Because that's literally why AI said you don't fucking deserve it. Who cares if you're the best or not? What have you actually done? That's what he was asking when the whole shit with him started. Okay? The
Right.
question was, what the fuck have you done to build this? Not enough to be trying to take credit for what you're trying to take credit for. That's
They
dumb
logged on.
nigga shit.
Yeah. We hear you.
Oh, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Yes, but they did contribute. They come on. Those are. It was because of everybody around,
Oh
like
yeah,
Seinfeld.
but oh,
Hold on.
okay. They contributed, but they were smart
Right.
enough to hear. They were smart enough to hear the same thing I heard because
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
expanded it. He expanded it beyond me, like you
That's
heard
what.
him say.
Yeah, that's what he
And
was saying. He was addressing
and
those two.
they didn't say shit. So you're trying to be a bum shyster, and you didn't have backbone to say something then. Because why we had to waste all this time just to get to
Right.
the point where it should be released
That's the whole
for you
thing.
to
That's the whole thing, Eli. This has all been a waste of time now because you got to start fresh. But thank God we got all the recordings and we still have it structured and it's still going to go out, but it's going to cost him more time. The guy was selling microphones to stay afloat. The book came about because 10th Man said, "Listen, I want to help you. Just narrate the journey of Flat Earth Debate. I got a publisher, and we'll put it into book form. People will buy it, and you'll have another stream of revenue." So now
That's
we
what I'm
heard it. We
saying.
said, yeah. So we heard it. We said it's not up to par. We all agreed and said we can make it so much better. And we all agreed and we all did. A couple of people took the brunt end of the work and we all allowed it because there was some shit I wanted to get in there too, but I refrained. So these two motherfuckers conspired and glommed the whole thing up. And what pisses me off, here's what really pisses me off. To claim that he was absent most of the time, I was in every fucking session of that book writing. Every session, you'll see my icon there. And I said to myself, why am I here? I mean, I'm not doing nothing. Now I know why I'm there, because nobody could bullshit. I was there wide awake for everyone. Nathan was there, unless he said, hey, do you guys need me? I got to run to the shop. I'll be right back. Things like that. So if you're going to turn around and say, well, he wasn't even there. He don't even know this, and he was being very lazy. And we all put the work in, so we should be on the cover. No fucking way. That's not how it went down. All right, if the man's so lazy, who got up for 10 years every day and fucking performed the show? It wasn't them. It was Nathan Oakley. Who the fuck is Adam Meakin? Oh, he's some guy that I think he was on a show called Iron Realm. Where do you know him from? Oh, but he was one of the panel members on Flat Earth Debate. So they need Nathan's name, and they're trying to create their legacy on the back of what Nathan
Now,
started.
let's not miss the bigger point. So I would say that actually Nathan couldn't do squat shit without us actually showing up. He wouldn't have
Right?
had a show. He would have had to
Yeah,
do something else. Like the
yeah.
lifeblood of his show is literally contingent upon us specifically in rotation. You, me,
Exactly.
chocolate, tenth, all
And that
these
was
like
all.
because if they go
And that
away,
was all going to be that. Listen, and that was all going to be on the inside cover in the insert. But as far as okay, you're right, Eli. It's because of everybody that came in, even ballers. But they don't go on the cover of the book. There's one
yeah,
author.
but what I'm saying is both things can be true, and it is true. Nathan couldn't do any of this stuff without us, but it is Nathan's. That's like me working for a
Exactly.
company for 20 years and they let me go. And I say, what the fuck? You should give me half this company. I'll sell
That's
everything.
a good
Look at,
illustration.
look,
Perfect.
look at that green.
That's
And
What
true.
do you mean? I've been building for. Wait a second. I've been working in this shop and I've been building Ferraris. I want half.
but
That's easy.
what's worse is this. What's worse is this. You actually have the business owner Nathan Oakley saying, "Hey, why don't you put up your own business? You're smart. Why don't you go make a channel? Hey, why don't you put out the book you've been? Hey, why don't you?" He's been saying that. If we all did that, he would actually be stronger, and we would all actually be stronger. But since we just let him do the brunt of the work, again, it is what it is. I could see if I had my own channel and I was doing this, that, and the third, and writing the book. Guess what? I would have said in month 2. Okay, I feel like I'm doing a little bit of a lot. Where is my credit going to go? No
Thank
credit?
you.
Okay, I'm out of here.
Thank you. That's all he's saying. You did not bring it to my attention. What was actually said was, see, here's what happened. Here's the story. It's been 6 weeks, maybe longer, that nothing's been done. So I said to Nathan, what the fuck is going on? You got to get these drafts and you got to start continuing to work because the work is stopping. And I got so many people asking me, when's the book coming out? There's people that want to buy the book and want me to sign it. You got to get this shit done, man. So he said, all right, I'll reach out. So, and he was refused. That when he reached out and asked, I don't give a fuck anymore. He asked Quantum Eraser, the scumbag, listen, can you send me the book because I want to start doing some work on it? And he said, well, we got to talk about that. Nathan said, well, what's there to talk about? He said, me and Adam have to be on the cover as co-authors, and we want a percentage. And so I don't got to tell
Here's
you
the
about Nathan.
percentage. I thought they just wanted. Oh, ew.
Hold
So
on, let him finish, Dave.
we all know how
Thank you.
Nathan handled it after that. You know, he made it clear in the beginning. Let me just let everybody know that. Everybody,
Sorry.
not even him, everybody else made it clear how Eli was there. He was gushing. We want to make it better. Yeah.
All
Right,
right, Neil. Go ahead.
hold on, sorry, Abok. Sorry.
Go ahead,
I just want to be clear with what I heard, dude. So, Quantum Eraser and Adam.
Hold on. Let's get this troll out of here first. If we're going to talk about it, hold on. I'm sorry. You've been off mute long enough. One second. What's your name? What's your name, Mister Blah blah blah?
Is there another room we could go to? Maybe,
Go
I don't know.
24/7 if you want.
It's too late now anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's coming out. Listen, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. This is nothing that can be held down.
Shape of government.
So go ahead. What was your question, Jedi?
Oh, sorry. Right. So, I just wanted to be clear with what I heard. Quantum Eraser withheld the material for Nathan's book from Nathan, demanding that he and Adam Meakin got a percentage of said book.
And co-authorship. Their names on the cover.
Fuck.
And that was not the deal in the beginning. Eli knows. They know. And it's so fucking treacherous, man. It broke my heart when I heard this. And they tried to call and give their reason. I said, I don't want to fucking hear it. You have nothing. You have no standing. You broke my heart, and you're going to break a lot of people's hearts because a lot of people hold you two guys very highly. And this is fucking treacherous, and I don't want to hear about it. I will ask, where's Nathan on this call? You won't answer any of his calls, but you're going to justify this act? I don't give a fuck. Well, you don't understand. When the shed, the immediate thing I thought, this is Adam speaking, was, oh my God, my book. I said, well, that's where you thought wrong. Instead of thinking like, oh my God, I'm responsible for Nathan's book and I got it robbed. See, your thinking was wrong. It was never your book. And you know that. I said, as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to hear anything else. I don't want to have nothing to do with you, Kiwi, and I don't want to have nothing to do with you, Adam. I'm fucking out of here. And I left.
All right. So now that the beans have been spilled, so how about let's
Neil.
so is Nathan going to talk about it tomorrow on the stream? Because I'll tune in tomorrow. But it sounds like the beans have been spilled. But it's okay though. Like I think everybody in the room.
He's gonna have to address it
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I think everybody in the room was smart enough to put those pieces together already, and you just kind of confirmed it. But the point being is that I would say this: wasn't it kind of like everybody kind of saw this coming because of comments that have been made previously? Because I know even here in 24/7 on this server, there has been comments made when a particular person, without spilling the beans, has jumped in and said certain things, and even from that reference, you can tell there was a little bit of like yeah, I'm putting it in, but I'm not gonna get this credit, and I should. You know what I mean? Like I could already feel this. I could already feel this.
Yeah, so he was
No,
coming
no,
in.
no, 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 no.
There we go.
Yeah, so the horrible thing has happened, and no, it just sucks, man. It sucks. I feel
does.
for me. But I
Yeah.
tell you this: if the tables were turned, I would be backing them. But it's just not the case here. You're in the wrong. You all know
Now
you're
that
in the
makes
wrong,
sense.
and you're causing a man. He's physically sick now. Now his wife is physically sick. Now she's got to go through every freaking draft, every 6-hour recording, and rewrite things down. He's got, I think he said he's got 75% of it, but it's going to take work. It's going to take another few months now. But so they
Fair
think they
enough.
hold the possession. They're out of their minds and they're stupid because they know Nathan records everything. The hell is that?
Can just
some
remove people in the room
alien
that we don't
predator tongue
recognise their
licking
fucking
over there.
name.
He's got some alien tongue licking sound going on. You got to mute him.
I guess it don't interest him, but you know what?
Who is it?
Nathan's my friend. He's always
those,
been there for
those,
me, so it interests me.
no, those are just random. You know, we're gonna have rules. This is an open community.
Oh, I know it's none of the important people. I know it's just some idiot coming in. Yeah, because it means nothing to that idiot. You know, there's no reading the room with these people. Like, where's the humanity?
Well,
So yeah, that's the situation.
I'm still in shock. I mean, I want to hope there's more to this story, but there's not. I'm just hoping, right? I don't like seeing the bad. I think I'm more disappointed. It's really weird. I might have seen this coming already, but I think Adam's kind of disappointed me a bit.
Well, here's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah, see,
Well, I'm not too
Nathan said,
disappointed.
hold on, wait. Nathan said, listen, it doesn't shock me with QE because the whole thing with ball buses, when Nathan got the show going, he was demanding half of everything. And Nathan said, no. Just keep it. It's your channel, but you run it. It's all yours. You could have everything. So Nathan said, I kind of know QE's that way, but Adam is the shocker. Yes, you're 100% correct. Adam's a shocker. Now, there's nothing new. The only thing new you're going to hear, and I'm telling you now, is you're going to hear them trying to justify what they've done. I'm telling you now. So that's all they're going to do. How Nathan wasn't there and they put in all the work, and the book that they got presented before them is not the book from chapter 4 on. This is all me and QE. No, it's not. It's still about, see, this is what I'm going crazy. It's not. It's all about what happened on Flat Earth Debate through 10 years. So, of course, they were editors. Editors, that's it. That's what you're going to get. Credit as an editor. And, of course, the last book looks nothing like the first book. That's how it goes when you're writing books. And you have
Like,
other people.
as a matter of fact, like, did QE write his portion or did Flatsy? Because QE knows nobody likes the way he says shit. Come on, my G. Come on, my G. Like, your shit had to be reworded. Like, so again,
Exactly.
like, come on.
They're putting crafty words in. Listen, hey, I'm telling you right now, I've read as it's going on, and it's wonderfully written. No doubt about that. Oh, that's the other thing I think that happened. They're going to use this as a
The earth
scapegoat.
is flat.
When they found out that Nathan was going to read the final draft and make it more of him, which he's supposed to do, and they all knew that, that's what they're using as their little excuse now. So what did we waste our time? He's just going to come in and just make it. And so what did we work for? You worked to get the book in form, and you did. But listen, if you read that book and you say, and you read, and here's a part you come up to, and it says, Mae West will be blushing. Is that Nathan Oakley?
No.
We know who says that.
Okay, so that's got to be removed. And I was there when Nathan was saying, no, Q, I don't want that in there. That's not me, that's you. And he was saying,
Yeah.
Adam, just put the fucking thing in there. So, and Nathan always knew what the final draft that's coming out. Hello?
Yeah.
So that's what you're going to hear. Guys
The earth
making
is flat.
excuses of why they
The
felt it
atoms
was
of the
there.
house.
So in other words, there's no the course is already set, and there's really no turning it back to fix anything. Since
Well, the last I heard, there was another gentleman trying to call. Brian's been trying to call and be a mediator. And Brian, I'm getting a little annoyed with him, and I know it's really not him, but he's trying to say that he understands their position. And I'm like, no, they have no fucking position here. There is no position. They don't have any. The only thing
well,
that's
because I
happening
was
now is they're disillusioned.
yeah, I mean, because I was kind of looking into like the role of an editor, like when you're writing a book, and it's not common for an editor to want a co-author credit, but it does depend on how much like how much creative input they put into it. Then it would be justified to ask. But I mean,
Still not
I don't know.
justified.
No, because
Still not
technically,
justified.
no,
Because
because
hold on, it's built on the framework of debate. Everything you hear Adam in the tape saying, this book is being written on the framework of Nathan Oakley. It's his book. We're just
right.
happy to help.
Yeah, because technically it's like let's say you start a podcast, right? And all your friends around you that helped you build that, they're in agreement that we're gonna help you now write about this podcast journey. But for somebody to be like, well, I need credit on that. Well, no, you're all gonna get credit, but not in the sense of you're like with me standing next to me, because technically this is my podcast, so to speak. So it's you gotta just be a man about it and be like, no, I'm being a friend with you. I'm going to help you do this. Yeah, you want to give me this small little percentage? Fine, cool. But not trying to make demands that's going to actually cripple the book and its release date. Like, that's not cool. Then are
Okay,
you a
let me
friend at that
No,
point?
listen. Hold on
it's
before you go.
not.
Let me tell you something. Here's the deal. Where that goes out the window, demanding a percentage. Nathan and the publisher have set it up in a way where you, Apocryphon, can make being in the affiliate program of the book. Nathan will give you the link, and every copy you sell, you'll get 30% of that book. That's
Yeah,
for anybody. Anybody could be an affiliate. And if you can make actually more than Nathan if you
right.
sell.
Yeah,
So
if
he
you
made it
swing
in a
more,
way where
yeah,
there would be no crying for money.
right. Because then
So
it's up to me to sell more books for than him. Yeah,
Well, then maybe it's not about money; it's about legacy, like you said.
right.
But they
That's
should
what
have
it
said
sounds like.
something. But
Sounds
they
more
should
yeah,
have
like a
well,
said something.
prideful issue where they
okay.
want
But they,
they want their name on it because they want to be
It's a,
remembered for this.
well, if you put your name as a co-author, you can't. You always have rights to that. Nathan's not stupid.
Right.
Anybody co-author has rights to the book. So that means 40 years down the road, his kids can say, "Hey, well, my dad wrote that book too." So, technically it's ours. Nathan was against it right from the beginning. All of us talked him into not releasing the book that he narrated, but allowing us as a team to redo it in a way it was more like the show.
Well, that's what I mean.
Everybody, including them too. So to turn around now, I don't care if I got to mention in the book. I don't need that. I'm not insecure. I know what my role is, and I do not need to be mentioned. They know I'm part of Flat Earth Debate. Shit, I'm the backbone.
Right.
like, yeah, you could literally write a book using the energy from this book and be look again, business wise, if people wanted to do better, they could. So if it's about legacy, QE, you already have your channel. Your legacy is calling people numpty retards while being right about the scientific method.
Well, that's the
Congratulations.
thing. It's going to
Right.
taint everything. It's going to taint everything. And it's sad, but that's what they want to be. Listen, there's still hope. If any of you guys can get through to them, you have an open door to go knock on his door and say, "Hey, what's going on here?"
I mean, Neil, I am known to be, pretty persuasive. I did get Jaron to have a sit down with the Oakley, which was like unheard of and impossible, but I was able to. So maybe I need to step up. Maybe I need to make a phone call. I don't know.
Maybe.
I
Good
just hope
luck.
you didn't jump the shark by
Won't be
telling
me.
everybody, like,
Nah, it's inevitable.
oh,
Too many people know. It was inevitable.
well,
I
yeah,
seen it
now.
earlier today. Nah, even on not just what we discussed. There was people putting two and
Yeah.
two together because Nathan said he was trying to get the material from freaking QE and QE wasn't giving it to him. So I mean, it's simple, very
That's fucked up.
easily to deduce.
That's really
Like
fucked up.
the worst part about this whole thing is like, so like the burglary wasn't even real then. Like, I mean, because that's kind of like, I don't know, man. I mean, that's just drawing a conclusion. But now it's like casting shade on that whole thing. It's
I
like,
think that was a delay tactic.
Sorry, hold on. I do
that's
apologise again. I know I'm fucking slow. There's a burglary.
Burglary? What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
yeah.
See, what
Apparently,
happened was
Adam's
6
house
weeks
got
ago.
well.
6 weeks
You got
ago,
it.
Adam went on
Oh
vacation.
yeah.
He's got the draft. Everything was draft. After every session, Adam would have the draft, and it would be in his computer. So he goes on his little holiday in Italy, and Huey had said, and he said it on the show. He said, "I told Adam before he left, Adam, what if you die? Send that material to me." And he wouldn't tell us if Adam sent it to him or not. And then he said, "Well, Adam got robbed." So we said, "Well, did he send you the stuff?" And he wouldn't tell us, Huey, until a couple of days later. Then, and Nathan was like, "Well, what the hell happened? If he got robbed, where's the book?" And Huey said, "I made him send it to me." So yeah, that puts the freaking doubt on that whole situation. To me, that's a
that does.
tactic, a delay tactic.
All right.
That's
Thank
gay
you,
as
mate.
fuck.
Appreciate it.
Oh, and then we had conversation like it was really a situation, and like it. So what you're saying is that could have been just a tactic, because
Yep.
ew, like
Yo,
Get
this is like,
everything in order.
you guys remember Donald? Like Donald C, where his dog ate his
Yeah.
proof? Yeah, this is almost exactly word for word what Donald had said. Yeah, the whole book full of facts and data, all proving the globe, but he got robbed.
Oh dear.
God, that's so grindball if that's true. Oh man, I don't know.
Yeah, and then he blamed.
I'm really
He said
bummed
a
out.
flat earther must have robbed him because they took his globe proof. I'm
Well,
like,
here's
get
the
the
deal.
fuck out of here! Like, you
Yeah,
fucking
here's the
weirdo.
deal. Here's the
Go
deal.
on.
It still can be salvaged if all they have to do is Nathan keeps saying it's just 3 clicks and all of this could stop. And Nathan says it. I'm very fickle. I will forgive and forget and move on. 3 clicks. They won't even take the man's phone calls. So I don't know. If anybody else could try and get through, you're more than welcome to. I give you permission to try and get through to Adam Meakin or Quantum Racer. I'm telling you right now, they're going to give you a bunch of
To get through
bullshit
to
how
him
they
for
think
ages,
they should
mate.
be the
Sorry.
one.
All right.
unfortunately, those are people that I don't see them as people I would reach out to for something like this.
I might just might. I might
Oh.
just might.
I mean, I say that because I've had conversations before where, again, I mean, shit, it's like when you have a conversation that's impossible, like the one we had today, Jedi. Like I just put my hand up and I go. So in terms of I've had experiences where I was like, well, fuck it then. So it's like I've tried to be a mediator in so many different aspects, and it's like that's not what's wanted. What's wanted is blood. So
Well, but Elijah, though, I will say this: like, I remember the day that Nathan Oakland told me, "No way will that happen." He was said, I bet you, right?" And on the other side, Jaron was like, "There's not a day in hell," right? But I got both of them to have it. I live streamed it. I did a whole thing about it, bro. And they were both.
I appreciate like your confidence, dude, but Jaren isn't Quantum Razor.
I know. That's why I accept this as almost a challenge, bro. Like I ain't gonna lie,
There's
Jedi.
no fucking
It's like I
challenge,
kind of want to
dude.
accept the
Fucking hell.
challenge. I kind of want to accept the challenge. Now, I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm going to be successful, but I'm saying I kind of like the challenge.
here's the thing: they're speaking legacy. I'm sorry, QE's old as hell, man. Okay.
Yeah, here's the other thing, though. Hold on, before you go on. Here's the other thing, Eli. They would
no, not
finish.
here's the other thing. I'm trying to finish
Oh,
this
I'm
very
sorry.
quickly.
Go ahead. I'm in a bad area. So I'm hearing people. I'm hearing people stop.
I'm just saying, like, he could have reached the point where he sees that We've been talking about this thing for 10 years. People won't change. Um, and so at this point, if it isn't about legacy, it's like, what the hell? You know, his wife might want him doing other shit. Like at the end of the day, we got the fun times don't roll forever. Your boys hanging out at that same bar, it could be 6 years. That day is coming to an end.
Yeah.
Well, here I
Good
want to
things
piggyback off that.
always come to an end.
Here's what they're saying. This is why he's finished with it. So is Adam. I think Adam's running for some office in England somewhere. But
See what I'm saying? They're done. They're tired of
boy,
this. So now they're
I will
doing.
freaking tell those people there, don't trust that man. Okay, so they're tired of it, and QE's tired of it, and basically they
Oh,
want
you gotta
out,
get that big booty nigger
and they
back.
want to ride out their legacy on Nathan Oakley's back.
Yeah.
Big
This
booty
whole thing's
nigger
just
back.
so grimy. It's so grimy. If everything, oh wow, it's just annoying. Ugh.
I mean, think of it this way: you have Paula Deen, who was like a author, New York bestseller, cook. She got in trouble because someone said she said the N word. And they're like, "Did you say the N word?" And Paula Deen was like, "Yeah, I said the N word. I'm a lady of the South. Of course, I said the N word." So you've got
She
Nathan
says it.
Oakley. Yeah, and she got canceled. All her book deals, she got kicked off. I mean, she's like got a YouTube channel now that she just started. I mean, there's no way any publisher would come within 5 miles, or whatever, of Nathan Oakley if they have like a clip of him just dropping the N word like he did.
Yeah, do you think that's acceptable to use that kind of language?
In the context of.
It's all about the context of it. I mean, the context
in any
is
context. In any
Yeah.
context.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you, Elijah, think that it's acceptable to use the N-word in certain contexts?
Yeah.
Elijah says it 1,000 times a day. What are you talking about?
Dude, I say it at least 50 times, bro. I say it at least 50 times a day. Yes, that's just.
That wasn't my question. My question is it acceptable?
Even further to that, if someone's being ignorant, and that's what the word is like, that's the definition. And
by definition,
I don't see why not.
I'm not talking about the soft G. I'm talking about hard R.
Yeah,
Brenda,
I guess you don't.
The hard R is the one that has the definition of ignorance.
Exactly.
I don't.
Definition of what? Definition of what?
I don't think you understand the culture of where that word, why it even exists, and why it's even slang around the way it is.
I don't think it's relevant.
No. It is very relevant because here's the context of it, right? If you are just saying it just nonchalantly with your friends or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But when you are like a person that's not of that race, has nothing to do with that race, and you use it as a derogatory statement, then it has repercussions and a negative, connotation. But the point being is that you may not be able to use it because you don't have that ability to, but there's people that can use that and do use that because they do. And that's the whole point.
Can we get back on topic?
The back on topic is that this is never going.
We're not going to get shut down.
Happen.
Stupid TOS.
All I wanted to say, because I think that I would find this interesting, me to wrap it back into this. My whole thing is, at the end of the day, nobody has a problem with Christian. So miss me with the fake caring BS. Okay.
Merriam-Webster has a definition for it, and it says use it in a sentence. I'm sorry.
But also though, I mean, in due respect though, there is a place and a time for it. So, like for instance, if you're trying to use it on Discord, if you're trying to use it on Discord, it's not good.
You're gonna get muted.
Wait, why are you cutting me off, bro?
Because he said to move on. So.
I don't know why you're cutting me off right now.
You about to get muted. If you're drunk, this is your first warning. Apocrypha.
No, I'm just saying that. And TOS, you don't say it.
It's your first warning. We're moving on. I guess.
But that's fair. That's fine. I'm just saying for context.
Thank you. Well, we're moving on.
All right, that's cool. I'm cool with that.
So, any more with the whole book thing, or can we move on from that too?
Yeah, it was never going to happen. Duh. I mean, there just was a matter. It just took some weird shit to come up. I mean, look, you got garbage in, garbage out.
What are you talking about? What do you mean it was never going to happen? Like this was all planned? Like it's a conspiracy just to
No,
so they
I'm
don't
saying that
actually do the shit?
like these guys couldn't lead a silent prayer, and they're going to write a book together. Like, get the f out of here.
You're a hater, bro.
I'm not.
Let me
No,
glass of
Neil is.
haterade.
Look at these guys couldn't
Everybody,
even run a Discord server, and they're going to run like a joint endeavor to write a book that's somehow based in science, logic, and reason, advocating for flat Earth.
yeah,
Not,
they're
no
the guys
way.
that came up with all the arguments that are not debatable.
Let me respond to that. Okay, so number one, both of your points are actually pretty valid because again, I complained about the Discord server the day that I met them. So it's me. Me.
What do you mean you complain about the Discord server?
The Discord server's been trashed since I got there. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. I don't want to go through all the ins and outs
I know
of
what
it.
you mean.
Yeah.
So now, number two, you saying them working together to get a book done. Well, we can't say he's full of shit because right now, look what's happening. The only thing that I will say is the book is already written and it's an amazing book. So that's the part you were wrong. They did complete the task. They just didn't complete the task, the mission. They completed the task. They didn't complete the mission. That's all. The book is
And
amazing.
I mean, like I said, I don't know any more than anybody else in here because I like what Neil said about the whole situation. He just happened to tell me that like an hour ago randomly because I happened to see him in the FED server, so I popped in because it's unusual to see Neil in there. And then he goes, "Hey, Vaxbox, I'm going to tell you, blah blah," and then he just kind of spilled it. So I mean, I don't know anything more than anybody else. I don't talk to anybody like any of them outside of the show. So all I know is if you're the
Neil didn't
editor, if
spill
you're
it.
the
Wait. Neil didn't spill it. I was communicating with Nathan, and I said, I'm being asked questions by, and I told him who was there. He said, just tell them. I said, okay.
oh, okay, no, that's fair enough. Okay. Because I'm like thinking, like, is he gonna get blindsided in the morning when there's like 70 people in the server all asking him questions? Like, but that's fair enough then. Okay,
He'll probably enjoy
but
that because it drives numbers.
I mean, it would.
You all should
I
go in there
mean,
to support him
bad
tomorrow.
publicity
Everybody
is
should go in
still
there
I'll
to
good
be there
support him.
tomorrow. I'm gonna be there for sure tomorrow.
I won't be. I got banned for witchcraft.
Hey, what's up, Crit? By the way, good to see you. Good to hear you.
But he lets Arwen come in there. Are you serious?
Well, wait a second.
Righteous Force lets Arwen come in, and it's driving me crazy because I don't want Arwen there. And he
If I
banned you.
can't lead by example and show you it doesn't take a year for me to do what you want or what I said, go ahead. Shut up. Stop listening. Go ahead and have y'all conversation. So what if I'm hot micing?
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure if you're hot micing or not. If you're, because sometimes you come in low and it's hard to tell.
Oh, and my headphones died, so you guys can't hear me anyway. Go ahead.
Eli thinks it's a law to have a bad mic. I went back to one of the very first just because I was curious. I went to the very oldest video on Quantum Eraser's channel, and I looked at the first like one where everybody was like in the server, and Eli's mic was shit like 7 years ago, and they were yelling at him about it. Funny. Well, I mean, if Nathan said to go ahead and just tell people, then I guess it's that's that sucks because it means pretty much it's all set in stone and very disappointing.
I mean, truth be told, it was in n- um, it was in Nathan's show
Yep.
on what's her name server. I always forget her name.
Betty?
Betty, yeah, on Betty's server on Nathan's show, it was QE's position. It was QE's position. When I joined that show years ago, as a Glober, is someone hot micing or they're trying to get in? Because I'll let you talk if you want to. Maybe they're hot micing. On Betty's server in Nathan's show, it was QE's position and dismantling of the globe. When I was a Glober still, that literally changed my mind. So technically, I give credit to QE, but at the same time, if whoever wrote the book, that would have been the position, like the how would I word it? Like he would get the full credit. Like Nathan would get the full credit because it was his show. Like,
Wait
do
a
we
second.
then say
Wait. You said on Betty's server
right? It was Betty's server, right?
on Globus on Ballbusters, right?
No. In FED. So remember when Righteous was the mod for Betty's
Okay.
server,
All right.
and
So
and
Betty
then
still had
Nathan.
it. Okay,
What?
I got it up. I got it. Just hear
All
me
right,
out.
all
I
right,
got it. So it's what's gone on the structure of flat Earth debate. This
right,
is Nathan Oakley's journey. This is Nathan Oakley's show. If
right.
he doesn't get up in the morning and put play on and start his show, you don't hear Quantum Eraser
Exactly.
dismantling the globe for you.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying, Neil, that so even though it was QE's whole dismantling of the globe, he was breaking my core belief. I was like, what the hell? Like, what's going on right now? Because this guy's making too much sense. But at the same time, like I'm saying, in the same breath, Neil, but that was on Nathan Oakley's show. When I clicked on the link, it was Nathan Oakley, YouTube. It wasn't QE's YouTube. It was Nathan Oakley's YouTube, and that's where I heard QE. So that's why I'm just interjecting, saying, even though he had a lot to do with my own personal journey, QE, it's still I'm going to give that credit to both of them. But
Right.
ultimately, that book being written, obviously that would be Nathan Oakley because it was his show that I heard this guy talking upon it. And you're right. That wouldn't exist if that show didn't exist. So I'm just saying, like, this is why I get it. I understand it.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, yeah, you're right, Apocryphon. Like, is anyone? Does anyone remember? And would they have been in the forums where QE was crushing Evo tards?
Right.
That's what I
If
said,
they
Eli.
weren't on FED, like, where would you be? Like, so you got to respect, but like, I respect. If I had a larger voice, if I was off, because black people have like a leader complex or something. Maybe I'm fucked up for saying that. Like maybe everybody has a leader complex, but it's what I'm saying is like it's like if I wanted to make this popular. Like I would have so many people following me, but I don't like followers. That's why I do the least amount of work to try to force people to do the same thing that I could do.
Well, here's
Like
the
when I
thing.
set media up with the whole thing, it's like, okay, I'm gonna teach you guys the whole TikTok thing. You want to make a little extra spread for your family, you could do that, whatever. But ultimately, we could bring people in here. Did you see me doing most of the legwork? Hell no. All I did was the intellectual work. Let you know how
Right.
to do it. Like, and that's just me. So when it comes to this shit, like at the end of the day, you have to respect the people who become the medium for you to do what you do.
Hey,
Right.
And that's
Daddy,
what
the
Of
earth
Nathan.
is
course.
flat,
Hold
but
on,
I am
wait. QE
not.
has never refrained from saying in a heartbeat that greater minds than him make the show what it is. And if it
Hey,
wasn't
baby,
for
the earth
QE,
is flat, but this ass is not. Ah.
The only way your ass is not
is she
flat is
black?
if you don't look like your profile picture, because you know damn
Is
well
she
you're not.
black?
Anyway,
Wow.
So yeah, QE's
And that's probably
Nathan's
needs
never
to be
refrained from
less.
that. He's always said it's people with better minds than his, and he's thankful for them. How do you think QE is his mentor? Hello, I don't think you realize how deep this wound goes. It's
Yeah.
his mentor.
Yeah, I get it. I get
You
it.
know, I mean, this is freaking. When he first told me, I was almost in tears. I'm like, what? Tell me I'm dreaming here.
Right.
I
And
mean,
no, you're not dreaming. They want co-authorship, or they won't give me my book back. And he's like, I
Wow.
can't believe this is happening to me. QE is my mentor. That's exactly how he said it. And I
Wow.
could hear the tremble in his voice. I'm like, oh God.
it's
Yeah,
hard
that's
because what did
really.
we really do other than remind us about fifth grade science? Am I right? Like
Well, that's
he
what I'm
didn't really
saying.
do shit. He didn't
He's
really
not
do a
the author.
damn thing. But
Right, right,
also,
right. He's not the author of entropy.
yo, you gotta let me finish my jokes, or they're not gonna make sense, and it's gonna sound bad.
They're not gonna land right. They're not gonna land right.
Yo, like you
Wait,
can't hear me say
wait.
something that bad and then cut in. That's bad context, bro.
Come on, I'm waiting.
All right,
No,
finish. Start over.
I forgot. Now
You said
You
that's
fifth
said
grade. What
QE
did
had the
QE?
fifth grade jokes.
huh?
The joke
You
fell
said
flat.
QE
Just
had
let it go.
fifth grade jokes or fifth
No.
grade science.
Come on, Eli.
Oh yeah. The QE's literally taught us about like what we learned in fifth grade. Like that's it. Like at the same time though. Now I'm not saying that's all he knows. He knows a lot of shit.
That's a
But
lot of
now,
shit.
and this is why I keep telling y'all, people knowing flat Earth isn't going to fix anything. You know how stupid we as a population have to be to catch up to QE telling people what fifth grade science is? That's what I've always accepted. No, we're just dumb as hell. He's not that
It's. I
good.
mean,
We're dumb as fuck.
Wait a second.
it's
Hold
a
on.
little
But
bit
wait a
deeper
second.
than that.
Hold on. But this is my point. He's great in everything, and the way he structures things, you can't deny his greatness and how he argues a point and how he freaking dismantles Clovis. But it's entropy, right? It's first and second law of thermodynamics. These are already things already. There was nothing invented by them where they could say this is our intellectual property. You get it? The horizon. It's not anybody's intellectual property. That's refraction. That's always been there.
Wait,
Nothing was
Right.
created. Is my
what's
point.
wrong with helping each other making a book and having some of the co-authors' names in it and sharing some
Because
of the
that wasn't the
percentage?
deal. Hold on. Because that wasn't in the contract.
But
That
deals,
wasn't the deal.
but
Hold on.
contracts change. Bro. But wait,
Hold on. No,
contracts change.
bro. But
Can
wait. You're not gonna.
people.
Let him finish his
No,
point.
bro.
Let him
No.
finish his,
Oh
You
my
don't even know what's
God,
going on, bro.
Neil, let him
Wait.
finish his
Neil,
point.
you're over speaking like multiple people.
I'm
Been
just
doing
saying
this.
that because like we already had this conversation ad nauseum. I think Jimsy gets the gist of what we were saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to get something. No, I'm just saying that what will be. You're saying that there was a deal, but the book has been worked on and people came in and there's like a community behind it, and you're saying that the deal cannot be rewritten, like the contract cannot be changed, right? Okay, so
Not if the guy. Not if
do
the
this
author
and let's
says
do that.
no. Not if the author says no. Absolutely
Yeah.
not. This was always my
So
book.
then,
You talk me.
I don't know how
okay,
to test.
go ahead.
If you don't want to hear what's going on, then fine. Then you tell me what's going on, and I'll see if it's correct. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm saying, so then, can he just then write his own book, and then the other people go the other way and write their own book, and that's it, right?
Go ahead, write your own book. That's what he's saying. Write your own. That's what Nathan said. Write your own book. Actually, Nathan didn't even say that. Adam said that. You'll hear the tape soon. Nathan's going to put them out. Their own voices saying it. Unfortunately, you know what's a little bit eerie, Eli? Huey ain't saying a word during all of it. It's only Adam speaking. Huey ain't saying anything. So, I mean, you hear Adam saying, "Look, this people want to be mentioned in the book. Nobody's getting a mention. We're happy to do this for Nathan. This is the story of Nathan Oakley and Flat Earth Debate, his journey. Now, when I'm old and I retire, I'll write a book. But as far as this is going, this is Nathan's book, and I'm honored to do it. So now, we fast forward to now, chapter 14, when it's almost done, when he asks, hey, let's get this going, while you ain't going to work, just send me the draft so I could do some work. They say no. Everything's changed. We want our names on the front and we want a percentage. Yeah, deals
Nathan
change
has to say
halfway
no to
through.
that, or can he say, possibly, yeah, we can negotiate something and make something out of it?
There's no. He made an affiliate program where anybody can make money selling a book. You can make money selling a book. So there's nothing to do with that. It
No,
had,
but
Well,
you're
Neil,
saying
the problem.
listen,
that
at
he's
the
saying
end,
no to the percentage and to the and to the extra names in the as a co-writers.
they're getting a mention inside the book. He was going to write something, and they knew that. Adam even says it. The only reason why me and QE are getting mentioned inside, not in the book, but inside the notes, this could not have happened without the efforts of whatever he was going to write, you know, giving them thanks. That's it. But that's not good enough for them. So they want more.
So
Well, they could have stopped at any time.
Is Nathan hurting for money that he doesn't want to give a percentage for it or something?
What the fuck? Am I talking fucking Spanish? Fucking Chinese?
No, the
Anybody
percentage
can
thing.
make money on it if you're part of the affiliate program.
No,
All
that's
you
an
gotta do
affiliate.
is get the link from
That's an
Nathan.
affiliate. But the percentage thing, you're saying that he's saying no to that. The percentage of the book.
You could
Well,
make 30% on it.
You're not
Yes.
giving him. That's a red herring. That's why it's the conversation is devolving. Jimsy, he doesn't want to give them any. He doesn't want to give them that title, and he doesn't want to give them a percentage because they didn't in all this time speak
Ask.
up and say, "Hey, I want this."
Right.
However, Nathan has been very transparent about no one getting any of that. So they should have decided, well, I'm not going to contribute to this book and let him put it out months ago when he wanted to.
Yeah, and that's
But
what he's saying. He's lost so much money because of that.
they convinced him to let us help him. Well, let me not say I've been like probably the least there.
Ah, you've been
Uh,
there. Go ahead. You're doing good, Eli. Continue.
but still, like that's the whole point. Like, no. He's already said. He said to me, I wanted to be. I'm like, yo, I'm FED. Like, and he was like, no. And I was like, fair enough, whatever. It's not my shit. I could have been did my shit, and and he suggested that I do my shit, and I know that he would actually promote it because
Yep.
that's what he does for all channels,
Now
even the ones
here's
he
the
doesn't like.
now here's the thing, Eli. Now you know and I know. Here's what bothers me. They did not even give this man a chance to get it almost published, and then put on his twist to it and let him gush over them the way he wanted to. You don't think that the panel wasn't going to get mentioned inside the preface or inside the notes? Of course we were. You know Nathan. Come on. Nathan's not selfish. That's one thing he's not. Okay? They didn't give him a
Neil, can
chance.
I ask?
They just made
There's
demands.
there's something wrong here because children can publish books. Like you can write a book and put it in Amazon. Like it shouldn't be this complicated.
Oh
All right,
Lord. Yeah,
Jimmy,
there's a
let me
lot of
respond.
difference between
Let me
spending $1 million
respond.
in a chapter book,
Let me
dude.
respond.
Let Eli respond.
Jimmy, Nathan doesn't have the drafts. They do.
Thank you.
Okay, that's what Neil. That's what I was going to ask. Nathan does not have possession of any of the drafts of this book whatsoever.
Oh
Well, okay,
shit,
wait.
that's bad.
Let me clarify. Let me clarify. He does have all of it, but for him to actually go through all of the content, pull it out, and put it together, it'd be much harder than them just sending it.
Yeah.
Does this become like a legal issue because they're gonna say, well, that was what I interjected, so you can't use it anymore? Is that the whole point?
No, because it was done under the structure of Flat Earth Debate, the show. It was
Right.
done in his room that he paid for. It's like putting together a car for Chrysler, and all of a sudden you want to be on the freaking front as co-owner to Chrysler because you put the
Right.
car together with the parts there.
Right. But that's
Hello, it don't work
but that
that way.
but that's their
An LLC?
that's their contention though, right? or no?
Yeah, no, that's their
Okay,
contention. They feel
yeah.
like they've done so much work and this is their
So
swan song. But they didn't tell Nathan in the beginning, look, Nathan, this is our swan song. We've had it. And even halfway through, they didn't say it. Like, hey, look, say it was me and Eli. And I say, yo, Eli, this is a lot of work. I didn't realize it was going to be that much. Eli would say to me, yeah, let's talk to Nathan about it and let's see. We step to Nathan and say, Nathan, look, this is becoming a lot of work. We didn't realize it was going to be that much. We got no problem going forward, but we would like an acknowledgement as co-authors. And if you can give us a percentage, I think we deserve a percentage. And Nathan would have said, no, absolutely not.
So is
And
that
just
under contract? Is that on paper?
on the contract because it's recorded. It's recorded them saying that they're doing this for Nathan. That they don't
well
want
then,
anything.
he
Nobody
really
wants anything.
well technically he doesn't have to worry about it then but it just seems like I thought that they had their input and then they're gonna hold that portion of the book. But if you're
Well,
saying he
that's what
already
they're
has
trying to
it,
do.
right. So that's what I'm saying. So then technically they're holding a part of the book and saying you can't release that because or unless you give me credit or unless you put my name on it, blah blah blah. But technically I'm just saying, like, that kind of sounds like a lawsuit if they even take it to that point.
Yeah, they have no standing.
So
It sounds if they're holding the book and they're not like under like some employment contract with Nathan, sounds like, yeah, and they holding the actual books, the actual draft, and they don't
Their
want to
book.
give it.
so they've either
It's gonna have to be legally to get it.
Yeah, let's say
Yeah,
the
but there's no
He
possession
actual
already
line
has.
has
He
it.
contract.
already
It's
has
just
it. That's not necessary. He already has it. So let's
Possession's
not go down
9/10.
that train of thought. That's
Oh,
going
If
to take
he
2
has
minutes
it
of
then.
wasted nothingness.
if they
Well,
got control of the book, it's their book. It's no longer Nathan's at all.
That's what
If
I'm
he has,
saying.
That's not really true either, though. And plus, if you're the editor of a book, it's almost never appropriate, regardless of how much work it took to edit it, to ask for a co-authorship. Like I said, unless they contributed like substantial amounts of creative input into it themselves, they're not really the author. They're just editing. But again, they did it for free. But that was agreed upon that they were going to do it for free because they're all
Right.
friends.
Right.
okay. So what's happened is that the book has been booknapped or hijacked. Which one is it? Booknapped.
Yeah.
neither. The people who have possession of the book still have possession of the book. They're saying, hey, since we got possession of the book, we want possession of the book. And then someone said, well, no. And they go, okay, we have possession of the book anyway.
Yeah, but that's like if I construct a robot by fabricating all the metal, and then you're the electrician, like, hey, I'll wire this thing for you for free. Oh, you will? Yeah, okay. Then you go ahead and wire it. And you're like, yeah, I'm not going to give this to you now because that wiring was a lot of work. No, that's not your property.
I think hijacked is the best term, then, Jin.
I don't know. The whole thing just fucking shitty mess.
It's typical. The whole thing's predictable.
Well, it's why they say don't ever go into business with your family and friends. I mean, that's why they say never go into business with family and friends. I mean, this is exactly out on reason. You know, it sucks. Like you
Just
and
to
your friends
clarify,
don't go out to
Elijah,
the restaurant
real
together.
quick, just to clarify, when you say he has the book, you mean like why is he asking for it then? Why is he asking other people for it? And Adam, you
Probably
guys said
updated.
is it like a final version that is already edited and everything? Like words are checked.
Well,
Someone has that.
they have the written draft, and he has it
I was in the
recorded.
middle of something. Here's the thing. Everything, there's nothing that's theirs. This is what I'm trying to say. They put into words the events that happened on Flat Earth Debate. So technically, there's nothing that's theirs. See, they keep claiming intellectual property, but the intellectual property belongs to Nathan Oakley. It's everything that transpired on his show. You know, so you could, anything they wrote, you could find it, and you could find the show where it's being discussed by Anthony Riley, by Arwen, by Eli, by Chocolate. This is all the property of his show.
Yeah, Neil.
They didn't just get up and write a book.
Neil, can they not claim royalty rights? So they deserve something because if they're being mentioned, then you can hear their voices, for example. You know.
Well, here's the thing: if he puts them as co-author, then they have rights to the possession. Nathan's not stupid, and that's why he said when they brought it to him, absolutely not.
He's not stupid. He's greedy.
That's not.
He's not greedy. It's his book.
If he was greedy, then why would he make it an affiliate program where you could sell and make 30% of the book? He makes 30% too when he sells it.
No, that sounds
he makes
good,
30,
actually.
the publisher
That's a
makes
good thing.
30.
Yeah, that actually sounds good. You can sell it and get some percentage. Yeah, that sounds good.
Greed. It has to do it. Here's the thing. Nathan already had a book and he was going to put it out. They talked him into not putting it out. This is a year ago. This book could have been out and it could have been selling. Now, would
I
it
just
have been?
find
Probably
something.
not.
I just find there's something else because it sounds like it's way too. It sounds way too complicated to have this out already. When today people get booked like every other month.
Yeah,
I really don't know what you're saying. All I can tell you is what I witnessed. I was there for every session. It was guys working together on a book for Nathan. And
Well,
then
what
at
is
the
it?
end, hold on. At the end, they changed the terms. And when Nathan said, absolutely not, give me my book so I can continue with it, they're saying no. So they're basically, they're blackmailing him. Has nothing to do with greed. The money part he made available to everybody. You could be a stranger. Contact him and said, hey, I heard you're selling a book. I want to be part of the affiliate program. He'll send you a link, and every book you sell, you get 30%. And there's even an extra 10%, because I think goes 30 to the publisher, 30 to Nathan, 30 to something else, and there's 10% laying out there. And that's for whoever's selling the most books. You could make yourself 40%. You know what I mean? That's the way he made it. They made it that way so everybody could make money. So it has nothing to do with money.
Neil, like, because you made that good point about it. Because remember, last Christmas Nathan was talking about it being out around Christmas last year, and I mean that's 10 months ago now.
Yeah, and they're holding it up, and they're holding up progress. And this whole robbery shit that I got robbed, I think that was a delay tactic. Maybe they're trying to get their ducks in a row. They think they have a case, but they really don't. And look, anything can happen in court. We know that the way courts go. But I don't think it's going to even go that far because Nathan does have everything. It's just in the recordings. He's got to go through recordings, and from what I understand, he's gathered over 75% of the book so far. And he's just got to sift through it, and his wife is already doing it, and people offered to help. So a book is coming out. So their names are going to go down in history as treacherous, scumbag, traded bastards. It's the only way I see it, and I told them that to their face.
Yeah, it's terrible, yeah.
Yeah.
That the home robbery thing, that's the most greaseball part of this whole thing.
Yeah, despicable behavior, that is. If that's what
Jin,
they
would
call
you
it.
pull something like that, Jin?
I couldn't. I couldn't do that at all. I think what Nathan Oakley has done as giving an affiliated 30% if you sell the book, I think he's done well. I could never, ever pull a stroke like that on any. I couldn't live with myself. What was going on here? I would probably do it for nothing anyway. Do you know what I mean?
And that's what they said, and then they changed their mind. And here's the thing. I asked Brian the same thing, and Brian said, you're not going to like what I say, Neil, but this is what I would do. I would give them what they want, and I would give them a percentage, 5% each. We have to have it in writing, no more than 5%, because I want my book to get out. Everything else is going to delay the book. If you just do what they want, then I said, that's fine. That's what you would do. But Nathan said, absolutely not, because Nathan is what co-authorship means. It means you have a right to that book. That means it's your property now. That's asking Nathan. They need to have Nathan say yes, because they know the power that holds. And they're holding Nathan hostage because he's struggling for money. He's physically not well. He's got to get his gallbladder changed. Now physically not well, and they're being fucking scumbag bullies, and they're hoping that out of desperation he yields to their fucking scumbag motherfucking demands. I'm sorry, but I'm so
Parasites.
fucking hot about this.
Plus, authorship is hereditary.
Right now, Neil,
Truth be told, people don't know this, but selling books is very lucrative.
Yeah.
oh yeah, it is.
No, you know who knows that? Adam and QE. Because Adam had said in passing, I hear everything, my ears are sharp. He said, one day I'm going to be sitting in a bar, and if the book really is successful, people will be talking about it, and I got to turn around and say, hey, I was part of that book. And my daughters will have to say, yeah, my dad wrote that book. And then they say, yeah, what's his name? So little hints were being passed, and I put a little check on it. So they know what the power of co-authorship holds. That's stupid.
Yeah. Well, Neil, when you came in earlier and you said you got some news, this is really going to rock the flat Earth community, I thought you was going to say Nathan Oakley's gone back to the globe.
No way.
Come on. How that wouldn't even be possible.
You
No,
can't,
because when you told
because
me that,
that's an impossibility.
I
I
understand
was thinking
what
you were
you
going to tell me
said
he was
earlier.
terminal or something.
It's
Sorry.
just the way you
I
came out of it.
understand what you said earlier, Neil, when you said it cryptically that the globe earthers were going to be celebrating this. I mean,
Well, that's right.
when there's an internal explosion in the way that this is, and now I understand what you're saying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Brenda's going to go pick out a new dress. Like, this is a big deal.
Isn't there some speculation here, thinking that the book is gonna be big? What if it's not? What if it's a flop?
A flop.
Nobody
Yeah.
knows that yet.
At
Nobody
the
knows that.
moment,
I know the
at the
material.
moment,
I'll tell
that's
you why.
fine.
I know the
I think
material
it's more
that's
about
in
the
there.
principle.
Yeah, but Jedi, I know the material that's in there. There's no other book like this.
Yeah.
Robotham didn't write a book about this. A lot of people that wrote Dubay, none of
Look,
them have the
here's
information
the,
that's in this book.
here's the
Yeah,
thing,
it's
though.
going to be.
Here's the thing. There's two things. Number one, we don't understand our power because just off of being in these circles alone, we're known enough to actually made it into the second phase and third phase of becoming very popular. We just didn't do that. We just decided none of us are interested in that. But no, understand that we are main characters. I don't care how small a role you think you played, just being in this space this long. If you chose to make yourself known and do something about stuff, you could. Like each and every one of
Absolutely.
us could. Each and every one of us could have put out a book. Each and every one of us could have made a channel and XYZ. My whole thing is like at the end of the day, this book comes out. It's not going to go anywhere. If the powers that be, whatever that, when I say powers that be, I'm not talking about the people with power at the top. I'm talking about the next step in whatever it takes for something to become popular. Nathan doesn't have. So it has to be God's will that however we carry the information, it gets popular. Because who makes
Right.
things popular? Think about it.
Wasn't that the whole point of the book?
Yeah.
To go to that next step? To
Yep.
have the fat news anchor in
Well, yeah, I was
Ohio somewhere,
definitely.
grabbing the book and making a joke about it, opening it up and telling the audience that's watching the news how Earth's measured flat, and then boom, like
I'm definitely willing to go to different publication again. Like to be a black messiah. Do you know how easy that is? There's a dude right now going viral on Facebook. There's two black dudes going viral on Facebook right now. One just
Hey,
invented. One just
that's my
invented.
idea.
One just
I'm the
invented.
Black Messiah.
One just invented the reverse engineering plastic to get the gasoline.
I don't buy
And
that.
no, I know I can't stand it anyway. And the other one is a guy that did Decent Man. No, it's called City of Demons. I'm a decent man from the city. Anyway, and he's autistic, and dude is freaking blowing up. What is it? Is it the content? Maybe, kind of, sort of, not really though. But it's more. It's this push that is so strong that I think it's unnatural. Because I'm like, why the fuck does this shit keep popping up? But it's actually them, like a result of them pushing something for years and years, and then it coming to head. So what I'm saying
Right. Yep.
is like, yeah, we all have the potential to do something amazing if we want. It's super easy to become popular because people dumb as fuck.
Right,
Honestly,
but back,
no, I'm
but back
saying
to
it's
the
easier
book.
said than done. It is, but it's like come on, it really is easy.
Right, and that book has information in it. You know, you've been around, Eli. You heard how that's worded. I mean, it's very informative. That anybody could take that book and make heads or tails of it immediately. That's how well it's written. Okay, the information in there is second to none. And I've heard a lot of information, and I'm not being biased because it's flat earth debate. I mean, it's just the way it's being put down. It's got everything in there. It's got all the housekeeping questions. It's got rise over run. It's got the Rayleigh criterion, how your eyes work, how you see. You know, it's got everything in it. I mean, it is really well done. So, and now you would have had so many people promoting that book. He was ready, already lined up who was going on tour. He's going to call Mark Sargent and get on Mark Sargent. He's going to reach out to David Weiss. And, you know, Nathan don't care. Nathan is fickle as they come. If QE called him up and said, now, listen, I don't know what came over me, brother. I'm sorry. Here's all your shit, man. I don't know what the freak. Nathan would forgive him in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Sounds like that book that people wanted 10 years ago. Let me find about this topic and let me check the books, and that would have been like a good book to have back then, like 10 years ago.
Yeah, but if a flat Earth book came out 10 years ago, it'd be some fat fuck arguing about what causes eclipses. A bunch of nonsense.
That's what I'm saying. This book sounds like well, you know, something informative. Like you putting it together as good information. Like he said about the eyes. Many of the arguments that are informative are coming in this book, which is good information about the topic.
And it could be geniusly marketed. Like there's so many marketing schemes like out there right now that are like, oh, that was pretty dope. Like you got like them talking about aliens and shit, and the aliens coming down to invade and everything. Like it's a whole narrative. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then
Huge
like
topic.
at some point they're like, oh yeah, you know, the aliens invaded and the this comet is crashing. That's why you should come down to Jimbo's Hot Wings. I'm like, what the fuck? Well, I'm invested now. Like now I want some hot wings. Like, yo,
Right.
like these commercials today are really fucking good. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, think
Yeah.
about the whole fake, the whole alien invasion, that Atlas 21, whatever that some people are claiming is alien craft, right? But then you get
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
book that tells you that the vacuum of space is physically impossible due to the second law of thermodynamics, and then all of a sudden, all these people that are freaking out thinking Earth's going to be invaded by aliens. I'm like, wait a second, and that's that's a selling point
That's why
because it
this
completely.
book is so detrimental, because this book puts an end to any of that. Because people
Right.
eyes will be open to the fact that that is all bullshit, the vacuum of space. There is no freaking
Exactly.
outer space for aliens to come from. That is why it is so detrimental to the globe, this
Yeah.
book.
Yeah.
Look,
I mean,
Bill
I went
Case.
over that
Sorry to
argument.
cut you off, guys.
I went
Bill
over.
Case.
I went over. Sorry, Jen. Hold on. I went over that Sunday night, and then at the end of that, the Glober had to leave, and then I had somebody in here going, "How come rocks fall down?" It's just fucking
Oh yeah.
irritating.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Bill
You can
Casey,
counter
right?
sprites, by the way. You can counter with them when they say that. You can counter sprites. because sprites are anomaly that they cannot ascribe anything logically
Yeah,
in
but
their own paradigm.
rocks don't fall down. Hold on, rocks don't fall. Things don't fall down. Things go up
I know.
too.
No, I'm just
You
saying
have to
though, in their
listen. Listen.
paradigm.
Everybody thinks things fall. Well, things don't fall. I'm looking around. I don't see anything falling.
No, I get
There's
that.
no.
No, Neil,
Oh,
I
wait a
get that.
minute.
But the
Wait,
point.
time out. I'm sorry. Neil, you're finally here 24/7, the place that I'm always defending and saying Jedi never say that. We're here now.
Jedi.
Yo.
When I come in here, Jedi.
Yeah.
No,
Okay, so I mean, I don't come every day.
my point is, especially when QE is trying to label this place the land of misfit toys 2.0. And I was defending it. And you got to be honest and transparent in saying you defending that AI. And I'm like, no, it's not about AI, but he's a mod, isn't he? And all of that. And I said, yo, brother, this is more like a community. It's not like just a panel like FED. It's a community where there are going to be people on the council that I wouldn't piss on if they were on fire. I can't, you know what I'm saying? But the point is, we're here now. Any misconceptions of this place and how we argue against Clovers, you can ask one of us right now.
Yeah, Neil,
Just
before
to
you
see if
answer
our
that,
shit is tight.
hang on a
Just to see if our
second.
shit is tight.
Hang on a second. Before you answer that question, Neil, remember what I said yesterday, that this server operates at the highest standard, similar as FED. Do you remember that? Right.
Absolutely.
Bear that in mind.
Jin said that. That's the first thing Jin said today when he came in, and he was a little troubled about the pitch data, and he wanted to come and check things out, make sure he had all his ducks in a row, even though he knew anyway. But that's the first thing he said. He put you guys way high up there, so I could testify to that.
Right. And then the other thing is this: Bill Casing. Sorry, one more point. Bill Casing, a publishing issue. Bill Casing with his book called "We Never Went to the Moon." Yeah, Bill Casing. He worked for Rocketdyne. He knew that they never went to the moon. It took 3 attempts to get his book on the move to be sold. When he handed it to the publishers, they were like stalling, right? And that happened to him twice until he took control of the publishing and everything else himself, put his own money in it, and that's when the book started moving. Okay. Just thought you might be interested in that. We Never Went to the Moon by Bill Casing. He had a problem with.
Yeah, but how old is that book?
Oh, that's quite an old
like
book
the
now,
90s, right? Yeah. So I mean, the figures with today's day and age and the way the internet is, it's a lot easier to do stuff on your own, like with PDFs and whatnot.
Yeah, that's what he did. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just go on Amazon. There's like thousands of books about flat Earth. Thousands. Zen Garcia has about 30 of his own. No one needed this FED book. If anything, it was a pox. It was a stain. In good
Hang on a second, Chris. That's a bit heavy. You can't stop a man from trying to make money. After all, he did have his own show. He's invested a lot of time in it, and if that time can bear fruit into a book, that's I don't wish any man any malice in that. You can't say that.
I'm not saying the menace. I'm just saying that it would have done damage to the community.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, 100%.
Oh, wait a second.
What would have done damage? Hold on, time out. What would have done damage?
Yeah.
You got a flat Earth author who's on record blurting the N-word.
Oh, right, yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Out of here. Get out of here. Are you kidding me? You know why he was saying that freaking word? Because somebody else came in. See Eli? That's why I can't fuck with you guys. I'll see you later.
Well, oh my God, he left before I could say. He left before I could say. I literally was trying to defend it.
Yeah, no.
I literally was defending it earlier. Like oh my God.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what? Can I say something? Neil himself, when Nathan O'Leary supposedly
that was like the suit. Like I'm sorry to cut you off, Jen, but like, how could we defeat anything if our enemy knows to disable us is to just trigger us? Well, we can't win like that. You can't let people trigger you, bruh.
Okay, yeah, I got that. But let me just say what I was going to say. It's about Neil himself. Now, when Nathan Oakley supposedly dropped that N-word, Neil and a few of the others in the server, Nathan Oakley was there. He said it was unprofessional what he did. So Neil's forgotten that point, and Neil was right. It was unprofessional of Nathan Oakley to drop that because he's doing the book. If it gets out to the public, it could be detrimental. That's what Neil said clearly, and I remember him saying it 100%. So
That's fine, but if Creed wants to say something about that, why does Neil get triggered like that? I don't get it.
I know.
I think
and
Crit
feeling
does have a good
gaslit.
Go ahead, Elijah. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
The context and him feeling gaslit.
I get Crit's sentiment though, because guess what, guys? We live in a world where the smallest of things will be used against you. So Crit's actually pointing out something really like true and realistic. Like if you have somebody that's going to represent on this flattered book all the Globers, you know what the Globers are going to do? They're not going to pay attention to the facts and the logical understandings and reasonings that are in the book. All they will focus on is the fact that once upon a time, Nathan went off the deep end and said this word 20 times in like 1 minute. But this is I agree with Crit on this sense because they will use that. They literally will. They'll try to undermine it in that aspect. So actually, he does have a point.
No, listen, that's not the overarching thing, because I'm pretty sure you guys have been putting a lot of work in the book, and it most likely has a lot of good information, and I'm looking forward to take a look at it, right? But there's people out there that have also put a lot of time, a lot of energy in books, and the books never take off, and they put thousands, hundreds of hours into books and the work and everything like if it's being done with this one, and they have to put out 30, 50 books before one sells.
True.
It's about what's inside the book.
They should just, like the same thing like Parallax, Robotham. He published under Parallax.
Yes.
That's what he should do too. Don't publish under Nathan Oakley or FED. You'll publish under, I don't know, Celestial Navigator or something. I'm just shooting from the hip here. Come up with a pseudonym and just publish it. Don't say shit to no one. Get whatever, self-publish it on Amazon and just let it see what happens. If it's really that great of a Flat Earth book, it will beat the other 3,000 Flat Earth books on Amazon right now.
Yeah,
that's the whole point. Because you were talking about these other Flat Earth books, but what is the arguments and what are the facts in those books? They're probably garbage.
I will say this. I do give it up to the FED crew because they actually literally broke it down to where there is this concise position, and in their house cleaning, break the questions they always do. Like that's a good that is a good place out of all the other Flat Earth books. Like they come more from a position of logically, and I think a lot of people can get behind that. Again, it swayed me. So if I could be swayed, I'm pretty sure a lot more people can see the truth. They hear the truth as it's written, right? And scripturally. Those that have ears, let them hear, and those that have eyes, let them see. I think that will help this whole book in general. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think the pseudonym. I think the pseudonym Flat Shoe or Flat Shoes would be a good pseudonym for Nathan Oakley.
A lot of so following these conversations here for such a long time, a lot of the stuff has been filtered out, and I imagine if the book concentrated on the important topics, it should do good with the important points about this conversation, filtering out the unnecessary things. So I imagine they figured that out, at least.
Yeah, it's all about having the sharpest knives. It's not, you're getting rid of the butter knives, you're getting rid of the spoons. You're just gonna have razor blades in there,
Right.
And the thing is, the argumentations are flawless because a moron like myself can articulate the second law of thermodynamics and how the vacuum of space is proven to be fake due to that natural law flawlessly. I could like I said, the Glober the other night, like he that's why he had to leave. And then it gets irritating because as soon as I was done with that, I had some flat earther in here go, "How come rocks fall?" And then also the whole thing with the celestial navigation. Just last week, I was told that using celestial navigation, using Polaris to determine your latitude, is a reification of the AE map. It's just there is a lot of garbage, and Kiwi's criticism of this being Lana Miss
Who told you that?
2.0's kind of on
That last point. Who told you that?
AV.
Oh.
You were you not in there? You may not have been in there.
I wasn't
It
in
turned
there,
into a
but
whole shit show.
I'll pay you. I'll pay you $5 to find that. Look, I'll make it real simple. Like I'll just give you because I don't disbelieve you. Like I actually believe you. The words that you said verbatim just now. Like if AV said them, I'll send you $5.
I don't need $5 that bad. Actually, I kind of do on purpose.
Okay, but it's more of a token of for your accuracy in what you're saying.
Well, see, that's the thing, Eli. Like the whole arguments we were having a couple weeks ago in the pre-shows and after shows. Like you kept saying I was lying, but I really didn't lie. You guys do go with two celestial poles, and it's fine. It's just a different opinion than mine. But the fact that you were saying that I made that all up was
You
kind of
did.
frustrating because it's
Hold on.
just
Sorry. This is a consequence of celestial navigation, understanding that we measure two celestial poles.
Right.
say that again.
This is a consequence of understanding celestial navigation. We measure two celestial poles, two axes of rotation at different rotator. For example, the ones in the north and the ones in the south. By consequence of celestial navigation, this is what we measure in the sky. I don't understand what you mean about belief. It's what we freaking measure.
Well,
Now,
yeah, except it's not.
not to bring up
Hold on.
not to
Sorry.
bring up the server of Geo's, but Geo does have a staunch position in this two pole paradigm where this is why we see things the way we see them optically. But how is that notion far-fetched? Because it does make sense. I'm just
Well,
saying.
yeah, it does. It does. But the thing is, if you take
Tell you what we measure.
this is what my issue is with two celestial poles. If you have two celestial poles, that means there's two equators. That means if you could see the constellation Orion in North America and then
No, that's not what
simultaneously
that
also
means.
see it,
No, that's
and then
not what that
also
means.
and then
No, that's not
That's not what it
what
means.
please
that means.
hold on. So let me
No,
finish real quick.
that's not what that means. That's not what that means.
Look.
Like everything that you just said, that's like, no offense. No, let me earlier, Jedi. We were talking and damn, I almost said it anyway. That's like saying somebody would be in fucking Australia and experience the head rushing, the blood rushing to their head because they're upside down. You're just insinuating based off of one thing, all these other things that don't make sense, and then saying those things don't make sense. But nobody here actually argued for those things.
Right.
Look,
He said
with
two
the whole
equators.
yes, you didn't. Well, I wasn't able to finish my point. Okay, if you
Yeah, but
have
Waterphone was saying something about the other server, and you stopped. You cut him out.
So,
all right, but
facts. Can I use an example that you've used? Circles of equal altitude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, you understand that concept, right? Things circling around the pole. Yeah?
Yeah, for the north,
That's what we talk about. Circles of equal altitude. Right. We can understand that representation of rotation in the sky above. For example, constellations that are close to the North Celestial Pole rotate around that celestial pole. That's what we measure throughout the year, throughout the night. You understand this, right? So, for example, we can measure the Big Dipper rotate around the Northern Celestial Pole, can't we?
Yes.
Good. In the south, we measure the Southern Cross rotate around the Southern
pole. It doesn't measure to rotate around the northern pole.
Yeah, I can get to that in just a moment. But the main point I was saying that the big hang up I have, well, for one, you got to look at it, right? If you're making your elevation angle to Polaris at 34 degrees and you draw your circle of equal altitude, okay, now if I had a big endless can of spray paint and I'm keeping Polaris at 34 to 32 degrees, whatever, and I'm spray painting my trail behind me, eventually it will make a circle because it's equidistant from each point that Polaris is going to be at 34 degrees. Now let's say that I do the same thing in the south, and again I've come to the I've understand that you guys don't have a 1-for-1 equivalence, which is fair. And like I said, if you go back to the live streams from last January, you guys went over that. I think it was Jedi yourself that said it's the magnitude is too dim. Like you said, it was like a 0.5 magnitude or whatever,
Yeah, we
however you
can't
worded
see
it.
it, dude. Yeah, 100%
Right.
can't see it.
But right. But I did say during that conversation in January, well, last night that was a different story, and there were other people, clearly not you, because you would not have changed your story up in 24 hours like that. Now, see, my whole thing is if we're making
sorry, just on that before we move on quickly. The southern star Sigma Octantis, that's 7 degrees off the point of celestial rotation. Like Polaris is 1 degree off the point of celestial rotation. They're equivalent in the aspect that they rotate around poles. So they both do the same thing. We can just see one and not the other. But the other one, that's 7 degrees off. The one that we do see, Polaris, that's 1 degree off. For example, right? For example, just using the analogy of circles around poles, if we were to follow over the year or the cycle, being underneath throughout the day, being underneath the Big Dipper, we would theoretically walk around in a circular path. It'd appear at a different place the next day, but theoretically a circular path around the North Pole. Same thing with the Southern Cross. That's not going to be a larger circle around Polaris. That's a smaller circle around the southern celestial pole. That's the consequence of celestial navigation because it's what we measure.
That has nothing to do with celestial navigation.
And at the end of the day,
why can't I see the Southern Cross in Minnesota?
Right now, seriously, please.
That's because you're too far away, Brenda.
Brenda, please hold on, Brenda.
You're too far away.
Okay,
Brenda.
Okay, but see, that's what I'm saying with the two separate circles. So, in other words, if I'm at 34 degrees north latitude, I am making, and like I said, I have my endless can of spray paint, and I'm just tracing my path. It's going to eventually make a circle once I complete that circuit at 34 degrees. And then I do the same thing in the south. Again, instead of pointing at Polaris, that's 1 degree off, I'm going to have to extrapolate between the Southern Cross and Octantis and find that meeting point in the middle. So I'd be making another circle there. But the further I go out, once I get to the equator, to where Polaris is like, let's just say 1 degree off the horizon, that's going to be one giant circle. But then I would be doing the same thing with extrapolating to the center point in the south. That's why I'm saying that's the part I can't accept, because that's literally meaning you're going to have two separate equators. And then what I also mean by that is you simultaneously can see Orion and Orion's belt at the exact same time from North America as you can from Australia, because there are times where North America and Australia. Right, but does that mean that Orion is now in two separate celestial poles simultaneously? And then, but then I also think, what if there is a 24-hour sun? So that means the 24-hour sun is orbiting in the south celestial pole while simultaneously still setting and rising in Boston. So that's the thing I can't quite reconcile.
I get it. Lots of questions, but we still need to concede that this is what we observe in the sky.
Exactly.
We have two celestial poles.
So Vax, I was just going to say, no matter how much we want to talk about the observation in the sky, which can make us feel like we have to go back to the drawing board because things aren't making sense. One thing that does make sense is the fact that we have observations that debunk a 24,901 mile radius or circumference. And when you can understand that, you can say, well, then therefore, no, it doesn't matter what's happening in the sky because technically we don't have a distance squared minus the height squared divided by 2 times the height radius that they've told us we've had mathematically, because we have a 10-mile observation with the 1-foot observer, and that would, even with the most highest extreme refraction, that will have to, the consequence of that would be a 33,000 mile radius mathematically. Globers hate that. And it's a nail to the coffin in their paradigm, because even in their own paradigm, that's not what they believe. Yet their own math would tell you that's what it would have to be. So at this point, when you're talking about the stars and the positions and the way we see them, guess what? This is why people are going back to the drawing board, because obviously, if we're going to look up at the sky and we're trying to calculate the Earth that we're upon, obviously it doesn't add up. I agree, but not only that, the math of the true observations that have been witnessed and recorded and documented, like that also destroys this 24,901 mile circumference ball. So that's the whole point, Vax.
Yeah, can you say that number for me? Because I can never. What did you say the radius of the Earth is? 24,900.
Okay. So think about it this way: the reason why they say it's 1.22 times the square root of the height, right? The reason why they say that formula is because that formula derives a 3,959 mile radius, and that 3,959 mile radius times pi times 2 would give you 24,901 miles. That's why their math is flawless in their calculations. But we have an observation where we could plug in numbers to their very own formula. And when you have a 10-mile, which is 52,800 feet squared, minus the height as 1 foot squared, divided by 2 times 1, because 1 is the height, that's going to give you a radius of 264,400 miles. But we could include the refraction coefficient, right, at a value of 7/6R, which is standard. That's still going to give you a radius of 226,000 miles. Now let's give them, listen, Vax, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's give them to the highest extreme refraction ever recorded. Let's give them 5, right? No, better yet, let's double that. Let's give them, or no, 4 to 5. Let's double that and give them an 8 value of K. K is a representative of refraction in the formula. With K included, that's still a 33,000 mile radius, which would give them a circumference of 207,000 miles of their sphere. What I love about this discussion is we're talking math, because these globetards love math. They love it.
I know. But my issue is with, okay, because first off, all this is based off the circumference of the Earth. Well, I mean, that's what the radius is based off of, is the circumference, which is 2,901 miles. Okay?
No. I think you misspoke, but say that again. I think you misspoke, but say it again. What did you say?
The circumference of the globe is 2,000. I said 2,000. I meant to say 24,901 miles.
There you go. Yeah. Okay. We go.
I said 2,000. I meant to say 24.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me look up something real. Hold on, just bear with me for one.
While you do that, I'll say this: that circumference is derivative to a 3,959 mile radius. But the way we could calculate the radius is the distance squared minus the height squared divided by 2 times the height. This is how they get that radius of 3,959 this is why we say mathematically it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height, because mathematically that's what that's representing. So we now have numbers, people. We could plug in the numbers. And now we have 10 miles, which is 52,800 feet squared, minus the height, which is 1 foot squared, divided by 2 times the height, right? With that math, we've now come to a conclusion without refraction is 264,400 miles mathematically. You could ask Bacon, you could ask Ruhif. They agree because they're fucking mathematicians and they will agree to that. But then they go to Narnia and they step away from the position because they know that they get totally fucking wrecked.
You're a fucking retard.
Right, but see, they're just getting they're getting the circumference. I mean, they're just claiming the circumference of the globe Earth based off of, because you can see Polaris when it's 1 degree off the horizon.
No.
And when you're at
That's still the sky. That's still the sky. Vax, that's still the sky.
When you're at 1 degree north latitude and you make your circle of equal elevation, that comes up to 24,897.6 miles. So they're literally just using flat Earth elevation angles to derive their circumference anyway.
Who said I'm a retard, by the way? Who said that? Speak up.
It wasn't me.
No, somebody else did. They said, you're a retard. You're a fucking retard. Somebody said that. But I challenge them. This is what I love about this argument. We're using globe math to debunk the globe math, and they have no foot to stand on because we're using their paradigm. I love my conversation right now. Who said that I'm a fucking retard? Because I will call you out and I will debate you right now. Let's go. Who said that?
Well, he said it and then dropped out.
All right.
Like I said, I mean, they derive the circumference of the Earth just based off.
Hold on, wait. So Brenda messaged me and said, I'm full of it. Can somebody please unmute Brenda? Because I do want to talk about this with Brenda because this is Brenda's math. Let's go.
Well, yeah, but hold on. I'm about to hop off here in a second anyway. The thing is, the quote-unquote circumference of Earth is literally just the circumference of the equator.
Wait,
which is your minimum elevation angle to Polaris. And also, when you were talking about giving them all this refraction, where the radius of Earth goes out to like 200,000 blah 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 miles. See, that's the other thing that irritates me is why would you give them refraction when the conditions aren't being met for refraction to be invoked in the first place when there's only one medium?
So I get that. I understand. That only helps us, Vax. We are just extending an olive branch for them to realize that even if we took the refraction coefficient and we gave them to the most extreme ever recorded on a professional turned-in document that's stamped and signed, they have to realize that nobody has ever experienced the amount of refraction that it would take for their paradigm to exist in our observations. Go ahead, Brenda. What do you got to say about that?
About what? So
you said I've heard of only. What do you mean?
Yeah. Okay. So the one guy was saying if he made a circle around Polaris, he'd make a circle, and if he did a circle around Sigma Octantis, he'd make a circle. Right? What is the shape of the ground he is walking on?
Still flat, by the way.
Uh-huh.
Well, Brenda, if you're making circles of equal elevation, the ground has to be the horizontal plane of reference for your elevation angle to make your circle of equal elevation to even exist. You literally don't know what an angle is.
Yeah, that's not what a circle of equal elevation is.
Circle of equal elevation is based off your elevation angle to Polaris, and you draw out your circle of equal elevation. Like I said, if you keep Polaris at 34 degrees, you're going to draw a circle of equal elevation where every point is equidistant to the center at 34 degrees. Yes, it is. Yeah. It requires a horizontal plane of reference. Earth must be flat. Yeah. It is measured flat. And then you extrapolate your globe from the flat Earth measurements. So, sorry, you lose.
So no, that's not what a circle of equal altitude is.
But what's a circle of equal altitude, Brenda?
Brenda, you're
Okay,
literally wrong about that.
guys, moderation. Brenda, reply to what they said. Just don't say no,
No, I'm
please.
trying to. I get
don't
talked
interrupt.
over as soon as I say
I'm
something.
trying to moderate for you. I'm trying to get them to not interrupt you so you can say it, okay?
Yeah, that's
so guys,
fine.
Let Brenda finish and then reply, okay? Because I'm trying to hear both everybody.
Cool.
Yeah, a circle of equal altitude is the locus of points at which a celestial object is, so many set degrees above the horizon. It doesn't say anything about the shape of the ground underneath.
Oddly, hold on, real quick. Oddly, I have to agree with you, Brenda. You're absolutely.
Oh my God!
No. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. You're absolutely right. These degrees don't give you a shape because we're dealing with these positions that are taking baselines on an XYZ coordinate system, and we're able to derive an angle to it. So I actually agree with you, Brenda, but what you don't understand, you literally just put your own foot in your own mouth, because this position that you're taking is actually our position. You're absolutely right.
No, it's not.
It doesn't give you a shape.
Not.
Yes, it does. Because it doesn't give you a shape, it gives you a measurement. And in that measurement, it's dependent upon a GP position, which is going to be along. No, 1000% it does. Because you have a baseline. This is the only way you can derive that angle. No, okay. So when you constitute a 90-degree angle, you are now creating a baseline, an XYZ grid. It's Cartesian coordinates of how we're all through all the math. Listen, Brenda, carefully. Through all the math, we're taking an XYZ coordinate system and we're using geometry. In your paradigm, we're going to add a sphere to it because now we're adding geometry to be a circle. This is your math, right? But
no,
at the same
it's
time,
not. It's your misunderstanding. It's your misunderstanding of our math.
You don't get it.
Well,
no.
That's too bad.
Brenda,
that's too bad.
Brenda, because I understand the math, this is how I'm able to.
You don't understand the math. I'm telling you.
Okay, so let's talk about the math.
I'm telling you don't understand it.
Okay, Brenda, that's fair. That's fine. Let's talk about the math. Brenda, how do you derive a radius? Give me the formula. If you think you know the math and you think you're smarter than me, tell me, how do you formulate a radius of a sphere? I don't care if we're talking about the Earth or Mars or Jupiter. What is the formula for a sphere? You tell me, genius, because I'm about to wreck you. Go ahead.
What does that have to do with what we're talking? We're talking about
everything to do with it. We have everything.
Why are you over talking me?
Okay, Brenda.
Why are you shouting? Apocryphon. Why are you shouting? Everybody can hear you, dude.
You're right. Let me calm my emotions. You're right. Let me take a step back. What's the formula for a radius? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know it off the top of my head. It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. Can I help you?
What does the radius have to do with taking an angle of equal altitude? Okay. They're not the same subject.
A radius is a value. A radius is a value. What do you need a formula for?
It's not used in figuring the angle of equal altitude.
Okay, the reason why I'm pointing it out, Brenda, is because we're talking about the shape of the Earth in your paradigm, which is derived from a radius that is mathematically constructed for us to then get a 3959 in your formula.
Why are you changing the subject? We were talking about circles of equal altitude.
You changed it.
No, I didn't.
Was that my argument?
You're talking about radiuses now. We were talking about a circle of equal altitude. I told you what it was. It's the locus of points from which a celestial object will be a certain number of degrees, like say 30 degrees above the horizon. Right?
Okay, so you're talking about a position of something in the sky on the ground. The whole point of where I'm interjecting with you is because I'm trying to tell you, if you're trying to equate that to a sphere of 3959 mile radius, then it will not equate. And the reason why, Brenda, is because we have an observation of 1 foot observer height to see 10 miles away would have to equate to the furthest extreme, double the furthest extreme would give you a 33,000 mile radius. Do you, Brenda, believe that we live on a 33,000 mile radius globe? Yes or no?
No, of course not. Now
Okay,
you've switched to the black swan argument.
Now you
It has
get it.
nothing to do. That has nothing to do.
It
Your
has
math is
everything
wrong.
to do with it. No, it has
Your
everything
math
to do
is
with it. No,
your math is wrong.
No, okay. Let's go to the math. That's fair. That's fine. Let's go to the math. How do you calculate the radius of a sphere? Let's go.
Oh, I told you. I said I don't remember right offhand.
Can I tell you?
What does that have to do with a circle of equal altitude?
Everything to do with what we're talking about, okay? Because what you're trying to explain is that you have a circle around a position in the middle of this point, and then you're trying to ascribe a globe to that position. And what I'm doing is debunking the very said globe that you're trying to ascribe to it. Do you understand this?
No, because what you've gotten wrong is the geometry that we're talking about. You've got it wrong.
Let's talk geometry. Okay, do you understand the formula of distance squared minus the height squared divided by 2 times the height will give you the radius? Will you agree or disagree to the formula that's been given to us by academia? Yes or no?
You're assuming that the ground is flat, right?
No. I'm using your paradigm so that way you can realize that your paradigm's been destroyed by its own formula. This is where we're at right now, Brenda. Pay attention and listen closely.
So you're talking about the distance from the GP to the observer who is taking the angle of altitude, right? That's what you're talking about?
No. That's a whole nother argument. So guess what?
I don't know what you're talking about then, dude.
Okay, Brenda, pay attention. You're talking about one thing, right? You're talking about the equal distance, circle around Polaris. Okay, what I'm trying to tell you though, in your formula, in your math, we can debunk the 24,901 mile circumference of a sphere that you're trying to place your circle, your halo of giving a position to Polaris to even begin the math. What I'm trying to do, Brenda, is point out the fact that if you want to really try to calculate your sphere, I'm using your math to debunk your math, and you're not understanding that.
Apocryphon, you don't use circles of equal altitude to calculate the diameter of the Earth.
I agree, but you have to understand this though. You are taking a position that we know it's a globe because of this equal distance horizon halo that's circular around. What I mean by halo, I mean a circle that's equidistant to the land itself. That's going to be positioned to the Polaris. But this is why, Brenda, I'm taking you over to your own math. I'm saying, okay, Brenda, do you understand why the formula of the distance squared minus the height squared divided by 2h is how they derive the 3,959 mile radius to be 1.22 times the square root of the observer height? They equate. You literally have to understand those formulas, those two positions equate for your paradigm. Now, with that being said, let's use the observation of 10 miles of distance and the 1 foot observer. I'll give you the math. 10 miles distance would be 5,280 feet because that's 1 mile. Now we're going to square that. That's going to give you 52,800 feet. Now you have a height. That's 1 foot. We're going to square that. Obviously, it's still going to be 1 to the second power divided by 2 times 1 because you divide it by 2 times the height. When you do the math, Brenda, that's going to give you, without refraction, right? And I'm going to include refraction after, but at the raw data, Ask Bacon, ask Ruhif. They have admitted that does give you a 264,400 mile radius. Let's include refraction now. Let's include the refraction coefficient. To the most extreme, it's still going to give you a 33,000 mile radius, which will then thus give you a 207,345 mile circumference ball. You do not live on that, Brenda, but you are supporting it.
Yeah, do you understand that there is refraction in the black swan image, and that the black swan argument is fallacious because it equivocates, it commits a fallacy of equivocation, right? 1.22 is a figure is for the geometric horizon, not for the apparent horizon.
Brenda, I literally extended an olive branch and I gave you your own
I don't know
paradigm.
what you mean by. No, you did it wrong. You didn't take into account. You used a formula. You did it wrong.
Oh no! You just don't understand what I said, and that's fair.
The argument is false. The argument is fallacious.
Brenda, what is the amount of refraction that you would have to calculate to see 10 miles at a 1 foot observer height? Go ahead.
I don't know.
I'll tell you. I know that. I know that number, by the way. To make it match a 3,959 mile radius, you would have to induce 150 to the negative of refraction. Do you understand how retarded that sounds? Do you understand that you are now representing a concave Earth, because only on a concave Earth would you have a negative value of 150, of which you're going to calculate by.
I don't think so.
Brenda, you're not the first person that I've talked about this. I've literally talked about this with the mathematician, and he agreed, and he understood, and he conceded.
I don't care
Want to know why
your argument from authority. I don't care about your argument from authority.
Want to know why he conceded? Because he understood what I was talking about.
I don't care about that. Yeah, I don't care about your arguments from authority. The fact that you talk to somebody else is not relevant, right? You're talking to me, right? So the problem is that it's perfectly reasonable that the amount of refraction within 1 meter of the surface of the ocean could easily bend light enough that the hilltop drilling platform could be seen in that image.
Do you understand what that would represent mathematically? Let me say it again. For the people in the back, do you understand what that would represent mathematically? Yes or no?
What was the lapse rate for that day?
Do you understand what that would have to equivocate mathematically? I'll tell you. I know you don't. So let me tell you. It would represent a negative of 150 refraction. Do you understand? By the way, do you understand when you go into the negative of refraction? Now you're now proving concave Earth. Do you understand? Because negative goes up.
Apocryphon, a negative exponent doesn't make the number negative.
Pay attention.
Apocryphon, listen to what I said.
Negative goes up and positive goes down.
Listen to me. No, a negative exponent doesn't make the number negative.
Oh my God! You don't know what you're talking about. You literally don't know what you're talking about. Listen.
What do you mean? Do you dispute that, or are you?
You know nothing about refraction. You know nothing about refraction, Brenda. In refraction, anything negative is going to go upwards. Anything positive is going to go downwards. You do not understand your own paradigm. I hope the audience listens right now. You don't understand what you're talking about.
You had a negative exponent, right?
No. I don't have a negative exponent. I'm telling you, mathematically,
it was 10 times into the negative.
Oh my God!
Give me the number again, please. You had something times 10 to the minus.
Brenda, your education level in mathematics is very low.
Very low.
you don't have the articulation to explain APOC.
Could you help me out then?
I'll help you out. Okay.
Yeah, what was the number? What was the number?
APOC. So if you've got 1 or 8 to the 1, what does that equal?
8 to the 1? That's 8.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's 8, right? And if you have 8 to the negative 1, what is that?
That's negative 8, yeah?
No. It's
not.
1/8.
No, I'm sorry. You said 8 to negative 1. I'm just multiplying it. My bad.
Yeah,
I'm kind of drunk right now, Chris. So I'm kind of drunk right now. So go ahead.
So I was right. Apocryphon thinks that a negative exponent equals a negative number. I was right.
No. Brenda. What you're not understanding though is when you're dealing with a position of an XY, position, when you calculate in refraction, and then here's the point. I'm coming from a point of refraction index, 7/6R or 4/3R for radio engineering. Okay, you're gonna have anything positive is going to go downwards. Anything negative is going to go upwards.
For the index of refraction, right?
I understand what you're saying right now.
Hey, Apocryphon, can it be more of us talking and less of you just shouting?
That's fair. That's fine.
Can we do that? So what was the number that you cited to me? What was it? Please repeat it.
Negative 150 is what would have to be mathematically calculated to be able to see.
You gave an
do you want to have a conversation or not?
Negative 150.
Do you want to have a conversation or not? Okay.
Go ahead.
Pay attention. For you to be able to see on a globe Earth with a 3,959 mile radius, for you to be at 1 foot above the surface of the water to see 10 miles away, you're going to have to calculate a negative 150 to the radius for it to come up into view. If you don't understand that, I cannot help you.
I just want to know what the index of refraction would be, and that would be a positive number.
Negative 150. In your paradigm, it would have to be negative 150. No, it doesn't. Isn't this crazy? Okay, Brenda, pay attention. That is unheard of. That is not even conceivable.
What's unheard of?
Negative 150 refraction. Negative 150 refraction is unheard of.
Yeah, but that's not the correct number.
No, it is a correct. Oh my God!
No, it's not. It's not
listen. Okay, Brenda. Do you believe in Ruhith? Brenda, do you believe in Ruhith?
No.
Yes, I know who he is.
Okay. Do you trust his math?
Yes.
Okay, his math said he explained. We know how the black swan is visual to the observation. He included a negative 150 refraction mathematically. And Ruhith, don't get me wrong, Ruhith literally won like an award in his country for the math competition. He's really fucking intelligent when it comes to math.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm gonna use him as this side witness over here.
Apocryphon. Okay? Hey, Apocryphon.
Oh my God.
You know what I don't? You know who I don't trust? Is you being able your memory. I think that you misremember.
No. I clearly told you that he said it's negative 150 of a refraction index. Guess what? You have to understand, Brenda. That is nowhere to be found in any books, in any documentation, in any approved stamp turned in paperwork of somebody that actually is going to calculate for refraction. Do you know the highest amount of refraction ever recorded? I want to say it's between 4 to 5. And you're saying that what that means is you're saying 5 times the radius to be able to spot an object with the theodolite. No, pay attention. We're talking about surveyors now, okay?
How about you just pause? Just pause.
Yeah, I'll pause. Go ahead.
I think you either misunderstood or misremember what he said.
No, he literally said 100. He literally said negative 150. He literally showed the diagram.
I don't trust you, Apocryphon.
Okay, well then let's get him over here.
You misunderstood.
Let's get him over here then. I'll be more than glad to go over it because I did go over with him. Want to know by the way? Do you want to know by the end of that conversation he left? Want to know why he left? because he was fucking defeated. Because he knew that he
Yeah,
put
I
his
get
foot in the
that.
mouth. Yeah, no facts. That's
So
facts.
so the participants who is this guy talking?
I don't know.
I need to get in here, guys. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I need to ask something, APOC. My apologies for interjecting. Okay,
Go ahead,
APOC,
Mel.
would you be able to get the source document for what you're talking about? Because an index of refraction of anything over 1, okay, indexes of refraction are normally between 0 and 1, okay? Or negative 1 and 1, depending on how you want to calculate, depending on it's being used, right? So if you're saying 150, dude, are you sure you're not saying 10 to the negative 150? Something's wrong.
No, Milk. I agree with you. This is the asinine position that they had to take in order to account for 10 miles of observations with the 1 foot observer. I agree with you, Milk. This is unheard of. He only created it on a spreadsheet.
All right, cool story. Where's the evidence of what you said is actually true? Can you provide any?
That was Ruhif. We have to get Ruhif in here.
Yeah, it's just
no, we don't. No, we don't. Didn't it happen somewhere? Was it recorded? What did he write?
Yeah. It was in GeoServer. It was recorded in GeoServer. He literally listen carefully. Ruhif literally has.
Go get that clip and come back. There you go.
Oh fuck! I can't. I can't do that right now, bro. I can't.
But Brenda's here. Listen, Brenda, you said you were gonna give the correct math because Apocryphon is wrong on the math. So can you give us the correct math then?
Yeah.
In the meantime, I don't know what the correct index of refraction should be on that day above the ocean, right? In order to bend light enough to see a hilltop at 10 miles away.
If I can get in here, just to point out.
Your audio is really low, to be honest.
Get closer to your mic, Mick. Get closer to your mic.
How's this? Is this okay?
It didn't change at all.
That's fine. I can hear him. Go ahead.
Okay, here's my point, right? The reason why I stepped in, because what APOC is saying stands in extreme contrast with what I've calculated using the Walter Bislin calculator. So APOC, if you're talking about an index of refraction or some value that is used differently or is used in some different equation or something like that, I'm not sure if calling it the index of refraction is appropriate, because my understanding is these things are fractions. Okay. My point, the reason why I'm pointing this out is because even a small number, okay, a decimal number compared to what you're talking about, a number of 0.989182. Okay, just to put it right, a number like that is sufficient to account for what we're talking about here. What I mean by that is when you talk about the 7/6R business, right?
That's standard,
7/6R in this use case, right, is equivalent to 0.17 or 0.667, which is 1/6. Right, 7/6. That extra 1/6 over 6/6. Right, it's a percentage. Right.
Right.
In the black swan situation, you need something instead of 0.16 or 0.17. You need 0.989182. Okay, wherein the number 1, the whole 100% or whatever, okay, yields in this equation, in Walter Bislin's equation, an infinite plane. Okay. Just the number 1. You don't need anything more than that. Okay. Beyond that, I think it would become concave, like what you're talking about. But not even 1 is sufficient. So
I agree.
I'm curious where you're talking about or how it's being used. So if you could cite that, that would be great.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. The whole point is that what they're trying to do is they're trying to say it would this is what Ruhif said. He said, I worked it out. I did the math. He said, in order to see 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer, that would have to constitute a negative 150 refractive value. He's now a concave earther at this point, because what he's doing is he's taking this object that was down below the horizon visibly, and he's bringing it up to where it's now above the horizon. That's why it's a negative factor. Like once you go negative on the XY, grid plane that we're calculating from, it's now bringing it up. So when you go negative, it goes upward. Okay, if you don't understand how positive
You're
drops
not
it,
making sense. You're not making sense.
no. Just pay attention
because you don't know it well enough.
You have to pay attention.
Yeah, but I'll solve this problem. Go get what you're talking about. Go get what you're talking about, or stop talking about it. Those are your options.
Yeah, and while you're getting it, if anyone's listening and curious, check the snippets I posted at 51 minutes past the hour. This is what I'm referring to.
Yeah. So I don't understand.
Hang on, that little thingamajig, just for the record, right, is the oil rig at 9.41 miles.
Can Ruhif join the server here, or is he blocked? Is he banned?
Who are you talking about?
Ruhif.
I don't.
Why would you?
How would I know? Join? You just
This is a politics server. Yes, you can join.
Why would you ban Ruhif? Why would you ban Ruhif?
Let me see if he's online. If I can get him in here. He can explain it.
I thought we were talking about circles of equal altitude, and I don't understand why you pivoted to the black swan argument. Right? We were talking about.
You know what, Brenda? I don't want to know why they did that. I don't know why. Want to know why he did it. I'd rather just move on. How about you?
So we're talking before about two rotational points, the southern pole and the northern pole. How can that happen on a flat Earth?
Jedi, get him.
Right? So it must be two different substances, right? You have two domes, right? Is that right? Because one dome can't rotate and have 2 points of rotation, can it? So can't.
Why would it dome? Why would it have to be a dome rotating? That doesn't even make sense.
Isn't that what you believe?
No.
What do you believe?
Here's what I believe, Brenda. Nobody actually knows where the stars physically are relative to the Earth. Nobody's been to them to chart them whatsoever. So I'll tell you what, I'll make a deal with you. When you go to the star field and can give me the accurate information of where they are relative to the Earth and what they're doing, you tell me. And if I do it before you, I'll tell you. Deal?
People have measured how far they are. They know where they are.
Here we go.
You don't know what measurement is then.
So that's not the point. The point is, are they embedded in a firmament? Most of the people, maybe not you AI, but most of the people here believe in a firmament. So if there's one firmament and it rotates, there's one pole of rotation. But you've admitted there's two, and that can't happen. It can't happen. How many times do I have to say that? It can't happen. It physically
that's
cannot
false.
happen.
That's false.
Yeah. How so?
Look, if you imagine you had a dome, and things were fixed to it in some manner, but able to move on the surface of the dome, not necessarily the axis of rotation of the dome, and so they each have an individual way to move about, and the way that they move about when we look at it ends up looking like something that's not congruent with a single axis of rotation. I mean, how hard was that to figure out?
Yeah, I get it. So the dome is stationary, but the celestial objects move independent of the dome. I got that. That makes sense. Yeah.
Or both. Hey, hold on. Or both.
Dome?
Or both.
Well, that's what most people believe. Most flat earthers.
Who cares? Who cares about a dome? I mean, I'm just talking about hypotheticals. If things are affixed to a dome, and they can't move relative to the surface of the dome, and the dome is rotating on a single axis of rotation, then yes, they'd all be rotating on a single axis of rotation. However, if they're not fixed to the surface, but can move freely, then whether the dome was rotating or not wouldn't decide where they go, per se.
That makes perfect sense. What doesn't make sense is why I can't see the Southern Cross in Minnesota.
Yeah, it's very simple because you're in Minnesota. I mean, how hard was that to figure out?
Yeah,
if you're in Minnesota, you can't see the Southern Cross. You're in Minnesota, therefore you can't see the Southern Cross. Problem solved.
Question for you, Brenda.
But there's nothing in the way. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, but there's nothing in the way. What's in the way?
I have a question. What percentage of the sky can you see at once?
What?
What percentage of the sky do you see when you look up?
I don't even know what that means.
Well, okay, so let's say there's 100% of the sky, which would cover like everyone. So, like for you, it's a globe, right? So, when you look up into the sky, what portion of the sky are you seeing from the ground?
If I'm on a flat Earth, I can see one. If I'm on a flat, excuse me, you asked me a question.
On the globe.
Shut up.
I'm asking you on the globe, bro.
No, I'm answering you. So shut up.
On a globe, how much do you see?
Dude, I'm answering you. On a flat Earth, I see 100%. 100% on a flat Earth.
I'm trying to lead you to that point that it's not 100%. So on a globe, what percentage do you see? How much do you see?
Yeah, I don't know how to calculate that.
Would it be 100%?
No.
Yeah, so it's not 100% for us either. Nobody's worldview is 100% of the sky.
Why? I can't see 100% because there's something in the way, right? What is in the way that prevents me from seeing the Southern Cross?
If you can't grasp how you can't see something at a certain distance away from you, like for instance, if you were in a Costco, okay? Just because you just made your way into the entrance, that doesn't mean you can see where the toilet paper is at. Because it's way on the other side of the building. And this building isn't a mile long, by the way. It's not that big, yet you can't see it. Because you have to understand how perspective works. If you can't grasp that, then you're just way out of your league at this point.
Yeah, I must be, because I can see every light on the ceiling in a Costco.
Oh, really? With no obstruction. With no obstruction.
We're assuming no obstruction, of course.
No. Here's the point, though. Here's the point. Here's the point. When I'm in California and I look to the east, there's a big ass mountain that blocks everything in the sky to my horizon, right? So I do have something cut off. Because optically, we have obstructions in our view, no matter how far away things are. Now, if we look to our left, to our north, to our south, there's also things that can obstruct us from seeing that. You just don't get it.
What mountain is preventing you from seeing the Southern Cross?
The point is this: for nobody, when they go outside, are they seeing 100% of the sky? So, and we're saying
it's false.
We're saying that the Earth that exists outside is the flat Earth. So when flat Earthers go outside and look at the sky, they're not seeing 100% of the sky. So it's basically a straw man when you say, if it was flat, I would see 100%.
It's straw man. It's not a straw man. It's It's a logical conclusion. If the dome is above the Earth, then you should see 100% of it.
Brenda, you're making
false.
No, that's how geometry works. That's how geometry works.
Oh, you don't want to talk about geometry. You got wrecked in geometry earlier.
Let me just finish the point.
No, I didn't.
Remember that the flat earthers are describing the Earth outside, currently the way it exists now, as the flat Earth, where you go out and you don't see 100% of the sky. So for you to create a flat Earth in your mind where you should see 100% of the sky is like clear-cut straw man. We're saying the Earth that exists.
What's the straw man?
I just told you when we go out.
What is it?
Oh, okay, one more time, Brenda. If you listen carefully, the Earth that exists outside right now, where you don't see 100% of the sky, is the flat Earth that the flat earthers are discussing and referring to. So when you create in your mind that, well, if it was flat, you should see 100% of the sky. That's the straw man that you've created.
It's a straw man. It's a logical entailment. It's a logical consequence.
No, the Earth outside is flat Earth right now. For nobody, whether they think it's a globe, concave, flat, nobody sees 100% of the sky.
That's a claim. Make the argument for your claim.
That's the observation, Brenda. You go outside, you do not observe 100% of the sky. That's not a claim.
Yeah, that refutes flat Earth. It refutes the flat Earth.
It doesn't. Air has opacity, doesn't it, Brenda?
What?
The sky is big. Brenda is small. Why would you expect to see the entire sky from just one location?
That's very stupid.
Because there's nothing in the way.
Okay,
does air not have opacity?
Maybe this might be a confusion of what you mean by sky. Maybe that's the only I don't understand of how he's getting to that.
It's just simple geometry, right? I put a mouse. Let's say I have a table, a big round table. I put a mouse on the table, and over the table I place a giant plastic dome. Right? Is there any part of the dome that the mouse can't see?
False analogy.
10 miles wide.
Not accounting for scale.
False analogy. Yeah, it's way bigger than that. That's what we're trying to tell.
Brenda, do you understand, Brenda, that there is observations of people standing 75 feet away from something that is disappearing to their perspective
the fuck are you talking
at
about,
the
dude?
height that they're at? Do you understand that? Like, there's literally, I forget who, is it Bear Pelagic? I forget who it was.
It's on the table.
He has a video of a camera on the floor, and there's a paint can in the distance. Now, at an elevation, you can see the entirety of the paint can, right? But when you put the camera on the floor, you can't see the bottom of the paint can. Do you understand how this is a proof that optically, through perspective, things are going to disappear to your visual, eye line, if you will, because the way things disappear as they squish down to that imaginary point that we call in art class a vanishing point. Now, if you were to get if you were to get a globe in your paradigm of thousands of miles away, it's really weird to hear you say, like, why can't I see the entirety of all the earth 100%? Bro, you have to understand that at a certain distance, everything will vanish to that vanishing point on a checkerboard in all directions, a 360 degree around you. Go ahead.
It has nothing to do with perspective, dude.
Oh my God.
Okay. It has nothing to do.
It has a little bit to do with
you don't understand. Flat earthers do not understand what perspective is, and it has nothing to do with its perspective.
Oh my God!
It has a little bit to do with perspective. It has to do with the inverse square law of light. It has to do with opacity of the atmosphere. It has to do with a lot of things.
It has nothing to do with the inverse square law.
Real quick.
Yes, it does.
Can we let a Glober just go on a Glober for a minute? Let's let the Glober correct the Glober real quick. I'm just saying.
Who's the Glober?
Just
percentage.
Don't call me a Glober, bro. You've been a flat earth liability for the past hour. You need to get the 150% thing that you're talking about.
The mouse on the table can see everything on the dome.
It's a false analogy because it's not to scale.
That doesn't make it false.
It is a false analogy because the way that the air works, over a large amount of air, large area of atmosphere, you have opacity. In this small dome with the mouse on the table, you're not going to have that effect. So you're not accounting for scale. It's a false analogy.
Is the sun in the dome? I can see the sun. Why can't I see the stars?
Pretty quickly.
I can see the sun.
Tell us. I want you just to tell us what I put a poll in the chat if you want to vote, but what percentage of the sky do you think you're actually seeing when you go outside?
I think it's a small percent. I have no idea.
0.001% or something.
I put a poll in the chat. Do you want to just cast your vote? We can see what you think. I put 0
I'm not interested. It has nothing to do with polls about what you think you can see.
This is entirely the point. You're saying that you should be able to see 100%. When you just said, in reality, it's probably a small percent, which I would agree. We've got 3 votes for 0 to 5%.
It's a small percent because I'm on a globe.
But Brenda, you have to be fair in that what I told you earlier, that flat earthers are talking about that very same earth where you go outside and see a small percentage. I don't know why I'm interrupting. You have to accept that we're talking about the current earth that exists, where you do not see 100%. We are, dude. We are.
Listen to me. Listen. Hush.
No, you can't keep saying it's 100%. When you yourself say it's a small percent, and I would agree. And we have a bunch of people in the chat that seem to think it's a low number. So the mouse seeing 100% is a false analogy, like Percent said. You cannot see 100% of the sky. Period.
Why is it a false analogy?
Reality, when you go out and look up in the sky, you're not seeing 100. You're probably seeing a very small portion.
That's because I'm on a globe.
This answers the question. No, because the Earth outside is the flat Earth. This answers.
Man, you can see everything that's not obstructed by the horizon. How hard is it for you to understand?
This answers the question.
Do you understand that I'm making a logical argument and not an evidentiary one?
You're making a straw man. That's exactly what it is. I don't know how else to help you. That's why this answers the question of why you can't see the southern stars from Minnesota. You're only seeing a small chunk of the sky. You're not seeing 100%. That's absolutely ridiculous for anyone to say that.
It's because the Earth is in the way.
We don't care. The flat Earth is that.
Yeah, you might have some topography in the way as well.
Period.
We're not counting topography, right? I can put my hand up in front of. If I put my hand in front of my eyes, then I can't see anything. But that doesn't mean it went away, right? The stars don't go. The stars don't disappear because I close my eyes.
No, what do they do? Are you strong?
Yes, you did. Again? You said that there's obstacles like mountains, right?
I said you might have topography in the way as well. We're not talking multifactorial. Hold on, it's a multifaceted issue, and you're very short-sighted for some reason.
It's not.
Okay,
it's not multifaceted.
So first off, the inverse square law of light. You have light reflecting off the star, or like light coming from the star into your eyes, right?
Reflect off the star. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, no, I correct myself right after. I said light is coming from the star to your eyes, right? And as light travels, it spreads. Okay, so if it's spreading for a long distance, there's chances where you won't even see the light. It won't even reach you. Okay. That's number one. Number two, with increase in scale, you have more opacity in the atmosphere, which could cause for the light to be obstructed and occluded. Okay. Number three, you could have topography in the way. So number four, you have the issue of perspective, which you said has no part. It has a part because as things get farther, the angular distance goes beneath the minimum angular resolution, and you won't be able to even see it. So you're being stupid. So, you should stop.
Right, so I can't see as Apocryphon said, I can't see the toilet paper at the other end of Costco because of angular resolution. But if I get a pair of binoculars out, I can. Right? So if I get a telescope out, will I be able to see the Southern Cross? No, I won't be able to.
Are you dumb? The first 3 points that I mentioned. Yes, you could fix number 4 with a stronger lens with higher resolving power. But what about the first 3 things I mentioned?
There is no telescope that will ever allow me to see the Southern Cross from Minnesota. It will never have
capacity in the atmosphere, miles and topography, and the inverse square law of light. So find solutions for those first 3 problems, and then maybe you could see forever.
That's a good point, Percentage. We're talking about the inverse square of light. You're trying to say that you can see something that is so far away that you're now in Narnia at this point.
What the fuck? Just how far away is if you were in any other state?
So I'm not talking about being far away. I'm debunking your model. Your model, the stars are close, not far away.
Is 4,000 miles a long way or no?
He said that.
No, not astronomically. It's not. No.
No. I mean laterally.
Far away. You said, how come I can't see it when I'm in Minnesota? You implied a place far away from the South Celestial Pole. What are you talking about?
I'm in California. Why can't I see Las Vegas?
Stars for a reason. They don't change night to night. They don't change over thousands of years. The stars that are fixed are always in the same fucking place. They're far away.
They're not fixed. They do change.
Yeah, and dinosaurs evolved.
We've watched the stars move. They have what's called proper motion.
Yeah, shooting stars. You're right.
They move. No, they move between themselves, not just at night, not just during a single 24 hours.
So like when one star goes and asks the other star for a cup of sugar, they move over. Is that what you're saying, Brenda?
Long periods of time, but they're not like the planets, which like move regularly night to night.
They do. You can measure how far they move.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me how long it was ago that Gemini approached Orion and undid his belt.
Yeah, that's not a thing. So what we have
when did Aquarius give a cup of water to the Ursa Major?
We have observations that make a different star, a polar star, and Polaris over time replaced it as the polar star.
Yes, but this is very gradual, right? Like I'm talking on the night.
Doesn't mean they're not moving. I'm not talking about it not being gradual or not. It moves.
Yes, technically it does move. I just mean like the fixed stars are called fixed stars because like over short periods of time on the scale of like days, weeks, even months, they don't really change in between themselves, barring events like supernovas or whatever.
I love how Brenda
Polaris is not moving.
I love how Brenda pivoted from the ground to the sky because Brenda had no idea how to accommodate for the paradigm in the mathematical formula that actually proves their own paradigm. I love how you skirted away.
Please, man.
No one knows what the fuck
you don't know what you're talking about well enough to communicate it clearly.
So you guys don't know what a radius.
Thank you.
Okay, well that was interesting. Right, so you have no solution to why, because obviously, logically, it should be the case that, if the Earth is flat, and if there is a dome containing the stars and all celestial object, then every human being on Earth should be able to see every single star.
Nobody agrees with that. Nobody agrees with that.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's not an disagree thing. It's a logical entailment.
You sure about that? You sure about that? 100% sure? Okay. Then let me ask you this question. What is the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient?
The Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient?
Yeah.
What? I don't know.
Okay, it's a measurement of how much ambient atmosphere between you and an object is necessary before it's occluded 100% by the atmosphere.
Right.
So in other words, the atmosphere isn't transparent, right?
Correct.
But you could see all the way through it because we can always see the fucking moon, dumbass.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. Do you know why I'm glad you said that?
Because you think you have a counter argument? Go ahead.
No, because the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient is obviously going to be the strongest on the ground level because that's where the densest atmosphere is, and then it has a diagonal coefficient as you go up. And then obviously the least amount is looking straight up if the moon was above your head.
Okay.
So as you're looking up, hold on, I'm not done yet.
I was going to agree with you, AI. I was going to agree with you, AI.
Finish, then agree with him.
Yeah. So as you're looking straight up, that's the least amount of occlusion. And as you're looking diagonally down,
fadier is not a word, but does it fade more and more as it approaches the horizon? No.
All right, woo, pay attention. Okay, I get to finish my sentences by acquiescence or force. Choose.
I like that.
Thanks, buddy. All right, so as the moon is above your head, and whatever it is above your head, and it starts to go away from you or rotate or whatever it's doing, if it's moving further away, the angle of propagation to it is going to change to where it eventually is going to pass through a band of atmosphere that is essentially occluding it. So eventually that's going to happen as it goes away or goes down, right?
Except you don't see that. You see it get occluded by the Earth, and you see it like never be halfway faded. Unless it's like really noticeably hazy outside.
Yeah. AI, how far away is it from the North Pole to where the Southern Cross is, which would be at the rim, I suppose, right?
Well, what's the ground position of the Southern Cross?
No, but how far away is it? It would be...
Oh, no, where has anybody stood directly underneath it so I could know where the ground position is? What do you mean how far away it is?
No, it's embedded in the dome, right?
Oh, okay, one more time, Brenda. Okay, let's be clear. Okay, let's hope you get this. If you tell me anything about anything being in the dome, I'm going to have to do a little verbal abuse on you because I never said that.
I know that AI, but the other people do.
Who cares?
I care. That's the argument.
Okay, so you only care if we're talking about stars that are embedded in a dome? I mean, good grief.
No, I'm talking to the majority of the Discord, not to you specifically. I don't know what you believe.
Dude, the majority of flat earthers don't necessarily believe that. Certainly not in our forums.
Right. So no flat earthers believe that there's a dome.
Let's get a
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, and that's not what you said either.
Right. The vast majority of flat earthers believe that.
Yeah. Hey, Brenda. If you're going to make that claim, I'm going to demand you quantify it.
No, I don't have to.
All right, then get fucked. You could stay on mute until you quantify it or relent on that claim.
How would I quantify it?
Okay, so then if you can't quantify it, then why are you making a sweeping generalization? So I'm going to give you a chance to take it back from a sweeping generalization and at least talk about it in hypotheticals. So if it was this case, this would be the case. If it was this case, you don't have to categorize it that most flat earthers believe this or that. It's pointless. All right, go ahead.
There's a poll in the chat if you guys want to cast your vote for Brenda.
So I'm on the hypothetical, right, that there is a dome covering the flat Earth, and the stars are somehow in the dome, moving freely or not, right? How far is it from? I'm just using the North Pole as a convenience sake. How far is that hypotenuse? How far is that hypotenuse to, say, the southern pole star, or Sigma Octantis, or the Southern Cross, or any other?
Perfect.
How far? What is that?
I'll tell you the answer.
What is that?
A sufficient distance to where it's occluded by the atmosphere. There you go.
No, but we should have an exact number for the distance from the North Pole to the ice wall, right?
What? No. You're switching it up now. You said that from the North Pole to Sigma Octantis. Now you're saying from the North Pole to something that was in the encyclopedia and named by the United States military?
So the ice wall. So isn't that where, hypothetically, the dome would meet the Earth?
Nonsense. That makes zero sense.
What do you mean? That's the Earth model.
Listen, Brenda, did you only come with straw mans tonight or something?
Right. So this is a straw man? The ice wall is a straw man. The dome is a straw man?
No. The ice wall, listen, the ice wall is in Encyclopedia Britannica and was surveyed by the United States military.
So flat earthers do not claim...
They're the ones who called the Antarctic ice shelf an ice wall, so I don't know what you're talking about here.
Right, so
wasn't coined by flat earthers.
No, so no flat earthers claim there's an ice wall. Is that right?
Bro.
Maybe some do. What do you do?
Right? What do you mean some? What the fuck do you mean some?
All right, let's get another poll going for the ice wall. Here we go.
Yeah, name one. Brenda, name one.
Eric Dubay.
Okay, name two.
Flat Earth Dave.
Okay, name three.
Jaron, before he became a Glover.
Okay, so you have less than a dozen. Whoop-de-woo.
When I see pictures from past Flat Earth meetups, I see model after model after model of a flat AE projection covered with a plastic dome.
What does that have to do with us?
That means that this was a popular representation of the flat Earth.
Right.
Okay.
Are you denying this? Are you denying this?
If you're not talking to people that believe that thing, then why are you bringing it up?
Am I not in a flat Earth channel?
Right. See, that's a stereotype. So you're assuming that because you saw a model presented by other people, you're going to blanket state that everybody else apparently believes the same idea? No.
Not everybody, but certainly a majority.
No, that's your claim. You would have to classify that. So far, you're up to 4.
Is this channel rejecting the flat Earth?
No, we're rejecting the straw man that you're presenting to us.
Well, then, what is the sky? Is that a firmament?
I do that.
Not the Earth. Here, let me help you out. The sky is not the Earth. There you go. Does that help?
But no, it doesn't, because I asked what it is. Is it a firmament?
No idea.
Hey, let me help you out. Well, I already thought we made this deal. When you go to the sky to look back through it to see what it is and what's happening and where the Earth is within it, you let me know. And when I do it, if I do it first, I'll let you know. I thought we had that deal.
So you have no theory or hypothesis about what the sky could possibly be?
Oh my goodness, I could make up 50 within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, so which is your favorite? Which one do you think is likely? Which one do you believe in?
Oh my goodness! All right, let me pick one here. Listen, it just so happens for this very occasion that I have a big jug full of dice. That each dice has 17 sides, like a D&D dice, and each one of them has a type of sky it could be. So I could shake up my jar, roll out the dice, and then I could just get some random claim about what the sky could be, and I'll just pick that. How about that?
Well, maybe somebody who's a real flat earther who has a theory about the shape of the Earth and the sky could answer me. Maybe you could just step down.
Okay,
AI.
so maybe somebody who has a claim about somewhere they've never been and can't possibly have any tangible information from could speak on behalf of flat earthers like a moron, so that you can pretend that you defeated an actual flat earther about their stupid sky claim.
Maybe
that sounds great. Brenda, you said it yourself. If the hypotenuse was sufficient, that the propagation angles of the light are precluded by the atmospheric extinction, that you wouldn't see the object. You already agreed. So that was a claim I made about the sky, that, if there was an object in the sky and it moved away from you, it's constantly increasing its distance from you, and keep in mind, I said whether rotationally or linearly, it will eventually reach a position between you and it to where there's enough atmosphere between you and it where the atmospheric extinction coefficient would take an effect. Now, check this out. A base level ambient atmospheric conditions result, depending on which math you do, some people say approximately 250 to 300, and some say 300 to 350. But let's just use 350 on the long end. You can't see past 350 miles looking out straight.
The mountains. I can see a lot further than 350 miles.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so what did I say? Did I say you can't see past 350 miles?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You said that the coefficient of extinction is such that at 350 miles, any observer will not see anything past 350 miles.
Wrong. It's not what I said.
Well, then what do you say? What did you say?
I said if it's horizontal.
What do you mean horizontal?
So remember before I said that the atmospheric coefficient is the highest at base level, and then as you look diagonally up, it wanes off. So things that are taller will be above the occlusion rate at a further distance.
Okay. Well, last I checked, Sigma Octantis is 90 degrees above an observer at the southern pole. It's not on the horizon, is it?
Holy crap!
It's not on the horizon.
Wow, you don't really know how triangles work, do you, Brenda?
I do know how they work.
Yes, perfect. So first step you would need for your claim is to understand that regardless if it's not physically on the horizon, it still is far enough away to create a triangle where there's a hypotenuse, right? Secondly, you have to validate the ground position of the object that you claim. Secondly, you'd have to validate the path of light from the object to you.
No, all I need is the distance from me to Sigma Octantis or the Southern Cross. That's all I need. That hypotenuse, that's all I need.
Okay, cool.
So
you mean the angle. You don't need the distance of the hypotenuse, you need the angle of it.
No. I just need that distance. That's the distance of air that the light has to travel through that you say will be attenuated. Right? And I
Yeah, the
want to know
diagonal distance is one thing, sure.
Yeah, I want to know what that number is. What is the number of that? What is the?
I don't know. I don't know. As percentage pointed out, you made the claim. You made the claim that none of this matters. So you should already know what the numbers are, so you could have excluded them.
Right. So you don't know. You don't know what distance that would be. You don't know.
I told you what it would be. A sufficient distance. There you go.
Yeah, that's a tautology.
Right. Same as yours. Same as yours.
No, mine isn't. Mine is a question. Right? It's not a tautology.
But see, you already said earlier that none of that matters, which means you must know what it is in order to have excluded it.
Right. It doesn't matter, right? Because Sigma Octantis can't be on the horizon from my position. Because
really? So what you're saying is, if I walk down the end of a hallway, the end of the hallway isn't touching the floor. Wow, profound.
It's not.
No, duh. Everybody knows that, but everybody knows that they witness the end of the hallway recede in their field of view towards the floor as they're further away from it.
Yeah.
In fact, you could get along that hallway to where the light on the ceiling of the hallway looks like it's touching the floor.
Yeah. So it's
and then we'd have some idiot come in and be like, "Oh, did you know the light's not actually touching the floor?"
Right. So it's not on the floor. It simply appears to be. Right. So it's not traveling. So it's not traveling the entire distance, just above the floor. It's not doing that. It simply appears to be.
Right, but if you're at a certain distance, that angle of propagation would go through the densest part of the atmosphere. Yes, the answer is yes.
Part of the way.
Right. So if that is sufficient, then it would block it. Right.
Yeah, if it was enough to block it, it would block it.
Yeah. So speaking of hallways, check this out. I don't know if you remember this one. If you remember, Life is Short. So Life is Short did a test in a hallway, similar to what we were just talking about. But what he did is he took two cameras on one end of the hallway with different apertures, and then he took a flashlight to the other end of the hallway, and he lowered the flashlight. And you can see in one camera, the light of the flashlight actually completely disappears. Gonski can't even tell it's there.
Was this in a warehouse?
No, it was in a hallway.
Was the hallway floor flat?
It's no, you don't get it. It's not about the floor.
Well, if it's
he did it above the floor.
If it's curved,
no. One camera can clearly see it, and one can't. And the only difference in the cameras is the aperture size. And the whole observation is set at a sufficient distance above the floor, where there's no point about Earth curvature, because it wasn't about Earth curvature. The test he was doing.
Yeah. So, and what does this have to do with
objects in your field of view that are even lights, as they're lowering in your field of view and reaching the critical angle, disappear? That's what it was about.
Okay. So what you're saying is, if I understand you correctly, is that if I had a camera or a telescope with a larger aperture, I could see the Southern Cross.
Maybe. Depends.
Yeah.
But you think about it this way: you have what I said going on. You have what I said going on, plus the atmosphere. So this thing isn't to scale with a star. You're going to have hundreds upon hundreds of miles of atmosphere as well. So you have to include that.
Right. So it's false that if I had a larger aperture instrument to see, I could see the Southern Cross. That's false. There is no telescope.
I never said that.
No. Yes, you did. You just did.
No, I never said you could.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
So I can't see Sigma Octantis even with a large aperture instrument.
Well, yeah, because I already told you there's other factors at play, like the light being occluded by the ambient atmosphere. So if I'm giving you an argument that the light from the thing is not making it, not simply an aperture argument, and then you focus only on the aperture part of it, like how are you being genuine here?
Right. So
it's just like, listen, real quick. It's just like Percentage told you. He gave you like 5 factors, not just one factor.
So if it wasn't for like dust and that humidity in the air, then I could see it with a large aperture optical instrument.
No, it's not about dust and humidity.
Yeah, it is. That's what we're talking about.
Humidity will amplify it, but if there's
humidity doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you listen, if there's zero humidity and zero dust, is there still something in the air?
I don't know if it. I don't know how much it would affect.
I don't know, maybe oxygen, nitrogen.
Yeah, but I don't know how long or how much distance you'd have to go for that to for the light to attenuate to zero.
I do the exact amount I need for every observation. There you go.
That's just begging the question.
Oh, really? So kind of like refraction, where we have an observation and Globers just sprinkle it on like candy.
No, it's a factor. It's a factor that needs to be taken into account when you're making observations. Unless you control for it. Unless you control for it. For instance, there are observations of the hilltop.
You mean like when Dr. John Dee controlled for it with a dual band laser shooting against each other and using his advanced knowledge of optics proved to himself that the Earth isn't a ball and actually flat? You mean like that?
John Dee was a laughingstock. He's a fool. He was hilarious.
Right. So what was the principle behind him using? What was the principle behind him using 2 different color lasers when he did his test?
Yeah. What difference do lasers make? They're just this thing that you guys like.
Hey, Brenda. Why did he use Brenda? We're going to test you right now. Why did John Dee use 2 different color lasers when he did his test? For what purpose?
Probably because they're different frequencies, and they would have a different. The atmosphere would have a different effect on them.
Right. So he was using the application that you said to try to do what you said, which was control for refraction by using 2 different lasers, which frequencies would refract at different rates, shooting against each other, so he could zero it out. Right. And guess what the conclusion he made was? That there's no hump of Earth curve in the way. So see, the problem here is, Brenda, you could say to your blue in the face, oh, well, if you account for everything, then it'd be a trustworthy measurement. Then a flat earther does it, and then you still can't accept it. So
we don't
how can we go forward?
We don't claim that there's a hump, dude.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't. It's just
okay, Brenda, pay attention. Right, Brenda, pay attention. Okay.
A hump is a change in...
If you take a circle, okay, and you have a point A and point B on the circle, and you pass a line between point A and point B, that results in a chord line. The apex of the arc at the midline is known as the Sagittal. That's called the circle segment formula. That sure looks like a hump to me.
Yeah, it's not a hump. It's not a change in elevation.
Holy crap. I'm not talking about it as a change of elevation. I said hump.
Yeah, it's not a hump.
Okay, so cool story. So let's use the accurate terms then. Dr. John Dee went out and tested it, and he found out that there was no Sagittal between point A and point B. There you go. Does that help?
How would he be able to measure that if since the curvature, the light would have to travel through the Earth?
No, duh. Now you're starting to get it. It didn't travel through the Earth because there was no Earth in the way.
What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness. Listen, Brenda. I win. You lose. You get no candy. You get no prize. Good day, sir.
I'm not going to have candy. I'm going to have mushroom and Parmesan and cream sauce with spaghetti. That's what I'm going to have.
That's pretty good.
That's what I'm going to have. I got some fresh mushrooms right now.
You should go eat it right now. You should go eat it right now and do a victory lap in your head because you just admitted that there was no Earth in the way of Dr. John Dee's laser, exactly as he concluded. Good job.
No, that's because it refracted. That's why.
Oh, really? See what happens? I tell you how he controlled for refraction. You say it refracted. See, There's no winning with you, Brenda, because you're disingenuous. That's the problem.
Well, Dr. D is not the brightest tool in the shed. So
listen. Let's say that's true, that he sucks. At least in principle, his methodology of controlling for refraction would be accurate.
Yeah,
so
I don't
why
know.
don't you just give us the accurate model of refraction in the atmosphere so we can use it on a laser test and settle this once and for all? Why don't you give it to us right now? Go ahead.
We don't have, you know what would really settle us would be to redo the other experiment than the Bedford level one, not the one that
no, that's
name did it. No, that would be a very good proof that the Earth is curved.
Listen. Do you know why Wallace increased the height of the sticks?
Right, to avoid refraction.
Right. So what that means is the higher you go, the more refraction you're avoiding. Yet when you go higher with higher observations, you get even greater supersedery observations in the globe geometry. And then what do globers like you say to that? So if you go higher, you mitigate refraction. So we do that and we get even higher tests. And then you come back and say refraction again. So you're lying.
Well, so why did he see that the middle target was higher than either end?
Why don't you tell me the actual setup that he had? Go ahead.
Well, the ideal setup is you need a length, a good length. They had, what was it, 6 miles?
Oh, you changed it. Hey, whoa. Why are we switching to ideal setup from his setup, which is fair, but why switch?
I'm not switching, right? So
I said what was his setup? What was Wallace's setup?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but the ideal setup is that you have...
right, so you switched.
Right, they were above the canal, right?
Brenda, why don't we just do something new? Brenda, how about we just scrap that nonsense because nobody's going to care one way or the other. Yeah. Flat Earthers ain't going to be convinced. Globe Earthers ain't going to be convinced.
No, this is actually the perfect experiment that would demonstrate the globe. You have a length of canal that's still, so it's not flowing, so that means it's flat, or it should be on a flat Earth. And you have 3 markers, 3 points, right? And you observe that the middle point between the 2 ends, right, should either be in line with them, below, or above. If it's below, the Earth is concave. If it's above, the Earth is convex. If it's in line, the Earth is flat. And he saw it above.
Above what? You don't even know his setup, so how do you know what he saw?
Above. They were on a bridge. They were on a bridge. Right?
So it's actually the markings from the bridge relative to the poles, not the poles.
They're all a certain distance above the water, dude.
I don't know. Your story's falling apart here.
Right? They're all above the water, right?
Yeah. How do you know that? How do you know they were all the same length pole?
They measured it.
Who did?
They did.
How do you know they did?
I don't know.
Exactly, you don't.
Right? What do you mean? Do you think that they didn't measure it?
Dude, how would I know? I wasn't there.
I don't have to have been there to know what they did.
Yeah, let's be clear, Brenda. You don't have to have been there to know what they claim to have done.
No, I don't have to have been there to know what they did.
Right. You don't have to have been there to know what they claim to have done. You can't possibly know what they did.
Yes, because they wrote it down.
Oh, so like I said, it's just what they claimed. Good point.
Yeah. Right. So what you're saying there is that there's a conspiracy. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying that they actually had something to do with the bridge, and if I remember correctly, there was an error in that. But it doesn't matter because
you're saying
the principle is flawed anyway.
You're saying that they conspired to falsify the data.
No, I'm just saying that maybe they're retarded.
Oh, so they were exactly. Right. So you have 3 points on a flat extent of a canal, right? It's presumed to be flat, right? So if it's curved, the middle point will be above the other 2.
right? Refraction.
That's how curves work, right? Isn't that how curves? Do we agree?
Right. How are you going to get? How are you going to get the information? How are you going to get that information? And like, how are you going to know whether they're above or below? What method?
Oh, you look. You sight through
you look.
The other.
Right. You just look.
Yeah. I think that is
right. So when a flat earther just looks and they see an object that should be buried below 1.5 miles of the hidden height. Oh, that just is just looking, right, Brenda?
No, that's a flat earther not understanding how the globe works.
Aha, yes, exactly.
Right, so the way they did it was...
So Brenda, check it out. So what you're just admitting right there is that optical tests to a lot of people on both sides, coming from the other side, are not trusted and dismissed. Would you agree?
No, I think it's very trustworthy.
No, I didn't say that. I said optical tests presented by the other side of whoever side you're on is often dismissed.
No, it's not dismissed.
Holy crap, you really don't know how to pay attention.
It's rejected because they did the math wrong. Flat earthers don't know how to calculate how much drop there should be.
Oh, really? So when a flat earther uses Walter Bislin and it just tells them that's a flat earther doing the wrong calculation. Good point.
No, they use 8 inches per mile, and that's wrong.
Wrong. You see, this is how dumb you are, Brenda. This is how dumb you are. I don't know if you're being dumb or if you're trying to gaslight us or if you're so anticipating that dinner that you can't think straight.
Yeah, I'm kind of... Yeah,
he's just trolling us.
Here. No,
show me anybody using the 8 inches per mile squared as their benchmark for a hidden height observation and them not using some type of Earth curve calculator map. Go ahead, show me one.
Virtually all flat earthers do that. They
show me one. Show me one.
They calculate drop and then they say this is what I should see. Amount hidden, right? So they misunderstand the formula, misapply the formula.
Listen, don't get me wrong, Brenda. I've heard morons say that. Don't get me wrong. I've heard people say that flippantly, then they weren't really thinking straight, who normally would use the other method. But whenever they're doing a real one, where they're getting in the brass tacks and they're trying to explain the hidden height and stuff, you have to use the other type of math to even make it work orthographically. So how in the world are they using just the simple 8 inches per mile squared? They're not. They only use the 8 inches per mile squared probably 99% of the time in just rhetoric, in conversation, where they're not actually writing it out on paper.
Right.
So they're just flippantly saying it like, 8 inches per mile squared equals 200 feet at this distance.
So
this building is this tall.
So do you have measurements or an observation that refutes the globe?
Yeah, all of them. There you go.
All of them. Right. No, just one. Where I can look up the data. Just one. Yeah, you don't have them. You don't have. You don't have it.
Dr. John Dee's test. There you go. Dr. John Dee's test. The laser test in the Utah Salt Flats. That's 35 miles. The Lake Idsil test, et cetera, et cetera.
Could you please post the link to the Dr. John Dee's test, please?
Sure.
I'm going to go make myself some pasta. I want to check into that, and then I'll be leaving. I'll be going. I won't be bothering you anymore.
Man. Without you, how could we possibly run this place? We have no content.
Promise.
No.
Yeah,
Don't
you
let that
should.
happen, please.
Because controversy generates views. Don't you get that? Having me here and having Globers here will generate views.
Brenda, listen. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I don't mind you. Because me and you have a good working relationship. We understand the mission. And that's for me to make fun of you and make you look like a fool for the audience. You're correct.
Yeah, I understand that. It doesn't bother me. You know that?
Yeah, I know it doesn't. That's what's good about it.
Yeah.
If it bothered you and I was doing it, then I'd be cruel, right?
Could you put that in the side chat, please?
What? The D? Put the D in the side chat?
Yes, because I want to click on that, put it in my browser, and then close this off and go have something to eat because I'm hungry. So I want to be done.
Uh-oh. Brenda's getting hangry.
I'm hungry, yeah. Hungry for pasta. And I've got the block of that good Parmesan
Why don't you do that while I find it, and then I'll post it in the chat for everyone, and I'll also DM it to you. How about that?
I'll search for it my own.
All right.
Can someone restore my text perms, please?
Mine too. I accuse. I think a formal complaint against the old dude. Guy has it out for me, man.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
There's no formal complaints going on here, Holmes.
Well, then I just want it to be known he's a douchebag. He's anonymizing me. He has it out for me. He keeps on accusing me of being a flat earther. I don't like the guy.
No. It's not that you're a fake flat earther. It's that you're a fake, flat earther. See the difference?
Red herring.
Quick question. Is this like a no cussing server?
No, politics let you cuss a little bit.
Well, apparently I can't say cuss words in the side chat, so my perms are gone. So that's
can you? We've been calling each other retards in the fucking side chat all day.
I didn't know there was a rule for that. If it should be posted somewhere, or we can't just make up rules on the spot, can we? I mean, I don't have text perms to even say anything in the chat anymore. I think we have a rogue mod actually doing stuff. So.
All right.
Oh, it doesn't feel so good, does it?
Talking about it.
Oh, Mansky, do you have text perms? No one just yeets your text perms, dude.
What the fuck did you do to get your text perms taken away? I called someone an actual retard, and I didn't have mine taken away.
Yeah, it's a rogue mod, dude. It's a.
Yeah, I guess the rogue mod is showing favoritism or something.
Yeah. Yep.
To be fair, I mean, if he muted me for that, then he'd have to have muted the other guy, and then there would probably been a chain of like everyone in the server just being muted from the side chat. And at that point, what's the fucking point, you know?
Yeah, hopefully that mod is listening. Yeah, exactly. The guy's not even crying. Like, we're cool. Me and you were good. I think we're just making a point, dude. It's just two men talking. I don't see the problem. Woo, are you still there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
You're not like offended, actually, are you? We're all good here.
I mean, I'm not angry. I don't know. I'm just fucking chilling, just drinking a beer.
All right, he's chilling. We're chilling, bro. I think.
With that being said, sorry. Who are you?
I'm the one that had the back and forth with you saying.
Are you getting muted as you're trying to speak? Yeah, CI Bobber. Was that you? I couldn't see.
Whoa, getting a taste of his own medicine. He's probably pissed.
For the record, I don't like it when anyone mutes anyone on the server, even if they're fucking somebody who mutes me all the time, because even if it's a taste of their own medicine, it's just fucking stupid to me.
It is, but these guys do it all the time.
I know what you mean. I know. I've been muted many, many times, all for like making a point, but...
Muted for making a point.
Asshole of them all.
Muted for making a point. Why do I not believe you at all?
Well, I don't know. Maybe because you're a flat earther and you're just speaking from.
You're just making up nonsense. We love it when people have
you're
good
right.
points.
No one would ever mute anyone else for making a point.
We encourage when people make good points. If you have good points, you're not going to get muted. You're going to be amplified, and we're going to want to listen to you. So stop lying.
Let me guess. A good point is any point that you agree with.
All right, we'll try it. Make a point.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
One that I got muted for
never mind.
was suggesting
It's all
that
good.
if you have light going through like atmosphere that's lowering in density, like there's a pressure gradient to it, then you're going to have refraction the same way that you'd have refraction if light is going through a different medium. And at one point, the medium just changes instantly to like some set of molecules with a completely different density.
Wait, you're saying it would be the same or wouldn't be the same?
I'm saying both would cause refraction.
Well, it depends on the angle, right?
I don't think refraction just starts at a certain angle for like any setup.
Well, so for example, if you had 5 layers of different materials that had a different refractive index, right? And they were stacked on top of each other. They could be arranged in any orientation as long as it's just touching each other. So just imagine flat sheets of different thicknesses, and each sheet is made up of a different material with a different refractive index. And then you put a laser perpendicular to those plates, and you've got it straight up through the plates.
Oh, if it's straight up to the plate, they won't refract because that's like straight up. But the claim was that, like, if you had a beam of light going like diagonally through like a pressure gradient of an atmosphere, it couldn't possibly refract through the atmosphere because the atmosphere is all made of the same medium. It's all just air. And I disagree with that.
Wait. Oh, okay. Hold on. See, since you just said that like it was your claim. So can you say it again? Parse it out better.
So the claim they essentially tried to make was that light cannot diffract through the atmosphere because as it goes through the atmosphere, it's all going through the same medium. And refraction is something they understood to be something that only happens as light is passing through different mediums. I think it was like that R.J. Heretic guy, and is he here right now? Yeah, or Heretic. Sorry, I don't know where I got R.J., but I'm almost sure it was that guy. He was like convinced you can't have refraction through the atmosphere just because it's made of the same medium, air.
Well, I mean, you certainly couldn't apply the special boundary case of Snell's law.
Snell's law, yeah.
Boundary, right?
Heretic was more likely to have said that you can't have refraction. Heretic was more likely to have said that you can't have your refraction.
Do you realize the United States Navy takes account to the Coriolis effect? You know that, right? The U.S. Navy takes account into the Coriolis effect.
Jason, cool story. Somebody else was speaking, so now you lost your speaking terms. Good job. Thanks.
That was a good example of why people get muted. Not what you're talking about, people making good points. That blatant interruption is a good reason to be muted momentarily.
That was
okay,
a good reason.
I understand what you're saying. The Coriolis effect had nothing to do with the topic of refraction. But nevertheless, I got muted for saying that refraction applies in the atmosphere, like as light passes through a pressure gradient. Like, it was a while ago and I have no receipts. But, I mean, if you're not going to take my word on it, why?
You want a tissue still? Are you okay?
No, I don't care. I'm not hurt. It's just I was answering your question is all.
Well, yeah, but did you agree or disagree that Snell's law, the specific boundary case of the application of refraction, can't be used in
like
the ambient atmosphere?
Obviously, the quintessential application of Snell's law is when it goes through two mediums. However, if you have a pressure gradient, then you could think of like infinite amounts of Snell's laws being applied as it's going through a gradient.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be Snell's law.
I mean,
well, let me ask you this question: why fight to apply Snell's law in that application? Why wouldn't you just argue, okay,
actually,
fine?
I didn't use the word Snell's law when I was speaking. It's just I used the word refraction, and I said that it happens in the atmosphere, and you said no, it only happens through different mediums.
Who said that?
You. I think it was a while ago. I'm just I'm recalling experiences here. So if I'm erroneous,
well, part of the problem is like I was explaining it, and then you cut me off mid-sentence to go back in time to something.
I don't think so.
Inaccurate. See, you just did it again. You just did it again.
Except you weren't explaining it. You were explaining.
All right, woo. Let me show you how it's done. See, that's why people get muted, bro. Now you know. Case in point. So he's misaccurately telling me what I did or didn't do. And in the middle of me explaining things to make it actually move on, he interrupts me. And then when I tell him he interrupts me, in that case, he then interrupts me again.
Yeah, he's just unreasonable to talk with. That was incredible. Just rude. No decorum.
Yeah, so see how it went? It was fine for a while. He was making his points. But as soon as we started parsing out the particulars of the points, then he got unruly and started over talking and interjecting. So he didn't get muted for his points at all, did he? He got muted for his behavior. Holy crap, imagine that. But he will tell everyone he got muted for his points because he's disingenuous. There we go. Problem solved. Man, I actually was hopeful for that conversation. Oh, by the way, the answer was Fermat's principle. Because he was saying, he just mentioned refraction. That was true. And I said, well, you couldn't use the boundary case of Snell's law without two mediums. And then he was saying, oh, well, I could just have an infinite amount of Snell's laws. But Snell's law is derived from Fermat's principle, not the other way around. So at a variable index medium, as far as I know, they apply Fermat's principle, not Snell's law at all, because there's no true normal line. So the concept is like if you have no normal line and everything's amorphous and the angle that things are striking is absolutely perhaps random and infinite, right? How are you going to predict that? You certainly can't apply Snell's law. So we could have had a good conversation about that, but he got butthurt that he was wrong. I thought he was doing good at first.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Dude, being a flat earther in 2025, you guys are gonna get spanked.
How so?
Because I'm here to spit facts and truth that you reject, knowing damn well it's true.
Like what?
Oh, pictures from NASA. That's space society.
Oh. Pictures from NASA.
Oh god.
We don't.
You guys reject the truth. There's multiple videos demonstrating that the world is a sphere. There's pictures from the Apollo missions that show the Earth is a sphere. But despite the numerous amount of evidence, you guys just keep rejecting the truth. And I wonder, is it because, like, maybe you want to be in fairy tales? Is it some sort of emotional connection? Why? That's why, like, I keep coming back. I just don't know why you guys hold this position. What do you gain from this?
See, your problem is you think that people can only hold a position for sociological reasons, not because they think the evidence bears it out, even if they're flawed. So let's say they think the evidence bears it out, but their conclusions about the evidence is wrong. But rather than give them that credit, you're just assuming it's sociological.
Yeah, I mean, if they know for a fact their process is wrong or the evidence they have is actually wrong, and they keep holding that position.
No, they're convinced. They're convinced it's correct. They're convinced the evidence is correct, that the conclusion is the Earth is flat.
Then we're not talking about the same people.
Okay, then.
I'd like to say something real quick. You presenting images from the NASA religion doesn't cut it here. That would be like me quoting the Bible to an atheist to prove that God exists. They don't believe in the Bible, just like we don't believe in the NASA religion.
Right.
So you need something better.
That's my proof. You reject evidence.
Well, yeah. Well, check it out. More people have seen Bigfoot with their own eyes than have seen the Earth in its totality with their own eyes. So they have plenty of pictures of Bigfoot and corroborating eyewitness testimony. So why should I believe, like, a bunch of dudes that claim they went to space?
Again, because the picture that is coming from these eyewitness people, right? People that apparently saw.
Right, yeah, the picture of Bigfoot that's coming from the eyewitness people, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm saying those people are not credible because they're not NASA. They're just random people.
Oh, okay, so now we get to the real truth of the matter. You want us to trust NASA by faith.
It's not faith. I mean, there's videos of NASA going to outer space captured by normal people. So you can see the rockets going to outer space. There's
no, you see it
high altitude. Yeah, high altitude.
Eventually to outer space, yeah.
No, it's always high altitude. Okay. I'm with Neil deGrasse Tyson on. Listen, I'm with Neil deGrasse Tyson on this one. I agree with his summarization.
Okay.
Right, exactly. Okay. So in Neil's, so just real quick, let me tell you the position for people that are interested. Neil deGrasse Tyson and myself think that anyone who's been to where the ISS is, that's not outer space. That's just high altitude. The only people that would even be considered going to quote unquote outer space would be like maybe the Apollo astronauts. Maybe.
Which is what I cited. The Apollo people, right?
Right. So the Apollo missions. Yeah, exactly. Everything in the Apollo missions is unverifiable, dude.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is. Okay, go ahead and give me a verifiable image that they took that shows me that they actually were on the moon and they're taking a picture of the actual Earth from the moon. Show me a photograph that has all that in it. The blue. What about the blue marble validates that it's true? What about it?
Well, the context is Photoshop did not exist at the time of the picture taken.
I'm so glad you said that. Let me ask you this question. This is a question, the $40,000 question on the talk show. The name of the software Photoshop is a namesake named after what?
I don't know what it's named after. Photoshop.
Oh, and I'll tell you what it's named after. Photography shops.
Okay.
People used to do photo editing and trick photography long before electronic computer software came out.
Did Photoshop exist?
Well, they got photos from the 1800s of people holding their own heads. Just trick photography.
Yeah, what trick are they pulling to show the whole Earth? Can you guys like tell me?
Probably a painting.
You have no evidence for that claim, so.
Yeah, you have no evidence that it's the actual Earth being taken in full frame from a location 250,000 miles away. No, you don't.
NASA.
Right. So NASA is the evidence. Right. Once again, this is like Homeboy said before. I do. God.
Well, it's not the same here because
dude, yeah, it is the same, dude. It's worse. Man, you're like a religious zealot trying to preach to us your Lord and Savior NASA Christ.
I'm not. Again, it's a misunderstanding.
Yes. All you said is that they're a trustworthy organization called NASA, and when I asked you for the evidence, you appealed to NASA. That's like a circular, faith-based religion, brother.
It's not the reason why. Okay, again, credibility matters. That's why the word even exists.
Dude, what credibility do you think NASA has?
Well, NASA is a space agency with the objective of exploration, and we know the fact that they have rockets which have been to outer space. We know they sent man to outer space. We know they landed a man on the moon. And
see, here you go again. And we know NASA is credible because we know NASA did the things that NASA's credibility is the proof of. That is circular circle jerk, brother.
But that would be true if all I'm appealing is to NASA. But we have different countries that are also verifying this to be the fact, right? Just recently, India went to the moon, I think. Russia has
just recently, India scammed everybody claiming they went to the moon.
It's been
we agree on that.
Verified.
How so?
They verified it. They verified it. Holy shit.
Oh, so let me get this straight. When I ask how they verified it, the answer is they verified it. That's cool.
Well, I'm not the one who said that. Hold on. There was a guy that spoke and said it's been verified. That was not me.
How? And the question was how? How was it independently verified that India's nonsense CGI garbage and horrible photography effects were actually an actual moon landing?
And here's the problem, dude. Whenever somebody does show you evidence, you just say, okay, how's that evidence? How? And you just keep rejecting it. So you think India is more likely to be scamming everyone.
You're wrong. Look. India's listen to what you just said. You think India's more likely to be scamming everyone. So when I get a call and it's an Indian accent and they're asking me about information, don't I usually assume it's a scam?
That's racist.
No, that's not racist, dude. I mean, do you have a brain in your head?
Yeah, I do have a brain in my head. You're stereotyping.
Clearly not. Oh, okay. So stereotype. There you go. So you're stereotyping that they're trustworthy.
No, I'm not stereotyping.
Yeah, okay, dude, that's
yes, you are. You're stereotyping that if they're involved in a space agency, that they're trustworthy. And then I said, how did you validate it? He said it's been independently validated. I then said, how? Then you said, I'm just rejecting everything. No, you haven't given me any evidence of independent validation yet.
That's not true. The independent validation is going to be the fact that other countries have witnessed the same thing NASA has, right? Again, Russia has been to outer space.
Yeah, we understand that other countries have witnessed the same kind of garbage that NASA claimed to have done. Yeah.
Okay, so that's independent verification. That's independent verification. Dude, if I say there's a donkey and then somebody else comes to me, to you and tells you the same thing and we're not even together, you're verifying it by multiple people. That's evidence.
AI overlord, how much of it is fake? Like all of it? Like, do we even have rocket technology or is it fake? That's fake too.
No, dude, see, notice how, if you were paying attention, that I already conceded that mankind can get to high altitude.
Okay.
But not to outer space.
Okay. No, not to outer space, no.
And here's the problem, right? Then you have no way of explaining why is the moon a sphere? Why is the sun a sphere?
You're wrong. Because, see, the problem is that paradigms that are about a particular thing don't necessarily have to include explanations for things that aren't part of that. So, for example, if someone told you the Earth is flat, and you said, well, if the Earth was flat, what would that make the moon? The most rational answer to reply to you is, the moon isn't the Earth. Didn't you know that?
That's true. But if I look at the planets and I see, like every planet that I'm able to observe from Earth, is a sphere, then it's also rational for me to assume that.
Okay, let me put that in a logic. Let me put that in a logic, and we'll see how it works out. Why is something that is not the other thing not like the other thing? Good point.
No, it's again, there's a category, planets. And
You were just complaining about stereotyping, and now you're doing it.
That's not.
How is that a stereotype? How is that a stereotype?
Right. To say that everything in the sky looks round, so the Earth must be round. That's a stereotype.
That's not a stereotype.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't call that a stereotype. I'd call that a.
That's the wrong word.
Yeah, there's. You're on the right track, but that's not the accurate term.
Okay, look. Okay. Tell me if this is reasonable for my position, right? I get a telescope and I look at like the other planets.
Not the Earth.
Not the Earth. And if I sit down, okay, all these are the same as Earth in a sense that
all things that aren't the Earth, all things that aren't the Earth aren't the Earth. I'd agree.
How are they the same? Do they have air and water and life?
Yeah, brother. Yeah, Travis. I think you noticing what he's doing is he's using the similarity by just asserting it's similar. If I already know they're all planets and I look at other planets and they're round, then that must mean because other planets are round, the Earth is round because the Earth is a planet. Well, that's a big chain of circular reasoning, Holmes.
It's again, I'm trying to use deductive and inductive here, right? I'm saying like we have multiple evidence, and I already pointed to NASA and the other countries, right? That also have like what is it called? Special agencies that like focus on just outer space exploration, right? And there's SpaceX too, by the way, which I haven't mentioned. Like if we forget all those, and I'm saying, okay, let me just do my own experiment, and I'm gonna stop relying on these people. I take a look at every other planet, and I notice that they are sphere, and we also.
No, you got a faulty premise. You got a faulty premise. You're assuming in your conclusion that the Earth is already a planet.
Well, it is though, right?
Okay, cool story. So you're just doing ipse dixit. So I assert the Earth is a planet. Then I say the other planets are this. Then I take the qualities of things that aren't the Earth because they're in the same category of planet and apply them across all categories. That's fallacious, dude.
It's false equivalency.
It's literally called planet Earth.
A planet is defined as a body that orbits the sun, is massive enough to be surrounded by its own gravity, which the Earth is huge. Which it is huge.
Perfect. I agree with you. That's a good definition. Now, show me from your observation or anyone's the Earth orbiting the sun.
Oh yeah, I mean that's easy. It just the sun rises from.
So you're going to infer it. You're going to infer it from the sun moving. I thought you were going to show me the Earth rotating around the sun, dude.
I am, but it's again, if you're bigger, you have more pull, right? You have more.
I got you. So if I was big enough, like maybe God, to look down from the top, I would see the Earth going around the sun. But I can't see that because I'm a human. So all as I see is the sun move across the sky. And you're telling me that the sun moving across the sky is actually witnessing the Earth orbit the sun. Wow, I get it now.
No, orbit overload.
It's an optical illusion.
I think you're purposely like twisting my words on to make it.
Show me the Earth orbiting the sun, my friend.
Again, things could be inferred here, right? We know the sun is bigger than the Earth. So it doesn't make any sense.
Show me that the Earth is smaller than the sun. Go ahead. Because for certain, I see the sun. It definitely doesn't look bigger than the Earth, my friend.
Looks the same size as the moon. Travels across the sky at the same speed. Makes the same analemma patterns. Casts the same shadows. Moonlight, sunlight can create the same shadow angles.
Ooh, that doesn't seem to make sense. I thought one was way bigger.
I'm trying to add to the conversation before old.
Go ahead.
It's all about perspective and how far they are, but yeah.
So it obviously looks like they're the same size, and so your claim is they're not the same size. One is actually 400 times bigger and 400 times removed. Yet they give you the same shadow angles. That makes sense.
Well, a sun doesn't give you a shadow, right? The sun itself doesn't have a shadow, but when you put things in front of the sun, sure, there's a shadow.
That's what the friend just told you. If you let him tell you that, no, he's a friend of all of us.
Okay.
Okay, we're not enemies here. If you like to think of other people as enemies, then I don't know how long you're going to last here, brother.
Okay. Look, all I'm saying is, obviously we know that the sun and the moon are not the same size. They look the same.
How do you know that? How do you know it? Yeah,
I'm able to demonstrate the perspective you're able to see. Like, look, if I hold a volleyball that is, and I make it 400 meters away, and I
hypothetical. I thought you were going to demonstrate it.
I am. This is something you're able to test. Again, well, it could kind of technically demonstrate my point, right? Because you could test it for yourself. And all I'm saying is to get a big volleyball, put it 400 meters away, and then get an orange, which is obviously smaller than the volleyball, and put it next to your eye. And then it's gonna seem like the orange is bigger than the volleyball, but it's all about
cool.
You know? Like
that would be a demonstration of a model, not reality.
Correct, and it wouldn't prove that that's what's occurring with the sun and the moon. So all that you've done is prove a principle of something that you can tangibly access, which is the volleyball and the orange, and then you've applied that to something you can't tangibly access, and you've used your model to reify the relationship. So unless you've got some other data point, you really haven't got nothing. Now, I'm not saying you don't have some more data. So where's your data that shows that this relationship of the orange and the volleyball is actually the relationship between the moon and the sun?
So if I'm not appealing to, again, NASA stuff, yada yada, then I'm just gonna have to infer based on different things, like the sun being.
Hey, real quick, brother. NASA's never witnessed the Earth orbit the sun. Never happened.
Well, yeah, but they noticed the movement though, and they could.
DF, I'm certain I talked to you a few weeks ago, and you said that there was a couple feet of curve across a 10-mile wide lake.
I don't remember saying that, but maybe, I don't know.
You did.
Okay.
A couple feet of curve across a 10-mile wide lake. That absolutely annihilates the globe model's math. We're basically on the same page. We agree with you about that.
Okay.
You're already a flat earther with that claim.
No, I'm not.
Not exactly.
Do you remember how much curve there was supposed to be?
1 degree every 69.5 miles.
Again, I don't even hold to the position of like 8 inches per mile squared or something. Because
that's not inches per mile squared.
Professor Dave made a video about this, and he said,
I don't care. I just ask AI. AI is not using 8 inches per mile squared. So how much? You can use any curvature calculator. Use Walter Bislin's calculator if you want. But how much curve do you think there's supposed to be across 10 miles? Do you remember now when I told you?
How much curve?
1/6 of a degree
in feet
from the starting point of the observer.
All right, hold on.
Hey, if you have evidence for 1 degree of downward curving drop across 69 miles, that'd be great too,
dude.
Right?
Saying that something is displaced in a drop isn't the same as saying it's curved, right? So you got to use more accurate language. You can't just say 10 feet of curvature, right? So yeah, you accurately parsed it out that it's dropping down and away, right? So you got to parse it out like that. Right? Go ahead.
So AI says for Earth, it's actually the standard geometric estimate, about 66.7 feet of drop over 10 miles for a sphere with the Earth average radius, which is 3,959 miles. So it says, however, this is an important nuance because Earth is so large, the observer's line of sight is in tangent for long and refraction slightly bends light towards downward.
So here's the $1 million question, and we will delete this channel. If you can show us measurements for this 66 feet of curving drop over that 10-mile distance, just show that to us, and the channel it self-destructs.
Well, I haven't done anything about it. I just looked up AI. You could.
That's pretty bold. That's pretty bold, gambling a channel that isn't yours.
Yeah, maybe you should self-destruct.
Well, I mean, you guys are like cornering me here by saying no SpaceX, no NASA, no Russia, no India. Like, I mean, come on, guys.
No, listen, Brian. We know. Listen, Brian. It's very simple. What Travis is trying to tell you is that we know their claims about what the Earth looks like from the moon as being a globe is false because we're standing on the Earth, and when you measure it, the drop or the curvature isn't there. That's what Travis is trying to say.
Travis is wrong.
Really? So then what Travis asked you for, here's what Travis asked you for. He didn't ask you for pictures far away from the Earth. He asked you for direct measurements of the surface of the Earth to corroborate your story and to prove that your story is true. So he asked you 66 feet of drop at the end of a curve from the initial starting point, which exactly what the AI rhetoric told you. He said, do you have a measurement of that? That's what he asked you for. So your response should be, oh, sure I do.
Okay, so here's the answer. You ready? For you to have a measurement, you're either going to see it as a photograph, or someone's going to have a very long tape measure, and you're going to be standing on one side, and the person's going to stand on the other. Tell us, what would that even look like to you if someone were to have the measurements of such a thing? What would that visually look like to you?
Good question.
I don't know. How about a laser transit methodology? How about that?
How you gonna laser transit again? 10 miles?
It's not our problem to figure out how you guys need to do this. That's your problem.
No. You're the one that's posing. You're the one, brother.
Before you go on, get all excited
because you're posing.
Stop. It sounded to me like you thought. Yeah, it sounded to me.
Yo, the Earth
like
is a fucking sphere. It's round.
All right, cool story. Get banned.
Do it. Earth's round. Can't debate me. I win.
Round like a dinner
you're
plate.
fine. You can listen. We're not going to ban you. You can come in later, but you're clearly just interrupting.
So you ask for things that you have no way of even.
Hold on, buddy. I didn't mute him. I didn't mute him so you could talk.
Take your time, bro.
All right, thanks. So you said
I'm gonna
10
be
miles
in the other room though. So
okay, then don't come back. Goodbye.
We're waiting.
All right, I thought you were going to the other room.
No, we're waiting for you to prove your point.
Oh no, I was just going to ask you. Are you saying 10 miles with a laser is unreasonable?
I'm saying that there is nothing that you can see that you would say is sufficient. Even a laser, how would I show that to you? How would I visually show you the results of a laser test, even if I could do that?
Okay, perfect.
How would that look to you? Would you see a photograph?
Yes, perfect.
Let me finish my comment, please. I know you can ban people. Leave it alone to let a person finish their comment.
Take a video of yourself doing it and present it. Right. No big deal.
And how would I show a video of myself doing it? Presenting? So I go from one side in the video to the other, and you're going to agree.
And just figure it out. Figure out how to do it.
Figure out. There's nothing to figure out. What you're asking is absurd and ludicrous.
Asking for evidence of curving drop over distance is ludicrous? What?
No, what you're specifically asking, the method that you're asking.
We didn't say a method. We said it's up for you to figure out.
Because you won't accept photographs. You won't accept photographs.
You do know that lasers are actually a pretty good measurement? You did know that?
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Really?
You know why they're not?
They're not?
You know why they're not? Let me know when I can talk, and I'll explain to you.
Go ahead.
Because lasers don't stay a straight line beam. They expand, they cone out from the emitter to wherever your destination is that you're measuring.
Right.
So how are you going to know? Well, if it's right, how are you going to know that you've got an accurate measurement?
Because the conical spread or the Miller-Rad divergence of a laser is known at the collimator and the type of laser it is. And so you can extrapolate out the cone at range. And if any part of that cone hits your target, you know the variability. Holy crap. Was that so hard?
That's good. Well, it's a little hard when you pretend that refraction doesn't exist.
Right. So you use the models, use the standard models or accurate models of refraction. Yeah. It's not that hard, dude.
No, listen. Here's the part that you're not accepting. You can't rely on
here's the part that you don't get, brother. If you can actually quantify the variance that refraction has.
If I finish my sentence, is it going to kill you? It's not going to kill you if the person finishes their sentence. So you can't assume that the refractivity rate is standard at any point in time because the slightest variation over that short distance on that amount of elevation is going to create a divergence that's going to be enough for you to claim that the shit that we have isn't accurate. Because you'll pretend it's going to be standard. It's going to be, whatever you want to claim the standard. Right, yeah, buddy.
Right. So what you're admitting, whether you realize it or not, what you just admitted was that you have no way to prove the surface is curved. Good job.
No, we do, but the proof that we have, you reject. Like again,
you mean asking you to prove the actual surface is curved is too hard for you?
No,
I get it now,
the
brother.
photographs are the evidence because you can ascertain in the photograph of the Earth the proportions, like how big is a mile, how big is 10 miles, how big is 100 miles on that Earth. I can look at a picture of, Florida on a picture of the Earth, and I know the distance from one part of Florida to the other because that's easy to ascertain.
Yeah, you're right. And so did the person making the photo. Duh.
Great. But you won't accept the photo as authentic.
Right. So what you're saying is if I see a photo, that meets my expectations of what I think it would look like if the Earth is a globe, I'm just going to give it a stamp of approval.
You're supposed to understand that what you're seeing is an accurate representation.
Brother, just real quick, I got to get this out. That rhetoric sounds exactly like Robert Simmons, who made Blue Marble 2.0 in Photoshop. He said, I had to make it match expectations. What say you, Mr. Flattened Destruction? Hold on. Go ahead. Dang it! Who did that? Yeah.
What happened?
He's I don't know, I'm trying to unmute him, but he's joining and leaving. Like an asshole. They think if they join and leave fast enough, they'll get unmuted by tricking the memory of the Discord.
Does it work sometimes?
It does sometimes. Rather than just let the other person talk and then unmute you and you respond. I mean, God forbid.
No, just good to know for me when I'm left on mute for hours.
Who just said that with the left on mute for hours?
Where?
I mean, how do you say? What is your name? All those percentage symbols.
That'll do. Are you gonna mute me? Because if you do, just know that I don't have text perms. So.
No, I was just wondering if you had any kind of measurements for Earth curve, any kind of 266 feet of curving drop over 20 miles distance. Do you have, or 1 degree of curving drop across 69 miles?
Who are you, bro?
Travis.
Yeah, you must be new.
Percentage is a special case. I still wanted to hear you answer the question. You think you have a free pass from answering Travis's question? I wanted to hear. Are you calling yourself a flat earther, Percentage? I was always confused about that. So is Travis. He's not even going to answer me. All right, well.
I wonder why people are confused.
I know.
That answers that.
Yeah, now that that's cleared up, let's move on.
Percentage a Pac-Man earther.
No, I'm a wraparound earther.
Oh.
All right. We back.
Yeah.
Hey, so listen, if you interrupt me and then mute me, I automatically leave the room. So the conversation will end. Just let.
How are you going to get unmuted, bro, if you just automatically leave?
Got him. That's funny.
Yeah, we don't play that you're training us never to mute you game.
Yeah, what a bitch. God damn.
Although I would have liked him to address the Robert Simmons things. But you see, his answers just aren't that interesting to make it worth letting him get away with the never getting muted thing. Maybe if he was more interesting, I'd let him get away with it.
You want to see what this wise guy has to say? Probably more of the same.
What is a wrap Earth? Is that the looping Earth of Arwen?
All right, tell us your demands.
Nope,
Yeah, the Earth
that's
is
the only
round.
one. All right, so where I left off was that you reject photographs.
No, the instructions were to tell us your demands.
Yeah, the thing is, the Earth is round.
Doppler radar proves that.
Like
Doppler
a penny,
radar
like
systems prove that.
like a penny.
Doppler radar
Round,
proves
it's
the Earth is
spherical.
round. The U.S. Navy proved the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, the Earth's a globe. We win.
All right, cool. Take your victory and go home.
No, I want you to argue your part. I want you to prove to me that the Earth is flat, buddy.
No, you already said the Navy proved the Earth was round.
They did. They did.
And I agree with you, like a penny.
No, like a globe. Flat can't exist in a heavy gravity environment. Anything flat condenses into a ball. You should know this.
Really?
Really? An object of any type of size condenses into a ball. It's proven.
Yeah, show me one.
Fact.
Show me one. Yep, show me one.
The moon, the Mars.
Yeah, that's
Jupiter,
what I thought.
All of them.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You can't show me one.
Anything of massive mass in space
Right,
condenses
sorry,
into
show
a
me
ball.
one. Yep, show me one.
Yeah, because gravity pulls everything to the center.
Water droplets are electrostatic forces, you dummy.
Oh, silly goose over there. The Earth is round. It is not flat.
So it's held together with electrostatics?
Okay, where's the edge? If it's round like a penny, where's the edge?
Just being a dumb idiot gives you autism.
Where's the edge, AI? Where's the edge? Where can I go find the edge of the Earth? Where is
That's what I'm asking. You guys keep telling me there's an edge of the Earth that precludes the bottom.
Well, you said it's round like a penny. A penny has an edge.
Well, I'm wondering, where's your horizon? Yeah, where's your horizon?
It's nighttime in America right now, and it's daytime in China right now. Round.
And? What does that have to do with the Earth?
The Earth is orbiting the sun. The sun is moving.
Okay, so night and day are times of day. They're not shapes of objects.
The Earth is a sphere. The Earth is round. You cannot refute this.
But the Earth tilts on its axis, which proves that
Listen, Jason, bro. This other kid keeps chiming in over you just to repeat the phrase "the Earth is round." He's kind of useless. Do you want me to eat him?
Dude, I don't think anybody should be muted at any point in time.
No, well, he keeps talking over your awesome points, bro.
That's fine. I'm not complaining.
Oh, so you just want a beatboxer in the background, so as you're spitting your points, he's like Earth round, Earth round, Earth round.
I just want you to come out and just be cool and think about this, right? Okay? Think long and hard. Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
The Earth is flat. There you go.
Number one, there's so many tools and technology that you can use to prove the Earth is a globe. One of them's on your phone. It's called GPS, Global Positioning System. Okay.
What you do is you just open GPS.
How does your phone know where every single store and restaurant is around you? How does it know? How does it know? How does it know how to get you?
What is around you?
Your phone. How does it know where every store is, where the traffic jams are, where the speed limit for every road is? How does it know all this shit? You think some fat fucking nerd at NASA is just like implementing all this shit? No, dude. It's satellites. A satellite can't orbit a flat Earth if gravity doesn't exist.
What?
Yes, dude. The entire reason why satellites
That
orbit
made no
the Earth is
sense,
because of
brother.
gravity.
That made no sense.
Yeah, satellites are falling in the sky, but they're at the same time orbiting the Earth, right? That's why they have a fixed trajectory and they don't ever fall out the sky. Because they're falling, but they're not.
Okay, perfect. So if they don't fall out of the sky, then that means once they get to the sky, they wouldn't fall back to the Earth.
There's no jet
they
engine
wouldn't
in the
fall
world.
back to the flat Earth. Problem solved.
There's no jet engine in the world that can keep anything up for over like a year. That doesn't exist. There's no type of fuel that exists. All planes need to be refueled. There's no planes going up refueling satellites. They're not microplanes, right? They're up there. They're permanently up there. How are they up there? If the Earth is in a closed system and the Earth is flat, quote unquote, like the Bible says, how do we have satellites orbiting the Earth? Okay?
Oh, you want me to hypothesize or speculate?
It's impossible. Space is
impossible.
real.
Yeah, prove it's impossible.
Space is real.
Go ahead.
Okay, go outside at night, look up. Space is real. It's not fake.
What do you see when you look up?
Everything.
Everything.
You see the moon, you see satellites, you see stars, you see other galaxies, you see all types of shit.
Cool. So do you see the Earth when you look up?
No, you see the Earth when you look down.
Really?
Yeah.
What does it look like? When you look down, what does it look like?
Dirt.
Right. So when you look down at that dirt, what about that dirt tells you what you're standing on is a ball?
Earthquakes.
And they always have
a flat Earth doesn't have tectonic plates.
To go with as stupid as they are, but continue. I'm sorry.
A flat Earth cannot produce earthquakes, bro. Okay.
A flat Earth can't have plates on top of it. Wow,
earthquakes.
Dude. Have you ever seen a table with plates on it? Holy crap, dude!
It's not the same.
How is me telling you something is not an orange proving it is an apple?
Because what you got to understand is flat Earth theory is older than
I don't think he's serious.
Modern technology. Right. You had people that believed in the flat Earth like back in Christopher Columbus' day. Okay, they didn't have all these technological advancements at that time, magnetism, all this bullshit that we use to prove the Earth is a globe. So they couldn't. The scientists at the time, they can only come up with assumptions, right? Assumptions. Assumptions.
Oh my god.
You think a scientist back then could go out with a fucking laser and calculate distances? No. No, they couldn't. Laser wasn't invented till the 50s.
Mental midget out, I'll tell you.
Look, I know you flat earthers on conspiracy, but not everybody's lying, bro.
Well, he's already set in his. He's not listening, nor is he responding to anything anyone's saying. So it's what do you do?
What are you saying?
What do you?
Dude, this is like so you know how like you have a courtyard in the center of an insane asylum and you have to let the patients out every so often to enjoy the fresh air? That's what we're doing for this guy.
Yo, that's funny, AI, but you still haven't proved the Earth is flat. You know, it's okay to say the Earth is flat on Discord, but I bet you don't do it in public.
Oh, shit.
Why not?
When's the last time you went to Starbucks and told everybody there the Earth was flat?
Dude, why would I just go to random people and tell them some random information?
Everybody here is random. Nobody here knows anybody.
Like, yeah, like you just go to Starbucks and tell the girls, "Hey, I have a Pokemon card collection."
I don't tell them the world's flat. That's for damn sure. That's a for sure way to not get any pussy.
You sure about that?
There's no bitch on this world that's hot that believes the earth is flat.
You sure about that? There's isn't there Elijah? Isn't there 50 million Brazilians who say they're flat earthers in the poll they did?
You talking about the people that live in fucking metal tin cans called a
Dude,
favela?
you never seen Brazilian chicks before? Holy
It's
crap!
practically a third world country, my guy. They don't even have a fucking air force.
Well, I thought we were rating the value of places by hot chicks. Now we're rating it by Air Force.
Listen, bro, if you want to believe some dumb bitch that lives in a tin can on the side of a mountain, that's fine.
Wow.
What a retard, man.
The crazy thing is none of you believe in science. None of you believe in modern math. None of you believe in trigonometry. None of you believe in geometry. None of you believe anything
Now he's trying to
that any
gaslight me.
top scientist from NASA says, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. You all think they're lying. You all think they're like swindling you into believing some kind of government psyop. It's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, check this out, dude. How about instead of you telling us what you think we think, how about you?
No, I know what you think. I know everything about you.
Yeah,
I know
no,
why
you
you.
don't,
I know why you believe the Earth is flat. I know why you act the way you do. I know everything. You're an open fuck.
He's literally that. He's literally it, like it. Like I mean, again, if Bigot was a person who could walk into the room with a mic, it'd be him.
A little bit buzzy there. You know, kind of sound like this a little bit.
Oh, because my head is in the pillow. But again, if bigotry could walk into the room with a mic, it'd be him.
See, you couldn't even.
When does this guy's meds wear off? That's what I want to know.
They probably already did. Mixing them with alcohol there, and this is what you get.
Has he been server muted?
Damn straight. Don't know about you there, but I'm kind of tired of listening to drunken assholes kind of just, run their mouth,
Bro, party foul. Why are you sending me pictures of yourself to my DMs, Holmes? Holy crap. And I'm going to have to show everyone. Good grief, dude. You just had to cross that boundary. Dude, look what he sent me in my DMs, a pic of himself.
Do you guys all accept the AE map?
What do you mean by accept?
Think that it's true?
Well, it's definitely an AE map. That's true. Sure.
That it corresponds to the actual world?
Well, it's an azimuthal equidistant projection, right? And it's a projection of a globe, which itself is a reverse engineered synergy between the celestial sphere, the geoid, and the ellipsoid, the actual measurements, and the mathematical matrix that it's converted into. So with all those models, how do I know which one's reality and which one's a reification?
I guess if you need to accept two things to get to the AE map, which is we know the shape of the continents, and which I mean I'm pretty sure we do know, and that we know where the tropics are. Like we can see where the summer solstice is. We can look at Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, and from there you just place the continents correspondingly to the tropics, and then you get the exact AE map that you see. But there's no other way to do it. There's no other way to configure the continents in some other form, because the tropics just are the way that they are.
What's the tropic?
The tropics, 30 degrees north, 30 degrees south. It's just where the sun is observed, where it kind of like maximizes on the summer solstice and winter solstice.
Okay, so it's a local observation of something that's not the Earth, right?
Yeah, it's the point on Earth where you can see the sun on the solstice directly overhead.
Okay.
Which we can see like on different continents.
Sure.
So,
but not at the same time, right? Like each person's seeing it over their head at different times, right?
Yeah, like on the summer solstice, the sun isn't ever at once. It's it does a circle,
right,
on the flat Earth, and that's what we call the tropics. Directly over that point. Now, once you know that coordinate, right, the latitude, the longitude, you can just place the continents, if you know their shapes, onto a flat plane, and that's how you get the AE map. But there's no other way to do it. Like, how else would you do it? Because people say that there might be other possible flat Earth maps. I disagree. I'm saying this is the only flat Earth map you could have.
Well, what are you using as your assumption to lay out the continents?
The shapes of them?
Man, maybe. There's something else. Well, there's at least an assumption about the relationship between the path of the sun and the observer that's seeing it overhead, correct?
I don't think so. Like that, like for example, the height of the sun wouldn't matter because it's overhead. So you don't like the distance doesn't matter, right? The height of the sun wouldn't matter. So like this is really just minimal assumptions.
Flat Earth isn't a map, so.
They're different concepts. Yes, technically.
No, when we say flat Earth, we're not talking about a map. We're not talking about all of physical reality in its entirety, what it looks like, right? The ins and outs, the intricacies of all the universe, etc., etc. How does it look? How does this work? How does that work? We're not presenting that to the world, are we?
What are you presenting?
That the surface of liquid is flat.
How do you know that?
Because you can see it and you can measure it.
Can you show me a measurement?
No, you can go do it right now if you want.
Oh, so you don't have a measurement? Oh, that was easy.
Oh, you do. You probably have done it multiple times unwittingly.
So what I was getting at with the AE map stuff is that, yes, you can say it's flat, it's measured flat, but the entailment of that would be necessarily the AE map, and then we can test the entailment of that, right?
Why?
Because if the Earth is measured flat, and we know the tropics and the shape of the continents, then it logically entails the AE.
Well, do we?
Yes.
So we know their exact shapes and their exact positionings relative to one another.
Their positionings to one another would correspond to where the tropics are, right? Assuming we know the shapes, we just place them on the AE map.
Maybe if you understand exactly what the sky is and the things in it, and what they're doing is actually what they're doing, etc.
All I'm saying is, I mean, we agree that the tropics exist, correct? And we know where they are.
There's a concept of it. Yeah.
The concept of the tropics, the concept of the directly overhead,
the path of the sun at a certain time of year.
Yes. And so, given that, we actually get the AE map. And
that's not the Earth, though, right? Wait. It's the path of the sun during a certain time of year. That's not the Earth. That's the sun's path during a certain time of the year.
Yes, but if we are going to take the Earth as measured flat claim and then take the entailment of that, we know the tropics, we know the shape of the continents, we get the AE map. Now, if we get the AE, and where I'm going with this is, if we have an AE map, we can test to see all kinds of things to see if they're true or not. Like, do planes in the southern hemisphere have major problems, or do the flights or shipping times?
I'm still not convinced about your shapes of the continents nor their positions relative to one another.
Oh, you don't think we know the shape of the continents?
Not necessarily. I don't. Do you claim to?
Yeah, I think that right now, you could look at Google Earth, Google Maps, and you can navigate places. We know the exact shapes of and we've had sketches since like the 1700s, right? And then now they're.
It's not their shape so much that you got to worry about, bro. Really, is it? It's not their shapes.
The shape is just the only component you need, and the tropics to get to the AE map. Those are the only two components that are necessary.
They could be of any shape. Their shape is really irrelevant.
The shape is
it would be their positionings relative to one another, and certain ground positions, respective to the path of the sun.
Yes, but there's only one possible configuration given we know where the tropics are.
Says who?
That's the only logically possible.
Why?
Entailment.
Based on the observations.
What observations?
Is there someone else here who might be able to explain this better than I'm doing, right? Somebody
I can tell you based on my personal experiences that the United Kingdom is the shape that it is on Google Maps. Because I've navigated
the shape is irrelevant.
He's not challenging the shape, and he's not challenging the tropics.
And I can tell you that France is south of the United Kingdom.
Where he's confused. Okay, so where he's getting lost is that if we take the shape of the continents and we take the known tropics, well, I mean, then, North America can only be in one possible configuration because it's placed.
Nah, you're still skipping over your assumption, dude.
Well, hold on.
You're assuming the path of the sun is charted on the ground, right?
based on where the people are, where they see it overhead, and you're assuming a shape of that path, and then you're orienting the continents along that path that you assumed. Now, whether your assumption is reasonable or not is a different story, but you are assuming that.
So you could, like, if you're going to do, like, everyone gets a local dome over their head and it's all private and it's not shared. So, like, there's, like, infinite amounts of suns that people, like, see, even though, like, it's projected from one sun. Then, yeah, like, we don't know where the tropics are then. But you have to, like, have this
Guy's magic,
like, weird party. Like, no one's observed these domes or private domes or
what?
No one's observed anything like that. If we're going to agree, the sun's overhead on the summer.
What do you mean? What do you mean by overhead? Do you mean that if I look up and I actually flew like Superman straight up, I would eventually intersect the sun? And that if everybody else who was looking at the sun at a different angle, if they flew at that angle, they would eventually intersect the sun?
We're not assuming anything about what it is, just the effect of the light is directly overhead.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, good one.
And that's a shared phenomenon. Do you agree that it's a shared phenomenon?
Well, I mean, whoever's under it when it's directly overhead would be directly under it when it's there. Yeah, sure.
So if we line up all the humans over the tropics, everyone's.
But yeah, but then you could literally plot that out, project it into almost like anything you want, right?
No.
No, I
they
mean,
don't all see it. They don't all see it at the same time, dude.
They don't all see it. I agree. They don't see it at the same time. The sun's not everywhere at once. It's circling. Look like
right. So in order to plot it as points on the ground, you have to use some kind of matrix of interpretation, dude.
I don't know what you mean, matrix. The matrix of interpretation is just there's a sun. It's circling.
Okay. Oh, there you go, circling. So you're assuming that the path the sun takes is a circle, and that everyone who sees it overhead is directly underneath the circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You finally got there.
Uh-huh. Isn't that like? Is that?
How are you going to prove that path is actually a circle? How are you going to prove that path is a circle, dude?
Because you can see it, like they did when they went to Antarctica and saw a 24-hour sun.
Oh, okay, so not over the tropics then, right?
Okay, well you can see it go in a circle then.
Yeah, in a certain. So what you're telling me is in places that aren't this place, you can see the sun go in a circle, but in this place you can't. Good point.
Yeah. So when I see the sun and you see the sun at the same time, do you agree that we're seeing the same sun?
How would I possibly know that?
Okay, so we don't see the same sun.
No, I said, how would I possibly know that? That was the question.
You're just wondering what you're willing to, throw
Gaslighting.
away.
101.
I mean,
is either we're seeing the same sun or we're not seeing the same sun. Is that a true dichotomy?
This blood pressure guy, you can. It's just like where I was like ultimately going to go with that was, okay, I mean, yeah, like if people are willing to grant the sun, goes over a circle over the flat Earth, and we know the AE map. Well, then we could just look at flights in the south to see.
But that would be treating the AE map, which is a globe projection, as ignoring the scale and the legend, right?
Yeah,
and saying that, and using those as actual distances.
No, we would take the actual confirmed shape of the continents, take the tropics so we know the exact positioning and spacing, and then we would be able to make.
Well, then you couldn't have an azimuthal equidistant map, then, dude.
I don't know what that means. Could you define that?
Okay, the actual azimuthal equidistant map as it stands, the continents are not maintaining their true form. So you'd have to scale them differently than what they're represented on that map. So what would you scale them as? Where would you place them?
I mean, yeah, like it. So there is this other problem with it where we do know that, like, as you get closer to the North Pole, the lines of latitude start converging, and towards the South Pole they start converging again as well. So they actually expand.
You mean longitude?
the
north-south lines.
Yeah. And
longitude.
the thing is, on a flat Earth map, they would one distinction would be that they don't contract towards the south; they would just keep expanding. Whereas on a globe, they would like start contracting, and so yeah, you can know your exact longitude in Australia, and then go and like measure it to see if it's accurate or not. Right? That's one way, and then on this AE map, you would either have to like expand and morph it, and you could do your adjustments and all that. I'm just saying, like, yeah, go ahead and do
What's a longitude? What's a longitude?
I know that it's something to do with like time or something like. I know that
half of a coordinate.
1 degree latitude, like 1 degree like south, north south is something like 100-ish, or I forget the exact kilometers, but it's like 100 kilometers per degree, 111 or something like that. And then like from east to west, it's like a time measurement. And then the more accurate time measurement you get, that's as far as I know, it's like very surface level. You probably know like far better than me. But the point being that once you know how, like where the lines are, you just like make your adjustments to the map to make it precise.
Okay, perfect. How would you know where the lines are?
How would you know the exact?
Yeah, you said it has to do with time. So do I just look at my watch and it says 3:00, and so now I know what longitude I'm on?
Exactly how they got that locked in. I forgot. This was a while ago when I was looking into it, but I can look that up next time if I come back.
Sounds like you need more information.
The point is that you can, right? The method how is like you can tell me how because you guys know.
Yeah, it has to do with the sky, brother. The sky.
Yeah, but if you guys are doing like the quiz thing, then like, or how do you know? Well, I'm just saying, like, given that you guys like would know how, just do.
No, I'm just saying it's what the sky looks like from where you're standing. That's all it is.
Yeah. So you do it that way. Then you just make your adjustments if you need to the shapes. But like the thing is, I'm telling you, like after you do such adjustments, Australia is just going to look like super expanded, like wide, because you get the lines of longitude just like expanding instead of contracting. And so
right. So then at different. So that okay. So if that's true, then that means at different points in Australia, the sky would look different. Okay, I could agree with that. That doesn't mean the lines of latitude are actually expanding Australia's continent, does it?
Well, if you're going to if you're going to leave the shape of the continents as we know them, that's fine. You can just place it on your AE map. But if you're going to make adjustments for like longitude, then yeah, it's going to look morphed as fuck. But you can do it either way. I'm just telling you, like when you do that, either like A version or B version, and you look at any flight from Australia to literally anywhere else in the south, it will actually take. It will be like over 24 hours for a flight when it actually like takes only 9 hours. It'll be like something insane.
Now you're doing what I said you'd do.
Yeah, but that's
and you said no. You won't do that.
Well, that's why it's problematic, because you have to end up with the AE map. But once you do end up with the AE map, there's all these fucking problems.
I still don't understand why you have to.
Because we know the shape of the continents, we know where the tropics are, so you just place the continents exactly like along that.
Right, and then B, you forgot B and C assume the path of the sun is a circle, and that people standing directly under it are a 1-for-1 equivalent to the circle's path, et cetera, et cetera. You forgot all that part too.
But in this cosmology, does the sun maintain its circular path around the North Pole?
Yeah, I'm assuming that. If you guys want to deny,
well, then what do we?
You want to say?
Well, then what do we do about the 24-hour Antarctic sun then?
Well,
it just looks like that. That's some sort of optical illusion or something, is it?
That's the other problem, because the AE map predicts you wouldn't see 24 Antarctic sun, right? It's a huge problem.
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
In case you didn't know, the sun is not on an AE map.
Which is
there's no sun anywhere on the map.
Well, we're gonna get there, but the thing is,
I thought you were basing the tropics on what the sun appears to do in the sky. Well, if it appears to do concentric path around the south, around Antarctica, then we've got to change our tropics. Now we can't have that as a mathematical equidistant map.
I mean,
tropic.
the thing is, like, well, we have just directly observed and filmed the sun going in a big circle, right, in Antarctica, and so we know the sun does go in a circle. But you guys want to?
I don't know, brother. It looked like a medium circle to me, bro.
Sure, if you want to say it goes in some oval or something, like the point being, if you want to like morph the AE map in some other way or get some other configuration, you can, but like if you guys say the sun doesn't go in a circle,
No, but you said it has to turn out like the AE map. But now we've got. But no, we can't. It can't, because you've got to base your tropics on imaginary, mind you. All these latitude, longitude, tropics, meridians, all that, that's all imaginary lines, not real lines, right? So we've got to change that now, because we've got to base that on what the sun appears to do.
Depends what you call like a real line, but you know that is corresponds to a real observable, directly observable phenomena. If you want to say that that's not real.
All right, so how must it work how must it become an AE or AE map, right? How must Flat Earth become an AE map when you said that the tropics are based on the apparent path of the sun?
Wait a minute, I have the answer for this. I have the answer. Everything moves east to west.
I'm not saying the sun. Well, the sun does go like left to right and then right to left in the south. But the point being, like, if you're on an AE map like that, you could say, well, I'm actually like in the south, and so I'm on the other side where the sun is. So the sun literally does go in the circle, but it goes like the left to right for you and right to left for me, because I'm just on the other side of that, looking the other direction. Right? That solves for that, but like you would have to say the sun goes in a circle that way. And if you want to say it goes in like some figure eight or some because we see it going in an arc, right? And so given that like we all see it going in a corresponding arc, you could say it's like an oval or a circle or a figure eight, but like you can try to exhaust that and then try to form a map that makes everything work, but you actually have to make everything work. The globe just makes everything work because except
for the part that the surface isn't curved. It makes everything work except for the one thing that's needed.
It makes everything work, and the surface is curved, though.
Oh, really? So and the surface is curved. Let's just assume that all those other things require the surface to be curved, and if the surface demonstrated not to be curved, then all your other claims are false that you're basing on.
Well, the thing is, I'm not going to accept like visual observation as evidence, right? I don't think that's a measurement.
Mate, aren't you basing your tropic lines on observation of the sun?
Except for the sun.
I don't observe.
I'm not going to accept
the reason
visual observations of the sun above my head and the assumption that it's on a circular path as measurements of where the continent should be. I'm not going to accept it.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, you know, the difference is that like there's minimal refraction directly overhead when you're looking flat.
Prove it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be, what is it, Snib's law or some shit? I forget the...
Yeah, what's the medium between here and the sun?
The atmosphere, but the sun directly overhead passes through minimally. There's minimal refraction.
Yeah, prove it.
You want me to like do it in like an aquarium or something? Like, how do you want me to prove it?
No, I want you to prove what's between us and the sun.
What's between us and the sun? Oh, like the dome. Like, is there an atmosphere or a dome? You want to get into that? Like, are you
anything? I just want you to prove the atmosphere conditions between here and the sun, so that your claim that there's no refraction when you're looking straight up could be validated.
I just said that. I mean, and we already know this with like just inferior mirages. We know that like looking like there's like a temperature gradient, and so that causes, like, especially lower down towards the surface, you see much refraction. As you go higher up, you see less. Like, we already know that. And if you're just looking like directly overhead, there's like, it's like barely anything. It's like, we already know that though. But you're saying like prove it. It seems like weird and pedantic to ask that of me.
Oh yeah, it seems weird and pedantic to ask you to prove your claims about the nature of how the sun's light is arriving at us. Yeah, even though your validation of your claim is based on an observer's location and the assumption of a circular path. Yeah, good point.
It's too pedantic for me to debate. Like, I'll just concede then, whatever. Like, I'm not going to debate something that pedantic. Like, I'll withdraw the claim if it's like bad.
How is that even? That's not pedantic, dude.
Yeah, I'll just withdraw it.
I mean, you can see the sun go in a circular path.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can see the sun going in a circle, or at least in an arc pattern, right? I mean, in Antarctica, you can literally see it going in a full circle, right?
If you're beyond the Arctic or Antarctic circle, you see it go in a circular path, opposite ends of the year.
Yeah, like on the edges of it, you see the sun briefly dip below the horizon, but then you see it come back up quite quickly. Like, yeah, you like as if you're like very south towards January, yeah. But that is predicted on a globe. It's like all these things are perfectly explained on a globe. And then the only other thing, though, that you guys are hung up on
it's not just predicted on a globe; it happens in reality.
It happens in reality, but Flat Earth, like, here I'm actually trying to help explain it, right?
I'll explain it for you. The Earth is the Earth, and the Sun is the Sun. There you go. Problem solved.
Right.
So you're basing the assumption that they have to be synergized into a cohesive model where the one explains the other and the other explains the one, but it's not necessary.
I think that's code.
Why not? They both exist in reality.
Cope. That's just cope.
Oh, really? So it's cope to say that if something is what it is, then assumptions about what other things doing that aren't what the thing itself is somehow is coping? That's weird.
Yeah, because if one thing is what it is, and you say another thing is what it is, but what you say these things are contradict each other.
Here's the problem.
No, nothing contradicts. Nothing contradicts about your assumptions about the nature of what the sun's doing not being what the Earth is. No, nothing contradicts that at all. Yeah, it is.
You can see it. It's filmed.
No, I didn't say that seeing something was the assumption. I said that interpolating what the Earth is from it is the assumption.
No, it isn't.
Right, yeah, it is, buddy.
So we have a 24-hour sun in the north, and we have a 24-hour sun in the south.
Right. Which one of those is the Earth?
And when we call the farthest point north that the sun goes, that's the Arctic Circle. Or the Tropic of... whatever it is. We call them the tropics. So we have a circular tropic in the north, and we have a circular tropic in the south. And also we can circumnavigate east and west. So how could we have a world where we have two circular tropics where the sun goes around at opposite ends of the year, and we can circumnavigate around the Earth? What shape does that fit on?
A sphere.
Dude, where did you chart the tropics from the ground? How did you extrapolate where you're at while you're assuming that that's what it's doing? Oh, okay. So it doesn't matter where they are somewhere. That's getting somewhere. No. All right. So Homebay already said he's not going to accept visual observations as proof. So we'll just take this whole sun thing and just put it in the garbage can.
I love visual observations. I think they're great.
Okay, so how many people have been convinced by it?
Quite a few. I think more people than not have been convinced by a visual observation.
Okay. To change their position.
Yeah.
Whether it be globe to flat or flat to globe.
Oh, about flat to globe? I'm not sure. Those people are quite stubborn.
Okay, so then if this isn't
But now you're just
sufficient to
appealing
go
to
from flat to
incredulity.
globe,
I don't believe it, so it's not true.
no, I'm not saying
It's
that. I'm not
fallacy.
saying that. I'm just saying if it doesn't seem to be compelling or definitive for whatever reason, maybe there's another way you could go about it.
Well, that's a problem with you, not with the evidence, not with the observations.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I'll just clarify my view.
So you just want to say your same observations that you think prove one thing, but never actually do anything else. All right. I guess if you want to do that, you can do that.
I hate
It's just
observations.
there's no coherent way that this thing can happen over a flat surface.
Really? Why not?
Because you've got, so if you're south, if something in the sky is going in a circle in one area and it's going in a circle in another area, okay, so that needs to go over a circle over the ground.
Okay, but so you said it's going over. But what you maybe should have said is you can see it from your vantage point, but its actual physical location doesn't necessarily correspond to its optical location.
Okay, so it's magical. If you want to say the sky's magical, then sure, I've got nothing. It's just magic.
Okay, let's say that's true. Now let's get back to the surface being curved.
So it's magic.
Yeah, cool. So is the surface curved? You got any evidence the surface is actually
It's
curved?
got magical curve.
So on the surface curve thing, like I'll say, I don't like using just like your eyeballs to measure like long distance curves on.
And what about a laser?
For the reason why is because
what about a laser? What about a laser?
There's horizontal refraction that you're susceptible to. So that's why I wouldn't hinge really important decisions like the shape of the entire planet or globe or whatever off.
Okay, so we can't use any optical means to measure the Earth to see if it's actually the Earth that you claim it is. I get you. That's convenient.
There's some. It's like those that aren't as fallible to refraction and things.
Oh, dude, listen. According to the Globe Zealots, refraction is a very well-known, understood, and studied phenomenon. So just give me the accurate model of refraction. I'll apply it to a laser test, and I'll go out and I'll measure the Earth for you. Problem solved.
You can, but flat Earth, there's sometimes like measure horizontal gradient, which like is silly. Like they'll take the beginning and the end points, the temperature, pressure, and humidity, instead of a vertical gradient, which is how it actually works.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, just give me the field-tested data of lasers and their differentiation through different conditions, and then we'll mitigate that all out with multiple frequencies to mitigate the refraction, cross-cancel them out, and then we'll get an accurate laser shot, and then we'll see whether or not the surface of the water is actually interrupting the laser or falling down and away from the laser, or that it's just not there. Let's do it.
I agree, but the thing is, when you guys show the black swan stuff, you guys never factor that stuff in. That's and you like if you did, you would not be saying they're black swan. They would be explained because refraction. You'd actually have the correct refraction coefficient, and then you would say, "Oh, we should see this far. Oh, we do see that far."
Hey, what are you talking about, dude? Walter Bislin himself tried to model the black swan. He had to cross the ray paths of the light, which would result in an upside down image. So, I mean, good grief. What are you trying to talk about here?
I don't know who that guy was. Was he the guy who like did?
Oh yeah, Walter Bislin's the guy who made the advanced Earth curve calculator with all the refraction sliders that everybody loves to use.
Yeah, I'm saying you can go and you can have the formula yourself. Like I've pasted it a ton of times in chat.
I could care less about formulas. I want actual field tested, proven data.
That's okay. Well, I mean, I don't know what else to do other than that because that's
I don't know. Maybe there's companies that actually use lasers on the regular that have actual bunch of tests for their lasers, and they have the big compiled stack of data that shows how much they actually alter in different conditions so that they can use them accurately. I don't know. Maybe that exists. You ever think of that one?
It could just be magical. Have you also thought of that? The wizard did it.
Well, speaking of airplane flights, tell me what you think of this one. Tell me what you think of this one. So supposedly, regardless of what you think about your airplanes taking this long to get here or this long to get there, if the Earth was a ball, they certainly would be traveling in an arc if they're maintaining level flight. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, so they take off, they reach a certain altitude, and then they'd be flying in a parallel arc to the alleged surface curvature. That would be two arcs. The ground being an arc and the plane's path being an arc. Now, if a plane is traveling in an arc, it constantly has to rotate. Its attitudinal vector relative to down to maintain perpendicularity to down would have to constantly be rotating around its own frame, correct?
Attitudinal vector.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, it's correct or incorrect, or I'll rephrase if you want some clarity.
Yeah, could you rephrase that?
Right, so if, in your view, down is a radial, roughly to the center of the Earth, let's say, for sake of argument. So as the plane is going, that radial is going to constantly be changing, right? So that radial itself is rotating around the center of the Earth. And the plane, in order to maintain perpendicularity to that radial, which would be down, right? It would be let's just say it's 90 degrees to that, right?
Yeah.
So it itself would be at the end of a radial that's rotating. And so the frame of the plane would actually be, as it's traveling in an arc path, making a rotation. So if it starts at 12 o'clock and it moves over a quarter of the Earth, it's now at 3 o'clock. Right? So the plane rotated.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So this is something that must happen. Like if it's traveling in this manner, it can't be otherwise. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So all that you'd have to do is just provide evidence that the plane is rotating in that manner, and then you'd prove that it's traveling in an arc, right?
Yeah.
All right. So then I would ask you, do you have any of that type of evidence?
No.
Would it be possible to get that evidence?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Let's say it is possible. Let's say we have instruments sensitive enough to be able to tell whether the plane is rotating in this manner. Let's say we could also apply it to a car. So we could put the same instrument in a car, we could put the same instrument in a plane. We could send the plane and the car from the east coast of the United States to the west coast over a 3,500 mile highway. When it arrives at the other end, it should be displaced by 35 degrees, if I'm not mistaken, for 3,500 miles. Might be a little more. So if the plane and the car arrive on the other end of the United States, and the machine that's in them that can sense that rotation shows that they didn't rotate, that would mean that they were actually traveling horizontally, would it not? In a line that's straight, not curved, correct?
Yeah. It's making sense.
Okay, so if that was done and it came back that the attitudinal orientation of the plane and the car did not rotate, and that means they traveled in a straight line, yet they moved over a portion of the Earth that would require a 35-degree displacement based on the curvature, that would mean the Earth is not curved and actually flat, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, fair. So if I did this test and it came back with those results, would you concede the Earth is actually flat?
Yeah, if everything you said is true.
Perfect. So you're going to sign my petition?
I'll sign your petition.
Yay.
Whatever it is.
It's going to be to fund such a test. because the actual device is going to be physically attached to the surface of the Earth, travel over the surface, right, and be the longest continuous measurement of the surface in human history.
Hey guys, all right. You guys unmuted me. I appreciate that. We ready to try to address the issue now or no?
Well, yeah, the issue is, here's the issue, brother.
Okay.
That you
All right,
think
brother.
that you're going to make demands and then we're just going to concede to your demands.
No, I didn't make any demand of you.
There you go. Yeah, I should have asked him before he left.
Can I get an unmute on the chat? I don't know, maybe. I don't know.
So far, Mez, I've been getting Globers to concede that this test would be sufficient to prove it to them.
Yo, I was thinking about what you said, AI Overlord, and it doesn't make sense that the plane would have to rotate. Can you explain that a little bit? I don't think that is correct.
Oh yeah, perfect. So I'll give you an analogy that's not a plane but has the same necessary rotational requirements. So,
Look, tell me what rotation means.
AI, can I get an unmute on the text chat? Can you help me?
Man, I'm too busy for that, bro.
Let's hammer down what you mean when you say the plane is rotating. That's the spot I want to focus on.
Oh yeah, sure. So, a rotation, right, is very simply an angular displacement around an axis, right?
Has nothing to do with shape, by the way.
So at one moment in time, you're at a particular orientation, and the next moment in time, your, let's just call it vehicle, has changed its orientation in relationship to a radial to an axis.
So are we
or a
saying
center point? Either one. It could be an axis or a center point. Either one.
Let's think about the plane itself. What would happen to the plane that we would know that it's rotating? Let's say we're at the tip of the nose of the plane.
Oh yeah. So if a plane is traveling in an arced path to maintain level flight, with all the physics being equal in the claim that the Earth is a globe, compared to the reference frame of the plane in the previous instance, the next instance of the plane, the nose would go down and the tail would go up as the entire frame of the plane rotates around the center point of the plane, which would be the center of balance, which would be which would have a radial passing through it, right, perpendicular to the attitude of the plane prior, going straight down through the surface of the Earth to the alleged center of gravity that the radials are rotating around.
So, are we saying the tip? Are you saying the nose is going up and down, or right or left, or what are you saying?
Yeah, if the plane's going forward, right, and it's moving in an arched path, then the orientation of the plane is going to change in such a manner that from the fixed frame of the plane, the nose is constantly going down and the tail is constantly going up. Or if you don't like the words up and down, they're constantly rotating.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could use polar coordinates. Yeah, it's rotating, dude.
I don't agree with that. Like, imagine like a man balancing on a log down a river, or like a hamster on a hamster wheel. Like, the hamster doesn't have to keep tilting their head up more and more as they go. They stay stable. The ball rotates, and they stay in position, balanced.
The hamster isn't actually taking an arced path. It's maintaining its position in space while an arc travels around it. They're not analogous at all.
It's still derived from the XYZ, though, at the end of the day.
Those are
Mathematically.
Those are equivalents, by the way.
Mathematically, it's still derived from
They're not
X, Y,
equivalent.
theta. That's the whole point. Like, no matter how you position something in the sky compared to the surface of the ground, it's still taken as an XYZ grid. XY being north, south, east, west on a planar system, and then Z being
What does that have to do with what we're talking about, dude?
He's talking about things going around a curve when that technically, mathematically, there's no curve involved because it's based upon an XYZ grid. That's the whole point.
What? That makes no sense. That's like saying you can't print a curve with XYZ coordinates on a toy that you made in your 3D printer, which you can.
No. In a 3D format, in a 3D format.
Dude, I'm not struggling with you to explain it to you. I'm trying to explain it to them. I don't need competition.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fine. Okay.
It's bad enough they don't get it.
I mean, does anyone else get it? I really don't think he understands what rotation means. The plane's not rotating.
The plane's rotating, dude. Not only is it rotating, but it cannot be otherwise.
Yeah, well, explain what you mean by rotation then.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you this question, dude. If you have something like, okay, let's use a clock. So you got a clock, it's got hands on the clock. Okay? The end of the hands have arrows on them. The arrow's currently pointing at 12. The hand is going to go all the way around the clock and arrive back where it started. Okay, so the entire hand is rotating around the clock, correct?
Yes, I can agree with that.
Okay, great, perfect. So now what I want you to do is imagine that the arrow, right? You take a plane that you printed out on your computer, and you tape it to the arrow. The plane is now part of the hand. So just like the whole hand was rotating around, the plane is now also rotating around.
Sorry, but that's a false equivalence.
Wow, dude. So when it was an arrow at the end, the hand was rotating, but now that it's a plane, it's not rotating. Wow.
Is rotating around the clock. That doesn't mean the plane that's at the tip of the hand is rotating. It's not at all.
Wow.
So,
that's awesome,
so
dude.
Twonga, if the plane is at 12 o'clock, it's right way up. If it's at 6 o'clock, it's upside down. At what stage does it not rotate? Did he just headphone himself?
Yeah, he deserves to headphone himself, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he's one of those guys that as soon as you start talking, he has to headphone to save his ears.
Yeah, dude, that was ear rape. Holy shit.
Yeah, nice try, Tonga. So yeah,
listen, hold on, Matrix. Listen, Tonger, can you turn Matrix down so you can handle his, phonetic verbosity?
Okay, 50% Matrix. What's up, dude?
all right. So when your plane that's stuck to the clock that you don't like, when it's at 12 o'clock, the plane is the correct way up. Yeah?
Could not follow what you just said.
How could you not follow that? You know what AI was talking about? You stick the little plane to the clock hand.
Yeah, okay.
Excellent. So when the clock hand is at 12 o'clock, the plane is the correct way up. Yeah?
Okay.
Excellent. So when that clock hand goes all the way round to the 6, it's now upside down.
Okay.
So that means the plane has rotated.
The plane never rotated.
So how did it get upside down?
It's traveling around a ball. God, you guys are stupid. I gotta go to bed. Good night.
All right, go to bed. So let me ask this question. Did the plane translate? Is that how it arrived upside down?
He just wanted to be down so he could say that, yeah.
Yeah, why is it that these guys don't understand? Why is it these guys don't seem to understand what rotation means when you start talking about a plane has to rotate as it's traveling over the Earth? It's like they understand 15 degrees per hour. They understand that the Earth rotating around the sun. They understand the stars rotating counterclockwise, clockwise. They understand rotation up until you say that a plane has to be rotating. Oh, then all of a sudden, they just lose their minds. Isn't that interesting?
In my head, it seems like the plane is not dipping because a dip would be defined as a difference with respect to the ground, and it just would be level the entire time.
And how is
those
this?
are two different things. Listen, if hold on, if it's flying over a globe, and you're saying it's not dipping relative to the ground that it's currently over, because I'm drawing two imaginary tangent planes on the top of a ball and one underneath the plane, of both which are perpendicular to a radial going to the center of the Earth. From that reference, at that moment in time, okay, it doesn't need to dip its nose down in that manner. However, from its previous position, it has experienced a rotation in order for the plane to now be in a new down direction. So 3 seconds ago, the radial was over here and it was perpendicular to that radial. Now, 3 seconds from now, it's over here and it's perpendicular to a new radial. Those two previous perpendiculars are not parallel to each other. They're at diagonals to each other. And the only way to achieve that type of motion, you can't do it with a translation. It has to be you guessed it, a rotation. So not only is the plane rotating, but if you believe in the globe, it cannot be otherwise. It must rotate every moment.
According to the Great Circle, yeah, but if we're defining level as
Well, let's not jump into definitions of level, Reductio.
Something like
how is the plane referencing the ground?
The vector at which, like away from the maximum gravitational potential, is going to be.
So that's how it's referencing the ground. It's vector away from its maximum gravitational potential.
Yeah, like if you jump up, you're gaining gravitational potential.
We're talking about an aeroplane referencing the ground. How does an aeroplane?
Dude. Why is this Matrix? I'm going to let you go, but I just got to point out, why is this so freaking hard? Go ahead.
Oh, they just want to make it hard.
The instrument is measuring altitude as
yep,
with respect to the vector of gravity down, which level is just anything with respect to that.
Okay, perfect. So let me ask this question: is the vector of down a radial from the center of the Earth or the center of mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so as you move across the surface and are maintaining the same distance from the surface, let's say 35,000 feet from the surface. Okay, so that path that you're tracing, if you looked at it orthographically, would be two parallel arcs, right?
Yeah.
You'd be on a concentric circle bigger than the radius of the surface, right? Make sense?
Yeah, we're on the same page.
Now you have a radial line. So just imagine that radial line is going straight up from the center of that circle through one of the arcs to the other arc. Okay, if your plane was perfectly level, at that point in time, it would be perpendicular to that line. Make sense so far?
Yeah.
Okay, now
ground and the plane's trajectory. Yeah.
Right. So now, in order for the plane to go along that arc, it's gonna keep going forward, and it's gonna be at another point on that arc. Now, if you take that radial, it's now going to be at a different angle than it previously was. Correct?
Like the differential of the. I mean, like that's just how a curve is defined, right?
Right. Yeah. So I mean, it's just like a bicycle spoke. You know, each one of the spokes is at a different angle, but they all connect to the surface and they all connect to the hub.
Yeah. Sometimes I've heard flat earthers say this, like the nose constantly has to like dip or something to account for this. Are you? You're not suggesting that. You're just saying like, yes, it's flying stable over time. It's not like constantly like rocking back and forth. But if you could measure this great circle or like this big arc, you would be able to like see that. Yeah, like you did actually like follow the radial.
Yeah. The radial, the following of the radial would be expressed in the plane as a rotation of its frame around its original attitude.
Yeah. How would you measure that though? Like what instrument would measure that?
Well, interestingly enough, we were checking out Perplexity AI earlier today, and Perplexity AI said that the planes actually have a subsystem that measures that before it goes through an algorithm, before it then goes to the output compiler, which fuses the different readings together. But the rotation is so negligible that the plane's flight can be, here's what it said, treated as a lateral reference shift rather than a dynamic rotation. So it said it measures the dynamic rotation of its attitude relative to the vector of down, but it zeroes it out to as if the plane is flying perfectly level and flat over a flat surface. And then it gets its pitch, which is the nosing up and nosing down, from a reference frame, which is essentially zeroed out. So at least its Perplexity AI claims that a plane could measure this rotation if you got into the subsystems. If it's telling the truth.
I'm not a pilot, so I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know.
No pilot would know, dude. Those subsystems are in a gyro system that is sealed. The pilot has zero access to it. The only thing the pilot can see is the end user interface in its cockpit. He can't see those subsystems at all. So the pilot would not be the person capable of answering this. It would be somebody that, like, Northrop Grumman or whoever the heck makes these sealed units. And whatever, or maybe the repair technician who has the authority to open them up and work on them. Maybe that guy, but probably not even that guy. He probably just has a bunch of tools that calibrate the thing, and as long as the machine that he's using at the calibration has a green light at the end, he can go home.
I'll definitely look at it if you guys can investigate this.
Well, let me ask you this question. If the subsystem shows that the attitudinal reference of the frame of the plane isn't rotating at all, that would mean that not only does the plane treat it like it's a flat, straight translation through space, but it actually is a flat, straight translation through space. That would mean that it's not arcing around a curve, which would mean, as Mez already admitted, that the Earth is flat.
I'm not sure what... I mean, I don't know enough about what algorithm it's running or anything like that to say anything on it.
Well, I don't care about the algorithm. It's not about the algorithm. Because remember, the measurement, according to this Perplexity AI, which, I admit it was an AI that we asked, it said that this measurement occurs before the algorithm. So all that you need is the subsystem measurement before the algorithm and quote-unquote fusion, whatever that means, is applied. So if that subsystem data shows that the attitudinal orientation of the plane is not rotating, would you concede that it's not traveling in an arced path?
If the measurement of the arc or like whatever, I don't know how it does it. Like I mean, I can look into this to figure out. Like I'm not gonna bank anything. I don't know.
Let me put it to you this way. It's very simple. If the measurement is correct and accurate, and it's showing that the plane is not traveling in an arc. In other words, it's traveling straight.
then
Sure,
would
then
you concede that that would mean the Earth was flat?
Yeah, if the plane was truly flying along a flat plane and the measurement showed that it did, then yeah, I would agree.
Okay. Excellent. So would you sign my petition?
Yeah, sure.
But would you donate $10?
I don't know about that. I don't.
Oh man, we got nothing but cheapskates around here. Cheapskates everywhere.
I'll donate $10 to see this.
Now, Mez, keep in mind, my man, Mez, that there's plenty of flat earthers out there who have logically backed themselves into a corner when it comes to certain claims about vectors and angles and all of this, that they themselves, in order to be logically consistent, would have to concede that if this device actually measures a curve, a rotational rate, that the plane is then traveling in an arc path. And if it's maintaining level flight, the only way to do that is if the ground is curved. So they themselves would have to also admit that the result means that the Earth is indeed curved. So if you donate your money, you win either way. One, you get the truth, or two, you make flat earthers suck it. So you should give me $20.
Let's start with 10.
Oh,
It would only
I feel like
it
this
would
will
only
get out of
pay
hand.
off though if you guys agree, like if the data comes back and it comes back as like an arc, you guys would say you're no longer flat earthers too. Like we'll become flat earthers, you guys would become globies, depending on the result.
There's a third option.
Well, if you guys are gonna say, well, if it comes back,
No,
as
hold on, friend. There's a third option. There's a third option, though.
what's the third?
That the data is actually so anomalous, it's completely incongruent with anything. Like it makes no sense whatsoever.
Then yeah, but
like what I mean, like, is if it came back with a rotational rate that the circumference of the Earth was smaller than the United States. Like that, obviously, we couldn't obviously trust that because obviously the United States is bigger than, you see what I mean? Like there are ways that the data could be considered junk. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You just would want to minimize the amount of coping globies could do, right? Like, so you'd want to say, like, look, if the data is at least this good, then gotta come over to the flat Earth side. But to that same token, you guys too, right? Like, because globers are all like, well, we did the final experiment, and you guys coped for years about it. You guys are still gonna be talking about it in like 5-10 years from now, that like how much that experiment sucked, and globers are still gonna be saying how much it rocked.
Okay, fair. But are tests only valid if your opponent will concede to the results?
It's still valid.
Right. So, for example, if the rotational rates came back much smaller, that would be weird. But then we'd say, okay, let's reproduce it. Now we have this new data set about the Earth that for some reason these gyros are reading rotation rates that are consistent with flying over a curve that is so small that it can't possibly be true. So what's causing this? So now we'd have something new to investigate. So no matter what, it'd be interesting. The results are going to be cool no matter what, right?
I agree.
I agree.
And don't get me wrong, there are globe earthers who will say, I don't need this because I already have enough evidence. There might even be globers, which I haven't heard any yet, say, I would not accept this and I would still think the Earth was a globe. Nobody I've put it to has came to that conclusion yet. Not saying it might not happen. But then there also might be flat earthers who say, well, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't accept this. Like, so across the board, there's going to be people that are going to take it differently, right? But that doesn't mean that it's not a good test. For example, I know right now, I've said this before, and there's certain flat earthers that have said it doesn't need to be done. And it doesn't matter what it comes out as, which I don't think is the right attitude.
So yeah, on all sides, there's going to be proponents and detractors anytime you ever try to do anything, right? So I'll talk to you brass tacks. So we need about the ground test. We want to have multiple gyros. It's going to be pretty expensive because they're like, I think each kit is like 20 grand a piece, and we want to put like 3 or 4 into the box, have live streaming, have a data center at the end of the trip so we can upload the raw footage. If there's any discrepancy with the live stream, it'll be uploaded immediately upon arrival because the destination will be the data center. You know, instead of waiting for weeks for some of these guys from like, remember TFE where some dudes were waiting for weeks for people to upload stuff because nobody was prepared? Yeah, so I figure each total unit, which is made up of all these different parts, the live stream cameras, the broadcasting, the hard drive recorders, the gyros, all of that. You know, you're looking at probably 150 grand. Plus, if you have to have either a vehicle or a rental vehicle, the ground one.
Hell.
Obviously, the plane might not be so much because you might just be able to, you know, charter a plane or put it in the cargo bay. But the main thing I want to do it in a way where people can be present with the device, right? So the whole time, somebody's always with the device, and there's no loss of chain of custody, or oh, it was in the hold, and so maybe it turned off. Yeah, you want to have it on the up and up as much as possible. For a second, I thought I was going to get to make this proposal to that guy, Dr. Shiva, if you know who that guy is, because he was supposedly interested in having flat earthers and globe earthers come together to come up with an idea that could figure this out and then get some of his friends to fund it. But it turns out he was just a big weirdo, asking all kinds of personal questions and making all kinds of weird sociological accusations. And he didn't seem to be too serious. So I got my eyes on a couple people that I think should logically have to answer that if this occurs, they would accept that the Earth is a globe. And then I want to see if they'll actually be consistent with their previous claims. And then, Maz, I have your full permission to quote you doing the opposite, which is agreeing that this would conclusively prove that it flew over a flat plane.
Yeah. I'll give a tentative yes.
All right, I'll take it.
Anti-flat earthers can't deny the radar signal. Bottom line. How about that's a new topic? Can we talk about it?
Yeah, we're done with that topic.
Yeah, because they get wrecked on that for sure. That's a wrap.
Hey, weren't you supposed to be putting together a presentation?
I don't know, AI. At this point, I don't know. I mean, was I? I don't know.
Yeah.
You might be being too much on me right now, bro. I'm just saying.
It was on the Aegis system or something like that.
Yeah, the AN Spy 1 radar. Now, Elijah, he pointed out that in the Wikipedia, they literally disclose the information that there's a 41-mile that they can do ski skimming, right, or sea skimming, and that mathematically, with the 50-foot observer of the radar system on the destroyer, you could only see 14 miles. That's the whole point, bro. It gets wrecked. Because when you do the math of a 45-mile distance, according to Wikipedia, by the way, what they disclosed on Wikipedia, that's obviously classified information further than that. But even with that presented, it's going to give you a 14-mile distance to even pick up something 10 foot above the surface of the water. It would be blocked out. But they literally say they can see 45 miles away. It debunks the globe, hands down.
Wait. Okay, you're not.
What's
What he was
that?
trying to
Scribella?
say.
What were you guys
What he was
talking
trying
about?
to say.
We just joined the chat. We want to see what you
Okay.
guys are talking about. Bring it back for us, please.
Yep.
I'm talking about how our military has a system in the AN Spy 1 radar. According to the Wikipedia, it can see an object 45 miles away of sea skimming, which is 10 feet above the surface of the water. Now, mathematically, it debunks the globe because technically you wouldn't see that projectile at 45 miles in the math. You would only be able to see 14 miles to their own mathematical equations. This is why we tell you the Earth is not a globe, because it debunks it. Now there's counted reports where they can pick it up 75 miles away, and anything beyond that would be classified. This is why we tell you guys it can't be a globe.
Okay, honey. Sorry, I'm so sorry to stop you, but natural vision as humans, we can only see 2 miles, correct?
But we're talking about a radar system.
Okay, but what? Okay, the radar system. So that's man-made.
Okay.
So
I can see farther than 2 miles.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna tell you guys one thing. I drive trains, right? Natural vision 2020 is only 2 miles visibility.
I agree.
Okay, that's fine. I understand that. So radars, sonar, satellite, 1080p, whatever. It's man-made. So whenever you could magnify anything. I can magnify an ant on the floor 5,000 times. That's going to be the size of, remember this movie when we were growing up as kids, the big ass ant? Right? He was 5 feet tall and we were like 1 foot tall. So you could magnify man-made things Okay, so the argument is in this chat is that the earth is flat, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you guys... So if I was to travel from Key West to the Newfies in Canada, right? That's one straight line on 95. Right? Hello?
Hey, listen, we'll take your word for it because we might not know that highway exact. Go ahead.
Okay, so 95 goes through... Okay, we're on the East Coast. So 95 goes from here to Canada. Like to Newfoundland, yes. It goes to the Glacier, Newfoundland, right?
Yeah.
So, get the other side. They either travel south or go around. You understand that, right?
I don't understand what this is supposed to prove.
That the Earth's not flat.
No, we're trying to tell you that when we're using military operations, that they have a radar system that can see a distance that debunks the globe. Because
Honey, the military lies to us every single day.
Okay.
Does that include NASA?
Correct. Yes, I live in Florida. Absolutely.
Do you know that
100%.
Manning's fake?
Okay, but the point being, but the point being is that your own math debunks the globe, because technically, if we have a system in our military complex, right, they can see an object that goes beyond, in your paradigm, a globe where it would be hidden, but we can see it. So, in other words, we have a flat Earth proposition for you. You either
Okay,
accept it or you
I
don't.
understand your opinion. I get it, and I
Okay.
completely understand your scientific. I get it. I understand that. But how does the Earth go on the axis? It goes in a circle in our atmosphere. It spins. Don't only balls spin?
Looks like everything's rotating around us, is what I see in the sky. I don't feel myself spinning. Everything's spinning around us.
Because we're on
Everything's
Earth.
moving above. Everything that you're talking about is moving above us. Now we are stationary, and matter of fact, the military.
Have you ever watched a sunset?
Matter of fact, the military
Hold on, wait. Have you ever watched a sunset in Hawaii from 6:45 to 6:56?
I haven't, but go ahead.
I did in May. And I'm going to tell you, as the Earth is rotating, the sun goes down on an axis. It doesn't on an axis. Sorry, I have a New York accent. So it goes down on an axis. So you could see it going down as you're going up.
So you think, as watching a sunset, that you're on a ball and you're rotating 1,000 miles per hour
Correct.
backwards, and that gives the illusion of the sun setting?
Yeah, because of gravity.
1,000 miles per hour? That is damn fast. How come I can't feel or measure that?
But how come when you're in space, you can't be grounded?
You ever been to space?
I have not, but there's no gravity up there. That's why we can't live there.
What's that got to do with the argument?
I'm telling you that we're on Earth, and it goes in it's a ball. It's round. So
Okay,
the ball.
let's talk about the ball. Let's talk about the ball. Okay, let's debunk the ball, because your ball is it has to be a 24,901 mile circumference, but mathematically. We have observations that see a 10-mile distance with a 1-foot observer. So mathematically, it cannot be a 24,900 mile circumference.
It's not okay, guys. I'm sorry, guys. Hey, guys. It's not going up and down. It's going around.
No. That's what you're not understanding.
Hold on. I understand. You gotta have it. I get it. I understand. So everyone put their hands out, right? Like this. Put your hands out flat, right? It's going, so move your wrists around. It's going like that. It's not going up and down. It's going around.
Okay.
And how do you validate this or verify it?
I've seen a sunset. I've been to a sunrise. I know that.
Let me ask
watching,
you.
Oh, you guys believe
watching
the sky is blue, right?
or the sunrise is your proof of us moving, but yet there's no feeling of this motion or measuring of this motion.
You see
at all.
Okay, I understand that. I get you. I get that.
So, Stripperella, you said that you drive trains.
Understand that.
You said you drive trains, correct?
I do.
Excellent. So when you're in your train, you're driving, rolling along on flat ground, then you go up a grade, and then you go flat ground, and then you go down a grade, and then flat ground. How come you don't ever go around the curve that's supposed to be built to follow the curvature of the Earth? It's either flat grade,
I go around
downgrade, or upgrade.
I do go downgrade, upgrade. I go around a lot of curves. A lot of them.
Left and right, yes, but not up and down. You only go up a grade or down a grade or across flat ground.
Okay. But because we are in a state or peninsula who has a flat surface, but when I'm in the mountains, I'm up.
But hold on for a second. When you're in your state with your flat surface, which I've got no problem with, it would still have to comply to something around 8 inches per mile squared. So every mile.
What about the mountains?
Oh, so it doesn't. So it's flat then.
Where do you go? The mountains are not flat, so they had the curved track.
No, I didn't say mountains were flat, but when you look at rail plans, they are up a grade, down a grade.
Okay, so how? Okay, I get it. I understand how you. I understand everyone's perception. I do. I understand that 100%. I get you guys. I appreciate the science that you guys have knowledge like throughout your lives. I get it. So gravity, inertia, takes part in how we walk, how we stand, how we're not floating in air.
But do you understand that those two principles in physics do have nothing to do with shape? Those two principles have nothing to do with shape.
No, you're right. You're right. It does not. It does not. But the only reason we're able to stay on a round surface with sedentary standing up is because of inertia, because of gravity.
No,
That's
okay,
why.
but
That's
again,
why we can't go anywhere else, because those other planets don't have gravity or inertia. They don't have that.
But again, those things have nothing to ascribe to a shape of the Earth. You are simply just implying a position on this reference frame to where you're going across topography, and when you go upwards for the topography of the Earth that you're traveling upon on your train, and then you go downwards on your topography of your train, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at this point, because all of it's derived from the XYZ coordinate system. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I get it. I respect it. I respect it. I respect it. I respect it. I do.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I respect your theory. I do. I respect it. But everyone has their own opinion. This is how I feel, and I respect how you feel. I really do.
That's fine. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Now, to debunk your position of it being a globe, is what you're ascribing to has nothing to do with the shape of any globe in this position. It just has this.
Right.
Okay, thank you. All right, we good. All right, next.
For 5 minutes.
Anything else, guys? You guys are amazing in here. Like, what's up? Anybody else? I respect your position. I really do. Now I have a great understanding now.
Let me ask you a quick question, okay?
Correct. Go ahead.
You and your friend go to the seashore, okay? Summertime. You're out looking across the water. Let's say it's a 10-mile wide lake, okay? You're going to a big lake near you.
We have oceans here.
Okay, you're on one side of the lake on the beach, and your friend is 10 miles away on the other side of the beach.
Yeah.
On the other side of the lake, right?
Yeah.
You have a really powerful telescope or a zoom camera.
Okay.
Do you think you would be able to see your friend looking across that lake?
No.
Why?
Have you tried that?
Because at the end of the day, a telescope, number one, a telescope can't go that far.
Sure,
and I have never tried that, so I don't know. 2 and 3, I don't have lakes near me, and 4, I don't know the magnification of a telescope, so I cannot tell you on that theory if it's accurate or not. But I can tell you, I can tell you I was in Hawaii in May, and I got to a point in Kilauea where you could not see where the mountain or the sky or the ocean met.
Yeah, I live in Hawaii. That's just clouds, fog in the distance.
Don't do that to me, because Hawaii for me was life-changing, brother.
Okay, well, hold on. So how much curve do you think the curving drop over that 10-mile wide distance? How much do you think there is across a 10-mile wide lake?
I don't know. I don't have lakes. I've never seen a 10-mile wide lake. I live by the ocean, so I don't know what that is.
You don't have a bay?
But our bays here are very small, so I can see across our bays. Yes.
How big? How wide are your bays?
Not very wide. We live in South Florida, so they're not very big. I live in by the ocean, so it doesn't. I can't. So what? So I respect you guys' opinions. I do, because I don't know. I haven't seen what you guys have seen, but I've seen Hawaii.
It's not an opinion. We've gone out and done measurements. We don't sit and stare at computer screens all day.
Like with
Neither
the
do I.
telescope and everything.
Well. The point is that over 10 miles, there's going to be a 66-foot drop, but yet
Okay.
you can still see something 10 miles away from your own telescope that you positioned, that you set up. Now, when you
Okay.
do that and you can see it, you do realize that that's debunking the Earth globe as a fairy tale, because
Okay.
technically if you can see something 10 miles away when it should be hidden from your point view, like, you have to understand that this is why we are in this room right now. We're literally
Correct.
debunking the
With
globe Earth. Go ahead.
telescopes, but natural vision for me, I've never experienced it. And I'm happy that I'm in here, and I respect it. And I've never tried it, but I'm gonna try it now. Get a telescope and see. I can only see myself, my 20/20 vision. I can only see 2 to 4 miles, and that's it. I can't see anything past that. But
Right.
now I will look, and I will respect your scientific findings. Look.
All we're doing is pointing out the fact that mathematically your globe has been debunked. Not yours, but the paradigm globe has been debunked, because we can literally see things in far observations that debunk the globe. Now, technically, you
Okay.
shouldn't be able to see those, and that's the whole
Okay.
point. Okay.
I get it. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Do you think it's a little shocking that a 10-mile wide lake should have almost a 7-story building's worth of curving drop over that distance?
Do I find it disturbing? No. But I live in South Florida, so we don't have that. So I've never seen it. And the only lake that I've seen that's that wide is New York, because I was born there. I've seen Lake Okeechobee, but there's no towns around it, no buildings. So I've never seen like.
All you'd
I
have to
haven't-
do is go to
I
the
haven't
beach in
seen
Florida
it.
and look down the 10 miles away to the beach, 10 miles to the away.
So don't forget, I can see buildings on the beach because I live here. So I'm familiar with the topography of South Beach, North Beach, Fort Lauderdale Beach. I'm familiar with it. So I can see what's down the beach because I'm familiar with it.
Okay, that's fair. So when you
And that's
see it,
it.
so when you see it,
But
you
I'm
have to
on a
understand.
peninsula. So what I'm
Yeah.
looking at is south. So it's not like I'm looking at a round surface. I'm looking at a south 10-mile, 20-mile strip of beach. That's what I'm looking at. So, but I'm familiar with it, the topography of it, the buildings, the oceans. I'm familiar with that. I see it every day of my life. So I
Okay.
see that.
Okay. So when you say 20 miles, is that a lateral position? Laterally, left to right. Do you see that?
Yeah, both directions, correct. But don't forget,
Thank
I'm
you.
familiar with it.
Thank you.
So
You are
wait.
now.
Hold on.
No. Pay attention. You are now in our position, because what we're telling you is that there is no curvature to those 20 miles that you're seeing.
I'm on a
But
peninsula.
yet,
It's a straight line.
what?
We don't even have hills here.
What?
So we don't even have hills here. So if I'm on the beach in Florida, any place in Florida, you can see the buildings because you're familiar with the territory. I'm familiar with it, so I can be on Hollywood Beach and see down to my right and see, okay, that's the whatever, and go to my left, that's the whatever, because I'm familiar with it. Not
That's
because
20
I know
miles,
it
right? You
personally,
said that's 20 miles, right?
because I've driven it my whole life.
Okay. So now think about this logically, okay? In 20 miles, you see no curve, but in the
No,
Glober's
there's curves there.
paradigm,
No, we're
No, it's
seeing
not
it.
going. No. There's some ups and downs, but it's not like it's dramatic on the beach. Maybe on Earth, maybe, but on the beach, it's not dramatic. It's not.
okay, so when you're on the shore and you're looking at the horizon of the water, of the ocean, way in your distance, and you said that you can see 20 miles left to right. Yes or no?
I can't see 20 miles left, right. I know what's there. I can see probably
Okay.
like 2.
Okay, but that distance of how you're seeing laterally, there's no curvature to it. It's just literally a horizon. It's a straight
Yeah, we haven't got
plane.
the Cuba yet.
What?
We haven't got the Cuba yet. I haven't crossed it. I haven't like made that curve yet to get to Cuba.
Who
haven't
said
got
you
there
could
yet.
only see 2 miles?
Wait, no.
This is like scientifically proven. I go to vision checks every 2 years for. This is like a VOC.
Why are you told that you can only see 2 miles?
Because natural vision is 2 miles, 2 to 4 miles.
That's your reference frame to the horizon. Yes or no?
No.
They tell you that you can only see 2 miles because
Hold on.
they
No,
tell you that's where the horizon is.
right now. How far is natural vision? How far is natural
Point out, hi, there's a 10-mile observation in chat.
vision?
There's people that regularly see the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan from 50 miles away. Regularly.
But you know that you can't. Okay, you can see a blur of it, but natural vision is not. You can see. Okay, so I can sit up here and see the Hard Rock Casino. I don't see it. I can see it. I can see the structure.
Wait, what is that?
You shouldn't see it at all. It should be hidden by the curve of the earth.
Down the street from my house.
Well, try.
Hey, we put a great video for you. We tagged you in a couple cool videos, Stripperella. Do you know how to see it in the side chat?
So it's 3.1 miles. So it's 5 kilometers, 3.1 miles. Natural vision, 20/20 vision.
No, it varies according to weather conditions. You can you can look it up on your Apple phone. It'll have a
Hey, listen.
viewing
I'm
sight distance.
not saying you guys are wrong. I'm just saying scientifically it's saying. I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I respect how you guys feel. I respect what you guys are saying 100%. I'm just saying
How did they prove it
scientifically.
scientifically?
Probably from an ophthalmologist.
Okay, how did he prove it?
Probably from the magnification in the glasses that I wear.
All right, walk me through the process of it.
You've never.
I go to the doctor once a year to
Walk
check
me
my
through how the
eyes.
doctor does the scientific process.
I go into the doctor's office with my appointment. And I sit in a chair, and she puts magnifying things. She's like, "This one good? This good? This good? Is this good?" I'm like, "Yeah, this one's perfect."
That's the scientific process?
So now it's 20. Oh, what's your scientific process?
He's never gotten his eyes.
Oh my gosh.
Have you got your eyes checked? I'm just saying. I'm not saying you guys are wrong in any capacity. I'm just saying that, like, natural vision, like you and I, with no scientific process, with no thesis, with no nothing, like you and I standing in this backyard right now.
Are you legally blonde?
No, legally blonde.
Can I
No.
ask you a question? If you go to a beach, do you think you can only see 2 miles? You don't think you could ever see a boat past 2 miles? Is that what you're saying?
So when I'm on a beach, so we live in South Florida, so we see the boats. They're pretty close here. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know what you guys see.
Maybe you're saying it's like max of 2 miles? Is it a max of 2 miles, or can we see further than that?
Yeah.
So
I told you only 5.
So in Florida, like,
Is it yes or no?
what's the question?
In Florida,
Again.
yeah. Can you see farther than 2 miles if you go to a beach? Yes or no?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so what is the globe claim is like the furthest you can see?
3.1 miles.
Okay, so if we show you anything past 3.1 miles, debunked, right? Period.
It'd be a blur.
I already posted one at 24 after the hour. It's 10 miles right there. So debunked. It's more than 3 miles. You're welcome. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What does it say? Let me see.
You click the voice chat. You hit the little message button at the bottom.
All right.
Yep. 9.41 miles.
So I've been to Hawaii and California, and I did not see Hawaii from California. I did not see California from Hawaii. I've been to both places. I'm just telling you that. I go to Hawaii every single year, May 1st, and they have telescopes lit up everywhere. You cannot see California. At the end of the day, the flight from LAX to Hawaii, even Kailua Kona, which is a big island, which is Hawaii, It's 5.5 hour flight. You cannot see it.
That's great.
So
you cannot see it. I mean, maybe if there's stronger telescopes, maybe it's for the public telescopes. I don't know. Maybe they have their own personal one. Maybe you could, but the public ones you can't.
There's a lot of observations in chat that kind of debunk the globe, and you're just talking about your personal experience with I haven't seen it. That's cool and all, but there's observations in the chat.
But I'm telling you,
debunk
you
the
cannot
globe.
see. I went to, so the flight from Kailua Kona, the big island.
Is she okay?
LAX is 5.5 hours.
Holy
You cannot see.
Yeah. Hello.
Who is
Sorry
that?
to interrupt you. Hang on. My name's Jin. Sorry to interrupt you. Didn't see Bill.
Hi, Gene.
I'm going to post a video for you to watch later on. You don't have to watch it now.
Okay.
It's an observation being made from an island called Kauai, and they can see Oahu. This is 100. Yeah, it's called Kauai. Kauai. It's part of the. It's part of the. Hang on. It's part of the Hawaiian Islands.
Correct.
Yeah, one island is called Kauai. All right, that's one island. Yeah, Kauai, and then the other one is called Oahu. So from Kauai to Oahu it can be seen, and that's 108 miles. Okay, from the center of the island to the other island. That's the distance. All right, but it's booked as over 90 miles, and it can be seen. Okay, and that would be impossible.
Telescope.
Yeah, you can see it with your naked eye. Because you see the silhouette as the sun's rising.
No, you cannot see.
No. You don't need it. You don't need it.
Have you been there?
It can be seen. It can be seen from the island.
Have you been there? I can see Cuba on a boat here.
Yeah, look, you're not letting me speak, are you? I'm trying to tell you something. You're just rebutting. You're not actually listening, and then you're going to see the video for yourself, and you're going to say, "Oh my God," is what you're going to say when you see it. The point is, it can be seen with the naked eye. When you go to Kauai, you can go on a trip to actually go and see this event, provided the weather is cooperating, right? And what it is that you will see the video, and you will see that the sun is coming up, and the silhouette of the island comes up. It's magnificent. The guy who's presenting that to us shows you using the computer. How much curvature there should be. He painstakingly shows you how this would be impossible if you are living on a globe. Okay, I'm going to post it in the next.
I understand that.
Thank you.
You just said, "Hello, I'm Christina. How are you?" You just said, "Not by the naked eye, by a computer."
No. I said no.
You can't see the naked eye.
Hello, you're misinterpreting what I said. You can see it with the computer. You can see it with your naked eye.
But you're
He
saying
uses
the video
hang on, please allow me to speak again. The computer aspect is that he's showing you on the computer with a projector, right? And the distance, the angles there of the curvature of the Earth, and when you plot it properly, you would not be able to see it. But in actuality, you do see it because you see the raw footage, naked eye.
You saw it.
Okay, I get it, but
right, the computer aspects is to show you how you.
But we're human.
We saw.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's not flat. I'm not saying that. I am not saying that. I'm just saying the computer acts. But we're human. A computer can see 3,000 miles.
Excuse me. The computer is plotting.
Jen, can you post the video, please?
Yeah, I'm going to post it next minute. Yeah, the computer is plotting the actual
video
curvature. You really do not understand because you're not actually allowing me to explain to you so you could fully understand it. Okay, the young man who is watching this, looking at this island, he then gets his computer down, draws out with a projector the shape of the Earth, the curvature of the Earth that you would have, and then with scale, 108 miles. Shows you that, and it shows you that where he is, you shouldn't be able to see that island. Okay, that's what you're gonna learn.
Okay,
but let me go and get the video anyway.
Due to the curvature, but since we can, that means it's flat. I respect it. I do. Nothing, guys. Guys, you gone?
Oh well, thanks for the respect. Now, give me 2 minutes to get the video. That's all. Sorry.
No, please. I'd love to see it. Thank you so much. I respect it. Thank you so much. And maybe you're right. I will look at the video And I'm just saying, as humans, we can only see X amount of miles, but a computer can see farther. And I get it. You guys are saying the curvature would make it so we couldn't see it. I understand that.
Piperella, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
What? Flat.
All right, at least you follow that logic.
No, I respect you guys. You guys, this is actually an awesome chat. I love this. This is so great. Like, I love this knowledge.
Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. We don't need to see something clearly
It's not a problem.
in order to be able to see the silhouette of it, right?
It's not a problem.
You understand what I'm saying? You don't need to be able to see something clearly to be able to understand what you're right?
Correct.
Right. So if you can see something that should be hidden by Earth curve, but instead is not hidden by Earth curve, especially if the horizon is behind that object, then the Earth is not curving.
So, what's your name?
Sheepdog.
Sheepdog. What if that's our perception because we were taught that our whole life?
Well, you grew up knowing that the Earth was flat. And when they told you that the Earth was a ball,
knowing the sky is blue and the color purple is purple.
when they told you the Earth was a ball, you probably looked at your funny and said, "Well, it doesn't look like it." And they probably told you it's too big to see the Earth curve. You're just too small.
Maybe you're right. Maybe, but we're also taught that the sky is blue. Well, the sky is purple. What if purple is blue?
You know the Earth is flat, but you choose to believe a story that somebody else.
Yeah, that's all of our stories. That's everyone's story.
That's not my story. I don't believe what other people tell me anymore.
Now, as you're an adult and growing and learning and maturing, you don't understand that. You're like, no, this is fucking bullshit. This is what I know.
Did you believe in Santa Claus when you were little?
I did not, because I'm Haitian, so we don't have that. And I tried that with my kids, and they're like, fuck that, Mom. That's my fucking uncle. So no, we didn't.
Okay, I've posted. Sorry to interrupt you guys. I've posted the videos in the side chat. The original one is 14 minutes long, and then the one the one I posted before that one is only 10 minutes. Both the same thing. The 14-minute one gives you a more fuller explanation as to what he's doing, and he tells you himself. Okay.
Oh my God! Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. I'll look at it. I really will. Thank you so much. I'll look at it.
Yeah.
But no, so growing up, I didn't believe in Santa Claus because I caught my parents coming in the door when I was with my presents at 4 years old. So no. And I grew up Haitian, so we don't do that. I never believed in the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny, none of that. But
yeah, neither did I.
I tried that with my kids growing up, and they're like, "No, Mom." My son was 4. He's 20 now. He was 4 years old. He was like, "That's my uncle." I'm like, "Yeah, it is. Whatever." So I never did the Easter Bunny. I never did Santa Claus because I believe in like, faith, and I believe in like what I believe in. Like, so it's not going to be where I'm like going to be like, "Oh, this is what you got to believe in for the rest of your life." No, I believe in changing. And I believe in science, and I believe in faith, and I believe in that. So,
okay, let me just say something quickly, if I can, just quickly. When you're talking about like the shape of the Earth, okay, in actuality, we're not doing any.
So I didn't come in here for the shape of the Earth.
No.
Because I came in here because I understand. Like I appreciate.
Hold on, Schiaparelli, he was talking.
Yeah. I was trying to say
he just
something.
blatantly interrupted him.
No. Hold on. I appreciate real chats. I didn't come in here for the shape of the Earth. I came in because it was a real chat.
But hang on. What I'm trying to say to you is that you're talking about how far you can see over the Earth. Okay. Now that happens to be about the shape of the Earth. Okay. That's what it is. That's why it's a flat Earth server that you've come into. The thing is, what we're talking about when we're talking about the shape of the Earth and how far we can see over the Earth, it's not actually scientific. We're not doing any science at all. What we're doing is observations, right, over distance, right, geometry and trigonometry. That's what we're doing. We're not doing anything as according to science.
High school and college.
Yeah, it's not a scientific endeavor. Okay, that's what you got to remember. So when you use the word science, when you're looking over distances, it's not science at all. Okay? Small topography, geography, geology, that stuff is what you're doing. It's not science as such. Okay?
Hey, Stripper, you said you trusted science, right?
Yeah, I do. I do because
What's your short definition of what the word science means?
for me, it's like what has been tested, proven, and tried. That's my definition of science.
What has
No?
been tested, proven, and tried?
So, what kind of method would you use for that?
The scientific method that we all learn in school. No?
What are the steps? What are the steps to the scientific?
Okay, so really we're going that far, guys?
Well, we have to because I need to understand whether or not you actually understand the conversation.
I told you I can only do 10.
Wait. I'll look it up. I've been in school in 20 years, guys. Look it up. Hold on. Still there?
Yeah, we're all flat earthers because we know these answers. We've looked through it, and it doesn't add up.
I'm here because, like, my niece was in a chat and it was so boring. It was like nothing real, and I wanted to be somewhere that was realer than where she was. This is not even my thing. It's her thing.
I'll tell you what science deals with shapes? That'd probably be a better question.
With what?
What science deals with shape?
Geometry?
Is that a science?
It's a mathematical.
It's just math, right? So when you talk about the shape of the earth, it's not science.
I mean, observation,
wanted to measure
background,
curvature?
hypothesis, hypothesis, analyze data, conclusion. No? Bad idea.
Well, first you have to observe the naturally occurring phenomena.
That's what I said.
Then you make a hypothesis.
Correct.
And a null based off of what you think is happening with that naturally occurring phenomena.
That's what I said.
Then you identify the independent variables and the dependent variables in your hypothesis.
That's what I said.
And then you create an experiment that shows the manipulation of the independent variable. And then you record your data, your findings, and then you discuss whether or not the findings match your null or your hypothesis.
All right, I'm making a drink. Relax, guys. Hold on tight.
Oh wait, there's no more Dr. Fucking Diet Coke. No, leave my guys.
They're still there. They're still there. I love you guys. They're fucking so smart. I love this for me. I scout him.
What do you ladies think about the moon landing hoax, the Apollo missions? Did they happen? They didn't happen? What do you think?
Say it again.
What do you think about the Apollo mission? Did man land on the moon, for example? Yes or no?
My thing too with that is, like, if they land on the moon one time, why haven't they again?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question, yeah, because I haven't been
Why haven't they again? Because don't forget, I went to Apollo Middle School in Florida. So they said that the Apollo rocket is our school, what do they call it? It's in front of our school. But don't forget, the Apollo mission in 1983, my grandmother watched it, and my namesake is Christina. And that mission exploded, and Christina passed away in that mission. So my grandmother always told me that mission didn't happen because a girl named Christina passed away in it.
Okay,
So
you're talking about
yes, they
the
have
space shuttle, there, I think, aren't
correct.
you?
It was
Not the Apollo
Apollo
mission.
space mission in 1983. Correct. And my namesake passed away in it. My
Oh, the
grandmother always
Columbia hoax. Yeah.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
So she always told
Hey,
me
none of them died.
yeah. So she always told me that it never happened because that lady passed away. She was a school teacher in I think I want to say
Christy
Virginia.
McCall, is it Christy McCall, the name of the teacher?
Christina.
Yeah, Christina
The
McCall.
astronaut's name was
So
Krista, not Christina.
I never
The actor, you
fell.
mean?
Yeah. So my thing too is like, if it wasn't going to be a thing, if it was a thing, yes. Why didn't it ever happen again? That's my thing on it.
Okay, yeah. But I did say the Apollo missions with Neil Armstrong, and that was from the 1969 to 1972. They said that they went to the moon 6 times. Did they go or not go is my question.
No, because why? Why haven't they gone again?
That's a good bit of skepticism. Very good.
Why haven't they gone again? Why haven't they gone again?
Okay. So, okay, that's fine. Yeah. They haven't been back.
Why haven't they gone again?
So what about the recent people who have landed, like Japan, China, India, Russia, who are claiming they landed on the moon recently?
They are our allies and our enemies. They're going to tell us whatever we want to hear.
Oh, you've got a good head on your shoulders regarding that. Then I like what you're saying. Okay.
Don't forget. The people that want to. Oh, I love it. You have to understand, like, these people that want to fight us, they want to take what we have. We're Americans, or wherever you're from. I love your accent. You have to understand, like, it's never happened again. So it went to the moon in 1969, right? The year Kennedy was dead. So in 63, Kennedy got assassinated, right?
Yeah, 63, November 22nd, 1963. He
Correct.
was assassinated.
We went to the moon that year. That might have been a
no, you went to the moon that decade. No, you went to the moon that decade. 1969. Correct. You went,
correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That could have been a deflection for his assassination.
Right. Right.
Don't forget, it was still a thing. But my thing too is like, we've never gone back to the moon. Oh, you're calling a deflection.
Yeah. After the Apollo missions, NASA hasn't been back for over 50 years. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Well, I like the position you're holding, because I'm of the same opinion that it's not possible, and there are many reasons why.
It happen again. They spend so much money, SpaceX, NASA, going to other places. They've never gone back to the moon.
Yeah, yeah. SpaceX is just wasting taxpayers' money at the end of the day.
It's wasting our money, and it's a show. I can see it from my house. Okay, yes, it's so great on a Friday night. Look at this, we're outside. Oh my God, fireworks! It's beautiful. Yeah, but it's
exactly. It's a firework. It's a firework. That's all it is. That's exactly what we say. It's a glorified firework. It's not going to space. Because the thing about it is, if you look at that environment and the way it's been described, then the technologies we have cannot work there.
No.
That's the thing.
Honey, nothing can work there. It's the fucking moon.
It's a fucking vacuum. It's a vacuum, no air.
Fucking vacuum. Space is a fucking vacuum. They don't go to fucking space. They go to fucking Iceland and land there for 2 days, have a fucking party, get back on the fucking little rocket and come back and land in the fucking ocean on Hollywood Beach. We pick them up. They go on fucking little... No.
Okay, yeah.
No one's going to the fucking moon. Okay? I'm sorry.
Well, okay. I'm glad to hear you say that. Yeah, yeah. It also would be violating...
We agree for different reasons.
You would be able to live there.
Yeah. I was going to say to you, the reason... If you can listen up just for a second, the reason why we say they can't go, number one fundamental reason, and it shuts down everything, it's this. It's the second law of thermodynamics, okay? What we're saying to you is that we've got 14.7 psi air pressure here, and in order to have air pressure, we have to have a container. Because without the container, we can't have pressure, okay? So if we're in a container, there's no way they could leave this Earth and go to the moon or Mars or whatever, because they'd have to go out of the container. Yeah, they'd have to come out of the container. Thus, we would lose the air pressure we have to entropy. You know, because you can't have a pressurized system. Hang on, you can't have a pressurized system in a vacuum without a barrier, which will be the container. Without it, all the air we have would flow straightly into the vacuum of space. High pressure going to low pressure. It's called entropy. Okay, that's what would happen. So when you see the Earth's ball in the solar system, that planet ball, blue ball, it's a violation when you see it, because where's the container protecting the air we have in the vacuum? Do you understand?
Our container is the atmosphere that we have. If we were able to go to the moon since 1963, we'd be able to live there. We'd be able to live on Saturn. Be able to live on Mars. Be able to live on Uranus. We'd be able to live there. They don't go there. They get on a fucking fake ass rocket. They land in Iceland or Greenland where no one can see them, in a remote mountain region where we can't see because we're not allowed there. And they come back 4 days later, like, hey, back. Oh my God, it was so great.
You nailed it. That's what's going on.
Yeah. And remember, it's 1969, not 1963. 63 was the assassination of Kennedy.
Yes, but the same decade, don't forget, my parents were born in...
Yeah, absolutely. Same decade, but 1969 is when they said they went.
In 55.
Okay, first time.
My parents were born in 55, 58. My parents were still in Haiti at the time. 63, my parents came here to the States. And they remember the assassination. And they remember, even when Vietnam started, my uncle had gone to Vietnam in 69. They assassinated the president, and they were still going to the moon. That was deflection of Vietnam starting.
Yeah. Kennedy was trying to stop the Vietnam War. He didn't want Americans going there. And he planned, he was actually in the process.
Before.
Yeah, he was in the process of removing the military personnel and sending them back home.
Yes.
And he was assassinated, of course. Lyndon Johnson continued the Vietnam War.
He didn't give a fuck about our freedom. He didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he didn't. Damn fool.
Flying fuck about our fucking freedom. He didn't give a fuck. He's a fucking racist motherfucker.
All of them are, by the way. All your presidents.
But at the end of the day, like, that's why I appreciate Canada and other countries, because the racism doesn't exist. But the US of A?
Yeah. But that's another issue. We don't really want to go down into some live streaming that.
Yeah.
We want to keep that topic orientated. So but I mean, I like your skepticism. I do like your skepticism, because people. You could have people. Some of the people who come in are defending the mission, and then when you highlight the anomalies in the missions, even including having to go to the toilet, which would be a very difficult thing to do in space.
You can't do it in space. There's no fucking gravity, no inertia. There's no atmosphere.
There you go.
Not there.
Yeah, and then
in space. It's gonna go in your mouth.
And your stomach being very loose all the time, because it's not used to being in a zero-G environment.
For 3 days.
That's not what they say, though. There is gravity in space.
Is there? Where?
Well, okay, then why do we have tides again?
What tides? Because we're spinning like on a fucking axis.
Yeah, and because of the moon, right? The moon's gravity. And where's the moon? In space? The moon's affecting the Earth's water from space.
The moon's in our orbit.
There's gravity in space. They don't float around in their in their video footage because they're claiming they're in space. They claim they're floating around because they're in a free fall orbit.
How can you explain Norway, who has 18-hour sunlight?
That's a good point. That's a good point as well. Are you there?
I'm here. Or Sweden, who has 22 hours of sunlight.
Well, that's pretty.
Time.
Yeah.
How about Salzgard, who has for 6 months no sunlight? Northwest of Norway, it has no sunlight for 6 months. They're in the dark for 6 months, but they love it. How do you explain that?
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Yeah, that's good observations.
I'm not sure they love it.
No, I have a friend there.
How about more than 90% of the population of the Earth has sunlight in July? I think it's July 8th. Yeah.
But Norway has 6 months of.
Yeah. How can you explain that on a globe? More than 90%, 97% of the population of the Earth
has 6 months of darkness.
You just want us to listen to you? or do you want to listen to us too?
No. Let's not get too. Let's not get too
Explain how
hostile.
can please explain? Yeah, please explain on a globe. How can 97% of the population of Earth has sunlight on several days in the year, not only on July?
It can't happen.
Not only
That's a
in July.
clickbait headline.
Yeah, I'm not asking you, Matthew. I'm asking her.
We're not having.
You
I'm
are
not
every
a
day.
scientist.
You are every day here, Matthew. She's not every day here. Okay.
Hi, hey guys. Okay, it's not a heated conversation. Listen, I'm not a scientist, but I know people in Svalbard, north of Norway, that she only has 3 months of daylight. She has to go to Sweden to go see her parents.
Okay, then you
for
cannot
summertime.
explain. You cannot explain how 97% of your population
No, I
can
can't.
have
I'm not a
sunlight.
scientist, but I know. But what I'm seeing
Yeah,
that
then don't
Norway,
talk about Salzgard. Then please don't talk about Salzgard. Just answer the question.
one of my best friends lives there.
If you would like, I can. If you would like, I can post in the side chat an
This is
article.
what happens when you're like, watch the video. Just go out. Go fucking travel.
Yeah. Hang on. If I can just interject just for a second. Well, I think what my friend Berserk is trying to say to you, and we don't want to get our wise. We don't want to get our wise. I'm just trying to say something. Can I speak? Sorry. What my friend Berserk is trying to tell you is that what you're putting forward with the what was that, Norway, was it? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, and then what Berserk is also putting up with 90% of the people being able to see, daylight for the longest of time in July. It debunks the globe, because when you look at the globe and the way the light falls onto the globe, it's only lit up 50%, but yet 90% of the population on Earth can see the daylight at the same time. And you mentioning 18 hours with Norway, that falls into the flat Earth realm. It's not a globe when you speak like that. That's what we want you to understand. What you're saying is that you're not living on a globe when you say that, because it's impossible to have that situation happening on a globe. That's all. Okay?
All right. I get it. I
Yeah.
understand.
Right.
100%. I understand.
Yeah, and then it was mentioned to you by my other friend there at T-Dub that the claim from the globers is that the moon has 1/6 of Earth's gravity on it, and because of that gravity, it's able to affect the oceans on the Earth, and that's why we have the tides. Okay?
Yeah,
Which
we
is
have
like
king
never
tides
been
here
proven.
now.
Yeah, they're saying that the Earth, the moon's gravity is affecting the Earth's ocean. That's what they're saying.
So now our moon is the biggest it's ever been throughout the whole year. So now we have king tides here today.
Really?
Yes,
Really?
correct.
You get super moon,
Correct.
yeah?
We have a super moon. We do. We had it for the past 2 weeks, and we've had king tides for the past 2 weeks. Like our whole
Stripperella.
bay is flooded.
Stripperella, do you know what tidal nodes are? Tidal nodes are? Do you know what those are?
I do not know.
Okay, so what those are is where they have actually put buoys out into the ocean,
No.
and it represents to where there's no pull on the ocean when the moon's above them, because they have a negative value of either rising or lowering. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay.
But right now our moon's a super moon, so we have king tides.
Okay, no. Pay attention though. I'm talking about nodal tides, to where there's no effect on the super moon that you're talking about. Do you realize how that debunks your claim that the moon is pulling on the ocean?
It's not my claim. I know when our ocean's angry, because I'm on the water every single day. I know our ocean when our ocean's angry, it's a full moon, and I know there's a full moon coming. When our ocean is angry, I know.
During a full moon, do you understand that tidal nodes still exist, to where there's no differential on their altitude?
Correct.
To where they're not being driven to a higher elevation, which would represent a pull on it. Do you grasp?
Okay, I understand that, but I'm in a negative elevation, and I'm telling you that when our moon is full, I know that our ocean is angry.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue against the ocean being angry, but can you at least concede the fact that if you're trying to implement this strange position on your behalf, that the moon is pulling on the oceans when the tidal nodes scientifically with buoys registering the references of their position, they have no equivalence to the moon pulling on them. Do you understand that?
So I understand. I'm a spiritualist, so I know our moon pulls on the ocean. Because I'm a
No,
boater.
Wait,
Hold on. Hold on. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Finish.
When you cannot say that the moon is pulling the ocean when scientifically in your own paradigm it's not pulling on the ocean when there's buoys that have no change in elevation. Do you grasp that?
No, I'm in South Florida. We see it. And I am an avid boater. I have my own boat. I go out at night, in the morning, on the weekends. I know that when the moon is high and full, I cannot go out. I know that. It's from my own personal experience. I know as a full moon coming, the ocean is angry. My tides are 6 to 7 swells. I know that for a fact. I live it for the past 40 years of my life. I'm a boater. My dad's a boater. My best friend's a boater. I grew up in the water. I know that like the moon has a gravitational pull to the ocean. For me,
No.
I'm not saying that.
Doesn't.
I'm not saying that Earth's not flat. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I know the moon has a lot to do with
No, you don't
how
know
my
that.
swells are.
No, you don't know. You don't know that. And plus, your own side says that it doesn't correlate with the position of the moon relative to where you are, like to the tide. It's not what they claim anymore. So you'd think that there'd be a higher tide at the position. No, you'd think that. So that you'd be under the misconception that there's a higher tide directly underneath the moon, right? The place that's directly under. It's not true. It's not true.
Okay, so where I live, I don't know where you guys live. So where I live, I know when the moon is going to be full, our tides are higher, our waves are bigger. That's where I live. Not where you guys live. Where you guys live is probably maybe different, but where my cut is, where I live in my ocean, the tides are higher when it's a full moon.
No, but what you're not grasping is that if you listen carefully, okay?
Have you been here?
Listen carefully, okay? Listen carefully. If you're trying to ascribe that the moon is pulling on the ocean, I'm telling you, scientifically, with buoys that are being measured of their elevation, they are not raising or lowering. This is why we represent this position of tidal nodes, because tidal nodes represent where there's no change of elevation. Therefore, the moon is not pulling on the ocean like you're ascribing to.
Yeah,
Okay,
and then another
I'm just
question.
saying.
Sorry, another question. One
I'm
more
not
question.
saying. Hold on, wait. No second. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying from my experience, when our moon is full here, I cannot bring my boat to the ocean because the swells are higher. I cannot even go into my bay, but that's my experience. That's all it is.
Okay, so
It's from experience.
What I was going to say is this, yeah. Now, for the globers, those who believe the Earth is a globe, and they feel that the moon is affecting the Earth, they can't prove that, can they? That's the thing. How have they proven it? How do they know that the moon has 1/6 of Earth's gravity? Here on Earth, gravity hasn't been proven. So, in your case, it could be just we'd have to say coincidental that the moon is just full when that event happens, but it's not due. Yeah, it's not due to the moon's supposed 1/6 gravity of Earth that's doing that.
Okay,
it's
so
not
I can
been proven.
go out on the 8th of the month, right? And
Yeah.
the full moon's on the 15th. I can go out. The ocean's like glass.
Phases of the moon have no effect, bro. Phases of the moon have no effect on tidal occurrences.
That's what you guys understand, but my experience is different than your guys' experiences.
Yeah, but
why would a certain phase of the moon have an effect on the tides?
Yeah,
isn't the moon just always a solid ball in the sky? It wouldn't matter what phase it was in. It would just all, if it's in a particular position, having a particular effect on the surface of the Earth, then it's going to always have that effect. It's not going to change just because it's full or a quarter or a
It actually
present.
does here. Maybe so maybe it's something else. Right? Maybe
Right.
it's like the weather. Maybe it's like we're in tropical climate.
Coincidental.
I
Right.
get it.
Right.
Coincidental.
Thank you.
But I'm telling you, as our moon changes here, where I'm from, the tides change. It might not be scientific, maybe it's coincidental. I'm just telling you guys what I've experienced.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
that-
have you heard of NOAA? Have you heard of NOAA? NOAA?
Yes, correct. Yes, we have hurricanes.
Okay, so I've just posted something in the side
Watch
chat
it
for
all
you.
day.
Right on their website, they say, "Are tides higher when the moon is directly overhead?" It's a question they get asked. And underneath, they've written, "High tides do not coincide with the location of the moon." Now, if you go on to read the article, they will claim that the moon does have plays some sort of role
And I
in
always believe
us having tides, but it doesn't coincide with the location specifically.
But I've always believed that because of where I'm from. So I grew up in
Yeah.
the
Okay.
Northeast. Hold on.
Sometimes believing is not actually knowing. Remember that when you believe something, you're saying you don't know. All right. So your experience
hold
is
on.
that.
Okay,
Right,
I'm
go
telling
ahead.
you, like I'm an engineer, so I grew up in the Northeast.
So am I.
I grew up in the Northeast, and our oceans up there are always angry.
Yeah. Okay. But then
Northeast,
but
are
it's
always
not to.
angry.
The point we're
Now
trying to
I'm in the southeast,
Okay.
way southeast, as far as you can go down south. That's where I'm
Okay.
at. And
Okay. Now,
so
can I
some
explain
days
something?
when our moon is half moon, crescent moon, 3/4 moon, our oceans are like glass. But when it's a full moon, oceans are angry. It might not be scientific, maybe it's coincidental, but I'm telling you from experience, I'm a
Yeah.
boater.
No, I'm not. We're not disputing your experience. What the aspect that I'm disputing is that it cannot be because of the moon. That's coincidental. And then my colleague T-Dub has just said to you with the NOAA, that's the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
We watch them here all the time because we have hurricanes. We watch them every day.
Can I not speak without you cut me off? I was
No.
talking and you cut me off. Did you hear what I said?
I have ADD. Yes, I got it. Yes.
No, but I didn't finish. What was I going to say to you? I haven't finished. You cut me off. But you cut me off.
Go ahead. Continue.
Can you now listen to what I'm trying to say to you? Thank you.
Correct.
Please don't cut me off until I finish talking, please. Right, here we go. My colleague has put forward from an organization known as NOAA, which is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Their data, as was read to you by T-Dub, my colleague, he says to you that the moon has no effect basically on the oceans. That's what their data says. Okay, so if you're experiencing high tide, it's not because of the moon. That's just going to be coincidental. The moon has no effect. Okay, please understand that. Thank you.
But can you explain king tides now? What we have here now?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I can't explain that. I do not know why you have. I can make guesses and give hypotheses, but I can't prove them. So my answer is always going to be I do not know. That's how to explain
But
that
your friend
phenomenon.
just explains how the tide has no coincidence with the moon, right? We
Yeah,
had
no
a full
magnetic.
moon here. Hold on. We've had a super moon here for the past week. We've had king tides for a week.
Yeah, okay, yeah. We're saying to you, it's not the moon, though. Okay? It's not the moon that's doing that. Remember, if we haven't proven gravity, again, you're cutting me off. Look, if we have not been able to prove that gravity exists on Earth, we cannot then just suddenly extrapolate it to the moon has gravity. We've never even been there. You've admitted to that. You can agree. So if we haven't gone there, we don't know what the moon is.
We
We
went
don't
one
know.
time,
No one
or
knows what the moon is.
we had faked one time. We had faked one time. We haven't been back. Correct.
Actually, it's more than one time. They supposedly went 6 times. You're not picking up on the numbers at all.
They did not go back 6 times. They went back one time.
That's what they said. That's what they said.
Placed that fake ass flag up there, and then that was it. That was what they said. They only went there one time.
No, you're not listening now. Actually, you're not listening. Look,
No,
NASA claims.
haphazardly, they had gone there one time, placed a fucking
Okay,
fake
look.
ass flag.
Right. Right. Can you please
We're going to
allow me?
we're going to war. No, not now. It's my floor.
Right.
We're going to
Okay, look,
war.
listen.
Let's deflect.
Right,
So
lady,
America
can you do me a favor, please? I've been studying this moon landing hoax from 2001. Right, please give me the benefit of the doubt here and just listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Right now, NASA did several missions to the moon, flybys they call them. They said, okay, they flew by the equipment. They did that for like right up to like Apollo 8. Right, and then Apollo 10, Gus Grissom was killed.
13 exploded.
Right? Please allow me to finish, please. Okay. Then the Apollo 11 was the first mission that took man to the moon and land on the moon. Then you had Apollo 12, followed by Apollo 13, which didn't land on the moon because an oxygen tank blew up, supposedly. They had to return, very precariously getting back. Then was the Apollo 14, then Apollo 15, 16, and then 17 was the last one in 1972. So that makes up the 6 missions that actually landed on the moon, okay? But they never went. I'm agreeing with you, they never went, but they made 6 times they went there, okay, they said. Do you understand now?
Yes,
Not just once.
they never landed there. They placed
no
the
man has ever
fake-ass
gone there.
flag.
They've never been there. In actuality, they've never left
Placed the
love
fake ass
blow up.
flag. They
Yeah.
fucking put it at a fucking. They did out the window. Never, no man
stripper.
ever went on the move because modern technology now would allow us to go there. You can't go there. You can't go there. Now
No,
would
we
be the
can't go
time to
there
go
now.
there, and
We
you
never.
can't go there.
Right. Okay, we can't go there now.
Strippers. You know, on the other side of the globe from Florida is Madagascar.
Correct.
Did you
I've
know
been
that
there.
they say when there's a high tide in Florida, they also say directly antipodal to your position, there's a high tide on the other side of the globe in Madagascar
Correct.
at the
There
same
is
time.
high
Hold on,
tide
at the
in
same time.
Madagascar.
How is that possible for there to be a high tide on the side of the globe that is furthest from the moon?
Where? The moon is not telling us. So, okay, so Madagascar is 24 hours from us.
Yeah, well, it'd be technically 12. It's directly antipodal, meaning on the other. If you went took a hole right through Florida, through the middle of the earth, you'd pop out in Madagascar. And they say while there's a high tide in Florida, at the same time there's a high tide in Madagascar.
Okay.
How is that possible?
So Madagascar is on the other. Okay, I get it. So my thing too is like Australia is also not far from Madagascar.
Yeah.
It's 24
So
hours away.
what we're asking you to acknowledge is that it cannot be the moon that's affecting the high tides. It's coincidental that it happens at your side, but it's also happening on the other side. If the Earth was a globe in Madagascar, it cannot be the moon doing that. Okay, that's all we're saying.
I get it.
So we've been
Okay, I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
I
There's
understand.
something else going
I agree.
on. We're not sure what, but there's something else going on.
Something's going on. We're not sure what. I don't know if it's global warming. I don't know what it is, but you're right. You guys are right. You guys are good. You guys are very. I love this chat. I will be here every single night. This is great. This is great. This is like literally like I go to work every day. I just drive a train on a straight line. Straight line. Literally. So
No
like,
curves.
I'll come back here every night and talk to you guys because you guys are fucking amazing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No, we appreciate you. So great, and I like
thank
your.
you so much. Like you guys are. This is fucking amazing. This is amazing because I've never like had the opportunity to talk about. I've
Hey,
never.
you know, if you hang out long enough, you're going to find some people will come in here and absolutely lose their mind over this topic. You've been a really good sport, and we appreciate that. But hang out for a little while and just watch somebody lose their shit when we tell them the Earth
Do
is
they
flat.
really?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You'll hear if you hang out long enough.
So listen, it's just me and my 2 nieces, but I'm the scientist and they're not. So they're like sitting here like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Right,
It's just
yeah.
me
Right.
and my
I'm glad you brought them in, and I thank you
They're
for doing
great.
that
No,
as
they're
well.
such good. They're great. They're amazing kids. They're so
yeah.
great. This is her account. This is not. I'm just here. I'm her aunt, and I'm here. have the two nieces here, but thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Like, this is a great knowledge, and I feel
no,
like
you're welcome. You know, it's very good that you
thank
do
you
that.
so much. My nieces are amazing. They're so good. This is my niece's account.
Oh, right. Okay. Fantastic.
Yeah, so I'm her account, but she's here. Say hi. Hello. Say hi.
Hello. Nice to
My
hear your
two,
voice.
my two
Yeah.
nieces.
Yeah. Please
her
watch that video. Please watch that video, the one I
I'll
posted
watch
about
it.
Hawaii
I'm gonna watch
later on. Yeah,
because
later on,
I'm a
because it will blow your mind. It will blow
so
your
listen.
mind.
So guys, listen. So I'm a scientist, right? By trade,
Right.
I am, but I'm also spiritual.
Okay, that's fine.
And that's
That's your
hard for
position.
me. Correct. So it's hard for me to like differentiate from science and faith. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. You got to
So
face the reality of things, though. Yeah, you know
so
the Earth itself doesn't lie in its layout. Okay,
yeah.
weather can change conditions of what you're looking at. You know, it's definitely the phenomena is there. We're not disputing that. The main point about this server is that this Earth isn't curving at the rate it would need to make the Earth a ball. That's not happened, and I'm 63 years old. Never experienced it in all of my life, and I was in the army as well. Okay, I parachuted, so I've seen this Earth, from a parachute's eye as well. And I didn't realize I was on a flat Earth until I became a flat Earth, and then I looked back and went, "Wow, how comes I didn't pick up that information that the Earth was giving me?" Okay, so there's no curvature at all, none. That's the shock.
Maybe not. All right, guys.
Why didn't you say
You might be onto something.
Sorry, someone was speaking there. Go ahead.
My niece.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
It's Rachie. Say hi. No, she doesn't want to.
Yeah,
But yeah,
happy 18th.
so
Happy 18th, anyway.
I feel like I don't know, guys. Now you have changed my whole perspective on science and faith. I don't know. I'm a scientist, so I do my trade.
We actually question the scientists and put them through their own standard. Now, people are shocked that we do that because they think we shouldn't be doing that. But I often say to them, we have the right to do that. We have the right to question. Nothing wrong with questioning
100%.
for clarification to get a better understanding. We have to question. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, we could be bamboozled and be tricked and deceived.
But I think we all have been bamboozled and tricked our whole life because we're all taught our sky is blue, right? What if it's purple? What if it's yellow? What if it's green? We have no idea. We are taught that. We were taught that A was A. We're taught that white is white and black is black. We were taught that.
Yeah. But the colours you have mentioned, I have seen in the sky anyway. Those colours you mentioned, I've seen the sky in those colours.
But how do you know that's what it is? But you were taught that in school. But if you're homeschooled and your parental units said, hey, blue is not blue, blue is yellow. You go outside and say, hey, mommy, the sky is yellow. Because she taught you the sky was not blue.
Yeah, you're fucking retarded.
What taught?
No, there's no need to get abusive, please. No need for that.
You don't have to. No, it's what we're taught.
There is no need for that
taught
because
everything we have in our brains is learned behavior.
Yeah. Look, a lot of times, but at night, for example, in the UK, where in the summer months where the daylight is longer, the sky was sky blue, but as it's getting darker and darker, there is a purple tint to the sky. So please don't say the woman is retarded.
And then it's orange, and then it's finally dark. Yes.
Yeah. Please don't say the woman is retarded.
The Earth is round. The Earth is round.
Experience, the more you travel, the
No,
more you
you're the
learn.
retarded one because you're not able to prove. Can you please prove your Earth is round? What is your best evidence for that statement, please? Yeah, what is your best statement? Yeah, your best proof, please.
My nigga, when you put a flashlight right at an angle, where does the light travel?
Excuse me, can you watch the N-word?
Where does the light travel? Does it go straight? Does it
And
go
it's chat,
straight?
no N-words,
There's
please.
curvature. There's curvature.
No, there's
When
no curvature at all.
they did the light
We're
test.
talking
They
about
did the light
colors of
test, and there's
spectrum.
curvature. They did the
We're
light test, and
talking
there's
about colors on
curvature.
spectrum. So
Unfortunately,
we're talking
that's
about colors
that's
on
misinformation.
spectrum.
Yeah.
So
We're talking
you're
about
gonna
colors
sit,
on
so
spectrum.
you're gonna sit here and try and prove the Earth is flat?
We don't
So
have to
where's
prove it. It's measured.
so where is the water going?
Again, you're retarded when you ask that question. Clearly, you're retarded. The man doesn't know his model, hasn't measured anything, can't prove anything. But we're the retarded ones. You see what I mean? Perfect example of someone
Yeah.
losing their shit.
I get
There
it.
you are. Right.
Yeah. So how
Yeah,
can you
and
cross the Pacific or Atlantic straight across?
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
So listen, guys, before I came in this chat room, I never understood the magnitude of the Earth being round or flat. Now you guys have brought me a better perspective of it being flat, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
No, you're welcome, because water always lies flat. You see,
It does.
Yeah, that's the characteristics of water. That's the number one clue that things are not what they are, because you can't have a ball Earth and have curving water on it. It doesn't work. And remember, even Sir Isaac Newton, who was credited to finding this gravity, supposedly, he disagreed with the theory. He disagreed. The citation is there. He said it was an absurd idea that mass would be attracting mass, and he didn't want his name associated with that theory. He never proved it. Yeah, that shocks me, that does. And yet they ascribed it to Sir Isaac Newton. And then, right, and then like 107 years later, Albert Einstein puts forward this bending and warping of the space-time fabric. And when you look at all that, when you drop your pencil, how does that relate? Because you're dropping your pencil on the floor. How am I bending the space-time? There's just no relation.
Yeah.
So it's another unproven theory that he mentioned, okay, that he stated that's never been proven. So the current situation is nobody knows what gravity is. We observe the phenomena, but we don't know why. Yeah, why people say why down and why up? I say because the creator of the earth, that's the natural order. Things would be less chaotic if things went all over the place. We'd have a very chaotic place to live.
So my niece's aunt, my sister-in-law, lives. She works for NASA.
Okay, really?
And yeah, she's an astronautical scientist.
Okay,
and
there
her
we go.
theory on Earth is that it's flat.
Really?
But she's in parts. She's in parts, and she's so. Yeah, she is a Michelle. Michelle is a. Yes, Michelle is a.
Very interesting.
Michelle is a
flat earther. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Wow. And
Yeah.
she works for NASA.
NASA,
Wow.
yes. And
Well, you got to bring it to this. Look, you've got to get it to this server.
Wait a minute, Jen.
Stop coming here. She's like, fuck you.
Yes,
Jen, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Stripper. You still don't know the mentality of the Globers, so don't dox your relative if she works for NASA and she's a
No,
flat
I don't.
earther.
I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah, but you named her name because the Globers.
To me, I'm a scientist.
I'm trying. May I? I'm trying to help you to tell you something that the Globers hate the truth, or let's say the discussion so much that they would contact the employer of someone and get him fired. Do you get what I mean? There was an engineer, civil engineer, who realized that the Earth is flat, and they contacted his employer, and his employer threatened him to, pull back his license. So be careful.
But
about
where?
that. Yeah.
But where?
Did you get what I? Huh?
I did. I heard you. 100%.
Yeah,
but
that was a civil engineer in the United States.
No,
Brian
I have
Mullins.
him too. We're good here.
Yeah, his name was Brian Mullins, an engineer.
Yeah, Brian Mullins.
And his channel was Balls Out Physics. Okay, and he took everybody through the steps of how to debunk this load, raising questions. Yeah, and some idiot contacted his place of employment saying that this engineer is giving out misinformation. So then, I think he lost his job there. You know, I think he may have lost his job there.
But this should be
And he has to
private.
work in somewhere else. But yeah, his
Correct.
license was going to be revoked. Don't know why they would want to do that.
This should be private. It's Discord. It's not a public forum. It's private.
Well, actually, it is a public forum because the public are welcome to come here. Okay, you're part of the public.
I
I'm
get
part
it.
of the public.
But my thing too is like it's just social media. It's a private forum in a sense.
Yeah. But what?
Yeah, but that has nothing
Berserk
to
is saying
do.
to you, just be careful.
That has nothing to
Maybe.
do with an employer. An employer can fire his employee. You know what I mean?
Am I posting you and your friends on
Against
Discord?
server
No, I'm
rules.
not.
It's against
No,
server
it's for
rules.
your. Hang on.
Hello,
Hold on.
Einstein.
For your.
The end. It's against server rules. The end.
Wait, what? It's against the rules. I get it. I understand. I understand. I get it. I understand. They're absolutely right. They're right. Because social media is now. I get it. They can say no. I understand that. No, social media is public. Correct. They can. Yes. They can. They will. They can. Sense. That makes sense.
Oh, I've got a question. What about the dinosaurs? What's your position on the dinosaurs? Did they exist? Not exist?
She's muted, Jin.
Oh, is she?
Server muted, yeah.
Muted who?
Stripadella is server muted.
Oh, why? Why?
Yeah, I guess one of the mods muted her for her protection so that she will not dox anymore further.
Oh, okay. All right.
Her relative.
Okay.
I mean, for real. Come next time.
Yeah. I was asking you about the dinosaurs.
Can you guys hear me?
Dinosaur.
Yeah.
We can hear you. Yes.
Oh, we're back. Hey, honey.
Bella, it's nice talking to you, but I think one of the mods muted you for your own protection, okay? So don't let this be a reason not to come back if you're interested in the topic. But just be sure that you be careful with the ducks.
I've got another question. Berserk, I've got another question. I've got another question for you. Can you hear me? Another question is this one. What about the dinosaurs? What about the dinosaurs? Did they actually exist or not exist?
I feel like at one point in time,
They were birds.
that our Earth was once one, right? And there was other beings on there before us. Correct. Yes. I believe we have
Yeah.
evolved. Yes.
So you feel that the dinosaurs existed 65 million years ago?
I believe they're like our iguanas or whatever. So I believe like over time that things have evolved.
So you're into the Darwinian evolution.
I
You
love
think that
Darwin.
was real?
I love
You think
Darwin.
that's real? Yeah, yeah.
I
Even though
feel
there's
like
no proof of
everything
this.
evolved over time. I believe like gorillas back in the day were humans. I believe that we had Neanderthals. I believe that dinosaurs were once iguanas. Yes, I believe that we have evolved
Okay. Now
over the
remember what I said earlier
time.
on. Remember what I said earlier on, that when you're believing something, you're not actually knowing it. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
trusting what you're being told. Okay, just bear
yeah,
that in mind.
exactly.
All right.
Same thing.
Yeah.
As sky is blue and purple's purple and white is white.
Yeah, that's fine. The point is this: you just remember that you're saying you believe this and you believe that, which tells me that you haven't investigated it enough to make a more coherent decision, because you're just believing what you've been told and accepting
Correct.
this point.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
Correct.
Yeah. So, but now that you learned that the Earth is now not this ball, okay, then you should be questioning everything that they've said about the ball, because in the course of
I already do.
hang on, you're
I've been
interrupting me
questioning
again.
before this.
Can I not finish what I'm saying? Because when I
Go
get to
ahead.
the main point, you're talking. Okay, what I'm trying to say to you is that you should relook at history, okay, because you may find that what you've been taught could be incorrect, just like you've just learned about the Earth now. Okay, you've learned something about the Earth, then you need to revisit history, okay, and look at the dinosaurs may not have existed at all. That could be a lie, okay, because they said that an asteroid came in, slammed into the Earth, and ended life on Earth 65 million years ago, and that's what took out the dinosaurs. Okay, and no, I don't accept that at all.
But I know, growing up here in South Florida,
I've seen a
I went to American history. I know it was all fake.
Good. Something was fake. Good. If they're faking, why are they faking? That's the question you got to ask
It's a
yourself.
lie.
Thank you.
In my high school, slavery did not happen. They gave me the wrong textbook, guys. Hello.
Right. Hello. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to post a short video for you to watch as well.
Thank you. I will.
It's called The Dinosaurs Never Existed. Okay.
That's
Just give me
fine.
just
I'm cool with that.
2 minutes.
I'm a black woman in South Florida, and
Okay.
so I am a no. Let me rephrase that. I'm a brown woman in South Florida because
Okay, you're like
I'm
me, brown.
Haitian.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm Haitian. So my grandfather's Dominican. My parents are Haitian, but I'm very light skinned. So
Yeah.
I grew up knowing that the white race was predominant, and it's not always. And I realized growing up, so to my parents, that like this is not where it's at. Like we have to understand that we are one. That's it. We're one. We're one.
Yeah.
We are one. We are one.
Yep.
We bleed the same. We breathe the same, and everything. So I got into culture. I got into science. So now I'm an engineer. My thing too is like I believe in what came before us. I don't think that
Okay.
dinosaurs were here. They were not. Because if they were, and let's say are, fine, whatever. My thing too is like, are dinosaurs or maybe our iguanas, maybe the lizards? I'm in Florida, so we're have bugs.
Okay.
Whatever.
Welcome, Florida, Everglades, and the oranges. And
That's
citrus
where we're
fruits.
at. We're in the
Right.
upgrade.
And
Yes.
then you got the Disney as well going on over there. More fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Disney.
Yeah. So I
Disney
feel like
Fantasyland.
I
Okay.
feel like
Okay. Look, I posted.
we're Disney World here.
Right.
Land
I
in
have.
California. We're in the jungle.
Right.
We're in the
Okay.
jungle. So like I
Okay.
believe everyone bleeds one. We bleed red. All of us do.
Okay. Okay. Well, listen up. I posted that video. Okay. It's in
Okay.
there. It's that video. That video is only like 30 minutes long anyway. It's half an hour, but it's packed with so many facts and information and some surprises there. I won't spoil it because it's a good one. Okay. Now, the funny thing, let me tell you something, right? Before I became a flat earther, back in 2013, okay, because I'm talking to you from Japan, all right? Now,
Japan. Can I come
yeah,
visit you? Can I visit you in
yeah,
Japan?
yeah, I'm talking to you from Japan at the moment.
I would love that. Oh my god.
Right now, so I speak Japanese here, but listen, what the Japanese tried to offer up that they had a they found the remains of what they called like a miniature T-Rex. Right? This is in 2013, okay? Now, I wasn't aware about the flat earth thing, but that got me wondering. I said, that can't be true because Japan's a volcanic island, right? It came out of the water, much the same as Hawaii. So how did these dinosaurs get here? My knowledge of the dinosaurs was they're on the mainland. So I knew something was wrong that day. I said, that doesn't make sense. I think Japan is trying to make money riding off the dinosaur fame. They're trying to make money here. Something doesn't smell right. And then, what is it? 3 years later, I'm watching that video that I just posted. And it explained everything. And I said, oh, bloody hell, I knew something was up. I just knew something was up that day. So, in fact, they've never existed. Wow. That's blown my mind.
Why never?
Because
they've never.
He's saying he's in.
Okay, you know what? I get it. You know what? Maybe you're right. Because
this is what. Thank you.
So before iguanas and gorillas and lions, what was there?
I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know. Unless we had actual remains that we could actually break down and open up and examine.
No, they had the woolly mammoths back then.
Again, is that true or is that another scam?
I don't know.
You see what I mean?
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I have no idea either. You see, that's why I prefer the skeptical approach. And my approach is this: show me the remains. I want to examine it. That means I want to open it up. I want to look at the DNA if it's there for myself.
I get it. I understand 100%.
I want to cut open the bone. I want to cut open the bone and let's explore this thing. Okay?
Yeah.
That's how you determine.
Yeah.
You know, you can take a portion of the bone. You don't have to take the whole thing. Just take a small portion of the bone, open that up, and if that's proving to be 65 million years ago old, but we can't prove it because we don't have any means of checking that. Okay, the isotope that they use is only good for like 100 years or something like that. It's not good. It's not reliable. And they gave a test. They tested that method with a rock that came from Mount Etna, which is only like 20 years old.
Mount Etna, where is that?
That's in Italy, I think, right? And they took this rock, okay, from Mount Etna that erupted 20 years ago, fresh rock now. They subject it to the method of testing it like they would test dinosaurs, and it was aging this rock at like 3,000 to like 30 million years or something silly like that. But it was only 20 years old.
That's so wrong. 20 years old?
Yeah, that's all the rock was. 20 years old, yeah.
Not
they knew that.
2000.
Right. So the methodology they used was flawed because it was aging the rock older than what it actually was. It was only 20 years old. They knew that from the eruption. They took a piece off, examined it using the method they used to determine bones and fossils and that, and it was all wrong. So that's why we have to check everything. Okay? That's all I'm saying to you.
Get it. I understand.
That is the approach now. You have to check, you have to question everything. And there's nothing wrong with that because most of our lives, we didn't question anything. We just took it. We believed without checking. Now you've got to stop believing and review everything you've been taught. You've got to.
Yeah. What you've seen. Okay.
And then you end up knowing, which is better than believing.
The chat. How to come back to this?
Sorry?
Okay, so how do we come back to this chat?
How do you come back to this chat?
Correct.
Well, haven't you got a link? You're in it now.
I'm gonna
my
send
nieces.
I'm gonna send it to her now so you guys can talk.
All right, Jen. Yeah. So give me the best proof of evidence, the best possible to make me a flat earther right now. All right, or start believing. Give me the best possible evidence you have to this date. Right, and then I'll see if I can debate you. I'll see what I can try and debate with what you give me.
Ricardo Milos is here.
Okay, well that's fine. That's okay. The point I'm going to say to you is this: whatever I tell you, which I'm going to tell you, it's going to be reliant on you to actually go out there and confirm it. Okay, and it's this.
Okay.
Simple as this. In all of my life that I've lived, I've never experienced the curvature of the earth. That would mean visually see this thing, okay, and then experience it through flight, as far as I'm concerned, through flight. I've sailed from England to Nigeria. That would be back in 1970, 69, 70, 71,
Okay.
several times, okay, from England, Southampton to Nigeria, and then back by plane. No curvature experience at all. The ocean is always level, okay, right? And we could see the Canary Islands from the coast of Morocco, for example. Canary Islands was visible from the ship. Of course, we're on a ship there. So these long distance observations are proving that the Earth itself isn't a ball, okay? Long distance observations, okay? So, like, I can see Mount Fuji from Fukushima. That's 180 miles away. There should be 4 miles of curvature blocking the line of sight to that mountain, but yet I see it, and I shouldn't be able to see it. For example, right? So it's measuring curvature. That's what you've got to do. That's it. So you haven't gone out there for yourself. You yourself are carrying a belief of the Earth being a globe, but you haven't actually confirmed, validated to be sure that the Earth is indeed a globe. It's just a belief you have at this point, right? Isn't that not true?
In a sense. We don't really know. To be fair, we don't really know for sure, and we'll never know for sure.
Which sense?
That's
as far as I'm concerned, I know for sure.
If you know for sure,
that the Earth is flat. Yeah, I know that for sure. 63 years of living on the Earth, and my experiences and the places I've traveled to, there's been no reference of curvature on this Earth. Not to mention that in construction, building, engineering, bridge building and things like this, tunnel boring, Earth's curvature is not taken into consideration. Weapons of mass destruction from the military, the Air Force and the Navy, they don't factor Earth's curvature or rotation. Okay? So there's a lot of proofs that show that we're living on a flat Earth, not a curvature Earth.
Okay. So the thing about Mount Fuji, if I to add on that, or to you can say that, but what I'm trying to say is that it's not fully visible. Mount Fuji is not fully visible. Only the peak of it is fully visible.
As far as I'm concerned, this is what I'm going to say to you, right? It took 25 years for these 3 Japanese hikers to capture Mount Fuji from the most northernest point, right, off this mountain range, right? And they didn't realize they were proving flat Earth. They were just happy to have caught the shot of Mount Fuji from the most northernest point, and that's their endeavor over after 25 years of trying to capture it. The reason it took so long was because the weather obviously wasn't permitting to have that Mount Fuji visible from that point, but they managed to do that, okay? That, for me, over that distance proves, at the altitude they were at, proves that they should not have been able to see that from where they were, because they were.
He's clinging on the bottom up obstruction though. So since you've made this Mount Fuji observation, did you notice it tilting away, Brandu?
No.
You said what?
Did you notice the peak of Mount Fuji tilting away from you?
Not at all. I've climbed it as well, by the way. I've actually climbed Mount Fuji. Yeah, no, I didn't notice it.
Well, I'm guessing Brandu's never seen Mount Fuji outside of a National Geographic, which I haven't either. But
yeah, I've climbed.
Anyways, the bottom up. I'll let him go on, but the bottom up obstruction thing can be recreated on a flat surface.
Thank you. Exactly.
All right.
So basically,
yeah, it's so funny. He said he wanted to debate, but he just wanted to nitpick something that he never observed.
But Mount Fuji can be seen from over 200 miles away on a clear day.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Is the peak of it tilted away from you?
If the Earth were curved, it should be hitting by the horizon.
Okay, so it's curved, right? That's what's creating the bottom up obstruction.
Right. What's visible
This is where you say
peak,
yes,
not the
and
whole
then I have a
mountain.
follow-up question. So did you notice the peak tilting away from you?
The peak tilting away from you?
The peak.
Yeah, the peak of the mountain, the summit.
It's going in one ear, out the other. But anyways, while he's preloading his thoughts, the bottom-up obstruction can be demonstrated on a flat surface at short distances.
at short distances as well, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a picture to prove
So
that?
that's
Is there
definitely not the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, but is there a picture of that? Besides
Yeah,
I
I
need
mean, I
more
could go
proof.
dig up a picture of someone who posts in here a coffee can on the ground, and then they.
I mean,
go
I
to the
need
other side of
more
their
substantial.
kitchen and just
I need
lower
more
the
substantial
camera, and they
evidence.
notice they can't see the bottom of the coffee can, but you're going to talk to me.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's
need
just
more
a matter of
substantial evidence.
perspective.
Yeah,
Okay. Goodness gracious, brother.
It's perspective. It's perspective. Exactly. You just
Okay,
proved
that's
my point.
perspective. It's not the curvature of the Earth. So what else?
Right.
Go on.
I need more substantial evidence than that.
Well, you just
let me
said
make hang on. Let me make a suggestion. Let me just make a suggestion. As I said earlier on, it's on you to confirm what we tell you. So if you go to a basketball court, put your phone underneath one basketball net, go to the other side of the basketball, to the other net, lie down on the ground, face downwards on your stomach. Look, you will not see your mobile phone. You get up onto your knees. Now you've created that angular perspective now. So now you can now see your phone. You won't see original shape. You're only going to see a slither of it. You get up, you see a bit more, and then as you walk towards your phone, it will begin to change shape, angular resolution. As you get closer and closer and closer, you'll familiarize yourself with the shape when you're 90 degrees above it. Okay? So when you go back again and you go back and you go back to the where you started from and lie down, you don't see your phone. There's a perfect example of a flat surface obscuring what you see. Okay? You've got to go out and do these things though. Otherwise, you're just not going to believe you're not going to understand anything.
And you're saying you've done the test.
I've done the test myself at my children's school.
Well, you're saying it must be because of the curve of the Earth.
Yeah,
so first, how about prove the Earth is curved? Because otherwise, that's just circular reasoning. That's empty.
Yeah, you need
why,
to go
why are you hung up on one thing? You're just nitpicking. Go on, though. I guess you've been muted for a while. You've been patient.
Yeah, thank you. Just go out and check it. Just go out and check it for yourself. Is what you've got to do. You've literally got to put your boots on the ground. Okay, you've got to go out. Doesn't matter what I tell you. You've got to prove it to yourself.
Right.
You've got to do that. Right. That's the key point here. Right. I'm drawing from my life experiences. Okay, and the observation tests that I've done over the years now, 10 years into this. And when I factor the other 50 years, there's been no experience of curvature. I've never seen it in my life. Not once. Anywhere. Okay?
So when you stand at sea level, right?
Yeah.
How far can you see?
Think about what you're saying there. What is sea level?
All right. So we're gonna debate that too.
No, dude, I wasn't trying. It wasn't a gotcha.
Relative to where you are.
Yeah, the level of the sea. It's kind of one of those words that says what it means, but it's an important word. Sea level, the level of the sea.
Yeah, the level of the sea. Level, yeah.
Right.
Word.
How far can you see to the horizon?
Usually they say from a 6-foot height, 3 miles, 5 kilometers.
Well, time out. It just depends on on the conditions of the day.
Yes.
But the limitations of the ball is 3.2 miles for a 6-foot observer site.
Right.
But on a flat Earth, your horizon distance
in reality what we can see.
Yeah, I'm trying to say something. Hold on a second. I'm trying to say something. But now, for an individual who lives in Hawaii, his observation height was 150 feet. Okay, and he's living in a place called Kauai. He could see Oahu, which is over 90 miles away. Okay, 108 miles. Okay, and he could see the silhouette of the island. Okay, now that's 108 miles. I posted the video in the server about 45 minutes to an hour ago. You can scroll back, it's there. Okay, 2 of them, there's 2. One is 10 minutes, the other one is 15 minutes, okay, more in depth.
Thanks, Jen. That had nothing to do with the conversation.
Okay.
Cheers, mate.
Who said that?
What do you mean, nothing to do with the conversation?
Well, the gentleman standing on the beach looking at, we didn't get to hear because you had to tell him about this observation. Anyways, as you were, Brand.
That's before I was interrupted. That's what I wanted to say. These are observations, right? That
Yeah,
you can
but you were
make
sort
for
of just
yourself.
start again.
That
Ask
you
your
can
question.
make for yourself. But I was saying, when you're standing at sea level, how far can you see the horizon? 5 kilometers, right? Whatever.
Yeah,
okay.
3 miles.
On a flat Earth, your horizon
you can see
distance,
beyond. You can see beyond
on a flat Earth,
5
since
kilometers, sir.
On a flat Earth, your
Sir,
horizon
in
distance
reality-
wouldn't change. All right, here I get. All right, there's
time out. You listen.
you want to try and cut me off because you don't want me to actually
listen.
say what I
I'll
need to say.
answer your question, dude. Relax. The direct answer to that is depends on the conditions of the day, how far you can see.
Okay.
Like in the weather report, and when back in the old days when they had newspapers, you open up the newspaper and they would give visibility. Especially in coastal regions, they give visibility of the day. It changes daily.
Yeah, and I'd just like to recalibrate what I said earlier on. You can also see it
He's
from
just
the
giving an example of a long distance observation. This guy doesn't even realize that he's made his own long distance observations in his own life, and it hasn't sunk in.
Yeah, that's right. And you can see it from the beach as well, because he showed you that as well, that you can see this distance from the beach, right? He actually made an observation from the airport car park, I think he says there, but also from the beach it can be seen, this Oahu Island, which I think is bang on to what you're talking about.
Can you see it every day?
Yeah.
Can you see it every day, no matter the weather?
No, it's not. If the weather is permitting, you can see this island.
There you go. So it's dependent on the weather conditions of the day.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hell, you could be in a place that has poor air quality, smog. But yeah, so it's not. There is no gotcha. The only gotcha there when you start going down that line of question is the limitations of the 3959 mile radius globe limit you to 3.2 miles. In reality, everyone sees beyond 5 kilometers.
Yeah. That's right.
Whether an island or a boat.
Like I was saying. Before, I got interrupted like 3 times.
Yeah, but dude, are you even listening to respond?
On a flat
I answered your freaking question.
Oh, you didn't let me finish your question.
Brendo, Brendo, hold up for a second. At the moment, you're trying to compare a globe Earth to a flat Earth. So, why is it on your globe Earth we already see beyond the distance of your horizon?
Again, like I said, on a flat Earth,
trying to say, why can't you see
horizon,
on a flat Earth
distance wouldn't change on a sphere. It increases with height.
On a flat Earth, it wouldn't change on a sphere. You better reword that, bro.
On a flat Earth, your horizon distance wouldn't change. On a sphere, it increases with height.
And it increases also on a clear day.
Exactly, it's predicted by the geometry.
I bet I can get you to say that you can extend the distance you can see by getting lower.
By getting lower.
Yeah, I bet I can get you to say that.
Okay. Tell me how to go ahead.
All right, so if you're at 1 foot elevation above the surface of the ocean, right, they tell you that you should only be able to see it about 1.2 miles, right? 1.3 at the most. Maybe 1.4. 1.4 miles, because it's based on the radius value and the observer's height and the amount of surface you can see, right, based on your line of sight being a tangent plane to the edge of the sphere, right? So it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. What if we showed you an observation where we can see from 1 foot of observer height a horizon in excess of 9.4 miles? What would you say then?
All right, show me.
Okay. 1 sec.
And you mustn't forget that at the end of the day, you've still got to go out there and check it for yourself. That's how you're going to know. Okay? You've got to make those observations for yourself. We can tell you everything and show you all this video stuff. Hang on. We can show you all this material, okay, and show you the numbers on the graph and show you everything. You've still got to go out into nature to confirm and validate that what we're telling you is correct. Okay? You've got to do that. or what
So there you
you've
go.
learned about the globe. What you learnt about the globe is correct. You haven't done that yet, and that's the problem. Okay, you've got to
So there
go
you
out
go.
and learn it. Thank you.
So they tell you, like, if you're like 6 foot, average height, 6 foot, you'll stand at the beach and you look out and you should only see about 3 miles, because that'd be around about 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? But we've got an observation there in the side chat taken from 1 foot elevation above the water, where you can see a horizon in excess of 9.4 miles, because that furthest oil rig is a distance marker from that person's location, from that camera's location. So what say you?
So you just stopped talking, or what's going on?
Yeah, so I said, what say you now? That observation, that's a snapshot from a video. The guy goes to that location on a regular basis with his P900. Probably has a P1000 now. I don't know. This is taken a few years ago. And it's taken from that video that he shot, where he got down right above the water's surface at the beach with his P900 and about a foot from the water, above the water, and zoomed in towards those oil rigs. And we've clipped that out of the video because it shows clearly a horizon in excess of 9.4 miles. Now, the globe says that if you use their formula, it's supposed to be at 1.225. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Well, the square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.225 is 1.225. And as I said, for an average height observer, you'd stand at the beach and look out and you'd see, they say that your horizon should be at about 3 miles based on that equation, based on the geometry, right? Now we've got an observation from 1 foot above the water with a horizon in excess of 9.4 miles, well exceeding the geometrical limitations. So what do you say now?
So with all that math, right? That link right there, how do you explain that?
What link?
The math makes sense. The math makes sense, right? But I'm just saying, that link right there, what do you say about that? Because if that method, right, this link right here, the one that I posted,
just so you know, Brando, just because you've posted the link up doesn't mean they can see it. For some people, they open up and you can see what it is. Other people, it's just a link. So without them clicking on it, they probably won't even know that.
Okay, let me. What can I do?
Jared.
This is also let me see. How can I?
Okay, so this has nothing to do with what I showed you, bro.
I know. I'm saying,
like a red herring. I asked you what do you think about that observation, bro?
Oh,
can we just put that on the back burner for now, and we'll come back to that? What you put. Okay. I wanted to discuss what I showed you. I didn't get an opinion from you.
Right. So one of them is 6 miles high, and one is 10 miles high, and you can both see them, and they're both level, correct?
They're just where they are. No, I'm saying horizon, because you're saying you can see a further horizon the higher you get, right? So for an average height observer at the beach, standing at the beach, about 6 foot high, between 5 and 6 foot high, they'll look out towards the horizon, and that horizon, based on the geometry and the formulas they give you, should be at about 3 miles away. That's how much of the surface your eyes can see based on the geometry of the sphere Earth, right? 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You say, if you get higher, you can see more of the surface and it'll extend your horizon out to a further distance. Yeah, that's true based on the geometry and that equation. So if you jump to like 10 foot, right, you're going to get a horizon about 10, so you got 1.225 times 10 feet, the square root of 10 feet. Right, it's going to extend the horizon distance out even further. But now we've got a 1 foot observer height, right, and a horizon that's in excess of 9.4 miles, exceeding the geometric limitations according to the geometry and that formula. So what do you think?
So you're saying the horizon extends further the higher you get?
You said that. And I'd agree if we were on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and based on that size and based on your observer height, with increased height, it would extend the amount of surface that you can see, pushing your horizon distance further out.
Yeah. So, Brando.
So it's about 3 miles. 3 miles for an average height observer, standing, right? But if they say that if you got right down, put your head on the ground, right, or you buried yourself up to your head in the sand and looking across the water, it should only be at about 1.225 miles.
Right.
Now we've got an observation here. I've showed you where the camera was at 1 foot height above the water, and you can see a horizon distance in excess of 9.4 miles. We could safely say that it's at least 10 miles, right? Agree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what do you say about that? It breaks the geometry of the globe Earth.
Yeah,
it breaks
shouldn't
the
be possible.
geometry of the globe.
It shouldn't
so
be
you're saying
possible.
With this observation, with all the math equations that you put into it, that mathematically to you makes sense, right? You're saying that disproves the Earth being a globe.
No.
Yeah, because it does. It shouldn't be possible. You should have your horizon should be at 1.225 miles. Just like they tell you. Go down to the beach, stand at the beach, you'll see a horizon distance of about 3 miles, they say. That's what they tell you. That's beyond the point. That point, beyond that, that's the point beyond which they'll tell you that the boats begin to become obstructed from view bottom up, right?
Right.
It's going over the limitation of the surface of the Earth that you can see based on its geometry and your height.
Right. And you're saying, and with that camera, it's linear. Like it's completely straight.
It would be, wouldn't it? Yes, of course.
It would be completely linear. Right.
It wouldn't matter.
But what about, okay, but the question that arises from that, what about the lens? Doesn't that not make sense to you? Like, when you use certain lens, doesn't that also change?
Yeah, you can see far. Yeah, it makes sense because it's flat.
You can see more linear because it's only linear, correct?
So how far can you see linearly?
Like, it should be 5 kilometers, right? 3 miles.
It should be. What do you mean? Yeah, it should be.
Like you said, like you said, it depends on where you're standing at sea level.
Yeah,
Is what you said.
Spoiler alert, it ain't.
You said what?
Spoiler alert, it ain't at 3.2 miles.
Linear. So from your saying,
yeah, that was a 1 foot observer's height. Did nothing of that register? It was a 1 foot observer's height,
mm-hmm.
and a horizon at nearly at least 9.4 miles away. Who knows how far away? It's beyond the 9.4 miles.
Beyond that.
Well, yeah, you can see the image.
Well, you said, hold on. He said if you get higher, so if you get 6 foot, how far will you be able to see linearly? You told us that you just raise up, you can see further.
Okay.
Right. So you're understanding the implication of what you're being told, that the image you're seeing from CW posted, that black swan, it's debunking the globe, because at a lower observer height of only 12 inches, if your Earth is a globe ball Earth, you should only be able to see up to 1.22 miles plus the square root of the observer's height, okay? But the image you're looking at is showing you objects that are 6 miles 9.5 miles, and then the horizon is behind those objects. So clearly you are seeing further, and the Earth isn't a globe, is it? That's what we're trying to show you here.
Okay.
Okay? Now, I know you understand it because, it's simple, isn't it? 12 inches. If the Earth is a globe, you can only see 1.22 miles, and that will be the end of it. But here we are. We've got the oil rigs 6 and 9.5 miles, and then the horizon beyond that. Okay, and then on a clear day, there is an island 29 miles away that can be seen from this location, by the way. So, where's the curvature there?
To me, it just doesn't make sense because of refraction. That's.
There you go. So now you're going to claim that you can get lower and see further. I told you.
It just to me it just doesn't make sense when you put it in.
Why is it? Well, okay. Tell me what. Hang on. Why is it that when you get higher you can see further?
Why is it that when you get higher you can see further?
Yeah.
You're just at a higher point. You can see it more clearly. Like when you go on top
nothing to do with the geometry of the surface of the Earth?
When you go on top of a building, a tall building, what do you see? You see more, right?
Has it got anything to do with the geometry of the surface of the Earth? Its curvature, limiting your view, and then when you increase your height, you can see more of it because you can see more of the curve.
But with that logic, you should be able to see everything. Right?
Remember the weather conditions discussion earlier? You got to keep that in mind too, bro.
I knew that's where he was going. If the Earth was flat, shouldn't you be able to see forever? Why can't I see China?
I'm not saying that. You're not going to be seeing.
Yeah.
You're not going to be seeing China. All right. That's on the other side of the world.
What do you want to see? And what do you want to see?
It's not about what I want to see. It's what you can see. What should I be able to see if the Earth is flat?
Well, go outside and look around.
I'll tell you what you shouldn't be able to see. You shouldn't be able to see 10-mile distant horizon from 1 foot. That's for sure. If it's a globe.
Because when I go on top of a tall building, I don't see straight. Completely. Like you're on a tall building.
You don't see
looking straight. You don't see completely linear.
So what do you see?
You were telling us earlier.
That's not what I was saying. I'm saying that you guys believe that.
Don't tell us what we believe. We will tell you what we believe.
Right.
So you were telling us about the top of your building, how you don't see linearly. How do you see?
Elaborate.
You're the one that said it. That's why I'm questioning it.
Maybe peripherally? It's a hard word to say.
Or is that what you believe that flat earthers should be seeing, non-linearly?
Well, you shouldn't be seeing completely straight.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? How do you explain lunar?
We have a pretty wide field of view.
Okay, hold on. How do you explain
you just
lunar
said
eclipses
that we
then?
don't see directly straight. How do we see then?
Curved. Just like how the globe is curved.
Wait. But what is line of sight? Real quick. What is line of sight?
When you're standing at the bottom of a hilled road, right? Slight hill. What do you see? Do you see straight?
Your story.
Do you see completely linear? Do you see the other side of that hilled road? No, you don't. There's a curve.
Yeah, but remember you're able to make observations beyond the limitations.
Right. When you're out in daily,
so desperately chanting now. Don't panic.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying when you make observations, when you're driving, right? When you're driving at night, shouldn't the moon stay in one place if the Earth is flat?
Why would the moon be staying in one place? What has that got to do with the shape of the ground?
It's It's not the it's the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so curvature of the Earth equals moon moving.
Yes, because
whilst you're driving,
the Earth is a globe. If you're saying the Earth is flat, you should be able to see, right, the moon.
I should be able to see the moon.
I remember being a kid. I remember being a kid and being on like long drives and looking out the window and going, "Hey, Mum, the moon is following us. It's keeping up with us." And she'd say, "That's an illusion. It's not really."
That makes you're literally making no sense right now.
So
actually,
you can actually watch the moon move. You can actually watch
it's not having a good time explaining things. Maybe you should take your time instead of being hung up on trying to debate people because you're after some kind of awesome debate win. And I can tell that you're struggling because you've backpedaled quite a few times now. How about you?
Right, because everyone is here about it first. It's because everyone here is
that's got nothing to do with anything.
And you're
that's
going
got nothing to do with anything. Brando, breathe.
No,
Brando, you can breathe,
one
mate.
Person.
You can do it.
Because this whole time you guys have been jumping me.
Excuse me.
No, you haven't been jumped.
Out, dude.
Excuse me.
Don't go
Brando, not
victim on
everybody.
us. Relax.
Yeah, not everybody in here is a flat earther, okay? You are a glober. Oh, Mansky just left. Kiba is a glober. So you're not the only glober in here, okay? So just relax. Okay? There's a limit to how far you should be able to see if Earth were a globe. We are clearly exceeding that limit by thousands upon thousands of %. And there's no coming back from that. Period.
Wise guy, turn your camera off, please. Limits the room. You've been in here before. You know what'll happen if you don't.
I see a circle. That just looks like a circle. Earth is circle.
Potato.
I find it really funny how grown-ass adults get very confused between what a circle and a sphere is.
Wise guy, camera off, thank you. Lost me screen, I'm doing other stuff.
And then one thing Jin said earlier is that he doesn't believe in gravity, apparently.
Well, yeah, you have to believe in it. So the thing about gravity is it's not a force. It's not the causational mechanism why things do what they do. I know you're like, oh my, holy shit. Someone, a female even, who knows how to explain this, right?
No,
So listen.
Jin was saying that gravity was a construct of people, that people believe in it. It's like
It's a mathematical construct.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh,
Yes,
so
it
you're
is.
saying then what is keeping me to my chair right now?
So, okay, well, if you didn't interrupt me, I would have been able to get through this real quick.
Hey, go ahead and explain.
So, gravity, the claim is that gravity is a force that is holding us down to the ground, right?
Yeah, that's literally what it is.
Okay, so here's the problem with that, right? There is no downward directional bias of anything. You know what I mean by that?
What?
Okay, so let me. Okay, all right. real quick.
G-force. Just the two words. G-force.
Okay, all right. So, yep, you're about to prove my point, which is it is not a cause; it is an effect of something happening. Okay, so like G-force, like a pilot, no G-force, sitting in a plane on the runway, not even moving. But the moment that F-16 takes off that flight deck, he feels the G-force. That is an effect of this thing of mass and motion. It's not the cause, okay? So when I say no causational mechanism of down, there is no downward directional bias. What I mean by that is, for example, gases, right? What direction, this is specifically a question for you, what direction do gases go?
Explain.
Nope, I'm asking you the question. You tell me in your own words. What do you think gases do? What direction do gases go?
You can't really see a gas. It's in the air.
So let's just say
It disperses. It disperses. If it's airborne,
Okay.
it disperses.
It disperses. So let's just say I have a balloon filled with a flammable gas and I pop it with a lighter. So what's going to happen is that flame is going to go whoosh. It's going to go all directions. So the answer is that gases will disperse randomly and in all directions, upwardly, bouncing off of each other and the walls of their container. So you have an upward directional bias more than you do a downward directional bias, right? Because let's take the formula for buoyancy, for example, right? So you've got G in buoyancy, but it is the effect. The G in that equation is the effect of this buoyant thing this piece of matter in a medium where it is buoyant. Okay, so and that's going upward. So that's an upward directional bias. There is no downward directional bias, which means there is not this force. The gravity is not a force, and it's not holding things down to the earth. You can jump, you can go up, you can go up, right? Nothing's holding you down. So gravity, like I said, not a force. It's also, real quick, defined as a fictitious force or a pseudo force.
Okay.
There you go. Gravity debunked, my guy. It's relative density.
All right. So again, you're saying that there's nothing holding us down. There's no downward force, right? You're saying that G force is in effect and there's no cause to that. There's no cause initially. So what is the cause?
That's not what she said. Why did you bring up G force?
That's literally what we were just talking about, actually.
Being spun around on something is a little bit different to you sitting still in your chair.
No, we were literally talking about G. We were literally talking about
G force as an effect. It's not a cause. It's still not a cause.
Right, that's exactly what I said. I'm saying you say that it's an effect and not a cause.
Right.
That's correct. It is an effect. You witness things go down. Check it out. Right. I just let my tape measure go. It went down and hit my table. Why? What is the causational mechanism?
Nobody fucking knows. Seriously, science does not know. Scientists have no fucking clue what the causational mechanism of down
Jesus
is.
level. I was hoping he might have said that. But anyways, yeah. What's the causational mechanism?
The causation of mechanism?
Causational mechanism. Why did the tape measure go down?
Depends. I can't see what you just did.
I dropped the tape measure.
You dropped the tape measure on the floor and it went down.
Yeah.
Onto my table. Surely. And it bounced too. Yeah, I let it go. It went down. Why did it go down?
What makes it happen?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Gravity?
No.
Well, how about you be honest? Hold up. How about you be honest? If you don't know, just say, I don't know. No one's here to rip you a new one.
The downward force of gravity.
That's the effect.
Yeah.
That's what I just saw.
How does it work?
Brando, see, I need to get to the other point of this. Is that it's relative density, right? So the tape measure that Matrix dropped is more dense relative to the medium of the air that it's in, which allows it to go down, right? So technically, Matrix dropping the tape measure makes him the cause, right? And the tape measure dropping and hitting the ground is the effect.
Gravity is not a force.
The overvoice speaks.
So, do you understand that, Brando? Do you get it?
Right, but then that just disproves that you don't believe in math. Because everything.
Hold on, Brando. One step at a time. Why is it we don't believe in maths? 1 + 1 still equals 2, my friend. We don't magically not believe in math just because we don't agree with your causational mechanism of shit going down.
I'm talking about when you try to use, the equation with gravity. Why is that wrong?
What equation? Can you post it in the text chat? What equation are you talking about? Let's see it. No?
Maybe because it doesn't tell us what the causational mechanism is. That's why.
Yeah.
It's just an equation. It's just a description. Hey, things go down. Yeah, we know. We actually measure things going down in the medium of air on average at 9.8 meters per second squared.
I couldn't.
Where it starts to become interesting, it's just density of the item. It's just density of the item versus the medium that it's in. That's all. For example, you get yourself a tennis, chuck it up into the air, it comes back down. You dodge your hand out of the way and let it fall into your swimming pool. It goes down into the water and then pops back up. And it hovers halfway between the water and the air. Why? It's less dense than the water and it's more dense than the air. So that's where it gets its equilibrium. That's all.
And listen, like you've got your F equals ma, right? So that's just your acceleration, right?
Yep.
The A is just the acceleration. So and that's how they say you work out your
gravitational constant.
Wait a sec. F equals mg, right? Where the G is just your A. It's just A.
That's
G is not really G. It's A. It's acceleration. So in that formula, right, the value you put in is a fixed value that they say will occur to objects of solid or liquid of a significant size, right, within the medium of air or less denser than that, right, like a vacuum. That's how fast. That's the rate at which they will say that an object will fall towards the ground. Right, 9.81 meters per second. That's the acceleration. But they in this instance where they give it g, right, they're making out like there's some other thing to it. No, there's not. That formula does not require any cause at all. No cause. Doesn't require understanding why the acceleration is happening in order to use that equation. So the math, when you said the math, you don't believe in the math? No, not necessarily. I can safely use that formula without considering why it's happening. Right?
So what you're saying is you don't know why it's happening. Is why you don't use it.
Brando, listen.
Nobody does. Nobody does.
Yeah, nobody knows what
a lot of people do use it.
Down, right? So in that formula that you gave, right, in the formula that T-Dub is talking about, it is a formula for the effect.
Okay.
There is no causational in that fucking formula, dude.
Yeah. So what? You just believe in the ice wall that the Earth is flat?
No. Okay. All right. So just go ahead and be intellectually honest and be like, all right, I concede. I yield for now.
No, because you're saying you don't believe in a math equation. That's to me that's just delusional.
Okay, but math is not a force.
It's something used to measure force. It's something used to measure force. It's not force in itself.
So when was it measured?
Measures an effect, then. It would measure an effect. I'm not disagreeing with the math that's measuring an effect, dude.
You're not making any sense right now.
No, you're just not understanding.
No, I'm not understanding because I think it's genuinely delusional. You're saying that, first of all, you're saying that gravity doesn't exist, for one, right?
No, that's not what I said, Brando. I said gravity is the effect. It doesn't exist as the force.
Okay, well, you're saying it's the effect, but somebody genuinely said it does not exist.
Do you know the difference between a force and a pseudo force?
Do you understand what I'm saying? You might say that you didn't say it didn't exist. It doesn't exist, but someone else said that it genuinely does not exist. So what am I supposed to believe? That it genuinely doesn't exist, or that it exists but not is as an effect?
Take a breath. Take a breath, okay, and answer.
What do you mean take a breath? This is just how I talk. When I'm talking with multiple delusional people, this is how I have to talk.
Okay, all right. There's the ad hominem fallacy. Let's try to stay away from those. Those don't make you look good in a debate.
It does not matter when I have multiple people trying to debate multiple different things and say one thing and then what am I supposed to believe? You know what I mean? Because one person said that it doesn't exist at all, and one person is saying that there's an effect, and it's just an effect, right? So you're not getting the rights. There's no.
Okay, I don't think you had your listening ears on, Brando, because it does not exist as a cause.
And then we got the flat earther mod spamming GIFs. Yeah, okay. Typical gang activity.
All right, so here's the thing, Brando. If Etherverse asked you a question, do you know the difference between a force and a pseudo force? Go ahead and answer his question.
A force and a pseudo force. Pseudo as in a fake, like as an illusion, right?
That's what pseudo means.
Right. So a fake force and a force is what you're trying to make me compare.
That's the question that Etherverse asked. You're talking to him now.
Right. Go ahead and elaborate on that, because I don't understand what a fake force is. Like, there's no such thing as a fake force. I don't understand what you're trying to elaborate. You need to elaborate on that.
Then you answered the question. You don't know the difference between a force and a pseudo force. Etherverse, go ahead, man.
Dude,
go ahead and explain how a force can be fake.
Because it's math. Because it has to do with your frame of reference. The Einstein version of this with general relativity doesn't even regard gravity as being a force. It considers it to be a pseudo force.
Right. So when you push someone, that's not a force?
They call it the bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time. And that's a mathematical framework.
Mathematical framework, not a physical one.
Right. When you push something, that's not gravity.
That's force, and you're saying it's a pseudo force.
Not when you're pushing something with your hand.
When you push something with your hand,
you Taekwondo or something.
Yeah, when you push something with your hand, right? You're rolling a cart. That's that force, mass, acceleration, right? Where the G in the equation is the effect. Okay, something has to be done first. It's not inherently there in the first
but
place.
You're still using it. Yeah, that's the thing. You're still using it. Why are you still using it if you don't believe in it? And you're saying it's not real and it's not there. It's just the effect. If it's not real, then why are you using it in the equation?
I don't have to believe in it. I'm sorry.
Level. Just
like how I don't have to believe. Just like how I don't have to believe the flat Earth.
Hang on a sec, bro. I explained it to you. Do you want me to explain it to you again?
Go ahead.
So, are you talking about the little G?
She just said that she uses it in the equation, but she doesn't have to believe.
Little G? Little G?
Yeah, little G.
Okay, that's the rate of acceleration. It's not the cause.
That's what it is. That is what it is. You just gotta accept it and move on, dude.
You don't have to believe in what's causing that acceleration in order to be able to use that equation.
So you're saying I don't have to believe. So it's a matter of belief.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. What are you talking about?
He's telling us we have to believe that it's a cause?
No, so you're saying the little G is you don't believe in it, right? You say it's acceleration.
Oh my God!
It is acceleration, bro. You need to study some physics. That's what it is. It's acceleration.
Yep. I could just shake you right now, Brando.
That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Well, go check it out, dude. Go on.
Yeah, I'll go check it out, and it's gonna be exactly what I think.
Yeah, okay, but quick little Google searches aren't going to give you what you're looking for.
Yeah, then what are you doing right now? Whoever's putting the text is straight from Google. It's straight from Google. It's AI generated or whatever to match what you're trying to say. Or this person, whatever, AG. You're getting this shit from Google, man.
Well, no, this comes directly from Einstein's theory of relativity. You can read an encyclopedia about it. They've got fucking tons of encyclopedias online for this kind of stuff, which is where I go to read up on my stuff. Okay, and even Einstein said in Einstein's theory of general relativity says that it's not a cause, it's not a force, right? It's not what's causing things to do things. What we witness are the effects. What is measured are the effects, my guy. It is what it is. And it seems like we have a better understanding of
No,
the
you guys are all just delusional. That's what it is. You guys are all just delusional. And you try to use big words. You try to use big words and fallacies.
So ad hominem.
Yeah, because you can't prove it.
Why?
You can't prove it. You disprove the lunar eclipse, right? It's a sphere on all angles, no matter how you look.
Lunar eclipse, what about like a Selenelian eclipse? Have you heard of that?
A Selenelian eclipse?
Yes.
When was the last time we had one of those?
How come
but have you heard of them?
Colored?
Do you know what they are?
A Selenel. What the hell is that?
Dude,
a Selenelian eclipse. Yeah, is when you can. It's when a lunar eclipse begins to occur, right? So the moon begins to become occulted while both the moon and the sun are visible in the sky at the same time.
Okay.
Well, that's supposed to be a three-body alignment, right? That doesn't sound very aligned to me. Can you have a lunar eclipse with the sun in the sky? Is that supposed to be possible?
Nope.
It's also known as the impossible eclipse for some reason. Strange that they gave it that nickname.
The impossible eclipse. Who said that? A flat earther? Yeah.
No. That was coined way before this
It's also called the impossible. It occurs when both the sun and the moon can be observed at the same time above the horizon, and occultation occurs from the top down, demonstrating it's not from a globe Earth shadow.
Yeah, Brando, you brought up lunar eclipses. That's a type of lunar eclipse.
Yep. I also want to know why on some lunar eclipses, actually a lot of them, they're colored. They're different freaking colors. Have you ever seen a colored shadow before, my friend?
So you're gonna say that's engineered too? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? That the lunar eclipses in the sky are not real?
You think our answers have holes in them?
What do you mean colored?
Just randomly.
I think I just heard the most delusional thing. What do you mean colored shadows?
Have you ever?
You don't get a colored shadow. You don't get colored shadows because all shadows are the same. It is cast from the object. It is cast from the object. You're not gonna get a color shadow. You're not gonna get the color that you see in the sky is not gonna be the color of the shadow.
Brando, sometimes the lunar eclipses are red, sometimes they're like blue.
Oh, this guy's insufferable. You're a flat.
Have you ever witnessed? Have you ever witnessed?
You literally believe the Earth is flat.
Dude,
you go around telling people the Earth is flat.
To believe it. All you have to do is acknowledge the reality.
No, there's no facts. You keep cherry picking. You keep cherry picking evidence, and you guys are all saying the same thing. You all sound like robots.
Some lunar eclipses are red.
Right, but that doesn't mean it's gonna be a red shadow.
Okay, well, that's what an eclipse is supposed to be. Isn't that why you brought
And
up?
then you keep, and then we got the little clowns with the little gifs.
Okay, dude, you can't do the play-by-play. And
You can't be serious. You can't be serious at all.
All right, John McEnroe.
You're gonna try and rage bait. You're gonna try and rage bait.
No, dude, you seem to be rage baiting yourself.
You're raging out, man, and it's not anything to get upset about.
You don't even know the definition of rage bait, buddy.
Yeah, rage bait is when you just put out controversial content just to like bait people and getting pissed off. It's really not a big deal.
Right. Just like when you're saying that gravity doesn't exist, that the Earth is flat, that the water falls off the globe.
Opinion, Brando. Only low IQ motherfuckers.
Time out, guys. Time out. We can just have a discussion about it, right, bro?
No, because you can't have a discussion because all of you in here don't believe in the globe. It's like a 1v15. It's like a 1v15.
That's what we want to have a discussion about.
No, there is no discussion because you guys are delusional. You're gonna start posting. Okay, right. Some of you actually want to debate, and some of you don't. I know that's fact. There's some of you who actually have like the intellect to speak, but then we have people in the chat here posting gifs trying to rage bait, and what's crazy is that they believe the Earth is flat as well. So it's technically a 1v15, and you can keep the rage bait.
Oh, dude, you're playing against yourself too. It's like
what game am I a part of? What am I the delusional gang like yourself? Because I don't think that's true.
Dude, you brought up eclipses and now you're acting like a lunatic.
Yeah.
Ironically, to the word.
Someone in here said that there's shadows that are supposed to be colored if the lunar eclipses make sense.
Have you ever seen an eclipse in real life, Brando?
Yes, I have seen an eclipse, and there's no color shadows.
Have you ever seen Have you ever seen an eclipse when the red turns like a rust red?
Like a rust red? Have you?
I have.
You have, right? And what is the shadow that is cast?
I remember where I was.
You're freaking out. The point is, the moon turns red.
No, you're not answering the question. That's the thing. You're gonna keep saying I'm freaking out to rage bait.
Brando.
You're not answering the question.
Well, dude, you're the one who can't see that happening by any way other than a shadow. That's not me.
Okay, so you're not saying that, but who is?
What do you mean, who is? Everyone who's seen a lunar eclipse that's red is saying it.
Okay,
not controversial.
We're talking about that. They're saying there's color shadows.
Oh, brother. I said the moon turns red.
I'm not talking about the color. I'm not because someone brought it up.
You missed the whole point of the Selenilian eclipse being brought up.
I'm not talking about the colors of the lunar eclipses. I'm talking about someone stated that the color.
Let's go back to the Selenilian eclipse.
Okay, and then someone else is saying he doesn't know about colored eclipses. I didn't even say that I didn't know about colored eclipses. Someone stated that there's color shadows.
Why did you bring up lunar eclipses?
Because when you see a lunar eclipse, right? From every angle when it's set, it's curved. It's a sphere from every angle, from every possible angle. The shadow that is cast, is a sphere.
Curved. A lot of them are blotchy and blobby.
Right. Blotchy and okay.
Yeah.
All right. And this is an observation.
It's not as clear cut as you're hoping it to be.
Well, from what I've seen, it is.
Okay, so these crisp ones you're saying that's because why? What's creating this?
The shadows that are cast from the lunar eclipse.
Okay, what is the lunar eclipse? What is that shadow you're claiming? Shadow of what?
Circular. It's circular.
It's a circular shadow of what?
The moon.
The moon's casting a shadow on itself?
The sun. All right. So you don't even know what. eclipses are, apparently.
Slow down. You're getting too excited, Brando. The sun throws its light onto a particular object, and that particular object is casting a shadow on the moon. Is that what you believe is happening?
So you're telling me right now?
I think Brandon's
No, I'm asking you.
What are you asking me? I couldn't hear because some retard is being too loud.
Don't be like that. Don't be like that. So what you've got 3 bodies in order to have a shadow. Number 1 of them, the sun, the thing that's casting the light. Yeah? Nice and easy. Number 2, the moon, the thing that has the shadow on it. What is causing the shadow?
Well, explain it better. What do you mean?
Okay, something between the light source and the object that's getting the shadow on it, there's something causing the shadow. What is causing that?
Well, the only way the Earth's shadow is always it's always round. It's always going to be round.
Well, something you should look into, my friend, is when you cast shadows onto spherical objects, they get a what's it called, sinusoidal pattern. Now, if there wasn't so many people posting crap in the side chat, if you scroll back up to 37 past the hour, you can see where they've got the blue ball. We've got the blue ball casting a shadow onto the white one. Well, I can't make it stop; it just does its thing. So, and you'll notice that the shadow on the little white ball is not perfect. It's all weird and blobby and all over the place. That's what we should see in reality, mate. If what you're claiming is the Earth casting a shadow onto the moon, we should see these weird blob effects.
Okay. But you're not taking into account. You're not taking into account that all lunar eclipses are different as well.
Well, it doesn't matter because you're not seeing outside in reality. You're not seeing that weird
timing, the timing, the shape, and the path of Earth's shadow on the moon all match perfectly. How can you explain that?
With what?
How do you know it's the shadow of the moon, bro?
All right. Now
how do you know it's the shadow of the Earth? I meant to say, sorry.
You see, you don't even understand.
No, how do you know it's the shadow of the Earth? You made a claim. That's the shadow of the Earth that's making that happen. How do you know that?
It's simple.
Brando, he's still not realizing why the Selenian eclipse was brought into this, which is a type of lunar eclipse.
It's because Earth's shadow is always round.
Okay, but it's, dude, the lunar eclipse is occurring.
It disproves the theory.
Dude, just
Earth's a globe, and that's Earth's shadow because it's round, and that's how you know Earth's a globe.
So you're saying if the Earth was flat, right?
No, they didn't say that at all. Okay, Brandon, we'll do it the easy way. Inside chat, 41 past the hour. It's a pretty shitty meme, but it's funny. In the top one, lunar eclipse. Sun on one side, Earth in the middle, moon on the other side. Yeah?
Right.
Excellent. In the Selenian eclipse or impossible eclipse, the problem is up in the sky at the same time, you can see the sun and the moon. So Earth's not between them. You understand that bit?
So you're saying Earth is not between them?
Correct. So the question is, how the hell can there be a shadow? And it's upside down to add insult to injury. How the hell can there be a shadow if the thing that's casting the shadow is not even in line?
Okay.
That's something to think about for you for now, man. Because like the major premise for your argument here is that Earth is a globe. You're going to have to demonstrate that to be true. Because if the Earth ain't a globe getting in between two objects, then that ain't the cause of your eclipse.
No need to bring the flat Earth into this when you brought up eclipses to try and substantiate the globe.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I still think it's delusional to think the Earth is flat.
That's okay.
Because it's measured as flat.
Do you think it's delusional that the water seeks and finds level?
Yeah, exactly.
It's
That's
delusional.
You're crazy.
I think it's mental illness, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, no, it is. It's mental illness to think that water seeks its level.
Right, and it's mental illness to think that water just falls off the flat Earth. So where does the water go if the Earth is flat?
One that's strawmanning us.
What's holding the water from falling on our border?
Something.
Oceans are ocean basins, are they not?
Oh, there you go. So something. You can't even prove it. So something.
Yeah. Oceans sit in ocean basins. Every sea has a shore.
Hang on a sec. I can prove that. I can prove. You can prove it for yourself that the surface of liquid is horizontal.
Dude,
right. So you can't even
flat Earth is his little heliocentric thing.
You can't even prove what's holding the water. So you said something. You said
a container.
something.
A container. That's usually how you get volumes of water, right? Using containers.
Yep.
Duh. You want water to stay in one spot, you put it in a container. You limit its area within which
you're saying the flat Earth is like it's completely flat and there's a container holding the water.
What holds in the Atlantic Ocean?
What do you mean?
Are you saying there's no shorelines?
What do you mean?
Are you saying there's no shorelines, bro? Aren't shorelines?
I don't believe that water is being
water.
What's the Atlantic Ocean in then?
What do you mean?
Why isn't the water spilling from the Atlantic Ocean onto the land and killing everyone?
Gravity.
Oh my god, bro! It wouldn't be because there's a big chunk of land in the way that it can't get past, would it?
But then again, you don't believe in gravity, so obviously you're not going to believe that gravity.
Bro, you're not even listening, are you? You're not even listening.
Now, can I just point something out there, Brando?
Please.
Notice how everything you said is you believing in gravity. You believing in things. You believing in things.
Because
what
it's
do you
fact.
know?
Because it is fact, and you're saying it's.
So what's fact? No. What it is fact? What is fact? What have you presented today that is fact?
The fact is the Earth is round.
And how did you measure that? How do you verify that?
There's gravity.
No. Stick with the round bit first. How do you verify for us that the Earth is round? That's what we want to know. You're claiming it's round. That's a claim. All right. What data or what have you got to back up that it's round?
Right. And you're saying it's flat. What model do you have besides the Black Swan? What model?
It's measured as flat.
It's measured as flat. Right. And how do you measure it?
Excellent. With lasers.
With what?
Lasers.
Lasers?
Laser. Freaking lasers.
Lasers. Yes. Say lasers. Lasers does not make any sense.
See, all he can do is attack you and your accent now because he's got nothing. See, that's where you're at, dude. You're so fucking
level. Hold on. Don't worry about it. Don't.
Ridiculous,
It's pretty pathetic. I agree.
De-escalate.
So what happens is they get the little beam of light and they shoot it across the ground, and they're expecting it to be curved. With a given radius of 3959 miles, depending on how far this little beam of light gets shot, so for example at 10 miles, there should be a 66-foot drop. So between the light beam and the ground, there should be a 66-foot deviation. That's at 10 miles. At 20 miles, that should be 266 feet. 30 miles, it should be 600 foot. And at 40 miles, you're over 1,000 feet. Now, these guys are doing these light beam tests, since you don't like me saying lasers. These guys are doing these light beam tests, and they're not picking up any curvature, mate. That's the problem. It is measured as flat over that distance. Like I said, at 30 mile, that's 600 feet. That's noticeable. Like even if they just completely balls up the setting up the light, Like, come on, 600 foot. Like, shit, bro. That's gonna be pretty noticeable. Like, even if they're out by 10 foot, 590 foot's gonna stick out like dog's balls, man.
Okay. And what about the light experiment? Have you really the one that was 5 years ago?
The one where they tried to shoot the light between the boards.
Yeah. How do you explain that?
Well, what happened with that? If you actually watch that video, they stuffed the laser up. They didn't use a laser. They used a flashlight.
It's the brother.
No, it's not the same thing. No.
It is
no. A collimated beam of light or a laser is not the same as what comes off of a flashlight. Not even related.
Right.
So what happens is when you get your normal flashlight, if you shoot it through a hole or aperture, it rediverges at that point. And you can test this out by doing a simple little experiment at home. Grab yourself 2 sheets of paper and put a pinprick in each one of them. And then hold one of them close to you, one of them about a foot away from your head, and the other one at full arm's reach. And try and line the 2 pinpricks up and look at the sun through.
Mm-hmm.
So it's to do with the size of the hole and how far apart they are. So, as you know, light is divergent, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So lasers' divergent rate is slightly smaller than a normal flashlight, quite a bit smaller, but it still diverges. They put this thing called a collimator on the end of the laser device, whatever they're using to project the light, and it refocuses the beam. Now, what the numpties did was left it on a little bit too long, and they melted it and broke it. So instead of going, hey, look, let's call the test off because I've broken a part of our toy, they decided to continue and using a flashlight. But on the video, all you get to hear is, that's interesting. And that's where it drops out. They don't actually say pass or fail, do they?
Right.
So very interesting how it got held up. But anyways, yeah, the light divergent through the holes. Every time it re-hits the hole, it re-diverges. And yeah, then good luck. That's all I can say. If you start doing a bit of research into optics and things, it's some really, really cool stuff. But yeah, you get a small snippet of it, and you'll sit back and go, wow, that's amazing.
Okay.
So that's what happened with that test. And there was also other factors in there that they signed the rights away to the producers and they couldn't do sweet diddly about it. They just had to let the producers go to town on them. But yeah, it's just neither here nor there. It's just, doesn't really worry me.
And that's
but as far as being out in the real world,
and
as far as being out in the real world,
evidence.
Their test was just a stuff up from go to woe.
It was a stuff up.
So if right now, if you were to conduct an experiment, what model would you use to really let people believe? What would you use?
What model? How about you do it the sensible way? How about you be agnostic and I'm not expecting any model. I'm going to go out and do a test and let the results speak for themselves. Wouldn't that be better?
I mean, you could use Y equals MX plus B.
But for me to do that, you got to give me what model you would use.
Well, I'm not using
Y equals MX plus B.
What?
Rate of change of slope.
Is that the model you would
MX
use?
Plus B. Play out some points over distance and see if there's deviation between a straight line and the surface of the Earth.
Okay. So if I were to conduct this, right? Let's say tomorrow.
Increasing distance.
Use that formula. What else would I need?
For what? What is your goal?
Well, my goal is to disprove the curvature.
What about the lasers?
What about the gyroscope? What about the gyroscope experiment? The guy ran the experiment 3 times, right? Because the first time he thought the equipment was faulty, and then the third time he put it in a Faraday cage, it still moved. It still proved the tilt and curvature. You know, And he,
well, how does it prove curvature?
what are you talking about?
How does
You
a
just said it
gyroscope?
proves the tilt
Search it
and
up.
curvature. How does it prove curvature? You just said it, bro. I'm
What's a
just asking
gyroscope?
you to
What's a
clarify on what
gyroscope,
you
man?
said.
Yeah,
Do you know what a
how does the
gyroscope is?
gyroscope? How does the gyroscope prove curvature?
Yeah, what does that tell you about the surface of the Earth? How? What data does it give that indicates to you, like, that the Earth's surface is curving?
Just look it up, man. Like it's on Google.
So you don't know, bro. It's okay to just say you don't know.
Bob
bro.
Noodle. Bob Noodle. Yes.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah.
It's okay if you don't know. Just say I don't know.
I didn't say I didn't know. I'm just saying since you
Then
guys
tell
want me to
us.
go,
How
since you guys want me to go out and do my own
You
research.
brought it up, bro.
No. Since you guys want to say that I should go out and do my own
Sounds like
research.
you know all about it, so I could just ask you, right?
Right, and you say you know
Okay,
all
so
about
let's
it,
do that.
but
So how?
then you told me to.
So
but then you
what
told
does
me to
the
go do
data?
my
How
own
does the data
research.
tell you? So how does the data tell you?
I think you should do your own research. I think that since you want to play,
bro, I think you are full of shit. That's what I think.
No, I think you're full of shit because
you
you're
don't
not
know what you're talking about, bro.
You're,
And
you're
you
giving
want
me
to say face.
No, you're
you
giving
want
me
to
an
say
equation,
face, bro.
You're giving me an
Fuck off,
equation,
dishonest
and
prick.
you're not telling me how to use it, and you're saying, "Oh, go ahead and go out there and use it." Right? That's hypocrisy. That's what it is. Is what you're
What
playing.
equation are you having a meltdown over?
No, the equation that he just provided me with.
Y equals mx plus b.
Yeah, and he told IOSM. How would I go ahead and use that? For my next experiment, how would I use that to disprove the curvature of the Earth?
You weren't asked to use that. No, you weren't asked to use that. You were going to do an experiment by yourself. So
right, I asked what model would I use? Right.
Well, we're not using a model.
Okay, so what are you using? You're just putting up facts that you found online through other flat.
Where did you get that from? Did I say that? No,
I didn't say
so
you.
Please
I
don't
said
straw
the other
man,
guy.
mate.
I said the other guy. The other guy.
Well, y equals mx plus b is the equation for a line, a straight line.
Right. But I'm saying, how would I use that realistically in a real experiment? And he didn't give me the model. He didn't give me how to use it. He just said, go out and do your
Why would he
research.
give you a model? Why are you obsessed with a model? I don't get that.
Because that is how you're gonna do an observation to prove that, or
So you're going to do an observation and then compare it to a model.
Right, a model that is used to this.
Why wouldn't you do an observation and compare it to what you're told it's supposed to be?
Right. That's
like, for
what I'm
example,
trying-
you're supposed to
You're
be
not
on a
letting me
ball with a
finish.
radius of 3959 miles. That's what the whole laser tests were for. So they put the laser there and they go, oh wow, we're expecting to see curvature, and they didn't see any.
I like how Flat Earth has the most people in here.
But
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm asking for the model so I can go do it.
So how about we give you, here you go, I'm going to do me Thanos trick, unlimited money for you. What would you do as an experiment? You've got unlimited money, no questions asked. What would you do as an experiment to prove flat or round?
You tell me what I'm trying to disprove the curvature of the Earth right now. That's what you want me to do. Is disprove it since that's what you believe. So
Prove
if I had
it or
unlimited
disprove
money-
it. It's not a belief. We know it's flat.
Okay.
This is not like Santa Claus. Well, you're not doing a good job of it so far.
Right. Well, I can't do that when there's 1v15 and the VC and then text chat giving me all these
Sounds to
models,
me that it's
and
one
they
versus
can't.
Well, they haven't. I haven't heard anyone give you a model.
Brando.
So
Well,
you
I'm
can
talking
put
about
that to bed.
I'm talking about.
Nobody's
I'm talking about.
silenced you.
Listen,
Nobody's sat there.
I'm
being
not talking
rude to
about
you.
VC. Yes, they
Nobody's
have.
being rude to you. Nobody's
Yes,
insulted you.
maybe not in VC. Maybe not in VC, but in chat.
Okay.
The people.
A lot of people don't even read that.
Called you some shit.
The
Okay,
people,
but
the people who don't want to speak up in VC because they're too scared and they're cowards is what I'm basically getting from them.
Well,
is
I'm listening to just you and one dude talk for now. Like I haven't heard anybody interrupt you guys in a minute. So
Right,
y'all
that's
go
what
back
I'm
to
saying.
1v1, man.
People don't talk
That's
about
what I'm saying. You guys are actually trying to, make sense of it and me trying to make me make sense of it. And I appreciate that. But there's people in here calling me retarded, like calling me stupid, like, and like,
ignore haters.
Right.
That was you. You were
It sounds
yelling
like you're making
Let's just
excuses at the
let's move
moment to
on.
backpedal out of here. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make
best
you
you not do it
understand.
then.
No, I'm trying to make you understand my viewpoint, because if you were on the other side of the other side of the stick, you would probably be feeling the same way. But you're not, because you have 10 other people believing in the same thing that you do. So
No,
that's like,
you can drop that belief thing. They know it is. It's measured that way. That's how
I
you know it
don't
is.
give a flying fuck if they do believe.
We used to believe what you believe.
I know for a fact that the Earth is a globe, but you're going to say,
Excellent. How do you know that?
No.
Do you not think that
How
once
do you,
I knew for a
Brendo?
fact that the Earth was a globe?
Brendo, you just said you know. How do you know? Everything you've presented, it's I believe.
No,
And then
it's
when
not
you
I
talk
believe.
about it, it's I know. So how do you know?
I gave you 4 examples, and you tried to disprove every single one.
You've had your examples destroyed. They were just handed back to you, silver platter and all.
You said
so. What do you know that you can pass on to us?
Right.
That prove.
I already gave you that, and then they.
What you've done is this is what you gave us. You don't believe in gravity, lunar eclipses, and boats disappearing bottom up. That's what we've got from you so far. And every one of those was crushed.
You were not here the whole time. Let's just say
I have been here for the last 4.5 hours, so don't give me your
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I do not believe that.
Well, that's your problem, is believing. I know I've been here. I've been restringing squash rackets.
I
Listening.
know
you haven't been.
Matrix didn't he call flat mental illness?
That is mental illness. It is mental illness. That's what I know.
Yeah.
That's what I know. And
Brando.
Oh man.
But what I was trying to
say, he's been here since you were told. He's been.
But what I was trying to say is that every time I actually gave you a fact. Every time I
but
gave you
what
a
you
fact,
consider, this is the problem, Brando. What you're considering facts is not facts. They're just hopes and dreams. Like your fact of gravity is just a mathematical formula to describe something.
There
Both
you go.
Einsteinian and Newtonian. Pick your poison, I don't care, but they are just formulas to describe something. That's it. That's facts. Fact also, they don't know what the causational mechanism of things going down is. The only explanation that covers it very comfortably is specific gravity. That's it.
Does he not understand that gravity falls apart on the grand scale?
No, hold up, APOC. APOC, you've missed a whole chunk of stuff, mate. Don't just jump on the end of it.
My bad. I'm just saying. If we're talking about gravity,
it's just ridiculous. You don't believe in gravity. You believe that.
Stop. Why don't that? That's it. There. That's it. You don't believe. So why do we have to believe in Santa Claus? Why? You tell us why we have to believe in it, as opposed to know it.
Because you think it's fantasy. Because you think it's fantasy when it's fact, and
because it's fantasy.
You also think the water's being contained by a big container. That's also stupid to say.
It's necessary antecedent to gas pressure. What are you talking about?
Right. For example, there are flat earthers that say, I'm not saying it's you. I'm not saying it's you. I'm saying there's flat earthers that say that there's an ice wall.
Well, go and take it up with those flat earthers. I haven't heard anyone in this room put up and say, there's an ice wall that's holding the water up, bro. No, that's not happening.
Actually, I heard one person, and it was a woman who said that.
There's a Captain Cook. There's this Captain Cook dude who claimed an ice wall. Admiral Byrd talks about an ice wall.
There's literally ocean shores.
The globe is. Hang on a sec, guys. One sec, bro. I just want to know if this guy can bring me a liter of liquid without a container.
That's a good question, bro. That's a good
Yeah, that's a good question.
Can you?
I think that's a good question, bro.
A liter of liquid without a container.
So,
yep.
No, you cannot. It's obvious.
Okay, thank you. So is that would that be insane to think that you could do that? Have a volume of water without a container?
But that disproves the theory of flat Earth.
No,
Because
would it be
it's-
insane?
it's
This is just
gravity.
simply about. No, this is just simply. It's just simply about what you said about it being things being insane. Things that we're saying is insane.
The
So I
gravitational
said,
pull is what's keeping
water
the
is
water.
contained. Water liquid is contained. The reason there's a
The
volume
gravitational
of water upon the
force.
surface of the Earth is because it is contained. Is that an insane thing to say?
It is insane because you're saying there's a big container holding the water up.
Okay, so the Earth's water isn't contained. Nothing's stopping it and preventing it from distributing itself any further. It can just keep on going if it wants, right?
The gravitational pull.
Okay, is something containing it?
It's holding it. It's not.
Is there something containing the water from being able to spread any
keeping
further across the surface of the Earth?
It's keeping it in place.
Hey, bro, listen to my question. Is there something
I said
preventing... Bro, listen again. Is there something preventing the Earth's water from spreading across its surface any further than it already is?
Let me help you out here, friend. Shoreline. There's your clue.
There is something, isn't there?
So you're saying the shoreline and the base of all that is the container.
Isn't that what you experience in reality? Like when you go to a beach. Right.
So you're saying the shoreline and everything below
the higher elevation of land beyond which the volume of water cannot pass, right?
Right, yeah. I'm
just like a cup.
I'm reiterating
Just
what you said.
like
I'm
a
reiterating. I'm reiterating what you said. You're saying the shoreline and everything below that is what the container essentially.
I'm saying it's not crazy. This is what I'm saying. It's not crazy to say that the Earth's oceans are contained or in a container of sorts, because there's areas where where the water, the volume of the water, cannot spread itself out any further, restricting the space within it exists, giving it a surface area.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Just like in a cup or in a bath or in a pond or in a lake.
Well, eventually, if it's in a container, it's going to spill. You know? So what does it spill to? Is that if you're using that logic, right? If you want to use that logic, where is the extra... All right. Besides the beach, where else is it going? Since the flat Earth is there's an edge to if you're saying there's a flat Earth, so you're saying there's an edge. Where is the edge? Where is the water flowing
the
from?
edge of the universe.
Okay, all right.
You're on the floor. The things you see moving above you in the sky, they're moving above you in the sky. Welcome to the ground.
You do know that there's like an ocean shore in Antarctica, right? It's like a beachfront. It's not an ice wall. You do understand the water represented is almost like tantamount to any other shore along the coastline. Like there's just what we're saying that there's an end to it is because the water does come to a point where it no longer goes. Do you understand that?
Okay. I just
It's
And
not just the ice wall.
no one's claiming an omniscient point of view where these answers exist.
Right. So you're saying it's not. You don't. Okay. So let me.
I don't know. I don't know.
So you don't know.
I don't know the reaches of the oceans and.
Okay. So it's not crazy. With that logic,
okay. So fall
it's
off.
Not crazy.
What? You asked why isn't the water falling off?
Hold on. Let me finish.
Fall off into you, dude.
Let me finish. Then it's not crazy to say the Earth is a sphere. It's not crazy to say the Earth is a sphere. I'm
is
saying
the surface curving.
I'm not. When you go in a plane, what do you see? What do you see out the window? Do you see completely
You're
flat?
saying if you're claiming curvature from the height of a plane, you're claiming that the city that you're flying over is covering a very substantial part of the globe. That would make you a tiny earther.
You don't see curvature out the window of an aeroplane. I don't know why people are trying to pretend this. When you look out the window of an
But
aeroplane,
anyways, the surface of water being
horizon.
flat isn't crazy. It's not controversial. That's reality. if that's the case, and they're telling us we're on a ball that's covered by 70% plus water, that's the claim. Well, that can't be if water's flat. What the entirety of Earth is, who knows? But you said, why isn't the water falling off? Falling off into what?
Exactly. Since you believe there's an edge to something, unless there's an ice wall that's
it seems to be that
where did you get the edge
insisting
from?
that the Earth must be some object floating in space for the water to fall off.
So you're saying the Earth is flat, then how is, besides the container, how is the water not spilling out? Where's the edge? Why can't we see the edge?
Okay, Brando, when we say flat Earth,
when you guys say flat Earth, what do you mean? Completely flat, or there's?
Hey, whoa, Tiger, whoa, slow down. When we say flat Earth, you have an image in your head. Is it a pizza flying through space or a biscuit in space? Is that what you see when we say flat Earth?
No, give me a better example than that. Come on.
Well, you tell me what you see, because that might explain to a lot of us here why you've got some of these twisted ideas of why water should be pouring off the edge.
Give me a picture of what you think that the Earth looks
Hold
like
on,
right
dude.
now.
Go back. Time out. You originally said, why isn't the water pouring off? I'm asking you, what are you envisioning the water pouring off into? Because the idea that we're floating in space is linked to also the idea that we're a ball.
Right. So the moon, why is it a ball?
Oh my lord, you won't follow something to conclusion. The water gets too hot and you jump out, you little frog.
No, because you guys are giving me 20 million different examples. I need a for sure example.
We're following your original point of confusion to its conclusion.
Someone just gave me an example about a biscuit.
Is it clear to you now?
No, it's
that
not.
You don't know where it is you're asking for this water to be pouring off into?
What you're saying is a container.
Oh my lord.
That's what you're saying.
What is every body of water is contained within an ocean basin, correct?
Hey, Majin, I need you to be quiet, you bum.
Anyways, dude, you're kind of asking for like an omniscient God's eye point of view of what the entirety of Earth is.
Because since you're saying you know the Earth is flat, but you don't know what the Earth looks like.
Yeah, we're saying that the water's flat.
You're saying, I know it's fact. Oh, I know it's fact.
Do you agree with the surface of water being horizontal when it's at rest?
You said what?
Do you agree with this statement? The surface of liquid is horizontal when at rest.
Sure.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth now. It's that easy. Because you can't have horizontal surfaces of water on a sphere that has your supposed gravity working the way that it's claimed to, with everything being directed towards the center of it.
If they can grasp
your own paradigm, my own paradigm says oceans are contained by basins and land masses. That's what someone else said.
If they can grasp that there's no horizontals on the surface of the sphere, we might have some headway. Honestly.
Okay. So, back to my question. Like I said, since you know the Earth is flat, by fact, there's no way you're gonna completely believe in a global Earth, right?
Correct.
We already did.
What do you think the Earth being flat looks like to you? I want to know what you would imagine it. What would you imagine the whole Earth to look like? Saying it's flat,
a plane that just keeps extending off into my field of view until I can't see any more of it because of optical and weather limitations.
So it's just a big rectangle going straight horizontally.
No, I don't know the shape. I never said a shape.
Okay, well, what you see is just complete horizontal, complete, just all the way. That's
narrative for your sphere, for your ball, is that if Earth were scaled down to something you could fit in your hand, it would be smoother than a cue ball, or as smooth as a cue ball. Whatever. Interesting.
You saying that? Okay.
If you can grasp that the way we're explaining it is very, very logical without all the loops that we have to jump through to explain a sphere that have been debunked, then maybe you will understand and comprehend what we are saying.
Well,
Fingers
what's funny is that. Well, hang on. So what's funny is that what I just described is what we see. So what I expect to see is what we see. It's what you see. It's what I see. It's what everybody sees.
Right, but you can't just fly up into space and look at the Earth and say the Earth is flat when you don't really know. You can use observations.
No, you don't.
You can use. Listen, hold on. Listen. You can use observations and you can use evidence. You can try and prove it, right? And you can say you know.
Hey, listen, bro. We're not claiming a shape. We're not saying, hey, the Earth is a circle. Hey, the Earth is a square. Or it's asymmetric or anything like that. We're saying the surface that we live on is distributed, matter is distributed horizontally, and we navigate it and measure it with respect to vertical and horizontal.
Let me give an example, right?
Well, one sec, bro. One sec.
Go ahead.
You said
claiming a shape.
No, I couldn't hear you.
Not claiming to know. You can determine several different aspects of its surface, right? Of the surface that we live on, without having a vantage point that's very, very far away from the surface. You can understand its characteristics right here, right down here on the Earth. But I'll pass it on. I've got to do some stuff. Hang on.
If you can understand the way we see things through our own eyes with a higher elevation, with an altitude equated to that, you'll realize that you can only see as far as the eyes will allow you to see. Then all you see beyond how far you can see is darkness. But in reality, if you had a camera that can see then further the way your eyes can see, you will now be able to see a greater land in distance with elevation.
Right.
But even that camera will have a limit as far as it can see. No matter how high you go, there's still going to be a darkness beyond this position of where you can see in a 360-degree view. Now, you can argue that darkness represents space and now you're on a ball. But in reality, that is fallacious, because you know that if you go higher, all of a sudden that darkness becomes a visual thing that you can see in regards to the land. And then you go higher and higher and higher and higher. You're now going to eventually get to a point where you're going to be in the same position, optically speaking, to where it's still now dark in the distance beyond. Not because it's a globe, but because you are not able to see beyond that position. If you can't grasp that, we do not know how to help you.
All right, I'm trying to understand it. I understand, okay? To a degree. But, okay, so on a flat plane, right?
Okay.
Wouldn't the horizon be infinite? Wouldn't you see forever as long as nothing blocked your line of sight?
No, no, and I'll tell you why. Because even optically...
Let me finish real quick.
Go ahead.
He asked this 2 hours ago. Like, see China?
Like, I did not say that. That's what you put in my mouth.
No, I'm asking now. You said forever. Is China included in forever?
No, I'm saying would you? I'm saying
Has
would you?
anyone explained the Rayleigh criterion to him?
But I'm saying wouldn't you see forever? I'm saying that. Would you?
No.
But
I'm going to assume
what we actually see, well, from my observations, what we actually see is a sharp defined horizon that limits our view. And as you gain altitude or climb a mountain, go up a plane, the horizon drops, and you see farther. You know exactly what geometry predicts on a sphere. You know, on a flat surface, on a flat surface, the horizon would never drop. Essentially, so that's why I'm confused.
Because if the ground is going to observably drop down as you raise in altitude, from your perspective, you're going to witness the ground dropping. So why wouldn't it? That's a poor argument.
Okay. See, every argument I make is a poor argument, you know? But I can't say your argument is poor, you know? Because
Do you remember? Do you remember when I told you that you're going to go higher in elevation, but eventually you're just going to see darkness all the way to the horizon? So let's say that horizon is, if you went up 100,000 feet in the air over the state of Arizona as the Red Bull Jump represented, you are going to see only so far. Do you understand that the Red Bull Jump, when he was way up in the sky, 120,000 feet in the air, all he saw around him was the state of Arizona or New Mexico, where the fuck he was. But the point being is that, of course, he didn't see China. He couldn't even see Texas. Do you understand this? Because we do have, by our own vision, the way eyesight works, you can only see so far to where it's no longer visible to your eyesight. Now, you can argue, well, what if I went 100,000 feet and I had a telescope that can see really, really far? Even still, it's going to have to apply to how optics works. You can only see so far optically. If you can grasp that, you might not no longer be a glober, because that will be in itself enough of a definition for you to understand and grasp. This is why you can't see so far. Do you get that? Do you understand it? Do you understand why at 120,000 feet, the Red Bull Jump, he couldn't see Texas? Because all he could see was New Mexico. Do you understand why? Because optically, that's how vision works. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. With that being said, don't ever question anybody. Why can't I see China from America? It's the same principle. Because you cannot even see outside of your own state at 120,000 feet in the sky. You would literally have to even go higher. But guess what? That doesn't mean you can see New York, because you have to understand how big the world.
Well, he didn't. To be fair, he didn't. Apoc, he didn't say that. He was asking, wouldn't the horizon be infinite, right? Or whatever that means. But I mean, even your own side demonstrates instances where you can get what you could classify as a horizon, like without there being physical geometry necessarily involved. But like you can just produce that on flat surfaces, with miraging effects and things like that. So I mean, it's such a thing as just optical, right? It's just an optical limitation. In addition, with environmental conditions, right?
Right.
Because you're not going to be able to see forever. Your eyes can't see forever, and there's environmental limitations to your view as well. Like
so it would be an optical limitation.
Yes.
So it would, for example, another example, it will be an optical limitation to see the hole, like the hole disappears on a ship, right, before it's mast. You know?
Oh my God! Listen to him.
Oh, dude, I got an image for you that I want to ask you a question about. I'll be right back.
Right.
No, that never happens. You'll have to show us.
So that would also, that would also be an optical limitation.
Yes. Then that would be a result of optics. We were talking about this 2 hours ago with Jen.
And even with a telescope,
it doesn't mean you see it. Do you understand that?
The image in the side chat.
Because I've done this. That's why I'm a globe believer. I've done this, so when you look through a telescope as well, you still can't see the whole shit.
Exactly. Want to know why? Because there is optical phenomenons that are going to not allow you to see it in its entirety if those conditions are presenting themselves to where you're not able to see it. But guess what? I have a video to where you can see a boat that looks like it's behind your globe geometric horizon, but 3 hours later you can see it in its entirety. Do you want to see the video? I could post it for you. Maybe that'll help you.
Sure, go
And
ahead.
can you guys stop using telescopes at the beach? Why don't you just get a nice zoom lens so you can actually adjust your zoom level?
I'll post the video for you. You're gonna see how 3 hours later, this half hidden, top of a ship behind the supposed globe becomes now visible 3 hours later, because we are now explaining that the optical phenomenon of how refraction truly works is literally blocking out something that is physically behind it, but it's optically going to be hidden. I'm going to post it for you right now, and hopefully that helps you. And on your journey to flat Earth, I hope it helps you, bro. Just real talk. I hope it helps you. Let me find it for you. I have it somewhere right here. Give me a second. I have a lot of videos I'm going through. Give me a second. It's just one of those age-old, conversations in this arena, to where people just truly you don't understand how refraction works or why it makes you see something a certain way. It's just one of those things, bro. And once you see it, hopefully the hamsters start running your brain, and now you can understand why the argument stands on your position and why it's debunked from our position. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense, right?
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Even any argument that tries to prove the Earth's curvature, right? It's just gonna get debunked. It's just gonna get debunked the same way that I can debunk, or anybody else who has more information can debunk the flat Earth. Like, it goes both ways,
Well, you've not done it this afternoon, and you've been in here for nearly 2 and a bit hours.
All right, I'm posting it right now. It's uploading. Check it on the side chat. It's going to show you on April 25th of 2023. You have a boat that's literally blocked with a fine, crisp horizon. It's literally blocked. That is refraction happening in your very own eyes. It's an optical phenomenon. But 3 hours later, you can see the entirety, literally to the red of the bottom of the ship that's in the surface of the water. You can literally see it 3 hours later. This is how we know it's not a geometric horizon blocking it off. This is how we know that the boat is not over the curve of the earth. By the way, this is an anchored boat off the coast. This is how we know it didn't move. It doesn't go away from us. It doesn't come closer for us. It's just anchored. This right here is a slam dunk nail in the coffin for your argument to then be debunked. Now, once you see this, I hope and pray you understand it and you grasp it, and then you understand what we're saying to you. Go ahead.
Is that the real Jordan Peterson?
There was a sound troll that just joined in, but somebody got him.
Isn't he sick or something?
Carry on.
Just watch the video, bro. Let the truth be told. And those who have eyes, let them see, and those who have ears, let them hear. But this is the facts. This is why we're here arguing with you, dude. We're not wasting our time just, for no reason. We're trying to share the truth to you, bro. We're trying to let you know the truth. And the truth is self-evident. The globe is a falsehood. That's the whole point. Just watch it. And you come back to me and let me know what you think.
I am watching it right now.
Cool.
That's cool. Right, we're not here to convince you of anything, man. Like,
give me a moment.
We don't expect you to.
We're not here to. Is the people in the chat. That's what who the real people who are don't.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. It's just like internet banter, bro. Like, you'll be right. But yeah,
who carries telescopes to the beach?
Yeah, that'd be the ideal thing for you to do, is to like take the information that we present to you, because like that's all this is really about.
Okay.
Present that to them, they have the opportunity to, if they want, to go out and verify that for themselves, to see if what we're saying is true or not, right? And then what they do with that information from there, their own experience of what we're talking about, if they find something adverse or for, like, supporting what we're saying, whatever, who cares? Like, it's up to you from there what you do with that. Right, we're not really concerned, but sometimes it gets into a debate, because people that believe in the globe, who haven't done anything practical to like demonstrate that they have knowledge of the Earth's shape and size, right, get naturally in a tizzy, because they don't know how to defend their belief. They don't know how to defend any of it. But guess what? None of the experts do either. Don't be disheartened. Your experts who you would appeal to, that you'd say they probably know more than I do, they don't. We've had them in here, we've spoken to them, they all deflect to someone else, or all use the same logic, fallacious logic, or all have the same thing where they demand that we explain how things work, right, and ignore the geometric property of the surface.
Did you watch the video?
I watched the video.
Okay, what do you think about that?
It's interesting.
All right. Well, at least we're somewhere. At least we're getting somewhere. I'm glad you said it interesting, because at least it's going to make your brain hopefully realize you've been told a lie, and now you can hopefully, in your own like logic and reason, understand that the reason why we see things optically blocked out over distance is because of an optical phenomenon. If you let that optical phenomenon, resonate, and then it changes over time, then you can see it. Then you know that we are literally looking at something that's along a planar position on an XY grid, Cartesian coordinates overall. We're trying to tell you water is flat in all directions, everywhere. And then you have continents with topography, with mountains, hills, valleys, and everything else described. But when we get to the ocean, that's our freaking piece. That is that's the main point. Because on the surface of the Earth, obviously there's ups and downs, and we can't really describe that, right? Like, there's obviously not really pointed to you at that point, because there's changes on that. But when we got to
like you asked earlier, like what sort of model you would use, and like Apox actually had some experience in this sort of thing, right? Where elevation profiles are developed. You know how I said about y equals mx plus b. Right, basically, that's the principle. You're using nature's reference of water, extending that horizontal plane out from there, and engaging any changes of land, right, with respect to that horizontal. So it'll be in the plus or minus of elevation, right, up or down, below, above or below that line. And then that's an elevation. That's how you form a elevation profile of an area. This is what surveyors do all the time, bro.
So my question,
like, that's just measuring it flat.
So another question is time zones. How do we go about that? Because
do you understand
what we are told is that the Earth has an axis, right?
Okay.
And with that, there's different time zones, day in one place, night in one the other, times different, it's not. But
well, let me ask you a question. Do you know why time zones were created? Let's start with the premise of it. Do you know why they were created?
Why were time zones created?
For commerce. So that way, when we ship something from one place to another, we had a distinct timing of when something will get to somewhere based upon what they were deviating time to be. But have you ever truly looked at time zones? Do you realize that if you really looked at them, do you realize that the line is not perfectly straight downwards on the longitude? Do you realize that they go inwards and outwards from a land mass to where you can live in one part of the world and it will be a 1 hour ahead of something that's right next to you only because a line's dividing you that's going into you? Like literally, just look at the time zone lines. They aren't represented like as if this perfect ball and the light is coming around it. It's literally politically designed. Do you understand that?
Okay. And what would you have the picture of this, right?
I posted an image that I created and I wrapped it around a globe so that you could have that neat animated image with it. If you notice, all of these time zones are very much gerrymandered. They're weird. They have nothing to do with the position of the sun.
Exactly. It's literally just what they politically, the government decided where their time zone is going to be. Matter of fact, in Australia, I know we have some Australians here, there's this really weird part. I think it's like the capital or something like that, and they have a different time zone of everything around them, and it doesn't even fucking make sense, but that's what they established. And China doesn't have time zones. The whole country is the same time. They don't go by what we describe it to. They don't. Like, just look into it. If you learn this, maybe you will then not ask this question ever again, because you'll realize that time zone is not a good argument from your position. They're literally just a political governmental establishment to where it has to do with trade and commerce. Has nothing to do the way the light is shining upon the ground at that moment.
Yeah. And it's not a point for either side. It's just an interesting fact to note that it's completely political. It has nothing to do with measurements of the ground.
Exactly.
All right. Bringing up time zones is retarded either way. Well, I think you're pretty retarded too.
That's fair. That's fine. We're just all we can do is.
How are you gonna call me retarded for asking? How are you gonna call me retarded for asking a question?
I didn't say that. I didn't say you're retarded.
You can really dish it out, but you can't take it.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you.
Those two live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Relax, snowflake.
And that's a fellow Glober.
All right, I'm gonna need you to relax. All right, I'm not talking about you, but
that's a fellow Glober that said that to you, bro. It's one of your fellow Globers said that in the side chat.
Yeah, nobody here on this panel, bro, told you that you're retarded if you think about time zones. All we're pointing out is the logically how you are being illogical about it. In the essence of the discussion. Like, once you learn, though, the truth, then hopefully you can now get yourself outside of the box that you've put yourself in or kept in. Then you can look at it and say, okay, I get it. It's not what I've been taught. It's not what I've been indoctrinated to believe. That's all we're here to do, bro, is to get you guys out of the indoctrination the same way we have come out of the indoctrination, bro. That's what it comes down to. You take it for what it is, bro. Let me get another beer. I'll be back.
All right. But now I'm not saying any of you in the VC call me retarded. I'm saying I thought one of the people here in the chat called me retarded. But
it's just weird.
It's gonna
Moving
happen.
on. Moving forward. We're trying to keep it.
I mean, do you have any other questions?
I got upset with you earlier, and I might have been a bit harsh. But yeah. Look, it's the people are different characters. In any group, you're going to find some people that are good at keeping their cool, and some people that get a little bit frustrated. So and might use some some.
Sorry,
Colourful
not to cut you off. I understand what you're saying, and it's all right. I don't take any offense. I'm just saying, it doesn't feel nice when at one point there was a 1v15. You know what I mean? And
do you have any other questions that we can answer for you?
It's with.
Any other questions?
Right.
So what do you think about the people who believe in the globe, though? The people who which is what, a lot of our population?
You have to understand. You have to understand that we were all once in that position. Okay. But
right, so you guys all believe the Earth was built the globe at one point.
It's about breaking free from that indoctrination, that lie, that falsehood, and if you have question about it, we can thoroughly run you down the track of explaining how ourselves came out of it, and then hopefully you too can come out of it logically. It sounds like you have a brain in you, bro. Like you're able to logically say what you see, you're listening to what we're telling you, and it sounds like you're able to get out of it with your own logic and reason and understanding. Does that make sense?
When you're born in this country, right, and you're told that the Earth is round for your whole life,
exactly,
and you never really question it. And to me, right now, I still don't want to believe the Earth is flat. I don't know why. I just don't want to believe it.
I get it.
It's like I want to understand why it's not, and with all the evidence, and then all the evidence with the globe and blah blah blah, and then it's just, I get angry. It just sounds like a delusion. It just sounds like delusion.
I know.
And for me, it's like saying that cancer isn't real. That's what it's the equivalent of what I thought it would. Talking to people who believe in the flat Earth will be like, oh, you're just stupid.
Exactly.
But exactly. When you're giving so many facts and you're giving so many mathematical, factual evidence that you thought you would not get, it's hard to figure out what you want to say and how you want to debate, especially when it's a lot of people. But it's just, I don't know. I don't know enough.
I get it. I feel you, bro.
Brando, that's why I posted in the side chat. That's why I posted in the side chat the image of your profile image with countdown of 7 days or something, because I felt honesty in you, bro. I mean, you wanna find the truth. I just felt it. That's what I wanted to say. Sorry for interrupting you, Apocrypha.
Same with
Go ahead.
I'm a noticer.
So I was not mocking you. I just want to say I was not making fun of you. I just wanted to say that I think that you have the courage. If you are able to see the true through the lie, I think you will have the courage, because there are also globers who lack the courage even when they see the truth. That is the end stage.
That's facts.
Of coming over it.
And
yeah, bro. Look. If you go out and you do any observations of your own, and you don't draw the same conclusion, that's on you. It's not like we're going to come and hunt you down and say you're supposed to agree with us, right? Like,
right.
It's your journey, bro.
It makes me angry to think that the Earth is flat. It makes me angry.
Of course,
and
because
it's like I want it to be a circle so bad, what I mean?
Exactly. Wanna know why? Wanna know why? Because we are shaking the foundations of your core belief. By the way, we once had that at one point in time, but we all were able to realize the think of it like Swiss cheese. Okay, we saw the holes in the paradigm, and then we were able to realize logically how these things didn't comport with logic, because we understood that for a long time we were hand waving logic to keep ourselves in that own paradigm. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you're explained, then it's very simple. It's like a light turns on, bro, and then you realize, wow, it's not a globe. And that's where we're at, bro. And we're trying to get you there, not as some type of like cult type environment. We're just saying, like, logically, like, we're just trying to help you, bro, to see the truth. And it sounds like you're searching for the truth, honestly, because you're still here and you're being very receptive to it. And that's a good thing. That's a really, really good quality in yourself, because it shows that you're not a moron. You're able to see what we're saying, like, visually, and now you're getting it. And it makes sense, right? The things we're showing you make sense, right? The things we're telling you make sense.
Yeah.
That's the whole point, bro. That's what we're trying to get at.
Hey, Brandon. Brando. Would you like an invite to the home server?
Sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of information there, bro. It's gonna spin your head, bro. You're gonna be like, whoa. You're gonna come across concepts that you never even thought of. And that's probably the best
Just
thing.
don't go to the lobby if you don't like text chats.
It says discord.gg/flat earth. You just click that and it'll take you straight there.
If I can quickly, with Brando.
I'm not allowed to post the link in the side chat. I think I'll get in trouble if I do that. Sorry, Race by Goats. Go on, man.
I was about to say,
Can someone unban me from that Discord?
By the way, Brando, it's refreshing to come across an individual in life that's actually truly receptive to the truth, because all we speak is truth. And I know you probably heard us argue, and we get probably animated and very angry sometimes, because it's like it's difficult when you're trying to tell someone the truth and they just don't want to hear it. So it makes us angry sometimes. I ain't gonna lie, bro. We get really animated sometimes, bro. We get really angry.
Yeah, everybody does.
Of course. But it sounds like you are at least receptive to the truth, which is a good thing, because now maybe you yourself are going to be able to pull yourself out of that lie. And then you realize, yeah, hold up. It's going to make you think twice when you hear something. And then everything's going to start clicking.
Right.
When we say certain things, because now we've broken down the wall that you had up originally to the truth, which makes sense. I don't put that against you, because obviously we all do that as a man, right? We all have our boundaries of a wall, but the point being is, once you yourself start hearing it and grasping it, then you yourself will pull yourself. Real talk. You're gonna start understanding our arguments later on. When you're listening, you're gonna hear us talking, and you're gonna get it. The other guy might not get it, but just lo and behold, you will. I'm just saying that you're gonna get it. Hopefully,
right.
Fingers crossed.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
because the focus is on the practical, right?
That's what I was going to say earlier. I'm brand new to all of this. It's only about 2 years ago I first started looking into this, and I was for a long time in that area of bits of what I've heard seem to be making sense, but it feels uncomfortable to kind of admit to yourself, never mind out loud, in the first instance, to admit to yourself, okay, there might be something in this. Even that was painful. I grew up as a space nerd. These are not conclusions I came to willingly, but as T-Dub mentioned there, the practical, I was like, right, so everyone keeps saying, do it yourself. I was like, right, then I will. It cost me about £400 for a second-hand P900, and then they were saying, well, here's the equation, here's the calculation you can go and do to see how much curvature there should be. Do it yourself. I was like, okay, I will. And with £400 and a spare few hours on a Sunday, and I've done it multiple times again since in different places, I was like, right, I will. Thank you for the advice. I will do it myself. I will see it for myself. And then once you've done that, there's no awkwardness anymore. There's no discomfort, because once you see it, That's it.
You can't
There's no
unsee
going
it.
back. No,
Yeah,
no.
you can't unsee it. Exactly.
And then if people were to say to me, well, give me all the answers then. Explain how literally everything about this world works. Don't know. And that's the trap, right? Oh, so if you're telling me I've been lied to, explain how literally everything ever works. I never said I knew that. But what people can say, loudly, with the chest out, as they say around these parts, is it's not what you've been told it is. And you can go and test that for yourself. It takes a few hours on a Sunday afternoon, Sunday morning, £400. I mean, obviously convert it into wherever you're from. Go and get yourself a second-hand Zoom camera. Your phone's got a calculator on it already, right? So you won't even need to buy a calculator. And you can just go and see for yourself.
Do you have any more questions, Brando?
Yeah,
that we may be able to elaborate on?
Yeah. What did you see exactly that made you convinced?
Okay, finish on Brando. That was a great approach from Raised by the Goats. And I want to comment further upon what Apocryphon said about anger. And because you, Brando, also mentioned that when you like to question it, you're just angry about flat Earth. But let's say hypothetically, if one day you would realize that it is truly flat and not a sphere, wouldn't you be angry at the authorities who lied to you? And you can understand our anger that they lied to us and we woke up. And of course, we get angry when we see how you and everyone else is blinded and cannot break through their prison, even though it's very simple to see it.
I just have a hard
wouldn't your
time,
anger then turn itself against the spherical Earth if you find out, hypothetically, if you find out that it is not a sphere? So it's justified. I can understand your anger is justified if we are just, not grounded on geometry and science, and we are just stupid, then your anger is justified. But that's why I said the approach of Raised by the Goats is the best approach. Just invest £400, $300 on Amazon. I heard a couple of days ago that on Amazon you can find P900 for $300. Just invest $300 and go to the shore and do the observation by yourself. And you even have the Earth curvature calculator on Google according to the mainstream. And even if you use their own math, you would find out that you are seeing too far. So,
right, you're gonna realize
on that day your anger will turn. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
You're gonna realize that the 3,959 mile radius that they told you would have to be at the most, with the most refraction included, at the least would represent a 33,000 mile radius. And when you see that, you can't unsee that. It's gonna shatter the globe. This is why we stand in our position, because we know that we have observations that destroy the globe mathematically, using the globe math, by the way.
I think he's waiting in the wind to respond.
Yeah.
If people, why would people try and hide that fact though? You know what I mean? Why would people try and lie to us about the sphere? You know what I mean? Like, I don't see a need to. Like,
Can I please with this one? This is one of my favourite topics. If somebody else wants this, that's fine. But this for me. So,
feel free.
I'll do a brief. There's like a little thing to understand first about the lie. Your teachers aren't lying. The professors aren't lying. You go to school. You have the information drilled into your head. If you're really good at repeating that information, you're now the teacher who teaches it to the next generation. These people aren't lying. Somewhere up the chain, admittedly, there has to be a lie. And the important thing to understand is that many people come into this topic and they are not even remotely religious. It's not a Bible thing. But then by the end of the rabbit hole, most people come away with a sense of the Creator. And what you have to imagine is that if they tell you from day one, you are the great-great-great-great-grandchild of a chimp spinning pointlessly through an endless void until you die for no reason one day and get eaten by worms. You're just a mathematical accident, just a freak occurrence that could never happen again in 16 million configurations of the dice rolls. You are nothing. You are born of pond scum, and one day you will die. The end. If that's what you believe, if that's what you believe, you have no power. You have no agency. If you were to instead tell people they are of the divine, what they live in is a created world, created for them, that within each of us is limitless potential. If you were to tell people that, imagine what this world would look like. But instead, baked into the heliocentric model is a nihilism so extreme that even Friedrich Nietzsche himself would have said, chill, bro, that's a bit dark.
Okay, notice how you still didn't respond to his question.
Yeah, but that's why.
You can say, oh, someone might fall for this for X, Y, Z. But the question was,
no, but
the question was answered.
Because it's not someone.
The necessity for you to step in and derail that ISJJ was nil. So please don't.
So just to help him out, it wasn't that someone fell for that. Give or take, 7 billion people fell for it. 7 billion people believe they are of pond scum with no power, with no agency. That's powerful. That right there is the why. Is there other reasons? Don't know. But they don't need a second reason. That's enough.
Yeah, that's well said. It brings you back to you having to, consciously, logically realize you were made for a purpose, and you are in a plane, in a realm that isn't a heliocentric model that they've proposed to us. Because now you have purpose. Now you have reason. Now you are something special and individual, when the whole time they were trying to make you believe that you weren't, and you're not. So let that be something that brings you to the next day when you wake up to say, I do have a purpose. This isn't this infinite void expanding forever. Nah, that is not what we live in, bro. You were created specially for a purpose. Now find that purpose. And you're loved. If you never felt it, you definitely are.
Great. Yeah, that was great from Raised by Codes.
Imagine how many people that scrolling through Netflix, scrolling through Facebook, wanking themselves into oblivion from free porn on Pornhub, lethargic, anxious, depressed, truly hopeless, even if they never vocalize that feeling. Imagine if all 7 billion of those people who feel that way tomorrow said, fucking no, I do have purpose, I have power, and I matter. Imagine how different this world would look. But they don't believe that, so instead they carry on, wanking to God knows what on Pornhub, scrolling through TikTok.
Yeah, Brando, instead of you and everyone else with the Earth spinning around the great attractor or attraction, which is the point in the universe around which all the galaxies and everything orbits, so instead of you and we spinning around everything in the sky, imagine everything in the sky and all the so-called planets or the stars are spinning around us, making us the center of the universe.
Well, that's what I wanted to get to, because it's not like they can hide it, right? So they're not hiding it, because you can't hide it, because what they're telling you, you can't see, you can't experience it. Right, so the people that are claiming to be able to have a vantage point far enough away from the Earth to see it as a sphere, right? They're telling you that that's what the Earth is through imagery on a screen or in a book or on TV, right? But you don't experience it. You don't observe that. You will never observe that. Never, ever. Right, you're left with your pure raw experience of reality, right, where the Earth doesn't appear to be curving,
right? And the things in the sky, they're the things that are moving. That's your experience. Things in the sky are moving over you, and the Earth is a plane. That's your experience, right? And there's interpretations you can take from things which you can then try and assert, lends credence to the idea that you live on a sphere, but you'll never, ever experience it like the people who are telling you that they've seen it as a globe, right? But you can't. And that's all you'll be able to appeal to is somebody else's claim, somebody else's experience that you'll never have, right? And it's only a relatively small handful of people that claim that they've had that experience, by the way.
And that experience is a falsehood because even they themselves didn't see a globe. They just went really, really high and looked down. That's it. But they're trying to follow the narrative and trying to invoke it and justify it. But they themselves, not saying that they're lying, because lie has this, connotation of deceit, and they're literally trying to deceive you. They're not doing that. They're just parroting that falsehood, that claim, that narrative. And what it comes down to is that then you realize, okay, all you did was go up. You didn't prove a globe Earth. You just went up really high. But they're going to argue with you. No, I saw a globe. No, you didn't. You just saw as far as you can see in a 360-degree view around you. You saw darkness because that's as far as you can see. That's what it comes down to. You can't see further than that. And that's it. Once you can grasp that, then it unlocks that mystery in your own brain to realize that you have been lied to, not essentially a lie. You've just been told falsehoods. And that's the whole point. That's where we're all at on this side of the table. We know that we've been told a falsehood. And you could use their own math to debunk their own math. You could use their own systems to debunk their own claims. And that's what it comes down to, bro.
Yeah. But my main point was that they can't hide it from you. All they can do really is convince you to ignore your natural experience of reality, that it's just an illusion, and to not take it as being necessarily true. So even though you'll observe the Earth to be flat, you'll treat it as being flat, and you can even measure it to be flat. It's not really. It's just such a big ball that those things are negligible. It's such a small scale. You being like a tiny ant on a huge, not even a basketball. You'd have to be an amoeba on a basketball for it to be the same comparison, right? Similar comparison.
And then one by one, you can start seeing their arguments. Like when they talk about, well, what about satellites? Well, what about, missiles and rockets? Like you'll understand that all those things are derived from a planar position, even in their own manuals for this equipment. They even themselves are treating the world as flat and stationary with no movement. We could bring up military, weaponry, like the AN Spy 1 radar. Like that thing can see an object at a distance that negates the globe, and they don't want to hear that.
Send me the Discord server. Come on. Where's the server?
Oh, you didn't get it?
No, I didn't get it.
Ethergrass not DM you? Oh, no, that's right, because I think he directed you to click on his tag. Was that it, AG?
Yeah, click my profile, and it'll say discord.gg/flat earth. I can't post in the side chat because server things. I don't want to get in trouble with their crap. I don't think I'm allowed to post the link directly. I think the bot blocks me anyway.
Yeah. You can't, server rules.
I can message it to you, though, if you want me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
In fact, I sent you a friend request, man.
All right, accept it.
Yeah, Brando, by the way, what I think Apocryphon said it, I don't know, for sure who is it. Yeah, you can see in the side chat documents from NASA. We have a video where 35 documents are listed from NASA and other government documents, where they say that to derive equation for airplanes or solid flying objects, they treat the Earth as flat and non-rotating. And these documents are on the internet. You can watch them from NASA.
Yep. Even NASA themselves, they utilize the Earth accordingly. And by the way, they have to, because that's our reality. That's the whole point. And I know you're going to hear Globers tell you otherwise, but no, I can't even call them Globers. Let's call them anti-flat earthers, because they are like postulating themselves to be against this argument because they don't want to. They're not ready for the truth. They don't want to hear the truth. They want to stay in the lies and in the indoctrinations and the falsehoods. So, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once it makes sense to you, that can't be undone.
You're a good guy. You're a good guy.
Appreciate you, bro. You too, man. You too.
You know, man, it's just for some reason it just pisses me off to just think of that.
I feel you, bro. I know. I get you, bro.
It's just like, what the fuck?
Right. Do you remember that video from, you know who Owen, Benjamin Owen is? He's like a YouTuber.
Elaborate.
There's this funny video, bro, of this really guy. He used to be a comedian. He used to be part of Hollywood, but he got out of it because he saw all the like disgustingness of Hollywood. And bro, like there's a video literally showing his transformation, and he's like, "All right, Globers, come on, give me the the arguments." He's like, "Fuck that! I can't be a fucking flat earther. Fuck that!" And then he came to a realization. He's like, "I'm a fucking flat earther." Like he literally, there's a video that shows his transition where he was angry at first, and then he came to a point. He was like, "What the fuck?" And since then, he's been a full hardcore advocate for the Earth not being a globe. Like, let me try to find the video for you. It's hilarious. Let me try to find it for you.
It is 5. Holy! It is 5 in the morning. I did not realize this.
Yeah, dude.
What the actual fuck? Man. Oh man, I've been debating for all types of. I want to see that video though. Send me that video.
All right, we appreciate the discussion though. This is a great conversation.
Yeah, it was a crazy discussion. I apologize for calling you guys mentally ill. I mean, I don't think anybody's mentally ill when they know something or or believe. You know what I mean? I shouldn't.
So, Brando,
I think it was also like fatigue. I think I was angry because I'm tired.
That doesn't help. So, Brando, when you first come in, you said you wanted to debate flat earthers. How do you think your debate went?
Well,
it's not so much of a debate, is it?
It's not much of a debate when you're debating 15 people at the same time. You know what I mean? But
you can't debate measurements, mate.
When it got down to the 1v1,
you done all right.
Chat with something too,
Brando. One question: if you are of science or a person who believes in science, okay, let's talk about the documents from NASA, which say we assume a flat, non-rotating Earth. So a plane circle, not a sphere. Okay, a question for you: can you derive correct equations when you assume something which is wrong? Like if you assume the Earth, which is spherical, if the Earth was spherical and you assume it to be flat, would you be able to derive correct equations to utilize that plane and to build according to that planes and ballistic rockets? I mean, you know the equation to calculate the area of the surface of a sphere is not the equation, is not the same equation to calculate the area of a flat circle, right? So some globers will tell you NASA is only saying we assume a flat, non-rotating Earth just to simplify the derivation of the equations. But then the equations would not work if you assume, if you make an incorrect assumption, then your equations, which you derive according to the wrong assumption, would be wrong, right?
Right. Right.
Hey, Brando, I posted a video in the side chat. There's 2 videos. The first one is after he realized, but the second one.
Who's this guy?
Is Owen Benjamin. He was a comedian in Hollywood. He was like a very well known. And the second video, it's his process of him becoming a flat earther. It's comical, bro. It's funny. It's so funny to see him be like, please give me a. He was like asking his chat, give me how I'm gonna argue, because he was gonna go like in a debate. He was literally going to like. He had a Glover position, and he was trying.
He was getting fed.
Yeah. Check it out, bro. Like he's like,
okay.
There's no fucking way, bro. He's like, there's no way. I'm not a flat earther. Like he was adamant about it, bro. He was angry about it. And then you realize he ends up being like, holy fuck, I'm a flat earther. Check it out, bro. It's funny. Just check out the video. It's hilarious.
I'll check it out later today. It's like
any Globers in chat?
But also another thing is this is a different topic. You know, you can feel any certain way about it. It has nothing to do with flat Earth. But today in a different VCs, I'm just saying, you know, criticizing Israel apparently gets you anti-Semitic. Like you become anti-Semitic.
Dude, kick this guy. Wrong chat.
Hold on, no, hold on. No, honestly, Brando, you can't talk about that. So that's the wrong server for that, bro. We don't really even touch that with the 10-foot pole because that really goes off a side point. I feel you on that. But
it depends. It'll lead to a lot of emotional responses that take away from
right. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say.
Don't even like. Yeah, don't even go down that road, brother. Like, no, that's not a good road to go down in this channel, by the way. But yeah, let's stick to what we're talking about, bro.
Guess who responded to me?
What the fuck?
Hey, someone said it gets the server nuked. We don't go there. Oh, that's
welcome back, Neil.
So,
what happened, Neil?
Some people are so predictable. You do know why I came on the show and told you what I did, right?
Right. What happened? Someone responded to you? What happened?
Oh, so Nathan always was recording, but you know who's always listening, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All of a sudden, I get a message this morning.
Dumb bughead. Stupid ass bughead.
Well, let the man speak, and somebody
so he won't wait for what?
Just mute him. Go ahead, Neil.
Okay, yeah, carry on, Neil.
What was he talking about?
He's talking about something familiar, but just hold up. Just pause for a second.
It'll make sense in a minute. So I was sent a message. Why don't I come to Missouri and straighten him out?
Okay.
So there's not even, you can't even. They're still stonewalling the guy. They're still holding his material. And it's just a freaking big mess. So I'm pretty sure Nathan's going to start a show. And I really don't care. You know what it is? I feel like they're trying to protect. I understand why people don't want this to come outside the inner circle of FED, but I don't give a shit. The damage has already been done. Why are we protecting these two scumbags? You hear that, QE? I called you a scumbag. Because that's the acts of a scumbag. Why don't you come to Alabama? Because I don't have time to waste. I'm going to Missouri.
Is this about flat Earth?
Yeah. It's a discussion from earlier. Don't trip.
I feel like I'm missing some context here.
Yeah, it's really complicated. In fact,
context is Nathan was writing a book, and there was a couple of editors involved, his close friends, and when the book is just about done, they changed their minds and they wanted to be co-authors, and they wanted to be part of the financial benefits of it. And that's just not feasible because that's not what the agreement was in the beginning. So they're holding all the material that's been worked on for the last year and causing Nathan to start from scratch, causing the book to be delayed. That's it. So, and that's Nathan Huey's
Neil, here's something to think about. Maybe if you take a step back and have a look at some of the arguments and see and have a listen to some of the other flat earthers that are out and about, you might learn some more stuff about some of the arguments that have been put forward so far and how they can be broken.
Well, here's the thing. The book has been about Nathan and the history of flat earth debate.
I get that.
So, like, we are adding new stuff. I mean, the new stuff that came in and was talked about was put in there up until pitch data, I think. So maybe, yeah. Well, that's the thing. Because now he has to go back to work and go through all.
Because just remember, Neil.
All right,
whatever
Chad,
book gets put out, whatever. See you, mate. Thanks for hanging around.
Take it, man. We'll see you again, bro.
Bye, yo.
All right, take it easy.
See you later. Take care, Brando.
Depending on
you too.
Come back. Come again. Come again, Brando. Come again.
I will.
All right. See you later.
Yeah, no problem. If you could prove us wrong, come again to find out the truth. Maybe we are wrong. Okay? One of us is wrong.
I think he's on that. I think we told him
I'm just
enough.
saying we are open. I am just saying we are open. Okay. One of us must be wrong.
All right, brothers.
Okay, bye. Take care.
I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, later, bro.
Take care. Oh, nice. Tomorrow. Bye. See you tomorrow.
That was good stuff, man. It was nice to see that happen. But go ahead, Neil. Neil, for context, there was a Glober.
Neil's gone, just so you know.
Oh, Neil left? Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah, he's gone.
All right. Never mind. I was going to tell him that a Glober, might have changed his mind, bro, in real time. We might have witnessed it. Another one, right? Finally.
Now that young Glober is gone, I sent him a link to home server, by the way. I don't know if anyone else did. Unlock Ice JJ so he can continue his meltdown. There you go, JJ. You're back.
I just wanted to hear an explanation for the conspiracy, like the actual conspiracy. Like I could explain to you Bernie Madoff's, Ponzi scheme, for example. I can explain to you why someone could fall for it, but if I couldn't explain to you why it would make sense to do it or how it would, make sense for it to even be a thing without being caught, then it would make it be hard to take it as seriously. But you can. You have a trading floor. You have one building where you have literally one floor where they fake the shit, and another floor where they have people doing.
Okay, why did you just go off on a magical tangent by yourself? JJ, breathe. JJ, we don't care.
Well, no. So the question is, how does this make any sense? A conspiracy to cover up the true, to fake the roundness, the
maybe if you were listening to the answer that was put forward by Raised, you might have a bit more understanding.
I heard it.
No, you didn't, because you would have been talking whilst you were muted, whilst Raised was talking. We know you.
He talked for like several minutes about it. I heard it.
Did his answer not
create creatures like you?
Did his answer?
He talked about why people would fall for it. I'm asking why it makes sense to do it. Who would actually do this, and what it would look like? What the incentive is, like what the actual conspiracy is, not the victims or the.
And the reason for you knowing this, what's it going to change? Okay, it was person X, and he was having a bad day. Does it make a difference? End result still the same. suckers like you believe in a globe.
Well, that wouldn't be possible for it to be one person. I mean,
why
given
not?
the amount. Well, at least there's everyone who's been to space who claims to astronauts. Everyone who's worked as the head of a space agency who's conducted or authorized or actually done these things.
So you're making excuses now. Hey, JJ, if you've got a firearm that's got 5 bullets in it, you can control 5 people. Does that make sense to you?
And theoretically, in real life, the government has infinite bullets. So they can.
Well, that's a lot of people they can control, isn't it?
No, but every person though would have to be controlled by someone else. So
they're not being controlled. This is where you're mistaken. You've got this idea in your head that somebody has to be forced, manipulated, controlled. No.
Actually, to lie.
It's misinformation that's getting passed on. Generational misinformation. That is it.
So people going to space.
If we
they're falling for it.
You're assuming.
Okay, so JJ, listen. Okay, let's rewind the tape. Let's rewind the tape. Okay, let's go back. Let's rewind the tape. Let's go back to where they told these guys, "Hey, we have the situation where we're trying."
Who are they? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so no, pay attention. Okay, there was a time in our timeline where America and Russia were trying to be the arbiters of the accomplishment of getting to the moon. Right now, if you have our government telling these so-called astronauts, saying, "Hey, you guys are going to be acting like you're on the moon for our reason is because we want to be ahead of this, beyond another nation that we have a Cold War going on with them." Okay, then these actors, they play it out. They're in the studio. It gets recorded, and then when they get asked the questions, you could see it on their face when they're so-called returned from the moon. And you would think that one individual would be really, really excited because they accomplished something that no other man has accomplished, but yet they themselves look stage fright as if they were forced to lie. And when they're asked questions, you can tell in their mannerisms and their answers that they are lying. Now, that's the first run of it, right? Then generation goes by. Now you have others that are in the system, and there's only a few selected people that can ever, also have that position to where they're going to be accredited that they also went to the moon and traveled in these places, which obviously are not even fathomable because it just it violates like law of science in general in so many levels, but they're going along with that game. Now everybody around them can believe that they did what they've been told they're going to be representing. It doesn't take 1,000 people to be lying. It only takes a couple people to be lying. The rest of them are now just parroting this falsehood, and they believe this to be true and factual. But we have so many things that can point out how they are lying. And then then you go decades.
The astronauts know, though, right?
Well, the ones that were supposedly landing on the moon and walking and playing golf on it, absolutely.
And going to space?
Right. No. Not the ones that are going really, 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 really high and then coming back down. Not those guys.
See the black stuff we call space.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Earth.
Yeah, no, exactly. They're going really, really high, and that's it. They're not
zero gravity.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it. But this is the whole contention.
You don't believe in that.
This is the whole contention. What we're saying is they're not the distances of where they were claiming to be. Now, that's not to say that they just couldn't go really, really high.
So the people creating the ship and the technology are creating fake numbers.
No. They thought they are creating. So there's people that worked on these actual physical things, right?
How do you think
could
they
be
measure
like,
how high they are?
Well, technically, if you ever watched a live stream of when
how
they
do you
launch,
think they measure how high they are? Like when they're
okay,
in orbit.
okay,
or so on.
so let me give you an example,
There's
right?
a lot of assumptions pre-built in there, boy.
Right.
That's a question.
Let me give an example, okay?
Based off of assumptions.
Let me give an example, okay? There is times when even NASA has had a counter of elevation, okay? And is going, and it's all an algorithm. They're saying at a certain speed, you're going to reach a certain distance. Do you know that the times that things have exploded and failed, their little counters on camera still continued their algorithm, their little determined
So everyone who knows the
calculation.
speed of it and who knows the speed of it.
Oh, don't know. You maybe want to let him finish talking first.
Well, check it out. So there's video of a rocket shooting up, okay, with altitude and speed, but it blew up. But the counter still showed a positive trajectory and a speed, even though visually they have on camera it's actually falling to the earth. So this goes to show you that it's just like a video game, okay? The further you go in the video game, it has this like algorithm that it's telling you this is where you're going to be at a certain speed. It's just a facade because
So the people writing the algorithm are in on it.
The people that created is in on it for sure.
That are writing it, because we have different spacecrafts for every different people who go up to space.
In on what? Like, what are you claiming? Hold on a second. What are you actually claiming? People are. Hold on, let me finish talking. I'm mid-sentence. Blah, blah, blah.
Fraud.
Shut the fuck up, IceJJ. I was mid-sentence. Don't just start talking over the top of me. Right? Are you claiming that people are lying about knowing the Earth is flat and lying about it being? Excuse me. Are you claiming?
They're committing fraud by lying about the actual speed and measurements of the machine that they're about to launch human beings out of, and committing mass fraud on behalf of the public by lying about it and covering it up for everyone else to know.
Gotcha.
Knowing, and then all of these people don't ask any questions and never say anything to the press. Yeah, Occam's razor. Go on.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify whether you were saying, oh, they know that the Earth's flat and they're lying about it being a globe, or whether you're just saying they're lying about what they're teaching you, what they're saying they're doing in space. I was just clarifying.
Well, some people would have to know that they're lying when they give you direct observations, photos, or so-called measurements or descriptions of the machines that they have in the sky, like satellites. Some people would have to know that they are lying, especially the people creating and building and actually, selling these machines. I
know NASA's being.
When you add up the amount of people, it's not just the astronauts. It's not just the head of the organizations who are the ones who decide to do these space things. Who the people who actually are in control. When you add up all these people over generations, all the people who are supposedly working in with this satellite, giving direct measurements and all, it's just the numbers too big. I haven't heard any explanation for the actual conspiracy beyond the Cold War. So we had actors at one point, but today, it just makes no sense.
No, you have to understand it's compartmentalized. Okay, everybody, for instance, you can say my uncle.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
You can say my uncle, he built a part of the satellite which they launched and put the distances that they are telling them this is where it's at would be the lie, but they themselves don't truly know that that's where it's at, although they can fundamentally say, well, I've been a part of it, so it's real because I built it. But they truly don't know. Those people don't know the true distances of where these satellites are being placed in the sky. And then you can say, well, how do they know or not know one way or another what actually happened to the equipment when they launched it and set it in place, because they don't know that part of it, because they are not a part of it. All they were was from the engineering side of creating it in their compartmentalized, position, to where all they know is just that little box that they're in. It's literally on a need to know basis, and they're all separated. Do you know that there's over
That's
like
just not true.
Do you know that there's
not true.
Do you know that there's thousands of companies that all contribute to the building of a rocket ship?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And the idea that all these are just too stupid.
No.
They're doing no. Yes, because they are too stupid. If they
So JJ, they're too stupid. You've got a guy sitting in a workshop building computer chips. That's all his job is. He doesn't fucking know anything else. His job is to get a little transistor, put it on a little circuit board, and then pass it to the next guy. I build parts of rockets. That's it. That's you. Sitting in your little box, I build parts of rockets, and now you're trying to make excuses why all these guys should know why the head of NASA wipes his ass with a particular piece of toilet paper. Come on, JJ, think.
Well, I think when you add up the amount of people, and again, you admit not just the astronauts, but the people who are behind SLRI, GPS, satellites, Starlink.
Buzzwords. You're a buzzword earther.
All these people, all thousands of people behind each of these. And it's like...
JJ, why do you believe that thousands of people... JJ, why do you believe that... I'm going to roll the other one too. No. JJ, why do you... Yeah, exactly. I knew he'd run away. Every time he gets pinned down. You haven't crossed him before, have you, APOC?
No, I haven't. But he doesn't.
Well, this is JJ. Oh, did you just say something? No, I don't agree with that. And he will fucking keep steamrolling. He will lead you back to satellites. He will lead you back to GPS. He will lead you back to lasers from satellites. And you know something? If you get to hang around long enough, you'll hear him fuck all three of them up in sequence.
We got a new contender here in the side chat. The real boss. Would you like to unmute your mic? Defend your position.
Oh, we've got a normal person, have we? Excellent.
He's probably busy or broken mic gang. Doesn't have a working mic. No, let me quit.
He said he gets yelled at. I don't know.
Aww. You can turn the volume down, you know that.
A lot of these guys can't grasp how all this is just compartmentalized, and they just have their own little, position, but none of them know the true, the main part of it is when they tell you, oh yeah, we're gonna put this 22,000 miles into the sky, or 240,000 miles away, or whatever it is. It's like, dude, none of them actually know that. Only those, that are under that, those are the ones that are lying, that are saying this is where it's at. Those are the guys that are lying. But all those guys that built it, well, they're not lying. They just full-heartedly believe that, well, I had a hand in it, so it must be real. And Globers, anti-flat earthers, they can't get that. They don't understand that.
Yeah, but did you hear what he said? As soon as you said that it was compartmentalized, it was, oh yeah, we agree. I agree, but and that's all these people that should know. He does not know. Actually, it's not that he doesn't understand. He does understand, and he just blindly will refuse to accept it. Right. Just because you're the guy that puts chips on a circuit board that are getting used in rockets, therefore you must be a space engineer. You're probably just some computer nerd kid that's good with soldering. Who knows? Right. Here you are, sitting in your little back office, chip number 1, put on there, solder pin 1, pin 2, 1 to 5, 3 to 7. Yep, all good. Test it, gets his multimeter out, checks it twice, confirms it, puts it in a little package, wraps it up in bubble wrap and sends it down the line. That's it. In what way is me soldering frickin' computer chips onto a board got anything to do with space? Got anything to do with astronauts? You know, like those computer chips could be going to some school kid in Japan who's building a computer.
Way back in the day, I used to work for a company called Rapid Manufacturing out of Anaheim, California, in Orange County, and we used to make wire harnesses for satellites and the ISS and space technology, and we used to charge them like $400 for a wire and $800 for a wire attached to like a capacitor, and we used to do it. It was big money, bro. It was really big money, and downstairs, because I was upstairs. I was in administration back in the day for this company. It's called Rapid Manufacturing. You can look it up. It's in Anaheim. I don't know. I'm sure they're still open or still a company, but think about this. Like those guys were making the wire harnesses on downstairs. I used to go down there sometimes just to do a little walkthrough, just to check on the production of them. And to think that those guys probably truly believed everything about space technology, because they were attributing, they were putting their hands in, if you will. But that's along the lines of what he's kind of talking about. Like, what about all those guys who are just working on it? Like, dude, those guys didn't know anything other than making a wire harness, bro, that we used to sell to the space agency. We used to, the main client was SpaceX, which SpaceX was up north. I think they were in LA somewhere, the main headquarters at that time. But yeah, that was years ago. It's just funny now that I think about it. Everybody thought of that shit. They all were firm believers of space and all those endeavors. Look it up. It's called Rapid Manufacturing. I used to work for them a long time ago. Years. At this point, like 20 years ago. So yeah.
Somebody just joined. Welcome to whoever joined.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good night, man. I'm gonna talk to my girl. Good talking to y'all.
Catch you, mate.
Watch out for zombies.
Let's.
Yeah, the real boss. If you're afraid of somebody yelling at you, then Matrix isn't yelling at you. He's just loud.
How about I sit back and the real boss can have a chat with you then, AJ? He's yours.
I think he's
in the head now. When real boss goes to bed, he's looking under his bed for angry Australian men first. And people ask the dad to look in the closet for monsters. Dad, can you just make sure there's no angry Australian men in the closet, please?
So he's not so boss then. He's real but not a boss, or he's not real, or someone else is the boss. Sounds like excuses. Why don't you get the others involved too? Maybe you could line them up one at a time. They could all have a question. Room versus FE. Or maybe they might question you. Think you're weird associating with flat earthers. That might be a good image to have. They've done no research on this. 99% of the Globers that come in here have done no research. They realise that after being in here. But anyways, you're not talking to me, are you? You're supposed to be talking to someone else.
Maths disproves the ISS anyway. There's something up there you can see, but it's not the ISS. Just the ISS is the same size as a commercial airliner, generally. Average cruising altitude of a commercial airliner, anywhere between 33,000 and 40,000 feet. So think of how small a commercial airliner is in the sky at the altitude of 33 to 40,000 feet. If you were to double that again, double it, should I say, is it still visible? Yeah, but it's a lot smaller. So an hour, call it 80,000, easy maths. Double it again, can you still see it? Let's say maybe 160,000 feet. Let's double it again, 320,000 feet. Can you still see an airplane? I'd be saying absolutely no chance. Could you see an airplane with a naked eye? That's 320,000 feet. Double it again, 640,000 feet. You definitely can't see it anymore. Point I'm making is the ISS is 1.3 million feet high, apparently. And it's the same size as a commercial airliner, apparently. Whatever it is people are seeing with their naked eye, they can see something. It's not the ISS. And in answer to your question, yes, I do know how big it is. Just answered it. As big as a commercial airliner. We've got a classic doesn't know his own model moment. Go and have a look. We'll be here.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force. The Earth is flat and level.
Yeah, it was all fun and games until you made JJ spiral out.
I didn't make him spiral out. He was already on his way. He started about, I don't know, 3 months ago. Starts off all calm, then he has to interrupt his way into the conversation, talking about GPS or lasers or satellites or some other bullshit that he can't validate. And then when we go, no, how about you prove? Then he starts talking faster, he gets upset, he has to get his word count in, and then the horse race is on, and we don't know who's going to win. Zzz! Breathe, JJ. Breathe. And then he runs away. He normally comes back in about 15 minutes.
Oh, I know. He'll be back. He always comes back. But he hasn't figured out what keeps him coming back, though. Like, it's totally subconscious.
No.
It hasn't out of his mind. I mean, every time he comes in here, he's just fighting himself. That's what all of them do. They fight themselves. Aw, Rupert Cow left. Bye, Rupert Cow. He's a globetard, too.
Oh. Poor thing.
Anyway, I don't think it's flat.
Who's talking? Oh, you don't think it's flat? What is it?
I don't think so.
Oh, what do you mean when you hear a flat earther say flat? What do you have in your brain?
Well, the usual thought. I mean, what else? It's a flying pizza or infinite plane. It's got to be one or the other.
It's gotta be one or the other. Why is that?
Well, it's either got to end or it hasn't, isn't it? Is there an edge or not?
I don't know. I know there's shorelines.
No, that's what I'm saying.
The edge.
Definitely
Edges
one
are
or the other. There's either an edge or there's definitely.
like, is there an edge to like a bowl or a cup? Yeah. There's an edge to like a bowl or a cup. You know.
An edge to a bowl, yeah.
Yeah. So what keeps the water in? You know.
That's the first of many problems, isn't it? What keeps the air in?
Well,
water.
I don't.
What keeps the floor? You know, these are all big problems.
Well, I don't deny that liquids and gases require containers.
Yeah, we don't live in a container, though, do we?
Well, we have gases under pressure.
We do. I do not. There's no denying that. I think we'd be in trouble if we didn't have any gases.
That's true. So, you know what the definition of gas pressure is?
Yeah, square inch.
Yeah, the definition of gas pressure being that, gas particles move randomly in all directions, colliding with each other and the walls of their container. So yeah, gotta have a container for gas pressure. You're breathing pressurized gas. Do I know anything
Do you
more?
believe we live in a container?
Yeah, what's wrong with living in an enclosed system?
I think it'd be there's a bit of a problem, to be honest.
A super dynamic terrarium. What's the problem?
But where the gases come from?
Well, you tell me. Where are gases made? Are there gases that are released at surface
What I
level?
believe, and I've heard, I don't think anybody's denied it. Like, it comes from the oceans. A lot of it comes from plants.
I mean, if you fart, where do gases come from?
Yeah.
Come on, that's a simple question. Where do gases come from?
So what happens to a container when you add gas?
What do you mean? What happens to the container? It facilitates the gas pressure. You form gradients, an evaporation cycle.
If you keep adding gas to a container, what happens to the pressure?
What do you mean? What happens to the pressure?
If you have a container, an oxygen bottle or a diving bottle, and you keep adding gas to that bottle, what happens to the pressure inside?
It goes up.
Goes up, indeed.
Right, but it's different if we have a complex, if we have a dynamic system, right, like a big terrarium, for example, we have those enclosed ecosystems. Some people have had them enclosed in a glass container for 50, 60 years. There's constantly gas being produced within that system, but the pressure inside the system doesn't just keep increasing until it explodes, right? Because it's a complex dynamic ecosystem that's self-contained. There are processes inside the system, and that's why it's different to a static system that you're kind of trying to describe here.
So there's an exchange going on constantly. Gas exchanges and temperature exchanges. So, no, we wouldn't expect a closed system to explode like what DJ just said. We wouldn't expect that.
Well, if you kept adding gas to a container, you wouldn't expect it to explode.
Nope.
Well, so if you keep blowing a balloon up, it'll just keep getting bigger.
Blowing a balloon up, right? Like make a terrarium, for example, and the stuff inside the terrarium, the plant matter and stuff, it's going to keep giving off gases. It's not going to explode the terrarium.
If it was completely sealed and you kept adding gas to that terrarium, it would explode. Just no two ways about it.
Who's adding or taking away any gas from the system? Can you tell me that?
Well, we just explained the oceans and the plants are expelling gases.
Yes, they expel gases, but then there's also, like I said, an exchange of those things where other things take in those gases. There's temperature involved, which is going to increase and decrease pressure, maintaining the dynamic.
You completely missed that part. Sorry, Jen, I was just going to say, 80. You completely missed that part. You had 3 people explain to you, or at least 2, right? If you have something giving off gas and something else taking in gas, it balances out. Especially if you factor in temperature, decrease in temperature, and then an increase in temperature, variations of the sorts throughout the entire process, it can find equilibrium without problem. I'm not sure why you're confused or why you're hung up on it.
Many of the heavier gases will recirculate and stuff, but we got helium and hydrogen. which only go up. I mean, I hear people saying that on here all the time. Helium.
Hang on. Before you go on to that, do you recognize what I just said? Because you're kind of
talking about recycling, and
going on a segue there.
I just that. But the helium and hydrogen only go up. I hear many people saying that.
Dude, all gases go in all directions. What are you talking about?
No, helium and hydrogen only go up. I mean, people say it on here all the time. Mate.
No, it's just
Okay, let me ask you
Helium
something.
comes down.
Hang on. 80. Dude, if I take a container, like one of those giant cylinders, 80. If I take a giant cylinder, a compressed cylinder of helium, and I blow up a balloon, inside that balloon, I'm holding it, right? What direction is the gas going?
Trying to go up, but obviously the balloon is keeping it down.
Right. So the gas is expanding in all directions, right, to fill the balloon, to create what we know as a balloon. Right? It's not creating like a giant like pencil.
Balloon, that helium is only going to go up. It's not going to come down.
No, dude, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the balloon outside. Like you take the balloon, you bring it outside. I'm talking about the gas inside the balloon.
Yeah.
Right?
Trying to go up.
Dude, that gas is trying to go in all directions. The balloon itself, when you take it outside, yeah, it's going to want to go up, yeah. But the gas itself inside the balloon, if I take a perfectly circular spherical balloon,
all the other gases are down.
Bro, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the gas. Call this, man. Dude, are you listening to me? Oh.
Actually, 20, I think he's lagging pretty hard because his light was flashing then and he would talk like 6 seconds afterwards.
What the fuck?
Unless it was just my end, but from what I was seeing, like your voice is coming through on time, but his is like lagging hard.
Okay. I'll give him some slack on that there. But did I miss something?
We spoke to this guy once before, and he's hung up on the fact that helium and oxygen go up, helium and oxygen go up, and he will just keep repeating that because he's been told that helium's lighter, helium goes up. The problem is, when they compare helium, it's normally within a vessel or a container, such as a balloon. And what you have is a device with a medium that's less dense than its surrounding, so specific gravity, well, I guess which way the lighter thing's going to go, or less dense thing, I should say, is going to go. The problem is, let's just imagine now that it's gone up 10 foot. Not 1,000,000 feet, not anything else, just 10 foot, and the balloon busts. What does all the air that's inside that balloon do?
Right.
It disperses, it mixes evenly with all the other air.
Yeah, let's see if you can catch on to that part. Sorry, Jenna, I just needed to get a little bit in there.
You're good.
I continue, please do.
So, 80, you're kind of lagging a little bit.
He said he'll be right back there, but when he's back there, feel free.
Okay. The thing about it is that, we can demonstrate an evaporative cycle, for instance, in a closed system. They can't demonstrate that with an open system.
Well, it's amazingly quiet here this evening, morning, afternoon. What's happened?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Thank you, Dan. How you doing?
Same stuff, different day.
Just for the record,
here, though.
Sorry, just for the record, yeah, AI was trying to improve my ability in delivering the flat Earth truth. So I just want to put on the record, I appreciate the advice and the attempt to try and improve my delivery methods, and I'll work on it. That's what I will say. I'll bear in mind what's been said, and I'll work on it. Okay, just for the record.
Iron
Yeah,
sharp,
all
iron
good,
sharp
Jim.
iron.
That's what we're all doing, you know, sharpening the way we present arguments. It's not that your argument was invalid, but you know, exactly like AI explained, just the delivery of it, worded slightly differently, could be the difference between how effective it could be taken in by the globe side and understood.
Yeah, appreciate it indeed. So yeah,
appreciate you, man.
Oh yeah, glad the door's still open.
Of course,
but I'll get my foot in the door anyway somehow. even though it might get flattened. But yeah, it's very important how to make a good impact, and we don't have to spend so much energy on it. And then there are some times when we don't have to go down roads which brings us into the weed. I've got to try and avoid that. Yeah, of course, because it gives them something to climb up of and get into our domain, if you will. So we've got to stop that. Yeah, so I'm working on it.
Yeah, I don't let these people have an out if I can help it.
Yeah, that's the expression, the out. Yeah. We had an interesting woman who came in with her niece, and it was quite interesting. She seemed to be very receptive to what we had to say. She was very it cut us off a lot, but then I think that was the excitement. I'm not sure if she was having some kind of drinking. She was on alcohol, perhaps. You know, she sounded a little bit drunk to me, but she was very happy, very energetic, and she was very receptive to the flat Earth truth, as it were. She seemed to be taking it on board. Obviously, at this stage, she's still carrying a whole heap of beliefs. I tried to engage her with like the dinosaurs, and she mentioned that someone mentioned the tides. Yeah, it was good. You know, the supposed gravitational pull affecting the tides. Teed Up came in really concise to remind her, and with the data from NOAA stating that the moon had no effect on the tides whatsoever, and that was quite interesting. So, but she was, on the whole, positive, listening and also interjecting. So I like that. She may come back with her niece. She was very happy to have found us. That's what it seemed like. Okay? Hopefully she'll come back. She was from Florida. So I thought that was quite interesting.
Florida's like hella flat.
Yeah. And then there was another character, which I didn't catch his name, but he was trying to find our best proof for the Earth being flat. And as we gave it to him, seemed to be one of our colleagues seemed to say he was nitpicking. Okay, not actually homing in on what we were actually saying. He was nitpicking and bringing up other things. I don't know what happened to him because I had to go off. But I would like to know what happened to him. But I left him saying that at the end of the day, no matter what we tell you, you're going to have to go out and confirm it for yourself to prove whether we're wrong or you're right. Because you haven't even proven you're right with the globe. So you've got to go out there. Got to.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome to the server. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. All my colleagues in here are very capable of answering your questions. And yeah, please relax. And why is it flat? Why are we going against all the scientists? What the hell do you mean? Are you sure? Have you gone mad? Whatever. Please bring the questions forward. We're here waiting. It's funny that I still use the monkey bars anyway. Yeah, when I go exercising in the park, I use the jungle gym. Where you have the jungle gym, you have your monkey bars. So, you know, don't ever say that monkey bars are not of any use. They can be. Tend to go there early in the morning because, you know, obviously when children are there, I'm going to be in their way. So obviously I go early in the morning so that there are no kids 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock, that early. And I get my exercises done and I'm not in anyone's way. There have been times I've been there at lunchtime, for example, and then what you have are kids.
Just be honest, Gin, it looks sus with a 60-year-old on the monkey bars with bloody 5-year-olds.
It definitely does, mate, yeah.
I remember reading that most men can't do a pull-up, which is just embarrassing. Like, it just, I refused to believe, and I started asking people to sort of like check in. You know, like, oh yeah, can you do a pull-up? And I'm starting to worry it might actually be right.
Yeah, that's only because you haven't used the muscles for so long that you know your body mass, your arms can't cope. But once you start to actually exercise, the strength comes back, and once you do one, the second one soon comes, and then the third, and then before you know it, you're doing 10s into 20s. You know, it's just repetition.
It's not an age thing either. It's not an age thing either. Like, the reason you can't do the things you used to do is because you stopped doing the things you used to do.
Yeah, that's it. It's as simple as that. You got it.
Like, I know dudes in the 50s who are monsters, and then equally, I know guys in the like late 30s, early 40s, and they got like similar upper body strength to my nan. It's not age. It's just It's just what you're doing with yourself, and if you're allowing yourself to, get that weak. Don't get me wrong, age catches up with you eventually. Age catches up with us all, right? But I'm not talking 40, 50, even 60. Like it's older than that if you're doing the right things and looking after yourself.
Right. That's it. That's the key there, yeah, because I'm going to be 64 coming up soon. And, I'm not going to stop what I'm doing as long as I can get out there. That's it. And my motivation is up. I'm going to be going out there still enjoying it because I don't want to lose what I've got. That's my motivation, actually. Yeah. So the monkey bars, I love them.
Me and the kids call it the monkey bar challenge. And every time we go to the park, and they're on with the monkey bar challenge, and then there's who can do the most pull-ups, and then there's like bars for dips, and I'm trying to get them on the dips, and they're like, oh, I can't do it, you're older than me. I'm like, yeah, I'm nearly 40, right? You're 13, I'm nearly 40. No excuses. Give me 10 dips, let's go. I'm just trying to get them like into the mindset at a young age. Like, I can't. You're in your prime. The only reason you can't is if you decide you can't.
Yeah, they haven't been exposed to it. Yeah, if they were in the Army Cadets, for example, all that upper body strength, the whole body condition would be well and truly conducive to doing those dips in the end, Because I joined the Cadets when I was 12, okay, but I was already like a monkey in the what do you call it, the gymnastics. I loved gymnastics, so I carried a lot of fitness when I joined the Cadets, and it just got me even fitter. So that's the thing. If they're not doing those kind of activities, then you're down to what you're doing at school and what you may be doing at home with your mum and dad if they're giving you some exercise. But so that's another thing. How much activities do they do? Yeah, outdoor activities is what I mean. So I was lucky that I had that when I was growing up, that I could actually did the boxing. We had Army Cadets. We had sailing as well. I belonged to a sailing club, Islington Sailing Club. That was really good when they were with my brothers. We continued it from the Cadets, really, because I just loved the water, so I had to keep going. And then I chose it at school for PE on a Wednesday. It's called games. You've got PE, which you do at school. Then there was games, which meant you could choose like horse riding, cycling, as I said, canoeing and that. So I did cycling first, and then the next day I went on for canoeing. Horse riding was out of my pocket because it was expensive. All the gear you've got to get with it, a lot of money. So I couldn't do the horse riding, but I did the canoeing and the sailing. Really good. So yeah, these activities come in hand, don't they? Handy.
We were born in a different time, though. Didn't have computer games, didn't have the internet. I mean, to be fair, when I was growing up, I'm nearly 40, so the internet was around, but we just didn't have it. So you went outside. That's what you did.
Exactly. You create your own form of entertainment. Yeah, of course you do. Usually it's football, right? That's the thing. Football in the park, football in the flats, football with your friends at the youth club, right? And then you might be lucky you go on summer camp with the youth club if you're lucky. I was actually in the Army Cadets as well, so and then I managed to encapsulate that onto my children, if you will. So, so they've had that same experience that I had. Okay, they weren't in the Army Cadets, but I gave them that taste of it with the BB guns and that, and mountain bike trekking and hitting targets. And whenever we went abroad, like especially in Hawaii, they've got these shooting ranges, so you can go there and take the kids in there. They can learn to shoot, So it was pretty good. I exposed them to as best as I could, and then mountain bike trekking, as I said, and hiking to give them something to, build them up. Yeah. Yeah, because I do. What is it? I heard that, like in the US, they always come up first on the list all the time. So the US have come up with, they've got 56% of the kids have got some kind of chronic illness. They're saying that America's have the sickest people on earth at the moment. Okay, it's because they're just getting too many of these. Yeah,
I see it in
too many these
England.
days.
Never mind in America. Like, I try not to be judgmental if I can help it. We're all on a different path, different journey, particularly with kids, right? Kids don't get to decide who they're parented by or how they're parented, so it's not the kid's fault. But when I see like proper fat kids, do you know what I mean? Like obese children, I'm just horrified.
Yeah.
Like genuinely horrified, because I just think to myself, like, what? Like, and I get it. We're in a post body positivity era. But when your child starts to resemble some kind of like land mammal, some kind of like matiny, or just surely you'd think to yourself, right? Yes, he's screaming for the Mars bar, and he's quiet when I give him the Mars bar. But when you've got your kid, and your kid who's 6 weighs 9 stone, surely you'd start thinking, right, this isn't actually good for them. This is now reaching a point of, it's not just whether or not he's going to be on the cover of Men's Health one day. Like, it's now about his very health, his very physical wellness. Like, I need to do something, but no, like, you see it so often now, like just absolutely massive kids, and you just think, what on earth? Like, and again, I try not to be judgmental, but it bothers me. It does.
Yeah, well, you're thinking, what are their parents doing, you see? Whereas my kids were lucky in that sense, because I want to exercise. But now that I've got children now, as they were growing up, I had to incorporate their schedule. So I blended my schedule with theirs. So whilst they were exercising, I'm getting a little bit of that. And then when they finish with them, I then go and do my one. That's why I go up early in the morning to do it. And then later on in the day, it's their turn. And just keep using them as my training schedule. Yeah, I just blended it all in, kind of thing, and I enjoyed it. Yeah. And if they misbehave, I used to send them to the park. Right, I can sit from the window, send them into that park, and they had to do like 10 laps of the park. And each lap they got to do the jungle gym, where they climb up on the jungle gym, climb to the other side, don't touch the floor, and climb back, and then do another lap. Right? You get those kind of like rock climbing simulated walls with all the nodules and things that stick off. Right, we got one of those here in our park, you see. It's not very high, but high enough to give a good workout for the kids. And I say to them, you climb up, over the other side, climb down, do not touch the floor, climb back over, and then do another lap. And do 10 of those, please. Get going. Yeah, all 3 of them. They've been naughty. That was their punishment. Yeah. And the next door neighbor would laugh because he knew that they'd been naughty. Yeah. So, and that's why they do that. Because they used to think to me, they asked me once, why are you doing this? I said, well, they've been naughty. Okay. Now, what I want to do, I want the children to be fit. So instead of punishing them by not playing any games, I want them to be physical. So I send them outside to do that. So it's up to them. If they're going to be naughty, that's the punishment. If they don't want to do that, then they'll be good boys. So they've got to choose, haven't they? And for the most part, they're coming back in, because they've achieved something. So they're not angry, you know what I mean? Because they've done a workout now. So do you see? And you feeling good? Yeah, okay, go and sit down. Yeah, and carry on with your game now. Yeah. So it is quite disturbing that around the world, not just America, but around the world, children's health is being compromised. And that's really bad, really sad as well.
It's become a bit of a it's like you're not supposed to talk about it either. You're not supposed to mention it. You're supposed to pretend you can't see it. You're supposed to pretend it's because if you saw a kid, if you saw a 6-year-old or a 7-year-old walking around the park smoking, people would have no issue to say, "Oh, that's not good for his health. That's not very healthy." But if that same child, age 6, instead of smoking, they weighed 9 stone and had a pack of Haribo in each pocket, then You don't go there, right? It's no.
Nah, well, I mean, yeah, it's a bit much. But you say that, and I was in Regent's Park one time with my friends, okay, and we were rolling up and smoking a joint, yeah, and this kid came up with his friends, and he was like you said, 6-year-old, right, and he's from West London. So in West London, the kids are very, they grow up quick, very quick in their attitude and that. And this kid is saying to us, "Have you got a cigarette?" He's asking me for a cigarette. I said, "What do you want it for?" I said, I'm going to build a split. Really? You? I looked at my friends and we looked at each other and goes, yeah, let's see if we can do it. Here you are then. Gave him half a cigarette. Go on then. And his mate brings out the gear and this kid, 6-year-old, is rolling a joint. When he finished it, I took it off and goes, "You can't smoke here, mate. On your bike." We smoked the joint. Took it off and we smoked the joint. You should not be smoking at this age. Now get out of here. Do you know what I mean? We took the split off of him anyway. He built it, but we smoked it. I was just like blown away that a 6-year-old could build a spliff. I thought, wow, I don't believe what I've seen there, man. Oh yeah, Central London, West London, but where he lives from Regent's Park, whoa, at least 5 miles, 6 miles away. All right. So he got that he must have come by bus or whatever. But boy, yeah, I was really surprised. It's where he came from Notting Hill, and that's where they have the famous Notting Hill Carnival, which is carnival in the world after the Brazilian one. Yeah,
state-sanctioned war zone.
Yeah, there you go.
Like imagine the movie festival with that level of that amount of stabbings, with that amount of arrests.
Yeah. I've been there when those things have happened as well. And I just think it's silly that they, arguing, squabbling over a can of Coke and the price of it. Someone gets stabbed up. Silliness like that. Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to go down that road, but yeah. I always had the best time of it myself anyway. Feeling hot, right in the rhythm of it all. Wind your body up, up, up. Wind your body down, down, down. Check it, boom, 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 boom. Okay? That kind of stuff. So it was always good, wherever I was anyway, with my friends and that.
This is non sequitur to the ground.
Okay, I understand. But there's nobody Globers coming in at the moment. So if there's any Globers here, I did put it out there. If you've got any questions, please ask. I remember once I didn't have a drink for 6 months. To drink anything, okay? So I went to the carnival, met up with some friends that I hadn't seen from school, and they were running a sound system. And John Kerry, one of my friends' names, John Kerry, goes, "Jim, have a drink of my rare nephew, right?" And you know what? And he had about a quarter of the bottle left at the bottom. I drank it like it was lemonade, the whole thing. Right? It's Jamaican's strongest rum, Jamaican rum. And I drank it like it was lemonade. When I handed it to him, he was shocked. He goes, "He just finished my drink." He polished it off. I said, "That's the first drink in 6 months. Thanks." And I drank it non-stop, Yeah, tasted good. And that set me up nice for the whole day.
I must admit, I am curious as to where Mr. 80-Way, or whatever the name is supposed to be. I'm a bit away from a desk. What is it? 80-Y.
Yeah, 80 was arguing a bit earlier with Jenna. They were on.
I heard bits of it. I was curious as to whereabouts in the northeast he's from, because
Northeast England.
Yeah, there's a whole thing in northeast England.
Northeast England.
They will say that people from Newcastle aka Geordies, sound nothing like people from Sunderland, aka Mackhams, and they will get confused. They'll be like, well, what do you mean? Geordies, Mackhams, they couldn't sound any more different. But to everybody else in England, they sound completely indistinguishable. So I'm just curious as to whether he's a Mackham or a Geordie, or neither. He might be more like Bishop or Clundway, something like that.
You know, I could have sworn I was listening to Jado speak earlier when I didn't see who was, lighting up. They sound the same.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Yeah, yeah. I can appreciate that.
No, I'm like, damn, everybody come in, everybody go out. Everybody come in, everybody go out. It's like the clown car gif from that Family Guy episode where all the clowns are piling out of the car and into the tavern.
Yeah, I don't know that gift, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll post it for you. There you go. Take a look, Jen.
Yeah, I'm looking in the side chat now, yeah. Yeah, this reminds me of one day, right? I was cycling.
Letter Discord, Globers in, Globers out.
It's funny, there was a time when I was cycling. I went to see a friend of mine. I'm cycling home, right? I went to Ealing Broadway. I'm cycling home now. And I'm behind this car. It's a Mini. And I count about 9 people in a Mini. 9 heads. I thought, wow, how did they get that many people in that little mini car? You know, that's a nick. Obviously, if the police saw them, the driver would be arrested. But I thought, wow, how could they get away with it? How did they get away with that? So it's just reminded me of that. Can you imagine that? A mini car. Yes, very funny.
Nigel, you've got Nigel in here, eh? Nigel, welcome, Nigel.
Yes, Nigel. Dear boy. We're all in the queue waiting to come in, and then we're going to be fighting each other to who's going to talk to the Glober first, you know. Bashing each other, talking over one another. I go, yeah, well, I've been waiting for fucking 4 hours. Get in the queue, you. Shut up. Get back there.
That brand guy that we had was pretty interesting. He was really spurting out about gravity. It's like, you guys don't believe gravity? Why don't you don't believe in math? Can losing it. Even though I explained very clearly and very concise that gravity's not a cause. In all of the equations, any equation that he wants to give me where that little g is there, it is in the equation as an effect, not a cause.
Yeah.
That is right, not the causation of force.
Yeah. It's no longer a force anywhere as well. There's lots going on people are just not aware of. That's why they get exasperated and they scream at the top of their voice, don't you believe in maths? You believe in gravity?
I even explained to him how, there's no like downward directional bias, because I asked him, I said, so my understanding is the claim that's on the table, gravity holds things down to the earth, right? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, that sucks because G is found in buoyancy, which is the directional bias of up. Uh-oh.
Right. Yeah. So that's right. There's an equilibrium going on all the while. You know? Yeah.
And it's defined as a fictitious force, a pseudo force. So, no, gravity doesn't keep you on the ground. The fact that you're more dense than the air around you is what keeps you on the ground.
Yeah. But why is down? Then the question is, why is down? That they asked that. So I end up saying, well, it's the natural order of things that the Creator has placed upon, endowed this earth to have. Because if you had things going in diagonal directions as well, it could be a little bit chaotic. Okay, so you've got to have natural order here. So that's God's work, not mine. I didn't make it, but it makes sense, doesn't it, to have things going up and down? Yeah, orientation.
Very precise.
Yeah, that's the best answer I could give. And I said, I didn't make this earth, remember? So and if you're not satisfied with that answer, then you're going to have to go and meet God to ask Him, because He made it. I didn't. Be the Creator. Yeah. Why is things... So I've never asked that question. Why is down? I've accepted it as it's part of my existence. So I don't question it, right? I just don't. And because I understand that I'm heavier than air, that's why I'm going down. Okay. But that's it, I've never... Why is down and up? When you're asking those questions, I think you maybe, you have to go to the asylum, I think. Something is wrong, Why is up, ladies and gentlemen, why is up? Come on now. Why is down, down? Why is sideways, sideways? Okay, come on now.
Up is up and down is down.
Yes, but why? Why is the question people ask? Why?
Kind of like asking why is fire hot? I don't know.
Exactly. Very good. And why is
Well, we
cold
know
cold?
fire is fucking hot. Like, why? I don't know why it's hot, but it's hot.
Yeah.
What's that, AG?
Just call it a social construct.
That's true. Yep.
I'm just throwing shade. I'm talking crap.
Earlier on, apparently, there's some shocking news that's going to be coming from the FED related to and regarding to Nathan Oakley's book and that. There's been a problem. From what I understand from Neil, the book has been booknapped and held hostage, right, by two characters. I think one is Adam Aitken, and I'm not sure if this is 100% true, so don't hold me to the fact, but and Quantum Eraser, I think, because they want some more credits for the book. They want to be mentioned more and more percentage or something. And I thought, wow. So they've got the draft of the book, and they won't give it back to Nathan Oakley. So I don't know what's going on there. That has knocked me sideways for a second. Surprised that these characters would be doing that, but there you are. Okay, so stay tuned. From now onwards, this news will be hitting you sooner or later. Okay.
Making the rest of us look bad.
Terrible, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it just makes the rest of us look bad, and I don't like that.
Yeah. Hijacking each. Bookjacking, or should I say booknapping?
Who needs credit for the flat Earth?
Welcome to whoever just joined in.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Sorry, I can't see who joined in. I just hear the little noise go off, the notification thing. So I know somebody joins or leaves, and that's why I just say welcome randomly.
Yeah.
Welcome to whoever you are. And if you have any questions related to the flat Earth or the heliocentric model, the globe that doesn't exist, why do we think it's flat? How do we know it's flat? What's the best proof? Why are you going against scientists? Whatever you've got as questions, you please ask, and we will be here. My colleagues here will help you out big time. Make it count, because you have arrived at the Flat Earth Discord. You've arrived, so make it count. Make your visits worthwhile. Oh, he started to go away then.
And he's gone.
What a shame. I sometimes have that effect on people. A few characters have complained that this and the mods and that are a bit too harsh on the people who have come in, the newbies. I said sometimes it might be so, but most of the time, no. 90% of the time, that's not happening. Okay, so no, that's not what this show is about. Yeah, but it's all about getting a one-upship or I gotchas. That's not what it's about. That's cringe. I said we don't do that. That's childish. Okay, no.
Why would we?
Yeah.
Why would we? Create a server just to ban people out of the channel? I mean, what would the point of that be?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. It's childish. We're here to welcome the people who come in, because I've said to them, we need them for the revolution as such. Okay? We need to get them off this globe and onto the flat earth. They have to realize the mistake. But it's going to be reliant on them to change. All we can do is inform and show the best information we have. And then they've got to consider that and compare it to their lives, look back on their lives, and go out and do the investigation. So we're not here to one-up on anybody or make them, I got you. Stupid. Come on, man. It's live as well. It's a live stream. So no, sometimes some of the mods might get exasperated because the individuals in concern have just been trolling and just being a general nuisance. And whilst they're still trying to put them on mute, they're not. Back in the day, they used to be kicked out. Goodbye, gone forever. But no, they keep them there. You're on mute for a while, and then you simmer down, and then you get given another chance. And I've seen them given 3, 4, 5 chances. Okay? So no, we're not like that. Sorry, I'm not going to accept that. Yeah. Something's gone wrong by the individual coming, and some of these people come in very obnoxious and very rude indeed. Okay, the N word's been thrown out there, and then the R word's been thrown out there. Tinfoil hat wearers.
Were you around for the recent conversation that we had? It went on for a decent amount of time, and I think it went really well. It began pretty rough. There's a lot of insults being hurled, but it ended with him actually kind of openly conceding to going through cognitive dissonance. And he joined the server. He wanted more information related to it. I think it was a damn good conversation. But it began with people, calling each other retard and other things. It didn't look pretty. And had we not de-escalated, I think that it would not have ended the way that it did.
Yeah, it does. It goes like that. Real scuffle and skirmishes, grabbing of the throat, chucking to the ground. I can imagine it. Tearing off shirts.
Hell of a trip.
Yeah. Shirts are being. Yeah, you're stupid effing Glober. Take that. Take this.
We were everything. Retards, delusional. The whole anything you can think of that's on the script on the list.
Right. Can imagine.
Heard worse. Every one of us has heard worse.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I always imagine that when that situation happens, the image I have in my head is like a ball of people fighting. You understand what I mean? That's what image comes up because I'm on this platform. You can't see the people, right? But you can imagine, and my imagination is like there's just a ball of people going at it, and then somebody gets in and separates them.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to hear that he admitted to the cognitive dissonance because not many people do that.
Exactly that, the symptoms of cog dis, and it was understandable what he was going through. He was basically admitting to being angry about it. I'm like, yeah, that happens.
Yeah, that's good when that happens, actually. Yeah.
Let it out. Be real about it.
A real flat earther in the making, that one then. Good.
Everyone experiences cog dis. It's getting over it. That's the important part. You never get over it, then you end up being screwed.
The ones that make me laugh the most are the ones that are living by the models. All you're hearing is click, 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 clock, 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 click, 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 click. With a computer, click, click. Look, there's my click, 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 click. That's all I'm hearing from them, and then they're explaining their model as if we don't get it. Okay, and I say, well, yeah, okay, you've been doing this for like a week or two now. Your models. Now, has any of your models actually been proven in reality? Have you taken one of your models out there?
They're not even explaining that, though. They're explaining their own poor understanding of somebody else's model. And they're trying to pick parts to fit with the argument right there in real time. And that's not how any of this works.
Yeah. And they just don't seem to want to get out of the house to go and check anything. They go away the next day, it's more modelling. Right? I got annoyed with the guy in the end. I said, look, we don't live by models alone yet. Bloody hell, man. When they make a little model of a car, they make the real car in the end, don't they? Come on now. Thank you very much. Hey, come on. Yeah. So I got exasperated with one of them, an Asian lad, and I said, "Well, look, pushing all these models, you're going to go out and prove your model because we don't live by models alone. It's a very dangerous thing to do." And they were very articulate, very, very good on the computer, very good. But now let's transform that into reality now. Transfer it into the real world now. And that's where, they seem to just shut down. And I think, well, why don't you want to go out and check it, man? Don't live in the computer, do you? Live on the earth. So can we go out and check it? Can we? I mean, that's how we know it's flat. Come on. Yeah, so that was going on that was like 3 months ago, that was. We had a whole lot of Asians coming in, right, and they were just model experts.